This dude was a total bug nerd in his past life, but in a classic isekai twist, he got reincarnated and accidentally became the most legendary poison master in the entire martial world. That giant green-striped centipede that had the whole Jianghu shaking in their boots. Yeah, that's just his pet. The queen wasp ruler of every bee under the sun was personally raised by him, not to mention his army of adorably squishy larvae. They're super obedient and fiercely protective of their master, looking all innocent, but each one is a walking, crawling vial of the rarest poison in existence. You mess with this guy, and even the most fearsome demonic cultists will be pushing up daisies. Kicking off our story, we meet Xiaolong, a popular streamer who made a living filming creepy crawlies and venomous critters, until one day his luck ran out and a snake decided his hand looked like a snack. And just like that, he got isekai'd into a martial arts world. But you can take the boy out of the bug collecting hobby, but you can't take the hobby out of the boy. His hobby of collecting all things poisonous. On this particular day, a group of travelers shows up asking our boy Xiaolong if they can crash at his place for the night. Since it was getting dark, one look at their fancy get-ups, and he instantly pegged them as members of the Sichuan Tang clan. Xiaolong agrees, telling them to make themselves at home and crash wherever they like. However, he warns them that the main hall is off limits because he's busy. The head of the Tang clan, a man named Tang Shan, hears this and respectfully thanks the young hero. Xiaolong then excuses himself, claiming he has some very important business to attend to. Turns out his important business is feeding his little darlings. Xiaolong heads inside and pops the lid off a jar. Inside are a bunch of insects that look like crickets. He cradles the jar, cooing, "Oh, I was almost late. Is everyone hungry?" Next, he moves on to another jar, opening it to reveal a Chinese bird spider. It's a tarantula species native to the Hainan region of China, and when fully grown, these bad boys can reach a whopping 20 centimeters. Xiaolong uses chopsticks to offer a cricket to Little Black, who smells the tasty treat. Little Black immediately gobbles it down like it hasn't eaten in weeks. "Old man, you had one job feeding me, and you're always late." Next up, Xiaolong moves to a nearby cabinet. Inside a drawer, he's got a chameleon, another local species. This one's known for the cool stripes on its body and tail. Back in his old life, getting a chameleon was a huge pain because they were so hard to find. But in this Manhwa world, he just has to step outside and they're crawling all over the place. You see this old man just standing there messing around instead of feeding me. You've been my caretaker for way too long. The feisty chameleon then chomps right down on Xiaolong's finger, making him yelp in pain. Just then, Tang Shan suddenly shows up looking for Xiaolong. He thanks him again for letting them take shelter and invites him to join them for dinner. Turns out they just hunted a deer in the forest. The moment he hears the word meat, Xiaolong's eyes light up like a Christmas tree and he nearly starts crying. You see, ever since he got reincarnated, the poor guy hasn't had a single decent meal, surviving on a gourmet diet of snakes, centipedes, and lizards. With that in mind, Xiaolong joyfully accepts, shouting, "Finally, some real meat." And with that, we cut to the next scene. Everyone's gathered around a crackling fire roasting the deer. The mouth-watering aroma of grilled meat fills the air. Our boy Xiaolong is practically drooling, his eyes glued to the prize as he waits for it to cook. Tang Shan strikes up a conversation, asking Xiaolong if he lives all alone on this mountain and how old he is. Xiaolong replies, probably around 14 or 15. He keeps it vague, not wanting to spill too many of his isekai secrets. Xiaolong spins a yarn about some childhood injury wiping his memory, which is supposedly why he's been living the lone wolf life up in the mountains. His main hustle is catching snakes, skinning them, and selling the goods to get by. As they're swapping stories, the roasted meat finally sizzles to perfection. Tang Shan's father, Tang Jun, hands him a steaming mouth-watering deer leg, and Xiaolong, ever the polite freeloader, thanks the senior. He happily accepts the grub and sinks his teeth into it with a massive bite, the meat practically melting on his tongue. This venison is the real deal, tender, aromatic, and seasoned to perfection. It's absolutely divine. Roasted at the perfect temperature, the meat is unbelievably juicy, not a single dry spot in sight. It's been ages since Xiaolong had a meal this good, and you can see the pure, unadulterated joy lighting up his face. Mid-chomp, Tang Shan spills the beans. They're on the hunt for a monstrous centipede, one with distinctive green spots on its body. It's known as the Qingban Wugong, and let's just say this thing is not your garden variety creepy crawly. It's huge. A fully grown one could snack on a human for breakfast. The reason for this crazy quest, Tang Shan's daughter is gravely ill and bedridden. Turns out only the inner core of this Wugong can save the poor girl's life. Xiaolong thinks to himself, man, a parent's love really knows no bounds. They'll do anything for their kids. He feels a little bad for the centipede. But hey, a free meal is a free meal and his loyalty has been bought. With that settled, Xiaolong chimes in, I've never heard of a Qingban Wugong, but I've got a pretty good idea where to find it. When it comes to poisons and venomous critters, Xiaolong's confidence is through the roof. Out of 8.7 million living species, about 20,000 are known to be venomous. And I've got every single one of them cataloged right up here, he thinks. Every last one in centipedes are no exception. With my level of expertise, this is like a classic manhwa side quest. When it comes to poisons, I've got this in the bag. Wei Xiaolong grabs his trusty book and channels all his focus. The pages start flipping on their own, glowing with a mystical light. A moment later, he snaps the book shut and says with a grin, found it! Xiaolong gives them a confident wink. So if we're talking about a big centipede, I think I know just the spot. Tang Shan is floored. What, are you serious? Tang Jun jumps in too. If you're right, then where is it? Xiaolong puts on his thinking face, then looks at the two of them. First tell me which areas you've already searched, and at what time of day. Can you give me the details? Although the duo has no idea why he's asking, Tang Shan answers anyway. We've searched the northern and eastern areas around here mostly during the daytime. Up north we stuck to the riverbanks. Xiaolong strokes his chin, muttering, I see, while thinking to himself, well, no wonder you guys came up empty-handed. The two men are stunned when Xiaolong declares, with that strategy, of course, you'd never find it. Tang Jun blurts out, what do you mean, of course? The old man presses him, can you please explain why? Xiaolong just smirks. You bet. Centipedes are arthropods, specifically myriapods. They cover a lot of ground and are cold-blooded. This means they need a shelter that maintains a stable temperature and humidity. But here's the interesting part. Unlike most insects that have a waxy, waterproof cuticle, a centipede's is pretty weak, with breathing pores all over their shells, so they actually hate being in super wet places, even though they need high humidity to survive. But here's the kicker, they hate super watery places. On the flip side, they can't last long without any humidity either. It's a classic centipede paradox chilling on the porch. Xiaolong continued dropping knowledge bombs like he was the main character in a nature documentary manhwa. So a massive azure-striped centipede probably isn't going to be chilling in a dense forest or by a river. This revelation gave Tang Jun a major headache. I can't believe it. So you're telling me they don't just love hanging out in rotten logs? He explained that sure, you might find some of the smaller critters in places like that. But you guys are talking about a big one, right? Xiaolong was on a roll, now continuing his lecture. If it's a real monster-sized centipede, then fallen trees or riverside rocks just won't cut it. There's simply no room for it to hide its massive, creepy, crawly self. After hearing the full breakdown, Tang Shan and Tang Jun exchanged a look, then gave a slight nod as they sat beside the kid. Tang Shan said anxiously, if we find it where you say, you'll be rewarded handsomely. The kid just smirked and pointed towards the mountain before them. Xiaolong confidently pointed west. You'll have better luck searching the Rocky Mountains to the west. During the day, these centipedes love to nap under sun-warmed boulders and only come out to party at night. As night fell, the moonlight bathed the treacherous cliffs where everyone split up to begin the great centipede hunt. At the very peak, Tang Shan stood like a stoic manhwa protagonist, observing everything with a thoughtful frown. Just then, someone rushed over, shouting clan head. Could that young hero have been wrong? He mused. Is that so? Leaping down to the ground, Tang Shan gave the order. We're calling it a night, fire the signal flare and get all the search parties to regroup. The men acknowledged the order, yes clan head. A moment later, a signal flare shot up, blazing across the night sky. As everyone took a break, the complaints started rolling in. Man, I'm beat. I really hope that kid knew what he was talking about. The chatter continued. Where the heck is this stupid centipede anyway? Seriously? That kid did seem pretty sharp, though. Suddenly, a sound from Tang Shan's direction drew their attention. They saw him clenching his jaw, his voice trembling as he spoke. Tang Yinner, she's considered the greatest prodigy in the entire history of the Tang clan. Have the heavens truly abandoned me? Just as despair set in, a shout echoed through the camp, the Grand Elder has returned. Everyone immediately greeted him. You've returned, Sir. Tang Jun walked over to Tang Shan, getting straight to the point. Still no luck today. Tang Shan replied, No, father. Then he asked, Did you find anything? Tang Jun let out a slight cough. Well, the situation isn't looking good. Tang Yinner is holding on. But she only has 3 months. At the most, I don't know if we can possibly find it in the next 10 days. A heavy silence fell between the two men, both weighed down by the same worry. Tang Shan suggested, Father, what if we try searching to the south tomorrow? We haven't found a single trace here. The old man sighed in agreement. Fine. But then a sudden realization hit Tang Jun as he exclaimed, No traces at all. Then he slapped his forehead and burst out laughing. That's it. Of course, why didn't I see it before? It has to be here. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Tang Shan quickly asked, Father, did you figure something out? However, Tang Jun's reply was not what he expected. Not exactly what you're thinking. I can't sense a thing, not a single trace. The old man, shocked, shot back, Are you sure? The elder confirmed, Yes, and it's because there's absolutely nothing. That I'm convinced it's right under our noses. Tang Jun, surveying their desolate surroundings, asked, Over the past 3 days, have you guys found anything at all on this godforsaken rock pile? Tang Shan replied, Not a thing, sir. We haven't found a single clue. The old man stroked his chin deep in thought, muttering, No beast droppings, no territorial markings. It's truly barren. Just as the words left his mouth, his eyes widened in realization. Wait a minute. Could it be? Catching on at the same time as Tang Shan, the elder exclaimed with a grin, That's it. It's impossible for a mountain this huge to be completely devoid of animal life. He clenched his fist, a grim smile on his face, and whispered, This entire mountain is its territory. Tang Jun's face lit up. Exactly. Which means every other beast has either run for the hills or ended up as a snack for that Wugong. He clapped Tang Shan on the shoulder, reassuring him. The Qingban Wugong is definitely here. We can finally save Yinner. Looking like he'd just seen the light at the end of the tunnel, he bit his lip and said, Finally. But before he could finish his dramatic Manhwa monologue, the ground began to tremble violently. Everyone started freaking out. What's happening? One guy yelled. What in the world is that? Another screamed, while a third was so terrified he stumbled right into the campfire without even noticing. Right where the campfire was blazing, a massive explosion erupted from the ground. Tang Jun and Tang Shan, frozen in shock, could only yell, What the heck was that? A razor-sharp pincer suddenly burst out, slamming into the earth with terrifying force. The soldiers stammered in pure horror. That thing, as dirt and rocks showered down on them. The elder's face went ghost white as he screamed, just as the colossal silhouette of a centipede. The Qingban Wugong began to emerge. Meanwhile, back in the city, sounds of pure chaos erupted. Xiaolong yawned. Man, it's getting noisy out there. He was just lounging around, wondering, just how big is this centipede to get everyone's panties in a twist? They said they were just gonna look for it, not 'cause a freaking earthquake. Xiaolong smirked. A centipede big enough to swallow me whole? Now that sounds interesting. He perked up, a glint in his eye. I'm actually getting pretty curious now. Later that night in the mountains, everyone gathered around the massive defeated corpse of the centipede. Tang Jun opened a small, ornate box and announced, This is the inner core of the Qingban Wugong. A wave of emotion washed over the crowd, while the elder subtly covered his mouth, clearing his throat. Now, Yinner can finally be saved. A battered and bruised Tang Shan limped forward and said, Father, please take the warriors who aren't injured and head to Sichuan ahead of us. Tang Jun looked puzzled. What are you getting at, son? He gazed off into the distance, his eyes filled with resolve, and replied, A debt of gratitude must be paid and a score must be settled. Vengeance is carved in blood, but kindness is etched in stone. Tang Shan then asked, But father, don't we still have business to attend to here? The elder slapped his forehead. I almost made a grave error. My mind was so clouded with thoughts of Yinner. Tang Jun carefully put away the box containing the inner core and said, "You're right. We must treat that young hero as our most honored guest. Whatever he desires, as long as it's within our power, we must grant it." "Yes, sir. Let the injured warriors remain in the village to recover. In the meantime, I will go and meet with our young hero personally." Tang Shan added, "He's probably getting antsy waiting for news from us anyway." Speaking of which, Xiaolong was looking utterly dejected, surrounded by a bunch of bizarre-looking critters. As they crawled all over him, he sighed. "What am I supposed to do now? It's only been one night." "Well, it's official. I'm the proud papa of a bunch of green-striped centipedes." In some random room, Xiaolong was having a moment. The plan was simple: get home, wipe the eggs clean, and tuck them in beside my pillow. Then I'd wake up to him seeing these little critters crawling all over him, and he'd say, "My precious babies have all hatched, staring at their round little bodies and rabbit-like ears." Xiaolong tried to play it cool, saying, "I totally saw this coming, but I didn't think they'd pop out this fast." He glanced at one little guy, snuggled up on his cheek, fast asleep, when suddenly it sprung a leak. He yelped, trying to catch the mess, and shouted, "Hey, give a guy some personal space." Xiaolong thought, the real problem is, I have no idea. If these little fellas think I'm their mommy. One of them started gnawing on his shirt as he muttered, "They're stuck to me like glue and refuse to budge an inch." Flashback to the night before, in some random mountain gorge at the secret lair of the green-striped centipedes he'd found. The closer he got to the cave, the creepier the vibes became. He then accidentally kicked something and yelled, "What in the world is that? Is that a beetle the size of a human fist?" The torch slipped from Xiaolong's hand as he collapsed next to the bug, panting heavily. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xiaolong sighed. "Phew, that was close." He peeked into his bag. "Anyway, the 3 eggs are still safe and sound." Xiaolong scratched his head, mumbling, "Good thing the rain stopped, or I wouldn't have been able to save a single one." Suddenly, a realization hit him. He shot to his feet, exclaiming, "This is no time to be dawdling. I've got to get back and clean these eggs, stat." He secured the precious cargo to his belt and declared, "All right." A grin spreading across his face, Xiaolong yelled out, "My little centipede babies, just you wait." And then, well, the eggs hatched, and now he's sitting here sighing his life away. Even though I never got to see a living adult green-striped centipede, saving these eggs is a huge win in my book. The adorable little critters kept swarming all over Xiaolong, putting him in a bit of an awkward spot. Xiaolong said, "So, you guys aren't planning on leaving like ever?" The cheeky little things just crawled down his back as he mumbled to himself, "Even though I know that, you don't need to eat until your second molt, so I don't have to worry about food, but this constant clinging is seriously cramping my style." Then a light bulb went off in Xiaolong's head. "If I get in the water, maybe they'll detach themselves automatically." The mischievous glint in his eyes sent a wave of panic through the tiny centipedes. He declared, "Looks like it's bath time." Meanwhile, early in the morning, a heavily bandaged Tang Shan was making his way somewhere with determined steps. Arriving in front of a room, he called out, "Young hero, are you in there?" After waiting a moment, he tried again, "Young hero." When silence was his only answer, he pushed the door open and stepped inside, announcing, "Young hero, pardon the intrusion." But as he scanned the room, Tang Shan realized it was empty. He murmured, "Medicinal herbs. Jars, vials, and even medicine chests." Gazing at the collection of herbs, he wondered, could it be that this young hero is a master of the healing arts? This is like something out of a medical manhwa. He sighed, chiding himself. Entering an empty room without permission, how terribly rude of me. With that, Tang Shan decided to leave, saying, "I shall return later." But just then a strange noise caught his attention, making him turn back. He whispered, "What in the world is that sound?" Behind him stood several large jars. He tiptoed over, cautiously lifted a lid, and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. "This is..." Peering inside, he saw a spider with something white in its jaws. He breathed a jiju. His eyes darted to the medicine cabinet as he whispered, "I can't believe it." Tang Shan immediately pulled open a drawer, revealing a striped orange creature. He wondered aloud, "Is this a shi?" Unable to trust his own eyes, he then noticed another jar filled with brown beetles. A nearby pot was filled with some seriously weird eggs, and the box next to it, a collection of dried-up snake corpses. He was so shocked he was practically frozen to the spot. He muttered to himself, "What in the world are these lizards?" It felt like he'd stumbled into a venomous creature convention, prompting him to gasp, "This is absolutely insane." A wild thought popped into Tang Shan's head. Was this kid actually breeding these venomous critters? Even the legendary Tang family, renowned masters of poisons and all things venomous, had only ever managed and extracted toxins. They'd never dreamed of running a full-blown breeding operation like this. He gently closed the door and stepped out, murmuring, "To think a small twist of fate was all it took to save my precious daughter's life." Clenching his fist, Tang Shan whispered to himself, "Could this young hero really be my fated encounter?" Just then a voice called out from behind him, "Old senior." He turned to see Xiaolong rushing over and asked, "What happened to your arm? Are you hurt anywhere else?" Tang Shan placed a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder and answered, "It's nothing major. In fact, what I really need to say is—" But then he felt a strange presence and muttered, "What in the world is that?" A sinister aura erupted from behind the boy. The door exploded into splinters, revealing a strange figure radiating pure, unadulterated killing intent. This is some classic Manhwa villain entrance. The figure flashed a terrifying grin, showing off a set of razor-sharp teeth. Tang Shan instantly shoved Xiaolong aside, yelling, "Young hero, get out of here now!" Completely bewildered, the boy could only ask, "Senior." Meanwhile, the attacker Yun Xiang had already lunged forward, a blur of motion that smashed through everything in his path, and barreled straight for Tang Shan. He channeled immense power into his arm and unleashed a devastating strike. The blow sent Tang Shan flying, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He was gravely injured. Stunned, he realized just how powerful this foe was. He muttered in disbelief, "A master on the same level as my own father." He screamed, "Young hero, run for it." But just as the words left his mouth, Xiaolong was snatched up by the neck and hoisted into the air. He choked out, Senior." Yun Xiang just cackled with glee. "I heard the Tang family had come to Hainan, so I dropped by for a look. But it seems the little snake of the Mandu Shenjun is injured and all by his lonesome." Tang Shan staggered to his feet, coughing weakly as he demanded, "Who are you? Why are you attacking me and this innocent young man?" Yun Xiang let out a booming laugh. "You should recognize this face and my crimson fist. Your father is the one who did this to me. I am the blood hand Rakshasa Jia Yun Xiang." Tang Shan's eyes widened as he recalled the man's former self whispering, "Jia Yun Xiang." The rumors said he'd been poisoned in the head and fell from a seaside cliff. It looks like the bastard somehow survived. Seeing Xiaolong struggling in his grip, Tang Shan yelled, "That young hero has nothing to do with our feud. Let him go." He then offered, "If you want a life, take mine in exchange for the boy's—" The villain tightened his grip on Xiaolong's throat and sneered, "I don't think so. If you even lay a finger on me, you'll die right alongside him. You monster, a martial artist this powerful will bring nothing but disaster to the world." Tang Shan seethed, gritting his teeth in fury. This is a classic Manhwa showdown. But in the end, the demon had zero intention of letting the young hero go. Xiaolong was being choked to his absolute limit. Yun Xiang roared with laughter. "Die!" The boy gasped out with his last breath, "Please, save me." And just then a swarm of little centipedes burst out from the boy's body, latching onto the villain's arm. The bugs swarmed Yun Xiang, biting him relentlessly as he freaked out. "What the heck are these centipedes?" Yun Xiang desperately tried to shake them off, screaming, "These centipedes can actually hurt me." And oh boy, did they ever, pumping him full of venom. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and finally collapsed with a dramatic, "Damn it," lying completely still at Xiaolong's feet. Our boy panicked, muttering, "Oh my god, is he actually dead?" He gave the body a tentative poke with his foot. "Yo, you still breathing in there?" Tang Shan just stood there, jaw on the floor, before breaking into a grin like he'd just won the lottery, muttering, well, if it isn't my esteemed guest, the young hero himself." As Xiaolong continued to poke Yun Xiang's body with a stick, he had no idea he was about to become an official member of the Tang clan. A few days after Zhao Yunxiang bit the dust, we're back at the temple where a sigh echoed through the room as Wei Xiaolong tended to the ailing Tang Shan. The old man finally spoke, "Thank you, young hero." Seeing him awake, Xiaolong immediately piped up, "We can't waste any more time if you just tell me where your people are. Senior, I'll go check on them." But then he paused, scratching his chin thoughtfully. "Wait, that won't work. I can't just leave you here alone, Senior, but calling a doctor is also out of the question." Hearing this, Tang Shan quickly reassured him, "I'm all right, don't you worry. A few days of rest and I'll be right as rain." Xiaolong was internally amazed. This old geezer lost a swimming pool's worth of blood and he's acting like it's just a paper cut. He flashed back to the old man, hacking up a lung full of blood while still insisting, "I'm fine." Xiaolong wasn't buying it for a second. "Please don't say that your condition is super serious right now." Tang Shan took a weak breath and wheezed back, "It's all good." Afraid the kid would have a panic attack, he added, "I'm a man of the martial world, you see." Xiaolong's eyes widened in surprise. The martial world. A martial artist. His interest was officially piqued. This was like something straight out of a manhwa. "You mean like the guys who can fly around and shoot energy blasts from their hands, right?" The old man just smiled and replied, "Not everyone can pull that off, but you're on the right track." The kid was floored, thinking to himself, "This is so cool. This world was definitely built different. I mean, it would have to be to explain seeing a centipede the size of a small apartment building." Tang Shan's voice snapped him out of his daydream. "In any case, we should be grateful. This old man did save your life after all. It might be a bit forward of me, but allow me to formally introduce myself." Of course. He introduced himself. "I am Tang Shan of the Sichuan Tang sect." Not missing a beat, the boy replied, "And I'm Wei Xiaolong." The old man closed his eyes in approval. "Xiaolong, Little Dragon, a fine name indeed." He then looked the boy in the eye and said, "And on that note, I have a few questions for you. If you'd be so kind as to answer." The boy replied politely, "Yes, please ask away." So the old man got right to it. "That black venomous creature, was that a Wugong centipede?" Xiaolong glanced down at the larvae still crawling all over him. He gave one a little poke and confirmed, "Yep, these are the larvae of the Qingban Wugong." Tang Shan was so stunned he shot upright in bed, exclaiming, "You're telling me you tamed the larvae of the legendary Qingban Wugong?" The old man's sudden outburst startled the kid, who yelled back, "Senior, please lie back down." But the old man ignored him, completely pressing on, How in the world did you manage to tame them?" The kid stammered, "Well, while I was waiting for you, I saw." But the old man cut him off, his eyes wide. "Don't tell me these venomous bugs. They were also raised by you." Xiaolong hesitated for a moment. Well, you see." He looked a little sheepish before finally speaking up. "It's kind of a long story. Are you sure you want to hear it?" The old man just cleared his throat and said, "Don't worry about it, just tell me everything." And so our boy began his tale. All right then, it all started with the eggs of the azure-striped centipede. The story goes a little something like this. The night outside the Taoist temple fell silent, as if the very world was leaning in to hear Xiaolong's story. After hearing the whole spiel, Tang Shan was floored. "Hold on a minute, are you telling me you personally took the eggs and raised them yourself?" Our boy replied, "Yep, that's right. I had a pretty good hunch when they were going to hatch." The old man started sweating bullets, thinking to himself, who the heck can predict the exact hatching day? How in the world did he do that? Xiaolong then said, "Please wait a moment, old senior." With that, he opened a cabinet, pulled out some of his little critters, and asked, "Would you like to see this?" He held one out, puffing his chest out with pride. "This here is just your run-of-the-mill cave lizard. It's got yellow stripes on its body and a white striped tail." He then showed off another one, and check this out. I specifically bred the ones with big white stripes on their tails, and the result is this awesome two-tone pattern. Tang Shan stared at the little guys, his mind blown. "No way," he yelled, "are you telling me you created this color pattern?" Xiaolong just grinned and confirmed, "That's right, pretty neat, huh?" The old man gulped hard, a crazy idea dawning on him. "So, does that mean if you breed the ones with the strongest venom you could create a new species with even deadlier poison?" Xiaolong was a little taken aback by the question, his own mind starting to spin. "Well, in theory, I guess that's possible. After a moment of thought, he replied, "If you could tell which ones had stronger venom, then yeah, it's definitely possible." He paused, but that's the hard part. The old man suddenly roared, "What do you mean possible?" Xiaolong jumped, and the next thing he knew, Tang Shan had his hands on his shoulders with a dead serious look. "You have to join my clan." Our boy was just like, "Huh?" But the old man was on a roll, shouting, "If you join our Tang clan, we'll teach you every single one of our secret techniques, no holding back. Rare herbs, spirit grasses, and any kind of poison you could ever dream of will all be within your grasp." He was in full recruitment mode now. With your talent, you could probably even capture or raise one of the legendary 10 great venomous insects of the Central Plains, the stuff of myths in the martial world. And if that wasn't enough to seal the deal, Tang Shan pulled out his ultimate trump card. "I don't mean to brag, but one of the 3 great treasures of the Central Plains is my daughter." Xiaolong immediately cut him off. "Hold up," he had to ask, "what did you just say?" The old man was surprised himself for a second, but then it dawned on him and he just burst out laughing. You're young, but you're a man. After all, I get it. My daughter is one of the 3 great beauties of the Central Plains." Seeing the massive misunderstanding, Xiaolong yelled, "No, it's not like that. That's not what I meant at all." His mind was racing, picturing the 10 legendary insects the old man mentioned. He clenched his fists and asked with excitement, "Are the 10 great venomous insects of the Central Plains really as incredible as the azure-striped centipede?" The old man stressed, "Are you kidding? Of course they are." He gave a smug little smirk. "The azure-striped centipede is impressive, sure, but it's basically a low-tier poison beast. You can't even compare it to the 10 great venomous insects of the Central Plains." He began to describe them, from a centipede the size of an entire house to a golden centipede that glitters like solid gold. Xiaolong's jaw dropped, his imagination running wild. This was some next-level manhwa stuff. But the old man wasn't done. "And whatever you're imagining, the reality is even crazier." Tang Shan let out a small sigh. "It's truly a strange fate," he said, looking at the kid's face, which was now lit up with pure excitement. Feeling the excitement from Xiaolong and the 2 little critters squirming in his shirt, he declared with confidence, "Looks like my persuasion skills are top-notch." 2 days later, back at the dojo, one of Tang Shan's disciples practically screamed when he heard the news. Rumor has it the bloody hand Asura Zhe Yongxiang has shown up. Then Tang Shan chimed in, "You have no idea I was this close to being in a world of hurt." Who knew he was hiding away, leveling up his skills? "He's almost reached my father's legendary level now." The disciples were so scared they could barely speak. That's... One disciple was just a stuttering mess, but then a light bulb went off for another one who blurted out, "Huh? Wait a minute, did you kill him, master? Does this mean you've reached the legendary myriad poisons realm?" Another disciple immediately started cheering. "Congratulations!" The rest quickly joined in. "Oh, congratulations, master." He let out a sigh and shot down their theory. "Nope, not quite." He then added, "The one who took him down wasn't me, it was this young hero right here." A disciple gasped in disbelief. "Him. This young hero." He then spun around, grabbed Xiaolong's hands, and yelled, "Young hero, it was you, right?" The whole group immediately bowed. "Thank you, young hero, for saving our master's life. Are you secretly an ancient enlightened master from the Sichuan Tang family forever young?" Xiaolong was totally blindsided by this sputtering, "Huh, what forever? What now?" Tang Shan calmly cut in, "Young hero, I think there's been a slight misunderstanding. Could you perhaps show them?" Xiaolong thought for a second and then agreed. "All right, little guys, come on out." The disciples' eyes went wide as they saw something squirming. Peeking out from his shirt, the tiny larvae chirped and looked around curiously. Once they got a clear look at the critters, a disciple gasped in awe. "Whoa, aren't those centipedes? So these are the little guys who defeated Zhe Yongxiang." One of them suddenly shrieked, a little terrified, What is their venom, safe?" Another one yelled, but this time with pure admiration, "You actually tamed the legendary green-spotted centipedes. A young hero with this much talent, it's like something straight out of a manhwa." Tang Shan continued smoothly, "And that is why I have decided to welcome this young hero into our family." A disciple cheered, "Whoa, young hero, that's an amazing opportunity." Tang Shan announced, His next words immediately silenced the excited chatter. He clenched his fist, his tone turning serious. It seems we can't afford to delay any longer, Xiaolong asked Senior. Is there something else you're looking for? The old man just stared into the distance, lost in thought, before speaking gravely. The bloody hand. Asura Zhe Yungxiang, the technique he practiced was the bloody hand poison claw, a truly horrific dark art. It requires the blood and marrow of living people to power up, Xiaolong shuddered. What kind of insane technique is that? Tang Shan's face was set like stone. He declared, if he left behind a secret manual or has any disciples, we must eliminate the threat completely. We can't let that kind of evil and cruel technique resurface in the martial world. He clenched his fist, asking, and if there are any captives, we have a duty to rescue them, do we not? The disciples roared in agreement. Of course, Master Tang Shan then turned to our hero. Young hero, would you be willing to lend us a hand? After all, you know the lay of the land on Hainan Island better than anyone. Xiaolong fell silent, deep in thought, as his little centipede buddies chirped encouragingly. He closed his eyes, thinking perhaps becoming part of the Tang family also means accepting a lifelong mission. Normally, an internship is just about getting a feel for the company's vibe. And get a front row seat to see what the big boss is really like, right? He shot back with a grin. Say no more. I'm in. Once you're back on your feet, I'll give it my all to help out. Hearing this, the disciple was totally on board, and Tang Shan praised him. Young hero, you've got a sharp mind. He flashed a brilliant smile. Saving people is a no-brainer, of course I'll help. He looked all humble on the outside. But on the inside, his brain was buzzing. On this little field trip, I'm gonna get all the juicy details on the Sichuan Tang. He even thought smugly, hey, top-tier talent always reverse interviews the company, right? A whole 3 days had passed since old Master T. Shan got back on his feet, and our crew featuring Tang Shan, Wei Xiaolong, and a bunch of disciples decided it was time to hunt down the lair of the blood hand Asura Jia Yunsang, so they made a pit stop in a village right next to an old abandoned Taoist temple. They started asking the locals if anyone had mysteriously vanished, and one villager answered with a worried look. You're asking about missing people. The old man racked his brain and said, well, over the past year, maybe 1 or 2 folks have disappeared in the woods. But it's not like it happens all the time. Tang Shan stroked his beard deep in thought as the group gave a respectful thank you. Speaking for the squad, Tang Shan said, thank you, village chief. The old man replied warmly, oh, it's nothing at all. It's a true honor to be of service to the great Tang family. Then Tang Shan said, well, we'll be on our way. The chief replied, of course, travel safely. But alas, that was all the info they could squeeze out of the village, so they hit the road again, coming up empty. But Wei Xiaolong was scratching his head. This village seems totally normal. What gives Tang Shan, looking thoughtful, mulled it over and replied, considering he found us and showed himself, I figured he'd be lurking somewhere nearby, but this manhunt is proving to be a real pain. Our boy agreed, it is super weird, how can a guy like that leave 0 tracks? But as Wei Xiaolong replayed Jia Yunxiang's ambush in his head, he started to wonder, wait, what exactly did he say? And just like that, a light bulb went off in his head and he blurted out, Senior, do you remember the exact words he used when he popped up? Tang Shan turned to him and said, my memory's a bit fuzzy, what about you? He thought back for a second. Ah, right, that's when I got smacked and went airborne. He then continued, well, so basically, and began to break it down. He said something like, the Tang family has set foot on Hainan Island, didn't he? The old man asked. He did. Our boy detective continued his analysis. If that's the case, it means someone knew we were on Hainan Island and snitched to Jia Yunxiang. Right. The old man nodded. That seems likely. Yes? Wei Xiaolong said excitedly, his eyes gleaming with a brilliant idea. Then this just got a whole lot simpler. All we have to do is retrace our steps on Hainan Island and ask around using our descriptions. If we show people what we look like and ask who they talk to, we'll find our leak. Tang Shan and the disciples just stared at him, completely stunned. Tang Shan broke into a grin. I never even considered that brilliant. If the blood hand Asura Jia Yunxiang really said that, he must have gotten his intel from someone who saw us. While our boy was blushing from the high praise, the old man made a decision. All right, that settles it. Let's move out immediately. and so they continued their journey heading for another village, one that was shrouded in a heavy, gloomy atmosphere straight out of a horror manhwa. As they stepped into the village, Wei Xiaolong spoke up, Patriarch. I heard that the port on Hainan Island is most likely this very village. Tang Shan scanned the area and noted, it looks like this place is inhabited mostly by women. He gave the order. Let's head in and check it out. If what the young hero said is true, then maybe the women here shouldn't be too hostile towards us. The disciples all chimed in, yes, family head. But as they entered the village, it was clear something was seriously wrong. Everyone looked incredibly gloomy. Many folks were just staring blankly into space, and some were even lying in front of their houses. A villager sat quietly working until they called out, "Is anyone here?" That finally snapped them out of it. The villagers' attention was caught as our crew walked in, and one of them asked, "What business do you have in this village of women?" Tang Shan was a bit surprised to see the village chief holding a little girl's hand accompanied by two young men from the village. He lifted his head and introduced himself. I am Tang Tieshan, the head of the Tang family from Sichuan, and we've come here for a reason. But while everyone was busy talking, Xiaolong was quietly scanning the area, thinking to himself that this village was seriously lacking any kind of vitality. Even the children had zero energy. Suddenly a strange thought struck him, and he wondered, what on earth is wrong with these people? Looking around, he saw that everyone was just moping, and thought, could it be that they've all been drugged? The village chief spoke up. I don't know anything about a disappearance because nothing has happened here. His expression suddenly soured, and he told them, go back. Tang Shan tried to persuade him, but it seemed like the number of people in the house had dwindled. The old man screamed, this is not your concern, so just go back. Both Tang Shan and Xiaolong were completely taken aback. By this attitude, Tang Shan turned and whispered, young master, I heard the people here were supposed to be friendly. He was just as confused and replied, yeah. Right at that moment, the child the village chief was holding suddenly collapsed, and the old man cried out in panic, Ma Zhen. Xiaolong thought to himself, did she just fall over? The old man started crying hysterically. Oh heavens, Ma Zhen, please no, you're the only family I have left. The old man said in anguish, why did you have to catch this? Terrible disease too. Tang Shan knelt down in front of the old man and offered, respected elder, I know a bit of medicine. Perhaps I can be of assistance. The old man asked, medicine from the Central Plains. He replied, yes, although I'm not a master physician, but I do have some knowledge, may I take a look at the child's condition? The old man hastily agreed, I'm counting on you then. The village chief began to explain, the truth is for some time now a terrible disease has appeared in our village. The children have been dying one by one, and the adults who get sick become weaker and weaker. Tang Shan placed a comforting hand on the old man's shoulder. So that's what's happening. Let me take a look. The old man's eyes welled up with tears as he said, thank you, I'm so grateful to you. The village chief told them, please hurry inside. Then he yelled at the other villagers, what are you all waiting for? Get this doctor and his group inside now. The group hurried inside, and as they ran, Xiaolong asked one of the disciples a question. So the senior knows medicine too. The disciple replied, ah yes, that's right. He explained, the martial arts of our Tang family are all about handling poisons, so we're also quite skilled in pharmacology. Plus, martial arts begins with a deep understanding of the body, so it's essential to have some medical knowledge. A thought suddenly struck Xiaolong. I thought they were just an assassination group, specializing in poisons, but it turns out joining the Sichuan Tang family means more than just learning their martial arts. Besides their scary secret techniques, you also get to learn medicine, which is pretty interesting. The disciple with a slightly cruel streak immediately added, oh, and sometimes we catch bad guys and inject them with experimental poisons to see how they react. It's quite fascinating. Hearing that Xiaolong was horrified and thought to himself, did he just say human experimentation? This manhwa plot is getting darker by the minute. Just picturing Tang Shan and his squad of troublemakers made him shudder, thinking, okay, maybe that's a bit much. Seriously, those guys are terrifying. Meanwhile, the sky remained stubbornly gloomy, though the first rays of dawn were starting to break through. Inside a humble house, a young girl named Ma Chan lay completely still, an unsettling green aura emanating from her entire body. Her eyes were sealed shut. Tang Shan gave the village chief the quick rundown, first things first. I've transferred some of my internal energy into her to put the illness on pause. The old man breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, thank you, sir. He gently stroked Ma Chan's head, his voice filled with sorrow. This is my only granddaughter, please, I'm begging you to help her. Tang Shan noted it looks like her circulation is completely out of whack. How bizarre has her heartbeat always been this week since she was born? The old man shook his head. The illness only took a turn for the worse about 6 months ago. And it's not just my granddaughter, the old man explained, many others in the village are suffering from the same sickness. We call it the vile sickness. That's why I tried to turn you all away at the main gate earlier. The light bulb went on for Xiaolong, who exclaimed, so that's what was going on. Tang Shan then requested Elder Chief, first, I'll write up a prescription for a heart tonic. Please gather all the villagers for me so we can test out this medicine. The old man was so moved, he started sobbing. Thank you so much. The elder couldn't stop thanking him. I'm eternally grateful. As night fell, Xiaolong watched Tang Shan with a gentle smile, admiring his master's kindness. As Tang Shan worked, one of his disciples approached Master. You've worked so hard examining all the patients. Tang Shan simply replied, thank you. He then turned to Zhu Bai and asked, what's the status on the patients? He paused for a moment before adding, this whole thing is incredibly strange. He began to list off the symptoms: weakness, swelling around the eyes, unstable circulation, and a low-grade fever. The symptoms vary from person to person, but the one constant is that the most severe cases all involve heart problems. Suddenly a thought struck him, and he asked, and what about that young hero of ours? Zhu Bai reported, the young master seemed exhausted after helping everyone out, so he's already fallen asleep. I've already taken him to a room to rest. An image flashed in Tang Shan's mind of his disciples carrying the tuckered-out kid to bed. The disciples sighed, the young master really gave it his all. Tang Shan mused, for someone with his physique who hasn't even started martial arts training. Keeping up with us must be absolutely draining. He then added, speaking of which, I should probably go check on him and see how he's doing. Zhu Bai nodded, allow me to lead the way, master. The door creaked open, gently revealing Xiaolong dead to the world and completely oblivious. At first, Tang Shan just stood outside watching quietly, but then something changed and he suddenly threw the door wide open. He rushed over to the bedside, then like a bolt from the blue, his hand shot out and delivered a massive slap across the kid's face, causing him to yelp in pain. Xiaolong jolted awake, staring at the old man with a mix of confusion and pure outrage. He sputtered, Senior. He was also wondering internally, why did it suddenly stop, and right at that moment Tang Shan's unexpected smackdown left him utterly bewildered. Clutching his stinging cheek, he stammered, what was that for? He scrambled back against the wall. What in the world is going on? Senior, that really hurt. Tang Shan immediately softened his tone. My apologies, I was just trying to get a bug that was crawling on your cheek. Xiaolong's eyebrow shot up. A bug, you say? Tang Shan fumbled for an explanation. Just hear me out? He glanced back towards the door. I just wanted to check in on you before turning in for the night. And that's when I saw it. A bug like something out of a horror manhwa just flew out of nowhere and landed right on your face. Can you believe it? He pointed dramatically, his eyes sharp as daggers. Here on Hainan Island, there are all sorts of poisonous insects I'm not familiar with, so it's better to be safe than sorry. So I just instinctively smacked it. Tang Shan held up the bug and declared, check it out. This sucker is huge. Xiaolong stared at the bug in his hand, completely dumbfounded for a second before suddenly muttering, this thing is... He thought to himself, hold on, what is this bug doing here? As if he'd just had a major breakthrough, Xiaolong turned to the senior and asked, the patients might have a bunch of different symptoms, but there's a common thread of weirdness to all of them, isn't there? Tang Shan nodded, you're absolutely right. He then revealed the real culprit behind the nasty plague sweeping through the village. Xiaolong pointed dramatically at the bug in the old man's hand and said, it's all because of this little monster. Right here, Tang Shan was flabbergasted. What are you serious? This is a type of assassin bug. They call it that because it loves to suck blood from the eyes or lips of sleeping people. This thing is nimble and way faster than any mosquito. which is why it's also known as the vampire bug or the kissing bug. Xiaolong wiped the blood off the insect with a cloth and explained, "The bug itself isn't venomous, but its gut is teeming with nasty parasites." He went on, "When it bites you, you get infected through its poop. The disease it spreads is called trypanosomiasis or Chagas disease. This little guy is responsible for the seventh leading cause of parasitic deaths in humans worldwide." Xiaolong then turned to the village chief asking, "Have the dogs in the village been showing symptoms too, like shortness of breath?" The chief, looking panicked, exclaimed, "Yes, they have. You mean it's because of this bug?" And Xiaolong let out a heavy sigh and replied, "It's possible, but we can't be 100% sure yet." The old man asked desperately, "If that's the case, can my granddaughter be saved?" Xiaolong answered, "With the right medicine, there's a chance, but—" Just then Tang Shan let out a confident laugh and asked, "Jobai, what do you think of my eye for talent?" Jobai grinned and replied, "I must admit I now see the true value of this young hero." Xiaolong walked back in, completely confused by their sudden change in attitude. Tang Shan then spoke up, "Young hero, I want you to join our Sichuan Tang clan." Xiaolong just stared blankly and said, "Huh?" Tang Shan repeated with absolute confidence, "I'm asking you to become a member of the Sichuan Tang clan." Our boy was totally lost, muttering to himself, "But why though?" The old man explained, "There's something called a goo insect, also known as voodoo poison or goo venom. This nasty critter is cultivated by the most wicked people in the Central Plains." Tang Shan continued, "Those villains make people swallow this bug and then they can inflict periodic agony on them or even use it to control their every move, bending them to their will." Xiaolong was horrified. "That's terrifying, to control someone like a puppet." Tang Shan confirmed, "The power is very real and countless people in the martial world have died because of this monstrous technique." He explained that some victims have been forced to murder their own children before taking their own lives or betraying their entire family, just to become slaves for those villains. Hearing this, the village chief started sobbing, "Oh heavens, my poor Ma Zhen." Tang Shan revealed that for the longest time, the greatest minds in the martial world have been trying to create an antidote, a cure for this bizarre poison, something that could either flush it out of the body or just make it dissolve into nothing. But Xiaolong was still in disbelief, saying, "That's just unbelievable, like something out of a dark fantasy manhwa." Suddenly, Tang Shan dramatically pulled something from his robes and declared, "If the martial world truly possessed such a legendary antidote, where do you think it would be made?" He then proudly presented a single round pill. Tang Shan says, "Of course it's from our Sichuan Tang family. If this medicine can dissolve a tumor the size of a fist, then what chance do a few measly little parasites have?" Tang Shan dramatically presents a large shimmering pill and declares, "The King Goo Harmony pill. Just a tiny piece is all it takes." Xiaolong's eyes go wide with awe. "The King Goo Harmony pill?" He mutters, "That's one heck of a name for a parasite killer." Then turns to the teary-eyed village chief and says, "So please don't you worry." Tang Shan adds, "Your granddaughter is going to be just fine." And just like that, starting with the chief's granddaughter, the villagers begin to make a miraculous recovery. The chief clutches his granddaughter, overjoyed. "Oh my goodness, we're so incredibly lucky." The villagers' warm reception is the ultimate reward for their hard work. Seeing all these cheerful faces, it seems the intel about this tribe being a bunch of optimists was spot on. Tang Shan claps Xiaolong on the shoulder, saying, "If it weren't for this young hero figuring out the root cause, their true savior wouldn't be me, but this young man right here." The village youths all chant in unison, "Thank you, young hero. Thank you so much." A flustered Xiaolong replies, Well," but the crowd just gets louder. "The young hero is our village's savior." Even though it was the Tang family's medicine that did the trick, Lord Tang Shan passed all the credit over to me, and seeing him look so genuinely happy as everyone thanked me was truly touching. It was as if he were the one being celebrated. The village youths swarm around Xiaolong, tossing him into the air in a classic hero's celebration. A little later, the village chief sidles up to Tang Shan and asks, "About that thing you mentioned back at the village gate, what was that all about?" He's confused. "What thing?" The chief explains, "You're searching for that village where people went missing." Tang Shan confirms, That's right, but why do you ask? The chief gets a worried look on his face and says, I wanted to repay your kindness, so I did some digging and heard a rather bizarre tale. The whole group goes quiet, leaning in to hear the old man's story. There's a girl in our village who married one of our boys, the village her parents are from. Well, a few years back, something strange started happening there. The villagers just started vanishing one after another. Tang Shan's eyes widen in shock. He glances around and mutters, We've got a lead. Tang Shan immediately presses, So where is this village? The chief replies, It's a small village to the west. When our crew arrives, the place is a total ghost town. Tang Shan covers his nose. There are bodies. One of his retainers points, I think that's the spot, my lord. He suddenly gasps, What in the world is this? It's a massive pile of bodies, a gruesome mix of fresh corpses and old skeletons. Tang Shan says, This is chilling. There's corpse poison in the air too, the kind that comes from decaying bodies. A big bearded dude cries out, Gods, this sends a shiver down my spine. Don't let the young hero see this horrific sight. But Xiaolong just says, Too late, I've already seen it all. Then suddenly he spots something and asks, Hey, what's that over there? He sees a set of razor-sharp talons and the beak of a bizarre-looking bird which is currently swallowing the severed head of a snake. He immediately grabs a rock, declaring, I won't let that bird desecrate the dead. He then hurls the rock with all his might, yelling, Get out of here. Tang Shan screams, Wait. The rock zips past, startling the bird, which slams its talons into the ground, its eyes glowing with killing intent as it prepares to strike. Stop, something's not right here. The bird spreads its wings and launches into the air, radiating a menacing aura straight out of a horror manhwa. Xiaolong can only watch in shock. He watched in horror as the black smoke washed over the skeletons, causing them to melt like ice cream on a hot day. He muttered in disbelief, No way, they're actually melting. Before he could scream, a hand clamped right over his mouth. Tang Shan yelled, Everyone get down, that's a chen bird. The crew instantly dropped into a circle as Tang Shan explained, spreading his arms wide like a majestic eagle. The gloomwing bird can bring death to all. Its beak shines like bronze and is as sharp as a spearhead, and its body is covered in a coat of deep purple feathers, looking like a monster straight out of a dark fantasy manhwa. His two lackeys listened with grim faces as Tang Shan continued his lecture. When it gets angry, it spreads its wings and poisons everything in the vicinity to death. That's why they call it the Chen bird. Xiaolong chimed in. Wait a minute. He shouted with the excitement of a true manhwa fanboy. Was that one of the legendary 10 great poisonous killers? Tang Shan simply nodded. Xiaolong's eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. Yes, that's the top dog, the leader of the 10 great poisonous killers. Hailed as the king of all beasts, the Chen bird, the emperor of the 10 great poisonous killers. He muttered to himself, Man, that's absolutely terrifying. It makes all the poisonous bugs and snakes on Earth look like cuddly pets. Xiaolong couldn't contain his glee at seeing the legendary creature. He gushed, It's literally a flying biological weapon. It looks like it was lured here by the swarm of venomous snakes we brought along. The other guys whispered amongst themselves, They say the Chen bird only eats the heads of the most potent venomous snakes. Our boy asked worriedly, Is that some kind of omen? The old man replied, You bet it is. You'd be lucky to see one of these in your entire lifetime. This creature is so rare it's a once-in-a-century sighting. This is some top-tier manhwa-level stuff. Xiaolong was completely starstruck, and Tang Shan couldn't help but ask, What's the matter, young hero? You thinking of catching it? The crowd gasped in shock. The old man let out a hearty laugh. You really want to try and catch that thing, kid? Xiaolong replied, Yeah. But then he remembered its deadly poison. Tang Shan just gave him a knowing smile. Then the old master suddenly piped up, Kid, you seem to have a real fascination with the 10 great poisonous killers. If that's the case, there might be a way. Xiaolong's jaw dropped. There's really a way. Tang Shan confirmed it with a nod. If you can master the secret poison arts of the Tang family, your body will become immune to all poisons. You could even withstand the Chen bird's toxin. He continued his sales pitch, In this entire world, only the martial arts of our Tang family can possibly counter this kind of poison. He pointed to himself and said, "But here's the catch, the Tang family. We don't teach our secret techniques to outsiders." He stressed the point, "As much as I'd love to help you, young man, as the head of the family, I can't just go breaking clan rules." Xiaolong, seeing his opening, excitedly yelled, "If I become a member of the Tang family, can I learn it then? And if I reach the legendary state of being immune to 100 poisons, can I really stand up to the Chenbird's poison?" Tang Shan replied with a confident smirk, "Absolutely, if you're determined, young hero, then right this instant, I will personally teach you and will get the initiation ceremony all sorted out." The rest of the crew looked on with suspicion, but our boy Xiaolong was completely sold. The old man gave a sly grin. "But if you hesitate for too long, young hero, I might just have to reconsider my generous offer, you know." But Xiaolong was already blushing with excitement, and he declared, "I agree, I'll become a member of the Tang family. Please take me under your wing, family head." Tang Shan roared with laughter, "Really now, excellent." He clapped the boy on the shoulder and said, "From this day forward, you are a member of the Tang family, see." Meanwhile, at the lair of the Blood Hand, a Suraja Yun, Xiang footprints are found right next to a puddle of poison. Just then a voice cut through the silence. The bearded dude held up a book and announced it was inside the cave. The big boss Tang Shan flipped through the pages and confirmed it. Yep, this lovely blood-scrawled calligraphy is the one and only manual of the Blood Hand poison ancestor. Xiaolong's eyes went wide. Written in actual blood, Tang Shan tucked the creepy book away and said, "All right, time to bounce." But our boy was curious. "So are we heading to Sichuan now?" Tang Shan replied, "We need to grab the Azure Centipede's inner core and this manual." That reminded Xiaolong of his little menagerie, so he asked, "Hey, can we swing by the temple for a sec? I want to set my little friends free." "Sure thing," he replied. "I'll get your travel pack ready too." Tang Shan turned to the group and said, "All right, team, let's move out." But just as they were leaving, Xiaolong glanced back. He suddenly spotted something weird. He pointed back at the cave entrance and said, "Oh, guys, something's looking a little funky over there." The bearded man squinted. "What are you on about?" Everyone huddled around to see what the fuss was. One of them asked, "You mean this?" A collective gasp. "This is a feather from a sunken bird." Every single eye was glued to the feather, which was glowing with a mystical purple light. Tang Shan, ever the professional, slipped on a glove and carefully picked it up for a closer look. He popped open a fancy box to store the glowing prize and said, "Consider this a congratulatory gift for becoming a member of the Tang family. You seem to like it a lot." Xiaolong was practically vibrating with excitement. "Thank you, senior, sect leader." Tang Shan glanced back with a grin and said, "It's all good, but I'm not a huge fan of that formal title." He continued, "How about after the oath ceremony we can figure out something more fitting to call each other?" Xiaolong, completely caught off guard, mumbled, "A ceremony, like a proper initiation ceremony." Meanwhile, back at the Tang family's Sichuan headquarters, the plot of this manhwa was getting dramatic. Tang Jun was wounded and the family members were scrambling. They rushed to help him up. A subordinate ran in, reporting Grand Elder Sir. "Tang Boxing left earlier and has just arrived." The old man roared, "Get on with it." "How is Yin, The subordinate quickly replied, "Yes, she's still holding on." The old man demanded, "Take me to Yin Now the chamber doors flew open, revealing Tang Jun, who called out her name, Yin Everyone gathered around the bed, bowed in unison. "Greetings, Grand Elder." Madame Tang cried out anxiously. "Father." "Daughter-in-law," he replied grimly, "I've brought the medicine." Tang Jun revealed a glowing pill and said, "This is the inner core of the azure-striped centipede." She gasped, covering her mouth to stifle a sob. "You actually succeeded?" The room held its breath as everyone watched. The old man prepared to give the medicine to Yin Her face was pale as a ghost, her breathing ragged and shallow. Tang Jun's voice was filled with sorrow as he whispered Yin He held the glowing core aloft and said, "It was almost too late, but I made it just in time." Madame Tang pleaded, "Father, give her the medicine quickly." He gently placed the pill in Yinner's mouth, and instantly a surge of green energy erupted from her body. Tang Jun immediately checked her pulse, channeling his own internal energy to help her while her mother watched her beloved daughter with a worried expression. She whispered, "Yinner, please wake up." Meanwhile, Xiaolong was plopped down somewhere completely exhausted, thinking, "I've heard the Central Plains were vast. But I can't believe it's this immense from Hainan by boat to Hangzhou, then after passing through Nanning." The grueling journey of 1.5 months finally brought us to Sichuan, right in front of the Tang family's gate. The bearded guide announced, "This is the Sichuan Tang family young master." Xiaolong's jaw dropped. For real, the place was absolutely massive, like something out of a high-budget manhwa. As the man explained, this entire mountain belongs to the Sichuan Tang family, which is why it's called Tang Jiashan. But Xiaolong still couldn't believe his eyes. Suddenly, a flood of Tang family members rushed out shouting, "The sect leader has returned, welcome back, sir." This whole grand spectacle had our boy freaking out and muttering to himself, "Are all these folks from the legendary Tang family of Sichuan? Man, what a turnout." And just behind the massive crowd, a girl in a stunning red dress comes sprinting through. The sound of her footsteps catches Tang Shan's ear, but it's her cry of "Father" that really shocks him. It's his beloved daughter Yinner. She's finally awake and rushes into his arms, bursting into tears. Tang Shan is overjoyed, exclaiming, "Yinner, you're really okay?" She just clings to him, whispering, "Father, I'm so sorry." Yinner then turns to him, asking, "Are you all right, father?" Meanwhile, Xiaolong is just staring at her, muttering to himself, "Wow, seriously? This is the first time I've ever seen someone so dazzlingly beautiful." Her father then turns to make the introductions. "I have someone I want you to meet." Tang Shan says, "Xiaolong, this is my daughter Tang Yinner." Xiaolong instantly freezes solid. Her dad continues, "Ah, and I still remember what you told me. Something about the smell of grass, the scent of a weed." Yinner looks totally confused. "A weed?" Tang Shan playfully pokes her head and says, "A wild weed, that's what," which makes Yinner blush a furious shade of red. The two of them just stare at each other in awkward silence. And that's when Xiaolong remembers the old man's boast, "My daughter, one of the 3 great treasures of the Central Plains." He blurts out, "No, not a weed." Mortified, he corrects himself, "A poisonous flower." You see, Tang Yinner, the sole daughter of the Tang family, has carried a secret burden since childhood that few could ever understand. This is some classic manhwa backstory right here. During a chat between 2 old family elders, one of them claimed her talents were, well, non-existent, while the other chimed in to praise her looks but quickly added that she wasn't exactly one of the top 3 beauties of the martial world or anything. And poor Yinner had to listen to all this trash talk while hiding behind a tree. The guy with the epic sideburns grumbled, "We just need to marry her off to get a decent son-in-law." The other one shot back, "I told the family head he should have taken more concubines. Why is he so against it?" These harsh words cut deep, and Yinner could only whisper to herself, "That's not true. Mother, father, they did nothing wrong." This lit a fire under her. She became determined to prove her worth to all those crusty old elders in the family. And she would do it by mastering her martial arts. She'd show them that even though she wasn't a man, she could still be a huge asset to the clan. But in her haste, she made a critical error, creating an inner demon that ultimately sent her into a deep coma. When she finally woke up thanks to some potent medicine and the help of Tang Jun, everyone was frantic with worry. Madame Tang cried out in joy, "You're alive, Yinner!" Tears streamed down Yinner's face as she asked, "Mother, what am I going to do?" She sobbed, "I'm so sorry, Mother," thinking to herself, "It's all over. I just wanted to be useful to our family," she said, looking at Tang Jun. "But now, I've lost all of my internal energy." Tang Jun gently took her hand and said, "Silly girl, you're not feeling guilty for putting the family through this, are you? You've actually achieved the very thing you've always wanted, so stop crying and cheer up." Yinner was completely baffled, the 100 poisons body. As she lifted her hand, she noticed a faint pale green aura glowing from her palm, which totally freaked her out. She turned to her grandfather and asked, "Grandpa, what is this?" Tang Jun beamed, "Yinner, my dear, I have great news. Not only did we save your life, but we also helped you achieve the legendary heavenly poison body, a state that surpasses even the 100 poisons body." Yinner, still stuck on the previous conversation, muttered, "A wild weed." This made everyone around them burst out laughing. while poor Xiaolong just mumbled to himself in embarrassment. But Tang Shan, standing right next to him, was having the time of his life, smirking at Xiaolong's total awkwardness. Xiaolong thought to himself, don't get too cocky now. He just plastered on a fake smile and said, the family head is quite the comedian. It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady, he continued. I heard you were ill, so seeing you in good health now is a real blessing. Yin'er replied, that's right. Then she cheerfully added, the pleasure is all mine. She introduced herself with a flair. I am Duhua, the poison flower. Young hero, thank you for saving my life, she declared. I, Duhua, will never forget this debt. And just like that, Xiaolong was completely smitten by her introduction. He thought to himself, wow, she's gorgeous. But he jumped when a voice asked. What? Tang Shan whispered. That's sound transmission, kid. The voice continued. Even a wildflower can be beautiful, can't it? The Manhwa, do you want to try picking it? Hearing this, Xiaolong's face turned beet red. The scene cuts to a steamy bathroom where Xiaolong is soaking his worries away in a hot tub, while his little Wugong centipedes are fast asleep in a nearby basin. He muttered to himself, this is just killing me. Spotting one of his little Wugong buddies waking up, he grumbled, you guys are usually stuck to me like glue all day. The hot water isn't good for you guys, want to hop in the tub for a bit, and like they understood every word, they all scurried right in. Faced with such an adorable sight, Xiaolong couldn't help but think, how weird, it's almost like they actually understand me. He chuckled and said, hey, now staring at a guy's birthday suit like that is enough to make anyone blush. Suddenly, they all panicked and dove under the water to hide. He just laughed to himself. These little guys are hilarious. Xiaolong let out a sigh, recalling what old Nine Bai had said about the Wugongs, that these little critters were considered sacred spirit beasts. Then he suddenly remembered Tang Shan's suggestive words. The Manhwa is beautiful. Do you want to try picking it? And his heart started racing all over again. He decided he needed to get out of there pronto. On his way out, he saw everyone gathered around a table with Tang Shan casually sipping his tea and saying, so we'll get everything settled then, shall we? But Tang Jun just shook his head. A young hero with that much talent, he asked. Yes, we've stumbled upon a great fortune, but this fortune is all thanks to him. Tang Shan chimed in. The man's knowledge of venomous creatures is off the charts. Not only did he take down Jia Yunxiang, but he even encountered a legendary spirit beast like the Chen Diao. To everyone's shock, both Madame Tang and Yin looked completely stunned. Tang Shan added, and I heard he even personally hatched the eggs of the Qingban Wugong. This Manhwa plot is getting wild. Tang Jun chuckled. I can't believe I almost overlooked such a treasure. Tang Shan nodded in agreement. Indeed, father. Then he called out to Yin. She jumped, completely confused. Tang Shan dropped the bomb. I want to make the young hero my son-in-law. What are your thoughts? Yin was baffled. You mean you want him as your son-in-law? She cried out, if he becomes your son-in-law, then... But she suddenly went quiet, her eyes cast downward as if waiting for something. She thought to herself, now that I've overcome the Baidu and reached the Tiandu realm, I want to prove I can be even more useful to the family. Finally, she spoke up. I am a daughter of the Tang family, so I understand why you're suggesting this. Yin slammed her hand on the table with a bang. With tears welling in her eyes, she demanded, is that young hero truly worthy of me? I have to find out for myself. And with that, she stormed out of the room. Leaving everyone in a state of panic, Tang Shan stood up with a bad feeling. Be careful, young hero. Watching his daughter run off, he muttered, the Manhwa may be beautiful, but it has sharp thorns. Now I can finally aim for the Tiandu GT. If I back down now, the family elders will never take me seriously. I need to do a full background check on this guy's character. I'll verify everything about him with extreme prejudice. Meanwhile, our boy Xiaolong, fresh from a relaxing soak, is just chilling and wondering, what in the world is going on? But then Xiaolong's face fell as he mumbled, I think I totally blew it with the rich lady from the Big Shot clan. He rubbed the centipede mark on his chest, asking his little pet, well guys, what's our next move? Suddenly a voice from behind calls out, young hero, causing him to jump out of his skin. It's Yin and she's panting like she just ran a marathon. Xiaolong is all like, Miss Yin. She replies, sorry to bother you, young hero, but I'm in a bit of a rush. Seeing Xiaolong's utterly baffled expression, Yin asks, can I borrow your hand for a second? Without a second thought, Xiaolong sticks his hand out and says, yes, my lady. But then he hesitates, his face turning beet red as he stammers, about this? He gets even more flustered. I don't know what you have in mind, miss. But maybe we should wait until we know each other a little better. Right, he fumbles on, I mean for that, you kinda need a deep, intimate connection. Yinner is confused. What are you even talking about? Then it clicks and her face flushes bright red as she shouts, no, it's not like that at all. What are you implying? Xiaolong just sighs and mutters to himself, guess I read that wrong. Later that afternoon, not even the romantic sunset could cut through the awkward tension between them. Yin sighs, it's not what you think, I just wanted to check your pulse. I guess asking for your hand so suddenly caused a little misunderstanding. Xiaolong lets out a forced laugh. Oh, so that's what it was, my bad for jumping to conclusions. Yinner sits down and says, first off, I want to apologize for showing up out of the blue and for my less than graceful behavior. She takes a good look at Xiaolong, realizing he's super young, barely a teenager, yet he seems to have the mindset of a seasoned pro, so she decides to lay all her cards on the table. Xiaolong just stammers, okay. After listening to Yinner's explanation, Xiaolong felt like he'd been dropped into a classic historical drama, the kind you'd read in a manhwa. She's the sole heir of her clan, constantly fending off treacherous plots from the scheming side branches. To secure the family's future, the elders decided to recruit a top-tier husband for her. Xiaolong nods along, muttering to himself, they've even mapped out my potential position in the clan if I were to join. Yinner continues, so I need to apologize in advance. But there's something I have to confirm with you. She scratches her head, adding, even if things don't go the way I hope, I have no intention of giving you the cold shoulder. You're my savior after all, so we'll treat you like a VIP guest. She then adds, or hey, how about we become sworn siblings? Xiaolong, taken aback by the offer, extends his hand with a grin and says, I get the picture. Go ahead and check whatever you need to. Yin pauses for a beat, then takes Xiaolong's wrist and says, all right, let's begin. Suddenly, a strange aura starts radiating from her, leaving Xiaolong completely stunned. Yinner explains the martial arts of the Tang family aren't something just anyone can master. Only a select few can handle the poisons and truly master the ultimate techniques of our clan. On the flip side, she continues, there are those who are completely incompatible with it. Yinner's method relies on a tiered system of poisons, heavenly poison, 100 poisons, 10 poisons, and 5 poisons. To master the Tangjia's poison techniques, the practitioner must slowly acclimate themselves to all sorts of toxins. As their internal energy grows, they have to just roll with the punches to achieve true mastery. After checking his pulse, Yin says it's a stroke of luck his body can even handle poison techniques, but then she drops the other shoe. And it's only a 10 poison physique, which means your body can only handle 10 types of poison. Now for an outsider, having a 10 poison physique is actually a huge deal, but Xiaolong looks absolutely crushed by this news. Yinner stands up and continues, overall your strength caps out at a first-class martial artist, which is the absolute peak for a normal person with zero innate talent. She gives a little bow and says, my apologies, I must be going now. Xiaolong gets up and replies, all right, take care. He's lost in thought, am I really just a 10 poison physique? He suddenly blurts out, does this mean I'll never be able to catch Chen Diao? This is a seriously big deal. Meanwhile, Yinner steps out of her bath, wraps a towel around herself, and lets out a sigh of relief. She glances at her body, wondering why, ever since she absorbed the Qingban Wugong's inner core, she's been giving off this strange fragrance even after bathing several times a day. Later, after getting dressed, Yin wonders to herself, is this some kind of cosmic punishment for being so disrespectful to my benefactor? The scene cuts to Xiaolong's bedroom, where he's fast asleep and apparently having a classic manhwa dream sequence. Suddenly, he finds himself in a place filled with cherry blossom trees. From afar, he hears a voice crying, I am so grateful for your kind heart, Lady Yin. Thank you, my great benefactor. Xiaolong mumbles, am I dreaming? A girl's voice speaks up. Not quite, it may feel like a dream, but this is very real. The Qingban Wugong kneels and says, I am only borrowing the form of this young lady, the one who received my inner core to avoid startling you. I am the mother of these children. The Qingban Wugong. Xiaolong is baffled. Huh? The green-spotted centipede. At his feet are a bunch of adorable kids. Xiaolong is startled. Whoa, you guys scared me. When did you get here? He looks at them and asks, so you're her children? Are you all girls? He kneels on one knee and asks, but why are you all in my dream? She hesitates. Well? Then the Qingban Wugong says with pure resentment, I was brutally murdered leaving my children behind. This grudge cries out to the heavens. My soul lingered on in the inner core. She says angrily, when I laid my curse and appeared in the body of the young lady who absorbed my core, my chance for revenge finally arrived. And so I appeared in your dream. The Qingban Wugong says gratefully, thanks to you, I was able to bring these children with me, my benefactor. After hearing her out, Xiaolong replies, I understand. He thinks to himself, in the end, I was the one who revealed her location to her enemies. With a worried expression, Xiaolong says, I didn't mean to do it, but regardless, I'm connected to the death of the Qingban Wugong. Seeing the pained look in his eyes, the Qingban Wugong speaks up, my benefactor. Ban Wugong. Seeing the pained look in his eyes, the Qingban Wugong speaks up, my benefactor. If it's not too much trouble, could you perhaps grant me a single wish? Xiaolong, cradling a sleeping baby centipede, answered with heroic certainty, of course, I'll grant any wish you have. The mother centipede gently stroked her child's head and began her request. Could you look after my children until they're fully grown? Xiaolong was baffled, thinking, but aren't they centipedes? Can't they just live on their own after molting twice from their mother's body? The Qingban Wugong explained. That's true for the common riff-raff, but we are a different class of creature entirely. She cooed at her babies and continued. Before the children of my clan molt for the second time, they are completely dependent on the QE flowing from their mother's inner core. After that, they grow by absorbing the life force from other beings. Xiaolong, our ever-curious protagonist, had a question. But wait, Lady Yin already absorbed your inner core. Does that mean they need to be near her? She replied with grave seriousness. You must understand our predicament, my savior. The Qingban Wugong then asked, do you recall earlier, when I mentioned placing a curse on that young woman? Xiaolong's heart skipped a beat. Yes, I remember. She continued, because of my inner core. That girl's body is now emitting a rather pungent odor. Xiaolong was floored, a pungent odor. With a devilishly sly grin, the Qingban Wugong elaborated. I've made it so that no man will ever want to get close to her, ensuring she can never bear children. Our hero gasped in horror. Good heavens, she went on. Now if you want to break this little curse, just let my children absorb the qi from the inner core. Who knows, she purred. You could even use this opportunity to conquer her heart. Xiaolong stroked his chin, pondering this classic Manhwa dilemma for a moment, before smiling and replying. I don't think that's very noble of me. I refuse to take advantage of Lady Yinner's predicament, the Qingban Wugong had to admit. You truly are an honorable man. But then she asked seriously if that's the case. How exactly do you plan to pass her trial? It seems that young lady is looking for a man of considerable power. She also pointed out, and for the record, I can't just give you the inner core of the 10 great poisonous fiends for you, since it's already been absorbed into her body. Xiaolong muttered to himself, the 10 great poisonous fiends. A light bulb went off, he said cheerfully. I've got an idea. Can you trust me on this? She looked puzzled. What on earth are you talking about? Xiaolong gently patted the baby centipede's head and declared, just leave this whole affair to me. I have a feeling it's going to work out perfectly. The next day, after Xiaolong laid out the whole crazy story, Yin was stunned. Wait, so this unique aroma coming from my body is all because of the Qingban Wugong's inner core. He presented the baby centipedes and confirmed that's the long and short of it. And if you just let these little critters hang around you for a few days to absorb the qi from the core, that smell will vanish completely. She blushed, saying awkwardly, I feel a little strange asking this, but Yin began, you're telling me all of this without asking for anything in return. Shouldn't you be demanding some kind of reward? Xiaolong just smiled warmly. I couldn't possibly take advantage of your difficult situation. I have no desire to be that kind of shameless person. She was taken aback by his noble answer, looking down in silent contemplation for a moment. Finally, she made a decision. Very well, if. Then I cannot simply accept your kindness without offering something in return. Yin Er declared with newfound seriousness. I will seriously reconsider my father's proposal, Brother Xiaolong. I'm starting to realize there are more important things in this Manhwa world than just raw power. It's more than just talent or martial arts. Xiaolong sheepishly scratched his head and admitted, to be honest, I've been giving it some thought too. She asked, thinking about what exactly. He just gave her an awkward grin. You said I have the legendary 10 poison physique and can absorb 10 different kinds of venom, right? Yin Er sighed in confirmation. Yes, that's correct. Xiaolong glanced at the kids and mused, so if I can only absorb 10 types of venom, does that mean I could potentially take on the poisons of the 10 great venoms? Of the Central Plains. Yinner's curiosity was piqued. The 10 poisons from the 10 great venoms, you say? A blush crept onto her cheeks as she mumbled to herself. So he wants to become the strongest in the world, huh? Unbelievable for Tang Yin. Or one of the famed three beauties of Lin Wu, this was the first time a man had ever expressed such bold ambitions to her. The sky might have been overcast, but rays of sunlight still managed to break through. The thick clouds illuminating the gazebo, where two figures sat on the steps, deep in conversation. Haoen looked utterly bewildered, staring at Xiaolong and asking, Excuse me, young hero, but do you have any idea what you're even talking about? He met her gaze with a moment of silence, then scratched his head, let out a big clueless laugh and replied, Nope, no idea. Her patience with this guy was wearing thin. Turning to face him properly, Hua En crossed her arms and began to explain seriously. This path you speak of is fraught with peril and trials. It could take 1525 or even an entire lifetime to achieve. Xiaolong sat there with a dopey look on his face, stammering, Is it really that serious? She covered her face with her hands, letting out a small, exasperated sigh. All right, young hero, I hear you're only 15 years old. In 3 years, you'll come of age and it will be time for a wedding ceremony. Looking as clueless as ever, Xiaolong listened as Hua En spoke about the future, her voice laced with the shyness of a young maiden. If you manage to subdue one of the 10 great poisonous creatures within the next 3 years, you'll likely earn everyone's complete trust. So if everything goes according to plan, your chances of success are actually quite high. She blushed furiously, fidgeting with her fingers, and stammered, And about that wedding, what I mean is. Then suddenly, Hua En leaped to her feet and yelled, Anyway, I'll always be rooting for you, which made the startled Xiaolong flinch. He practically jumped to the side. After her outburst, she bolted without a second glance, tossing over her shoulder. Okay, I'm leaving now. But Xiaolong was left completely bewildered, just managing to blurt out a, huh, before calling after her retreating figure, Miss Hua En. She spun around, startled, and asked, Is there something else, young hero? Xiaolong just gave her a pure, innocent smile. He patted the spot right next to him, practically glowing with the holy light of a saint from some epic manhwa, and said, It's about your treatment, you just need to stay for another hour or so. Please, miss, try to stay just a little longer before you go. His words made Hua En freeze on the spot, looking like her very soul was cracking into a million pieces. She let out a helpless scream at his sheer denseness. Her body went completely rigid. Clenching her fists, she stomped back to her spot, her face a brilliant shade of crimson from pure embarrassment. Meanwhile, our dense protagonist Xiaolong thought she was just scared of the little critters on him and quickly tried to reassure her. Don't worry, they absolutely won't bite you. After saying that, he turned to the worms on his hand and cooed, Come on, my little darlings, and what do you know? They wiggled back in response, with Xiaolong acting as their official translator. Their words made Hua En jump something about ignoring father to go talk to mother instead, which was apparently a message filled with pure joy and excitement. Let's just focus on the keywords here. Father-mother hearing this, Xiaolong absolutely freaked out, his strong denial echoing through the courtyard. No, it's not what you think. Meanwhile, in the study, the three parental units were having a serious powwow. They were deep in serious discussion, concluding, It seems our young hero's talents haven't quite managed to conquer the heart of our daughter. Tang Jun turned to Madame Tang with a grave tone. Honey, did you see them this morning? It looked like there was some chemistry going on. Hearing this, the old patriarch sank into deep thought, stroking his magnificent silver beard and murmuring, All right then. Tang Shan remained silent for a long while. Tang Jun coughed a few times, cleared his throat, and said, Forcing a marriage seems a bit much, don't you think? It's probably best to let their feelings blossom naturally, like in a romance manhwa. Madame Tang's eyes lit up with a brilliant idea, turning to her husband. Why don't we make Hua An responsible for the young hero's martial arts training? If they see each other all the time, sparks are bound to fly, Tang Jun replied. Now that's a brilliant idea. Hearing this, the head of the Tang clan nodded sagely. In that case, I'll ask Dr. Yi to see if we can procure the legendary celestial visage brain-cleansing boon. It might be the perfect opportunity to bring them closer, but Tang Shan reminded them worriedly, but Hua An has never been interested in that sort of thing. I'm afraid you're getting your hopes up, father. The old patriarch just crossed his arms, let out a cold huff, and said with his eyes closed, Let's just give it a shot. Then he reluctantly agreed. Fine, have it your way. Just then a familiar shadow fell across the doorway. Father, your daughter Hua An has come to see you. Her voice from outside made the three schemers jump, muttering, Hua An, what's she doing here now? Tang Shan composed himself and called out, Come in. She pushed the door open without a second thought, only to find the three parental figures looking extremely serious. She got a little flustered and gulped. Hua An leaned back, stammering, Oh, you're all here together. This earned her three very confused stares. She straightened up, clasped her hands respectfully, and announced, I've come because I have something to report. Something to report, Tang Shan asked, his curiosity piqued. Thinking about what she was about to say made her blush, beet red. Her throat went dry as she stammered, I will do as you've instructed, father. She clenched her fists to gather her courage and blurted it all out. Tang Shan just went, Oh. His face a frozen mask of confusion. A moment later, Tang Shan asked hesitantly, My instructions. What exactly do you mean, Madame Tang? However, was already giddy with excitement, pulling her daughter closer. She couldn't wait for Hua An to finish her stammering sentence. That matter is, she was too impatient and jumped in. Is it about young master? Xiaolong, has he finally caught your eye? Hua An froze solid, her face going through more color changes than a chameleon, blushing furiously amidst her parents' delight. Oh my, what a sudden change of heart. You were so clear before that you weren't interested. Her father's bluntness left Hua An speechless, nervously tapping her index fingers together in a classic sign of Manhwa-style embarrassment. It took her a moment before she could speak. Young hero Xiaolong, for my sake he promised he would become the greatest under the heavens. He made such a grand vow this sent her parents into a frenzy of excitement. What was that, the greatest under the heavens? Her father stroked his short beard, his interest now fully piqued. Could you elaborate on that a little? But about my wish. Hua An spilled the beans, explaining, Look, I know my innate talent isn't exactly S-rank material, but for my sake that young hero swore he'd master all 10 great poisons, he pinky promised. The head of the Tang family just burst out laughing at her bizarrely proud declaration. What 10 poisons? That kid really has no idea how high the heavens are. Her mom chimed in with a tease, Oh dear, do people like that actually exist in this world? This made Hua An's face flush redder than a cooked lobster, but a second later she pulled herself together and clarified, Even though I've already said yes in my heart, we have to wait until young hero Xiaolong actually matures and can successfully master at least one of those 10 poisons before the wedding gets the green light. You guys get what I'm putting down, right? She glanced at the three of them, trying to read her fate. Her parents were totally on board, exclaiming, It's just a few poisons, how could he not manage that? For my daughter, that's the bare minimum. Madame Tang added, but men can be a bit dense, can't they? Hearing her mom, Huan had a light bulb moment and asked, So should I explain it again? Her mother just patted her head and gently advised, Doesn't that young hero realize he's basically been approved already? Why isn't he putting in a little more effort for our daughter? Tang Jun chimed in cheerfully, All right then, from now on, let's just treat him like our son-in-law. Looks like we'll have to play dumb about this whole thing if he's trying that hard. It won't be long before he's officially part of the family, and with that, they all looked incredibly pleased with themselves. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Xiaolong's hand was being squeezed tightly as a voice exclaimed, "That was amazing, benefactor. You've totally captured her heart, haven't you?" The compliment made our boy blush a little. Scratching his head with a sheepish grin, he said, "Well, it was just a bit of guts and willpower." A smiling face identical to Hua An's appeared before him, the only difference being a green diamond-shaped gem on its forehead. After a moment of silence, it spoke, "Benefactor, I think today might be our last meeting. My grudge has been settled, so my soul will soon be able to move on," it said, holding on to three little spirits dancing nearby. Xiaolong replied, "Yeah, I understand," standing still as his hair fluttered in the wind like a classic manhwa protagonist. The spirit asked, "Is there anything I can do for you? If it's possible, we'll do anything you ask." He put a hand to his chin, pretending to ponder. "In that case, if it's not too much trouble, could you let me have a little peek?" Xiaolong suggested with a dramatic snap of his fingers. The spirit blushed, clutching its robes and thinking to itself, "As expected, my benefactor is a true man of culture," but on the outside, it just hesitantly agreed, all right. Then without a second thought, it started pulling down its robe, wondering, "It seems my benefactor has a weakness for beautiful things." Seeing this, Xiaolong's face went pale as he frantically tried to stop it. "Whoa, hold on, do you really have to take it all off?" Now it was the spirit's turn to be confused, wondering in a daze, "Huh, you mean, you don't?" The little spirits automatically covered their eyes, hearing the two of them go back and forth. "I'm not even laughing anymore. If it would make you more comfortable?" The spirit offered, but Xiaolong yelled back, "No, no, that's not what I meant at all. I just wanted to see the true form of the Qingban Wugong. This is a martial arts manhwa, get your mind out of the gutter." Fearing any more misunderstandings, he just came right out with it. The spirit, still a bit suspicious, finally understood what Xiaolong meant and stammered, "Oh, if it's just that." 1 second later, the scene totally flipped. His fanboy screams echoed all over the place as its body went through a jaw-dropping transformation. From a gorgeous girl, it morphed into a colossal spirit centipede, and get this, it still spoke with a ridiculously flirty voice. "How's this for a look, my dear benefactor?" Xiaolong gasped for air, his eyes sparkling with pure, unadulterated glee. "It's real, it's absolutely massive. See, can I maybe just touch it a little?" he asked, rubbing his hands together like a kid in a candy store. Even the Wugong was at a loss for words like, "Dude, you're already touching me," but one touch wasn't enough for Xiaolong. Oh no, he wanted more. "Can I keep a little piece of it?" Wow, with a body this huge, how do the joints even hold up? And when it walks, the front legs light up, don't they? Hearing this, the Wugong awkwardly wiggled its tiny front legs. It even let out a shy little "ay." Seeing that adorable move, our boy got even more hyped up. "Can I touch the legs too?" And for the second time, the Wugong was completely speechless. "You're literally already touching them." Now in his element, Xiaolong went full-on nerd mode, firing off questions like a machine gun. How potent is its venoms? And what about its eyes? Does it see with those or use its antennae to sense things? The three kids were still covering their eyes, by the way. Not because they were shy, but because this whole scene was just too cringe to watch. The creature could only give a vague answer. Obviously. Then letting out a gasp and staring intently at a sharp fang, he clenched his fists and probed further. "In that case, just let me touch the poisoned fang once." That request made the Wugong freeze up. It had to remind him, that might be a tad dangerous, you know. Hearing that, Xiaolong switched to full-on puppy dog eyes mode. "But you promised you'd grant my every wish." The Wugong shook its head bashfully. "Benefactor, what on earth are you talking about?" The Qingban Wugong thought to itself. "Are my daughters really going to be okay with this guy?" Meanwhile, our hero's hand reached up to its face, his expression one of pure, unadulterated desire. "Ah, this chitinous exoskeleton is so sparkly." It concluded that this whole situation was just plain weird. Tang Tieshan placed his hands under his chin. His expression softened into something fatherly as he said, "That's right, young hero. I mean Xiaolong. I've heard all about it from Hua Yin. From this day forward, you are my son." Hearing that deep, powerful voice, he whipped his head around in shock to look at Hua Yin next to him. She'd heard her father, too, and her delicate face was graced with a gentle smile. Yep, Xiaolong knew right then she wasn't going to bail him out of this. Feeling cornered, he tried to explain, yes, but what about the 3-year trial period before he could even finish the sentence? Tang Taishan cut him right off, leaving no room for argument. The wedding will be held when you come of age, that's just how it is. Hearing this, Xiaolong waved his hands helplessly. No, that's not what I meant at all, Madame Tang, sitting nearby, cupped her elegantly aged face with one hand, a bright smile spreading as she chimed in. Oh my goodness, a son-in-law. Xiaolong, welcome to the family again. I'm your mother-in-law now. Even the old Tang family head got in on the action. His hair and beard were silver, but his eyes shone brightly as he looked at the boy, his face beaming with joy. Now our Hua Yin has finally found her man. From this day on, only good fortune will come to our Tang family, seeing her entire family so supportive of this. Shotgun wedding. Xiaolong was completely flabbergasted. He shot a desperate look at Hua Yin whispering Yin. She didn't answer, but a tiny, almost imperceptible smile bloomed on her face, making him think he was seeing things. This whole plot twist is straight out of a manhwa. But when he took a closer look, her face had gone back to its usual Ice Queen setting, which totally threw him for a loop. What in the world is going on? She clearly laid out some tough conditions for this marriage, so why is she acting like it's a done deal now? Our boy had no clue what was happening, but he wisely decided his best move was to just play along with whatever she wanted. With that settled in his mind, Xiaolong snapped out of it, scratched his head with a sheepish grin, and said, Yes. I'll be in your care. He totally expected the room to plunge into an awkward silence after that, or at the very least for him to be the only one dying of cringe. But nope, old Master Tang and his son couldn't have cared less about his awkwardness. The 2 senior men of the family were grinning from ear to ear, immediately diving into planning mode. All right, let's get this show on the road. This whole scene just made a giant question mark pop up over Xiaolong's head. After a quick chat with his dad, Tang Shan turned to Xiaolong and said, Before you start learning the Tang family's legendary poison arts, there's something I want to show you. A surprised Xiaolong turned and asked, Oh, and what might that be? Seeing his adorable, clueless expression, the 2 older men shared a chuckle before Tang Shan, as the head of the family put on a serious face and told him, The Hall of 10,000 Poisons. I guarantee you're going to love this place. The 4 members of the Tang family lined up, letting Xiaolong fall in at the rear right behind the old Master Tang. As our boy curiously scanned the scenery of the rear courtyard, Tang Jun spoke up. We've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Tang Jun cheerfully explained to Xiaolong, the moment you officially step into the Hall of 10,000 Poisons as a true member of the Tang family. It's a family tradition, you see, we all come here together. Xiaolong replied enthusiastically, I'm really looking forward to it too, Grandpa. Suddenly, his breathing quickened and his face flushed red with pure excitement. As he got ready to enter the Hall of 10,000 Poisons and witness all its wonders, a thought crossed his mind. The Hall of 10,000 Poisons. It must be a treasure trove of countless poisons. This is so cool. Before he could even finish that thought, Xiaolong's gaze drifted over to Hua An, and he just about short-circuited. There she was, a stunning beauty, absolutely glowing in the morning sun, like a goddess from a manhwa. Her beauty was captivating with curves in all the right places that made him gulp in silent admiration. Oh boy, his face turned beet red as he thought to himself, it's true. A beauty's side profile is more breathtaking than any masterpiece. Unbeknownst to him, Hua An's parents had been watching his every reaction, but instead of getting mad, they were just quietly chuckling to themselves. Seeing their future son-in-law practically drooling over their daughter, Tang Shan decided to have a little fun. Young man, if you keep staring like that, you'll make my daughter blush. You're part of the family now. So why are you standing there all dazed? Looks like our son-in-law is completely smitten with our Hua Anner. Then Hua An herself chimed in, Xiaolong, you should watch where you're going. And he stammered out a flustered, embarrassed reply. A short while later, they arrived before a chamber carved right into the mountainside. 3 absolute units were standing guard, and upon closer inspection, we see its A Zhuo and A Du muscles bulging and looking as serious as a heart attack. Suddenly, one of the warriors stepped forward, clasped his hands in respect, and announced, They have arrived. Supreme Elder. Tang Jun immediately ordered, "I want to show my grandson-in-law the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, so open the gate." The three guards quickly snapped to attention. "Yes, sir." Xiaolong took in his surroundings with a look of pure astonishment. The security here was way more intense than anything from the medieval era. After getting the command, the only robed man there bellowed, "Open the gate." Two of the guards immediately put all of their muscle power to the task, heaving open the colossal door. It took a ridiculous amount of strength just to budge it, prompting one guard to ask, "Why are we opening up so early today?" Xiaolong stared in awe at the two brawny guards, watching them struggle so hard that he couldn't help but think, "Do you really need to go through all that just to open a door?" By the time the two gates were fully open, the guards were panting and completely drenched in sweat. Once the head guard felt everything was ready, he turned and gestured for them to enter. Tang Shan quickly gave Xiaolong a nod. "Let's head in." As they stepped inside, he began to explain, "This is an iron gate forged from the Kunwu steel of the southern barbarians. Just being able to open this gate is considered a great honor." A surprised Xiaolong replied, "Is that so?" Once everyone was inside, Tang Shan proudly announced, "We have arrived." Xiaolong's eyes widened as he gazed around in utter amazement. Tang Shan continued, "This is the treasure trove that holds every kind of poison known to the Sichuan Tang clan." Elder Tang Jun then added, "This is the hall of myriad poisons, so be careful not to touch a single thing." Xiaolong, ever the curious one, asked, "So this is the hall of myriad poisons. Are they all just stored in jars and medicine bags?" Tang Shan quickly replied, "That's right, we have a huge variety of poisons here, like paralyzing toxins and sleeping poisons." As he spoke, Tang Shan gave Xiaolong a little nudge with his foot, pushing him towards Hua En, and said, "Hua Ener, why don't you explain things to Xiaolong? I'm sure our grandson-in-law would prefer to hear it from you." The lady of the house standing beside them agreed. That's right." Hua En didn't object. She just blushed slightly and replied, "Yes, father." With that, she pulled Xiaolong along for a tour of the Hall of Myriad Poisons, saying, "Come here, I'll show you." The most potent poisons of the Tang sect, starting with the little golden yellow. The more she spoke, the more flustered she became. This is scattering power poison, a toxin that everyone in the martial world has to be extremely careful with. If you inhale it, you won't be able to use your internal energy. So be careful. This is also heartbreak toxin, soul annihilating venom, fire blood poison, and the 7 steps soul shattering poison. This place has more deadly items than a villain's lair in a manhwa. Seeing their daughter point out the countless powerful poisons of the Tang clan, Hua En's parents beamed with pride. "They're both so adorable." Meanwhile, Hua En's expression turned serious as she said, "These are all powerful poisons, but the most powerful poison of the Tang sect is something else entirely." She then handed Xiaolong a tiny bean and said, "Take this, Xiaolong." Staring at the minuscule bean in his hand, a bewildered Xiaolong asked, "This thing," Hua En explained, "not counting the poisons. From the 10 great venomous creatures, this is the most potent poison we currently have." She added, "This is the herb that symbolizes the Tang sect, the castor bean." At first, Xiaolong was just confused, thinking a castor bean. In reality, this was ricin. It's an extremely potent toxin where just 2 milligrams is enough to kill a full-grown adult. He was still in shock and blurted out, "It's 100,000 times stronger than cyanide." Hua En simply smiled at him and said, "This is the closest we've come to the Tang sect's goal of a poison that is colorless, tasteless, and formless. Therefore, this poison is called golden poison, our most precious one." She continued to explain, "And killing someone with this poison is known as a golden kill." After hearing all that, Xiaolong suddenly felt like Hua En was radiating the heat of 1,000 suns as he heard her tell him to listen up and take notes. "Listen, Xiaolong, the deadliest poison isn't always the one that makes you scream in agony or look like a horror movie extra. It's the one that takes you out silently and efficiently, and that's the whole philosophy behind the Sichuan Tang family's poison arts. Silent and certain." Suddenly, Xiaolong's mind was flooded with images of his own clan members. It hit him like a ton of bricks. He came from a family of assassins. Just then a voice cut their dramatic manhwa moment short. "All right, that's enough chit-chat," Tang Jun called out from afar. "Next up, let's go see those animals Xiaolong's been dying to meet." Xiaolong's face lit up instantly. Did you say animals? The old master chimed in, encouraging him, if you like them, son, you can be in charge of them. The family will give you all the support you need. Xiaolong was so thrilled he could barely speak. For real, you'll actually support my hobby. Tang Jun quickly rallied the troops. All right then, let's head out right now. But before the old man could even finish his sentence, urgent news arrived from afar, bringing everything to a screeching halt. Family head, we have an urgent report. A winded Jubai scrambled over to Tang Shan, who asked, Jubai, what's the matter? After gulping down some air, he announced, you're needed at the Zhuanwu Pavilion immediately. Tang Shan raised an eyebrow. The Zhuanwu Pavilion, what for? Jubai quickly explained, the family elders are waiting for you. The moment he heard that, Tang Jun exploded, shouting in frustration. What, those old coots again? Xiaolong suddenly recalled, wait, are these the same elders she was just talking about? Jubai quickly added, there are two things. First, that medicine we sent to the city lord of Sichuan didn't work, and he sent a strongly worded complaint letter. Second, he shot an awkward glance at Xiaolong. Xiaolong sighed and just came right out with it. It's about what happened at the Myriad Poison Hall. Tang Jun didn't seem too shocked, muttering, wow, bad news really does travel at the speed of light. With that, he and the others started to leave, not forgetting to tell Xiaolong. Let's get going, son-in-law, you're coming with me. Finally, they arrived at the Zhuanwu Pavilion, a place buzzing with a whole council of gossiping old-timers. The moment they walked in, one of the elders bellowed Tang Shan's name, skipping the pleasantries entirely. He immediately launched into a tirade. How dare you make such a monumental decision on your own? How could you marry off our precious Hua An, our precious granddaughter, to some orphan of unknown origin? Tang Shan fired back, his voice dripping with anger. An orphan of unknown origin. He absolutely erupted, defending Xiaolong. Are you trying to insult my son-in-law? The crowd of elders quickly backpedaled. No, that's not what we meant, but it is the truth. Tang Jun stepped forward and declared, I was the one who made the decision. Do any of you have a problem with that? The flustered elder stammered, Grand Elder. Xiaolong heard the nasty jab, and his face soured. The old geezer continued, Grand Elder, please talk some sense into the family head, we just agreed on this. Seeing the smile vanish from Xiaolong's face, Hua An quietly apologized for all the drama. Xiaolong just sighed, oh boy, and thought to himself, great, now, I've made her worry again. But while the old men were still bickering, Xiaolong suddenly cut in. Pardon me for interrupting the esteemed elder's conversation, he said with a straight face. It seems this whole mess is because of my own incompetence. Then he dramatically slapped his own shoulder and declared, so if I can prove my worth. But would the esteemed elders even accept that a senior from the back sputtered in disbelief? What did he just say? With a face full of confidence, our boy declared, for instance, how about I solve that little problem for the Sichuan city Lord Hua An? Meanwhile, Madame Tang at his side was having a mini meltdown. Xiaolong, what in the world are you thinking? I'm not one to care about saving face. But if anyone dares to mess with the peaceful life I have with my precious pets, I will absolutely not forgive them. The grand courtyard erupted in chaos. How dare this upstart Xiaolong talk back to his elders? You insolent whelp, how dare you speak out of turn, a silver-haired elder boomed. The elders are in discussion, and a brat like you dares to interrupt. Others quickly chimed in with the criticism, exactly, and besides. Do you even have a clue what was in the Sichuan city lord's letter to be making such bold claims? Yinner and Madame Tang watched this whole dramatic showdown from the sidelines, and Madame Tang just had to add, Patriarch, this nobody with no background dares to stick his nose in our family business. This is precisely why we nominated a young man from a prestigious family to be our son-in-law. Hearing this, Xiaolong was just about done with this whole situation. He thought to himself, I can't listen to these old fossils anymore. They're being completely unreasonable. Then he remembered his live stream and the massive wave of positive feedback from his over 1 million followers and an average of 3,000 live viewers. Fueled by this, Xiaolong confidently retorted to the elders, I hear you esteemed elders still haven't officially recognized me as the son-in-law. Of the Tang family, which means I'm technically still a guest, right? Xiaolong pressed on, laying out his logic. This epic comeback even made Tang Shan on the side nod in approval. Furthermore, not only did I help Hua Yin or the Tang family's precious treasure, but I also saved the patriarch's life by taking down the blood hand Asura Jia Yunxiang. He clasped his hands respectfully, but his words were sharp as he continued. For the esteemed elders to insult a benefactor and an honored guest right to their face, is this truly the etiquette and decorum of the great Tang family? In the cutthroat world of streamers, it's just another Tuesday for Xiaolong. He's used to facing a barrage of hate from multiple directions. It's practically a familiar part of his daily grind, just like in a dramatic manhwa. Armed with a wealth of experience in verbal combat, he diffused the situation in a heartbeat. The elders, who were just about to pop a blood vessel, suddenly shifted their tone. One of them let out a dry cough, rubbed his neck, and mumbled, "Well, it's not quite like that. Ahem. Perhaps we were a bit hot-headed and our words got away from us." Xiaolong tilted his head, a smirk of pure contempt playing on his lips as he thought, "Pathetic?" Still, some of the old guard remained skeptical. "But the blood hand Asura Jia Yunxiang, the claim that you single-handedly defeated him is just too unbelievable." But Tang Shan, Xiaolong's #1 supporter, came through with the receipts. "Xiaolong isn't lying, take a look at this." This made the old master beside him go completely bug-eyed, stammering, "Wah, what in the world is that?" As the book was opened, everyone's jaws hit the floor. Inside was the secret manual for the blood hand poison claw, written in actual blood. It was unmistakably from the blood sect. Tang Shan beamed at his future son-in-law. "Xiaolong, why don't you show them your centipede?" Our boy obediently replied, "Yes, father-in-law." This only made the onlookers even more curious. "The centipede," they whispered as he began to summon his little treasures. A brilliant light began to glow around his hand, capturing everyone's attention. "Come on out, my babies." And just like that, adorable little creatures popped out from the folds of his robe. The centipedes screeched to announce their grand entrance. Everyone around was just gobsmacked, unable to believe their eyes. "Wait, are those golden centipedes?" Tang Shan quickly jumped in to explain, "Those are the offspring of the legendary Qingban centipede, and my son-in-law here is raising them. Now if I told you they were the ones who took out Jia Yunqiang, would you even believe me?" The elders nearly fell out of their chairs hearing this bombshell. The Qingban centipede. You're telling me this kid can actually control those things?" Tang Shan shot back without missing a beat. "If I can't even acknowledge my own son-in-law, then what am I supposed to call him?" Meanwhile, Xiaolong stood there looking smug as heck. He even cooed at his little pets. "Now my darlings, remember not to bite anyone, okay?" The elders were just too stunned to speak at this point. Finally, they started backpedaling. "We never said we wouldn't acknowledge him, it's just, there are procedures, you know." The family head was only angry because you skipped all the proper steps. Tang Jun sighed. Fine, fine, I'll drop the son-in-law issue for now. But why are you against the Wandu Dian proposal?" The elders piped up again. "He's not even an official member of the family yet. How can we possibly entrust the Hall of 10,000 Poisons to some kid who's barely a teenager?" Hearing this, the old man started to waver. "They have a point. We can't just hand over something as crucial as the Hall of 10,000 Poisons." Tang Jun quickly came up with a solution. "Well then, it's simple. Can you prove you've got what it takes?" Xiaolong shot back, "Of course I can," he declared with absolute confidence, "to prove I'm worthy of the Tang family. I'll handle this the Tang family way, and that means using poison." Everyone collectively freaked out. "Wait, what did he just say?" They started whispering frantically, "Is he planning to poison the Sichuan city lord? We were talking about sending medicine, not committing murder." Even Tang Jun and Tang Shan were giving him a look that screamed, "What are you thinking?" Of pure confusion, Xiaolong just blinked innocently. "So family head, what do you think inwardly?" Tang Jun was thinking, "This kid is way too soft. No, our Tang family must use poison," and so the next day arrived. Xiaolong and Tang Jun were in the middle of a training session. The old man told him, "A challenge is a challenge, but starting today, you will begin learning the Tang family's 5 poisons origin art hearing." This our boy cheered with excitement, but then the reality of training set in. He couldn't help but ask, "Is it more physical training?" The old man replied, "Your body will naturally adapt to the martial arts as you practice." Tang Jun continued his lecture. The Tang clan is all about practicality, so you'll be learning things you can actually use. Directly in a real fight, he then unveiled a seriously impressive set of family heirloom weapons, introducing them one by one. We've got hidden needles, coins, throwing stars, daggers, and even swords and sabers. While there are tons of other hidden weapons in this manhwa, these 5 are the main event. The old man quizzed him. Do you know which of these hidden weapons is the easiest to use? Xiaolong hesitated, probably the daggers or the throwing knives. Tang Jun nodded, correct. All right then, which one is the most difficult? Xiaolong glanced at a small pouch and answered. Probably the sand, since you have to sprinkle it like powder. The old man shook his head. Nope, not this time. Wrong again, the most difficult weapon to master is the needle. Xiaolong was surprised. The needle. Is it because it's so small and thin that it's hard to throw? The old man began to explain. It's because you have to remember the exact spot where you threw it. It's probably better if I just show you. Xiaolong watched completely bewildered, as Tang Jun pulled out a simple calligraphy brush. Then in the blink of an eye, the old master skillfully dismantled the entire thing piece by piece. The brush just poofed into a million tiny pieces, fluttering through the air like deadly confetti, and Xiaolong's jaw practically hit the floor. They were as light and white as goose down. Who would have thought something so fluffy could suddenly turn into a barrage of razor-sharp projectiles? Raining down to attack the ground below, Tang Jun just stood there, arms crossed, looking as cool as a cucumber, while Xiaolong yelped and tucked his feet in like a scared cat. Watching this terrifying spectacle, he thought in a panic, these feathers are embedding themselves right into my skin. Just like 1,000 tiny needles, his eyes were wide saucers, watching the deadly feather shards perform their lethal ballet. Sharp, aren't they? Tang Jun explained with a smirk. The Tang clan has a hidden weapon technique called sky-filling flower rain. It's one of their signature moves, blanketing the entire area with hundreds, even thousands of needles. At this point, our boy was officially terrified. You mean I have to fight an enemy, while the ground is a freaking pincushion like this? Then another horrifying thought struck him. If there are needles everywhere, where the heck am I supposed to put my feet? The old man just nodded. Exactly. Which is why you have to remember where every single one lands so you don't turn yourself into a human shish kebab. Xiaolong's internal monologue was just a scream of, "Are you kidding me?" He then asked, so I even have to remember the location of the needles that get deflected by the enemy or just fall randomly? The old man nodded again. But of course, he then added, for the 5 venoms you need to memorize at least 100 positions. Back in her prodigy days, Hua Yin'er could memorize 1,000 spots. Xiaolong could only click his tongue in disbelief. This is some next-level manhwa training. Scene change. We're now on a serene mountain peak. The air is crisp and full of spiritual energy, yet our boy Xiaolong is just face-planted on the ground, completely wiped out. Hua Yin'er walks over to check on him. Xiaolong, are you doing all right? He manages to greet the lovely Miss Hua Yin'er. He asks what's up, and she quickly replies, oh, I heard you were planning to go catch a Zhongfeng, so I got some things ready for you. But if you don't need them, she trails off, but he quickly cuts in, no, it's great, I was just planning to wait. But with this stuff, I can probably catch one myself. She looks surprised. Wait, you were going to wait for a Zhongfeng? Xiaolong just says mysteriously, you'll get it when we're there. Hua Yin'er is still looking completely baffled. Oh, really? Yep. Xiaolong then asks her, Anang, do you happen to know where a Zhongfeng nest is? She replies, I've already located one. It's close by, we can head over right now, but then she gets a worried look on her face. But you did read that letter from the Sichuan city lord, didn't you? He confirms. Yep, of course I did. Hearing this, she presses on, it's just, you're still young, Xiaolong, so I'm a little concerned. Are you sure you understood everything in that letter? He chimes in. Of course, milady. This issue is critically important for a man's young energy. Hearing this, she blushes, beet red, and cuts him off. Okay, that's enough. Then she asks, a little impressed, so you really do understand the problem? Yep, the big issue the Sichuan city lord is facing is, well, a little performance anxiety. She can't help but praise him. Wow, Xiaolong, you're surprisingly knowledgeable for your age. He starts to stammer. Well, I lived alone for a while, so suddenly she bolts. Let's get going, leaving Xiaolong to scramble after her yelling Hua. Miss Hua Yinner. The two of them venture deep into a lush forest, a classic Manhwa setting where everything is overgrown and wildflowers are blooming everywhere. Along the path, Xiaolong gets completely sidetracked by a small climbing critter, so much so that Hua Yinner has to quickly, "Whoa there, cowboy." Hua Yinner yanks Xiaolong back by the collar, bringing them to a halt. "We're here, Xiaolong." He nods. "Oh yeah, look at that cave. They've got to be in there." As they gear up, looking like they're about to raid a monster nest in a sci-fi manhwa, Hua Yinner pops a question. "But Xiaolong, what's the point of finding a beehive if there are no bees?" Our boy then starts to explain the master plan to his soon-to-be wife. "Even though we're looking for bumblebees, we're not actually here to catch them." This revelation makes her go, "Huh." The duo then starts meticulously searching every nook and cranny. Peering deep into the cave, he tells her the poisonous insect that we need usually lives in these small hives. Hua Yinner is baffled, a poisonous insect inside a beehive. "Yup," he confirms. And just then, spotting something, Xiaolong exclaims with glee, "Bingo, looks like this hive is the one." With the dexterity of a master chef, he plucks out his tiny target with a pair of chopsticks, cheering, "Gotcha, you little rascal." Hua Yinner's eyes go wide with astonishment. She turns to Xiaolong, "That insect, don't tell me it's..." He finishes her sentence. "That's right, we're not here for the bumblebees, we're here for this little guy," he says with a triumphant grin. "This critter is the key to solving the Sichuan city lord's problem." Hua Yinner squints at the bug in his hand, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. She asks him, "Is that insect a blister beetle?" Hearing her guess, he holds the trembling little bug up for her to see and cheerfully confirms, "Yep, you got it." He thinks to himself, "So they call it a blister beetle here, huh?" He brings the insect closer, and honestly, the little thing looks absolutely pathetic. It's got these big watery eyes and its whole body is shaking. He explains this species is usually found inside the nests of bumblebees. In the Central Plains, they're known as blister beetles, while in Korea, they're called meloidy. It's a whole entomology lesson in this manhwa. Hua Yinner is amazed, but why would a blister beetle live in a bumblebee's nest? That's news to me. He grins, ready to drop some knowledge. Their life cycle is pretty wild. He then launches into a full-on nature documentary. The reproductive method of the meloidy family is super bizarre. Normally, insects guard their eggs or find a safe spot for them to hatch, but not this species. They're the deadbeat dads of the bug world. Their eggs are tiny, oval, and yellow, and they can pop up literally anywhere from rock ledges to leaves. You might even find them in the most random, desolate places. Or in dense thickets. They just drop the eggs and dip, no parental anxiety whatsoever. But here's the crazy part. By some magical twist of fate, the larvae hatch and immediately start climbing to the highest point they can find. Once they get to the top, they all clump together and pretend to be a flower. Seriously, don't Google what these larvae look like, you've been warned. So when a lovely lady bumblebee comes buzzing along looking for nectar and spots them, she'll be like, "Ooh, hello there." Thinking she's found a real flower, the unsuspecting bee goes about her business of collecting pollen while the little flower-impersonating insects get ready to pull off a sinister plot. Knowing exactly what she's about to do, their wicked little legs reach out for the poor bee. And the second she gets close, they latch on for dear life, hitching a ride straight back to her nest to cause absolute chaos. He gestures to the blister beetle in his hand. "I have no idea why they specifically target bumblebees, but I've heard it's the perfect nursery for the larvae to grow up in." Hua Yinner looks downcast. "Is that really so?" she says with a pained expression. "Those poor adorable bumblebees." Xiaolong just smiles and pats her on the back. "Hey, it's the circle of life. Can't be helped." Then a light bulb went off in her head and she asked, "But isn't this the kind of poison that literally burns your skin off? I'm pretty sure eating this is a one-way ticket to the afterlife." He just grinned and confirmed, "That's right, it can definitely cause some nasty burns." He then described the gruesome wound from the orange liquid of the leafcutter bee, explaining that upon contact with skin, it creates blisters just like a severe burn. She glanced at the poor marshworm, her face gradually turning a lovely shade of crimson. She bit her lip and covered her mouth, whispering, "But it still has that effect." He replied, "Yep, at least until the poison is flushed out of the system." Seeing the look on her face, he narrowed his eyes and joked, "It can make a man stand at attention." That was it for Hua Yin. She spun around and bolted her face, a blazing red, screaming with her eyes squeezed shut. "Stop, stop, stop. Let's just go back to the Hall of 10,000 Poisons." Xiaolong, ever the opportunist, yelled in surprise. "Hold on, let me just grab a few more of these." A moment later, Xiaolong had bagged more marshworms, then he announced, "All right, now we can head back to the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. And I've already instructed the warriors on how to prepare the medicine." He scanned the faces before him and said slowly, "All right, everyone listen carefully." Holding up one finger, he began, "First, you're going to dry the marsh worms and grind them into a powder just like this." Everyone's expression turned dead serious. You could practically see the complex formulas running through their heads as he broke it down like some kind of alchemy manhwa protagonist. If you ingest 3 fen, which is equivalent to 11.75 milligrams of the toxin, it will absolutely be fatal. For every jin, or 3.75 kilograms of body weight, ingesting 3/10 of a fen, which is 1.25 milligrams of toxin, will kill half the people who take it. He looked at everyone and concluded, "Therefore you must prepare the medicine with a dosage of 1/10 of a fen, which is 0.375 milligrams, equivalent to about 10 drops of water, or 0.351 milliliters." After dropping that knowledge bomb, he asked, "Do you all understand?" Everyone was just stunned into a thoughtful silence. Inside everyone's head, the same thought echoed, "My brain is about to explode." A man at the front pulled down his face covering and spoke slowly. "Your explanation was crystal clear. Your mathematics is outstanding." He emphasized every single word. "We will definitely succeed," Xiaolong replied cheerfully. "Yes, haha, I'm counting on all of you." That night, under a brilliant full moon, a voice echoed from within a brightly lit room. "I never expected the marshworm to have such an effect." This was after his granddaughter had recounted the entire process of catching them and the wild story that unfolded in the medicine preparation room. Her grandfather said, "It seems I should also reevaluate the poisons our Tang clan possesses." Hua Yin obediently replied, "Yes. I was thinking the same thing." He gently raised a hand to his mouth, coughed once, and then continued his questioning. "Is that boy still a math whiz?" Hua Yin replied, "Yes." He divided 1 fen into 10 parts and said it was equivalent to the weight of 10 drops of water. Upon hearing this, his expression turned deadly serious. He gently rubbed his index finger and thumb together and said in a low voice, truly incredible, recalling the boy's still youthful appearance. His eyebrows furrowed. He continued, "I thought I knew a lot about poisons, but that boy surprises me more than anyone. The more I learn, the more I see what a priceless asset he is to the Tang family." Suddenly, he turned to his granddaughter and asked with a curious glint in his eye, "So does this mean you're starting to like him more than you did at first?" Hua Yin stammered awkwardly, "Grandfather." Her face flushed slightly, and she couldn't look him in the eye. She clenched her fist and brought it to her mouth to hide her embarrassment, speaking in a soft whisper. "I just feel like I was a bit too impulsive at first, and now I feel bad about it." The old man closed his eyes, seemingly understanding her heart, and softly said, all right, just be on your best behavior from now on." Then he popped another question. "But how are we supposed to test the medicine's effectiveness?" Hearing this, she froze, her eyes widening, not in shock, but because a hilarious memory just came flooding back. She covered her beet-red face with her hands, feeling the heat radiating off her skin, and mumbled shyly about how arrogant the elders were. Remembering the devilish look on Xiaolong's face when he dropped that line, "The clan will punish them," she just had to tell her grandpa the whole story. The old man's jaw dropped. He said, "What now?" But a second later, he was roaring with laughter. "Eh ha ha ha. Now that's one interesting character." Hua Yin stood by silent, her face still a lovely shade of tomato. Meanwhile, back in the main hall, everyone was gathering for the big show. All eyes were glued on the warrior standing before them. The elders looked on with intense focus, some resting their chins on their hands, others with arms crossed, all waiting for the drama to unfold. The warrior placed a hexagonal wooden box in front of Xiaolong, announcing, "Master Xiaolong, your medicine is ready." Our boy eyed the box on the table. "Oh, what's this?" The warrior respectfully clasped his hands and explained, "We've mixed in licorice powder and honey." To give it a sweet taste and make it go down a little easier for you, sir. How thoughtful, he mused. Opening the box, he saw a glossy black pill resting on a bed of red velvet. Classic Manhwa presentation. He then asked, "Did you follow my instructions to the letter?" The man answered cautiously, "Of course, Lord Xiaolong. We adhered strictly to the dosage you specified." Hearing this, the peanut gallery of elders started murmuring amongst themselves. One of them scoffed, "Humph, what a show-off." Another, arms crossed, chimed in sarcastically, "You'd think he just invented the cure for everything." The man in the head seat, eyes closed, boomed with authority, "Silence." He then turned his gaze to Xiaolong and continued his interrogation. "The medicine is ready. So how do you plan to prove it actually works?" Xiaolong blinked. "Prove it." A powerful hand slammed down on the table with a loud bang. A voice roared, "Of course you have to prove it." It was the pot-bellied elder, of course. He shot to his feet, bellowing, "How can we possibly send this poison that hasn't even been tested to the city lord of Sichuan?" The guy next to him quickly added his 2 cents. "He's right. One slip-up could be catastrophic." Xiaolong glanced at the warrior. "So I guess there's no other way." The warrior nodded, "Indeed," and reached into his robes. The elders watched his every move like hawks as he approached them and placed a medicine box. A hexagonal one, identical to Xiaolong's, right in front of the pot-bellied elder. The old man just grunted, "Hm." He then picked up the pill, inspecting it with a sneer. "You expect us to be your guinea pigs? Who knows what kind of junk you put in this?" His buddy leaned in and whispered, "Careful. This kid's not just an outsider, he's definitely up to something shady." Hearing all this, Xiaolong just gave them a knowing smirk. Meanwhile, Hua Yin's grandpa was enjoying the show like it was the best drama of the season until a voice snapped him out of it. "Grandpa!" He turned in surprise. "Yes, what is it? Didn't you say that anyone who masters the Tang clan's techniques is immune to any kind of poison? Is that true for you, Grandpa?" The old man nodded. "That's correct." Xiaolong clapped his hands with childish glee. He continued to tease, "But you look a little nervous, don't you?" Her grandpa scratched his head, conceding the point. "Heh, now that you mention it, I guess I really am a little worried." And just like that, Xiaolong could feel everything falling perfectly into place just as he'd planned. Seeing the mood drop faster than a crypto scam, he cleared his throat and said, "Come on now, gentlemen, you're all esteemed elders of the clan. You've all reached the legendary state of being immune to 100 poisons," he added with emphasis. "Surely you're not scared of a little swamp toxin, are you?" And just like that, an elder crushed the pill with a smirk oozing with confidence. Xiaolong and his crew could barely hold back their triumphant grins. As they watched the elders pop the pills into their mouths one after another, some even throwing in a bit of trash talk for good measure. "Who's afraid of some low-grade poison?" one scoffed. Another quickly chimed in, "Exactly. You've seriously underestimated us, kid." Right after swallowing the pill, one elder pointed a shaky finger and threatened, "If this little pill of yours does absolutely nothing, you'll face the consequences. We're going to restore order to this family." And with that dramatic declaration, he chomped down on the pill and swallowed. A hush fell over the room as everyone waited for the pill's magical effects to kick in. A few moments ticked by with absolutely nothing happening. One of the elders couldn't help but snicker, pointing a triumphant finger at Xiaolong. "See," he boomed. Absolutely nothing happened, but he spoke too soon, because he was absolutely thunderstruck to see his own disciple suddenly stand ramrod straight, while all the other elders were suddenly very interested in their own shoes. The atmosphere was thick with a strange, silent tension, and on that fateful day, the clan's discipline was forcefully re-established. Under the blazing sun, a voice called out, "Send a batch of this medicine to the city lord of Sichuan. This stuff works wonders." A short while later, the elders shuffled away with the most peculiar expressions, each one looking utterly mortified, both hands clutching the front of their robes over their stomachs. Watching them scurry away, red-faced Xiaolong remarked, "Just like you said, Grandpa. All you had to do was challenge their pride about poisons, and they'd walk right into the trap." His grandfather chuckled in response. "Ha ha ha. That's because they still have a shred of dignity left, so they had no choice." Grandpa then added with a gentle smile, "But don't hold it against them. Everything they do for the good of the clan." Xiaolong looked skeptical. Really? His grandfather replied with his eyes closed, a serene look on his face. At the end of the day, we're all family. Xiaolong nodded obediently, I understand. Just then Hua Yin burst in looking frantic as she ran. Xiaolong, we have a huge problem. Seeing her in such a state, he asked, What's wrong, my lady? She bent over, gasping for air, and managed to say, She slowly straightened up, catching her breath. Our pet is in trouble. Xiaolong was stunned. Huh. Suddenly a hand shot out and grabbed him by the collar. Grandson-in-law Grandpa growled, his face a mask of fury. His eyes practically shooting flames, he demanded, what he lifted the poor boy by his collar veins, bulging on his forehead as he grilled Xiaolong. Did you two have a baby? It seems I haven't disciplined you two nearly enough. Hua Yin, standing nearby, was completely frozen, her face a perfect manhwa reaction panel. She finally snapped out of it, both angry and embarrassed. It's not a baby, it's Wugong, the centipede that Xiaolong is raising. Only then did it click for Xiaolong, his face etched with worry. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Seeing this, Grandpa finally let go of his collar. He rushed over to Hua Yin, asking anxiously, Wait, you mean Wugong? She hurriedly explained. I saw you've been training so hard lately, so I asked my sister to look after them for you. Hearing this, a dreadful thought crossed his mind. My precious babies are in trouble. In a moment of pure, unadulterated panic, his hand went rogue and landed right on her chest. He blurted out, Let me see. And right on cue, Grandpa heard his granddaughter's infuriated shriek, Ah! Xiaolong wasn't around. A moment later, the two of them found the Wugong squad just chilling on the ground, looking surprisingly well behaved. Completely ignoring the fresh red handprint on his face, he leaned in and whispered, So you're saying they just started twitching out of nowhere? Hua Yin wrung her hands anxiously. They were perfectly fine all morning, I just hope they're not in any pain. He peered at the adorable-looking Wugong sprawled out and noted, Their colors kinda see-through and their shells look off. Suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. This is... A grin spread across his face as he said, Miss Hua Yin, I think you can stop worrying now. As the Wugong began to wiggle slowly, he explained, They're just molting. It's like snakes. When they get bigger, they need a new skin. Looks like it's upgrade time. Hua Yin's grandfather looked stunned. Molting, you say? Xiaolong casually leaned against the enclosure and nodded. Yep, that's the one. Just then, one of the Wugong started rubbing its head against the ground with a weird rustling sound. Hua Yin gasped, Xiaolong, look at that. As a Wugong with fresh orange-yellow skin began to squirm out of its old shell, she pointed excitedly, its head is coming out. Once the Wugong was completely free, the old man's voice filled with wonder. Oh, how marvelous! Hua Yin, glued to the scene, suddenly cried out, Xiaolong, the other two little guys are starting to molt too. And sure enough, another Wugong began its slow escape from its old skin. Their new soft orange-yellow shells looked so tempting to touch. The final one gracefully shed its old layer, its entire body wiggling free. Seeing all three of them lying peacefully on the ground, he announced with a grin, and that's a wrap, they've all successfully molted. Hua Yin's eyes sparkled as she stared at them. They definitely look bigger now. She turned to Xiaolong, so what are their names? Our boy froze for a second. Names? He thought, realizing he hadn't given them any. He immediately struck a serious, thoughtful pose, hand on his chin as if pondering the mysteries of the universe. Gazing at the three Wugong, he had a stroke of pure genius and declared, let's call them Wu Yi, Wu Er, and Wu San. Hua Yin heard these ridiculously basic names and immediately shot him down with a firm shake of her head. Absolutely not. Picturing a future where these little critters would soar through the skies and cross vast mountain ranges, she turned to explain her reasoning. If a Wugong lives for 1,000 years, it becomes a dragon. They need names with more dignity, something befitting a future dragon's majesty. Hearing this, he couldn't hold back a laugh. Ha ha, miss, you think these Wugong are really going to turn into dragons in 1,000 years? The grandfather, overhearing their little debate, decided to step in. Well now, 1,000-year-old Wugong is indeed called a dragon. We shall call them heavenly dragons. Hearing the old man's tone, Xiaolong instantly understood where Hua Yin got her grand ideas from. Ah, he thought, so you're the source of this manhwa-level lore. He looked down at the three little guys, gave it some actual thought this time, and mumbled, names? After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Hua Yin with his final decision. Let's call them Chu Xiang and Bin. She repeated the names, a bit surprised. Chu Xiang and Bin. He patiently explained, the one that came out first is Chu for first. The second one looks a bit more delicate, so we'll call her Xiang, like fragrance. And the third one has that shiny shell, so he's Bin for gleaming. Hua Yin gazed at the trio, slowly repeating the names he'd chosen, letting them sink in. Chu, Xiang, and Bin. All three of them watched the little Wugong with excitement. She then said softly, you know it's usually the father who names the children, isn't it? And just like that, the three baby Wugong officially had their new names. Later, Xiaolong was seen stumbling down the street, his wobbly gait turning every head in his direction. These Wugongs are clinging to him like superglue, so exhausting. He slumped down next to a crate on the side of the road, letting out a heavy sigh. His inner robes felt a bit damp, and he figured his body still hadn't completely dried out. But hey, at least he could move again. He sighed once more. Ugh, still feeling a bit off. Suddenly, his personal army of Wugongs popped out from under his clothes. One of them nuzzled his cheek, chirping happily like a little weirdo. He couldn't help but crack a small smile. Thinking, you guys have seriously bulked up? The biggest change is definitely your size. He then sprawled out on top of the crate, staring up at the sky. His cheek was now sporting a nice red mark from all that affectionate rubbing. The Wugong beside him chirped gently as if to say, sorry for being a chunky boy. Another one immediately joined in with a chorus of clicks and whistles. He sighed wistfully. I remember when you guys were just little cocktail weenies, and now you're the size of my entire arm. It made him happy seeing them grow up so big and strong, feeling their every little wiggle. He mused that his waist must be feeling pretty crowded for his little Wugong buddies, so now they just had to cling to his arms and waist. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed nearby. Ha 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 ha. See, I told you, I was right. He shot up and looked toward the sound, spotting two dudes, one tall and one short, strolling down the street. The short guy, who had a mole on his face and was clutching a small red pouch, was grinning at his companion. Just as I thought, this is the way out of the Sichuan Tang's territory. We need to keep a close eye on things. His buddy on the right just nodded and said, let's move. Our boy patted the head of one of his clingy Wugongs when he overheard that loudmouth again. Making money is just too easy. Ah ha ha ha. He watched them go, wondering what in the world was so funny. He glanced up at the sky and noticed it was actually a gorgeous day with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily by. Meanwhile, back at the Sichuan Tang residence, the scene was as peaceful as ever. The family head cleared his throat and announced, Xiaolong, I have some truly excellent news. He looked at Xiaolong and asked, didn't you two just send some of your special homemade medicine to the Sichuan city lord? Xiaolong nodded. Yes, we did. He pictured the city lord's rather portly figure who was so overjoyed he was practically crying. The head honcho gave him a thumbs up and announced, well, I hear he found the medicine to be exceptionally effective, and so the city lord has sent a hefty reward and his sincerest thanks. The two of them lit up at the news, and Xiaolong asked excitedly, really? Hua Yin's father boomed with laughter. You've barely been my son-in-law for 5 minutes, and you're already bringing in the big bucks for me. You've done a great service for our family. Xiaolong just laughed sheepishly and scratched his head. Ha ha, it was nothing. But then his father-in-law's expression turned serious as he spoke slowly. And for that reason, stroking his beard thoughtfully, he looked Xiaolong dead in the eye and said, I'm going to gift you a spirit medicine, whether you try to humbly refuse it or not. Xiaolong was floored. A spirit medicine, you mean? His mind flashed back to something the old man had said before. He'd mentioned that a spirit medicine could boost one's internal energy. Hua Yin cut in. Father, what kind of spirit medicine is it? Oh, it's nothing too extravagant, he replied. He looked at the young couple and enunciated each word carefully, the honey of the Jinmao Feng Wang. Xiaolong's mind immediately went to bees making honey. Feng mi, honey, he thought. I've heard that to become a top-tier master in any manhwa, internal energy is everything, so you bet I'm taking it. With that thought, he beamed and said loudly, "Thank you, father-in-law." But Hua Yin's face suddenly went rigid, all the joy draining away as she said one word, "Father." She asked deadpan, "You said a reward and all we get is honey." Her dad immediately looked like he'd swallowed a fly. He stammered, "Well, about that?" Before he could finish his sentence, she grabbed Xiaolong's hand and erupted. Xiaolong's contribution this time was a huge deal. Even though the Jinmao Feng Wang is just a mid-tier poison insect, its honey is basically a ready-made elixir. The lowest grade of spirit medicines, sure, but still, you can't skimp on the reward for Xiaolong. He was the MVP. She narrowed her eyes, demanding justice for her man. It should at least be an elixir that boosts his internal energy by a full year's. Her father hung his head, his voice dropping to a mumble. Even if it's an elixir, the preparation costs aren't exactly cheap. Hearing that, she clenched her fists. Her eyes blazed with fury as she ground her teeth. Compared to the effort Xiaolong put in, that's a bargain. Across from her, her father avoided her fiery gaze, coughed awkwardly, and thought to himself, "A daughter raised is a daughter lost." She's already on his side. Xiaolong, ever the mood breaker, piped up, "Father-in-law, what exactly is a Jinmao Feng Wang?" The old man turned back and cleared his throat. Ahem. He pictured the giant golden hive hanging from a branch with diligent bees buzzing in and out and began his explanation. The Jinmao Feng Wang is a mid-tier poisonous insect usually found deep in the forest, and it's basically a giant bee. It's about the size of a small dog. From what we know, eating its honey can boost your internal energy by a solid 2 months. However, what really caught Xiaolong's attention was the sheer size of the Jinmao Feng Wang, his eyes sparkling with pure excitement. He asked, "As big as a puppy, that's awesome." Hua Yin, seeing his glee, immediately pinched his cheek to bring him back down to earth. "Brother Xiaolong, hold on a second, I'm still in the middle of being mad here." Just then her father spoke up again, looking a tad flustered. "Hua Yin'er, that's not what I meant at all. I just figured Xiaolong would want to go find the Jinmao Feng Wang himself. Which is why I suggested it." Xiaolong's ears perked up at that, and he thought to himself, "Go get it myself." He shot to his feet, buzzing with excitement. "Father-in-law, are you saying you want me to go hunt down the Jinmao Feng Wang personally?" The old man nodded in confirmation. "Exactly." Xiaolong's breathing quickened, his face flushing with hype as he thought, a real-life honey-gathering quest? Back when I was a YouTuber, I went honey harvesting all the time. He bolted towards the door, yelling, "Let's go, father-in-law. When it comes to getting honey, I'm a pro." The father-in-law burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha ha, I knew you'd be into it." Hua Yin just sighed, watching the two man-children run off. Their excited chatter still echoed in her ears. Xiaolong was asking curiously, "So what does this Jinmao Feng Wang look like anyway?" Her father replied dryly, "It looks like a bee, obviously." And so after leaving the Sichuan sect's territory, their epic honey-gathering quest began. Along the way, our hero thought to himself, "Since my father-in-law gave me this top-secret info, there's no way anyone else will be here to compete." But of course, as soon as he arrived, he found two other groups screaming at each other. This is a manhwa, after all. A dude with a gnarly scar yelled, "We were here first, so the Jinmao Feng Wang's honey is ours." The guy in the black robes shot back, "Not backing down an inch. What are you talking about? We legally purchased the intel on this location, so it is rightfully ours." Hearing this, Xiaolong's crew was completely baffled. Then one of the scar-faced guy's cronies piped up, "You bought the information." "So did we. Let me guess you bought it from some shaggy-haired dude with a big mole on his face." The guy in black was visibly stunned. "Wait, how in the world did you know that?" "Well, we're not backing down." But then Xiaolong's expression suddenly froze as he remembered the two shady figures he'd seen on the road. Could it be them? The pieces started clicking into place for Xiaolong. Those rats had sold their information to other parties. Hua Yin's father, who was listening to this whole argument, was practically trembling with pure, unadulterated rage. He clenched his fists and bit his lip, mentally cursing those scoundrels with every fiber of his being. He finally roared, "How dare you insult the Sichuan Tang clan right here," causing every single head to snap in his direction. Utter shock was plastered on their faces as one guy stammered out, What the Sichuan Tang clan? Xiaolong felt a wave of despair wash over him. So much for my honey-gathering plan. He flashed back to the warning from Hua Yin's father before the trip. Xiaolong, my boy, this is your first time out in the world, so you must be extremely careful, and remember you're a member of the Tang clan. He had replied politely, yes, sir. The old man then looked at the warriors assembled below and spoke with grave seriousness. Take them with you. You need to learn how to lead people. Xiaolong was stunned. Huh, you want me to take them with me? He glanced over at Hua Yin, hesitating. But the young lady... Hua Yin didn't even let him finish the sentence. Her father had just let out a booming laugh. Haha, this kid Hua Yin is your woman now. You're her life partner. Hearing this, our boy turned beet red, sputtering, L life partner. Hua Yin just giggled encouragingly. You'll do great, Xiaolong. She even added, I'll help you too. Which only made him blush harder as he mumbled, oh, okay, I'll do my absolute best. Back in the present, the air between the Sichuan Tang clan and the gatecrashers was thick with tension as they stared each other down. Xiaolong thought nervously, what do I do now? He turned to the man beside him, Yuejiang, captain of the Poison Blood Squad, for advice. How should we handle this? Should we offer them a cut? Yuejiang stroked his chin and said in a low voice, a cut of what? He stiffly crossed his arms, clearly not on board. Who in the world are they to demand a share from the Sichuan Tang clan? Hua Yin agreed. I don't know who they are, but they've got some serious nerve. She glared at the opposing group. A murderous glint appeared in her eyes. To dare sell information that the Sichuan Tang clan paid for. The leader of the other group recognized her, his jaw dropping in shock. Whoa, it's the poison flower Yue Hui, he yelped, causing the guy behind him to cry out in fear. The poison flower, a direct descendant of the Tang clan, is here. One of the leaders immediately clasped his hands, his jaw clenched as he calculated his next move. He bowed his head and announced, the Feng Yun sect was unaware that the Sichuan Tang clan was involved in this matter. We will withdraw immediately. But when the other people around saw him tuck tail and run, they were completely flabbergasted. Realization dawned on them pretty quickly, and they all started bowing and scraping. The Yunhu sect will also take its leave. Another guy furiously cursed under his breath. Damn it, I won't forget this, before promptly vanishing. Watching them scatter like they'd seen a ghost, Xiaolong was amazed. Huh, they just ran off. This whole power flex scene felt like it was ripped straight from a manhwa. Is the Sichuan Tang clan really that intimidating? Seeing them all disappear, he wondered, is it over? Yuejiang calmly replied, probably not. He predicted, they're definitely hiding somewhere nearby. Scavengers like them don't give up so easily. And he turned to give an order to his subordinate Chu Bai, pinpoint their locations. Chu Bai clasped his hands respectfully and replied, yes, great master. Noticing Xiaolong's antsy expression, Hua Yin tried to calm him down. It's okay, Xiaolong. He then gazed at the mountain forest ahead, muttering like a true villain. My precious bees. Right now, Hua Yin, Xiaolong, and Yuejiang were playing hide-and-seek behind a giant boulder, and right in front of them was a colossal tree. This tree had some seriously big holes in its trunk, which served as the VIP entrance for a few jumbo-sized bees buzzing about. On closer inspection, these weren't your garden variety bees. They were a fluffy mix of black and yellow with a thick coat of fur, and the swarm was a constant traffic jam in and out of the tree, their buzzing loud enough to be a soundtrack. Xiaolong gasped, that's the legendary Jin Mao Feng Wang Hua. Yin's eyes went wide. This is my first time seeing one. That thing is massive. He then added with a grin, aren't they just adorable? Hua Yin actually nodded. You're right, their fur looks incredibly fluffy. Ye Zhang chimed in with the pride of a professor, and that my friends is why they're called the Jin Mao Feng Wang. After a moment of observation, Xiaolong speculated, still this colony seems a little on the small side, maybe just a few hundred of them. Can a hive even get that big? Hua Yin, hearing a fancy new word, blinked in confusion. Colony. He patiently explained, oh, that's just the technical term for the entire bee squad. Normally a hive has about 5,000 to 7,000 bees. She looked at him amazed, and you can tell that without even peeking inside. Xiaolong puffed out his chest. Easy. You just need to watch the traffic flow at the hive entrance to get a pretty good head count. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps broke their bee-watching session. They turned to see Chu Bai kneeling on one knee like a knight in a classic manhwa. He reported, "Great Master, I've pinpointed the location of the Si Pai sect members." Yue Jiang demanded, "Where are they?" Chu Bai stammered, "About that." He explained what he saw. "Just as we thought, they're currently setting up a campfire and just waiting." He couldn't stop himself from muttering a curse. "Those bastards? Of course they're on the other side. I can't see the details, but you can bet your life they're planning something." After hearing the report, Yue Jiang struck a classic contemplative pose, hand on his chin. So they're likely waiting for the cover of darkness to pull off their honey heist using the Tang Jia family's signature method. Xiaolong's curiosity was piqued. The Tang Jia family's method. What's that? Seeing the kid's eager face, the old man decided to explain. It's simple, really. You burn some mugwort leaves and let the smoke waft into the hive. It chills the bees out, making them totally docile, then you just waltz in and grab the honey. Xiaolong nodded, totally impressed. Whoa, that's actually a brilliant strategy, but Chu Bai, standing nearby, nervously chimed in, there's just one tiny problem. The wind is blowing this way. The whole gang looked up, and sure enough, Chu Bai was right. A collective ah of realization rippled through the group just as panic started to set in. Xiaolong suddenly clenched his fist and slammed it into his open palm. He shouted with glee, "I've got it," Chu Bai immediately asked. "You figured out a plan, my lord." His face was flushed with excitement as he laid out his master plan. "If the wind is blowing in our direction, that means we can use it to hide our scent." Hua Yin pondered for a second before agreeing. "He's right with that." Xiaolong leaped to his feet. He stared at the bee tree and yelled, "All right, I'm just gonna pop over for a second. Be right back." This sent Hua Yin into a panic. Xiaolong. As he started to dash off, she lunged and grabbed his sleeve, trying to pull him back. "Don't you dare, Xiaolong." The Jinmao Fengwang are incredibly dangerous insect-type beasts, but instead of scaring him, that just made him even more determined. "Just one little touch, I'll just try to pet one and come right back, I promise." And then out of nowhere, a giant boulder came tumbling right at them, making both of them shriek in terror. "Ah!" The boulder kept rolling until it came to a stop right in front of the Jinmao Fengwang's hive. Both of them stared in horror at the unfolding chaos as Xiaolong whispered with a tremble. Oh boy, a swarm of bees was now pouring out from the base of the tree. Radiating pure murderous intent, the bees swarmed as Hua Yin wasted no time grabbing our boy and booking it in the other direction. She yelled in a panic, "Let's just run for now." Xiaolong, caught in a death grip around his neck, could only manage a choked, yeah. Just like that, the serene forest turned into a scene of utter pandemonium. The air was thick with tension, a thick fog still loomed overhead, and the sky was slowly dimming into twilight. Xiaolong plopped down on a rock, crossing his legs and sighing in frustration. Is there really no way to handle this? He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to calm his racing mind and strategize. He needed to start a fire, but that meant going against the wind. But here I am, stuck between the people of the four sects and these 7 monstrous bees. He shuddered, picturing those bees with their weirdly cloud-like fluff. His lips pressed into a thin line as he thought, the golden fur bee king is definitely not your average garden variety bee. Opening his eyes, he stroked his chin, a chill running down his spine as he recalled Hua Yin scooping him up and sprinting for their lives. You could feel the vibrations from their wings from 30 meters away. Regular hornets could never pull off a stunt like that. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Xiaolong over here." He turned to see Hua Yin, a grin spreading across his face. Ah, Miss Hua Yin. She had a few of his centipede buddies with her, 2 perched on her shoulders, while she held another one out to him, saying cheerfully, "Looks like they've had their fill. They were just buzzing around, so I brought them over." Seeing his little critter chirping away, he was genuinely touched. "Thank you so much, Miss Hua Yin." The centipedes swarmed onto him, and Xiaolong noted softly, "They've definitely calmed down a bit." Hua Yin took a seat right beside him. They sat in a comfortable silence, a surprisingly warm and peaceful moment in this crazy manhwa adventure. After a while, Hua Yin broke the quiet, "So figured anything new out." He hesitated. I just wanted to observe a little longer." She immediately felt bad. "Oh, I'm sorry for pushing you. Xiaolong, take your time and think it through, there's no rush." Hearing that just cranked the pressure up to 11. He just smiled politely while screaming internally. Haha, yeah, no pressure at all, he thought sarcastically. Suddenly, Hua Yin pointed ahead. Huh, Xiaolong, look over by that tree. In the distance, two monkeys were going at it near the base of the tree with the bee swarm buzzing menacingly nearby. Amidst the chaotic noise, she asked, Are those monkeys? Are they fighting? Xiaolong was stunned. Monkeys here. One monkey was flailing its limbs wildly to intimidate its rival, letting out a barrage of threatening screeches. The other one wasn't backing down an inch. It met the challenge with equal ferocity. Hua Yin watched hand over her mouth. Oh my goodness, they are absolutely furious. Xiaolong, however, was just observing quietly. Suddenly a strange scent hit him and he called out, Miss Hua Yin. He sniffed the air. I think I smell something. He had a hunch it was coming from the golden fur bee king's nest. He cautiously pieced it together. This smell. Could it be? His expression darkened instantly as the horrifying possibility dawned on him. Don't tell me, it's pheromones. He quickly pointed towards the tree, yelling in alarm, Miss Hua Yin. And we need to get out of here. The bees are about to go berserk and they're heading this way. Even though she had no clue what was going on, Hua Yin just nodded, got it. She shot to her feet, scooped him up, and started running just like last time. Xiaolong was a bit taken aback by her lightning-fast reflexes as they leaped into the air to make their escape. A massive explosion ripped through the ground, sending dirt and debris flying everywhere as Hua Yin clutched him tight and stuck the landing. They skidded across the ground for a good distance before she came to a halt, her face a mask of pure shock at the carnage before them. A furious swarm of bees was pouring out like a biblical plague. One of the two monkeys was already a mangled mess, while the other was barely clinging to life with a pathetic whimper. Huge welts were already bubbling up on the surviving monkey's arm as the bees swarmed in for a celebratory feast, turning the two primates into an all-you-can-eat buffet. Hua Yin couldn't help but gasp in horror, realizing they just dodged a major bullet, and he nodded grimly in agreement. That was way too close, she said, turning to him with a curious glint in her eye. But Xiaolong, how on earth did you know that the golden fur bee kings would charge out like that? You told me to move before we even heard them buzzing. Remembering the strange fragrance from the tree, he stammered, it was the smell. She pressed on, what smell? Hua Yin paused for a moment. Now that you mention it, it smelled a bit like night-blooming jasmine. He was absolutely floored that she could name it. Seeing her now composed expression, a wild thought crossed his mind. Could it be, does Hua Yin have the ability to distinguish pheromones? To test his theory, he asked if she recognized the scent from earlier, and Hua Yin just smiled. Oh, of course, she continued. The scent from before was just like night-blooming jasmine, but before she could even finish her sentence, he lunged forward and grabbed her by the shoulders, exclaiming with pure joy, That's it. A flustered Hua Yin could only stammer, Xiaolong. Overcome with emotion, he buried his face in her shoulder, sobbing like he'd just won the lottery. Feeling their sudden closeness, her face flushed a brilliant shade of crimson for reasons she couldn't quite pinpoint. As he cried, the little centipedes hiding in his shirt poked their heads out curiously. Xiaolong then lifted his tear-streaked face from her shoulder and grinned, I've figured it out. A way to wipe out all four sects and get that honey. Later under the bright moon, in the quiet night, everyone was gathered around a crackling campfire. This is my favorite kind of manhwa scene. Each group was grilling their own food, with sentries posted carefully around the perimeter, while one guy tipped his head back to chug some wine. His face was already a little flushed as he inhaled the delicious aroma of grilled fish. After finishing his drink, he wiped his mouth and let out a hearty laugh. Now that's the good stuff. A man across the fire leaned in curiously. So when do you think we're making a move for that honey? The man mulled it over for a second before answering. Honestly, who knows? 3 days ago, those guys were running around like headless chickens, and now radio silence. He figured they were cooking up some grand evil plan. Scarface nodded along. Yeah, probably. Then out of nowhere, he asked, Yo, is this beehive thing actually profitable? Dude, have you been living under a rock? If this is royal grade beeswax, we're talking serious cash. Only the royals get to use it. They'll take like 10 measures of honey and ditch the hive, leaving the rest for us lucky fellas. A wicked grin spread across his face just thinking about it. And if we fail, heh heh heh. The other guy rubbed his hands, cackling right back. He. Then remembering the girl with a gaze that could cut steel, he muttered, "We still have that poison flower, Duhua, one of the 3 flowers of Wulin. We gotta tread carefully, don't want her messing things up." He chuckled, picturing her beauty. "Man, she's a total knockout, a real work of art, ka. The guy opposite him licked his lips like a creep. "Oh yeah, just thinking about her gets me all tingly." Another goon joked, "Hey, you never know, maybe one of us will even become their son-in-law." A truly vile voice chimed in, "Oh, for sure, we saved her life, so she owes us right." Suddenly, a strange fragrance drifted through the air, making him stop short and sniff. The whole crew slowly got up, murmuring amongst themselves, "Where's that scent coming from? You think it's some kind of poison flower." Heh, it's gotta be a scent as intoxicating and sweet as its owner. But as the source got closer, their faces morphed into pure shock jaws, hitting the floor as they stammered, What is that?" Someone finally figured it out and screamed, "It's the queen bee. The queen is leading a full-scale assault. This is our cue to move in, right, guys?" The leader charged through the tall grass, yelling with glee, "Time to get that queen's honey." He clutched something wrapped tightly in a cloth. Our trio of heroes started moving forward with caution. But when they reached the tree and peered into the dark, gaping hole, they all hesitated. Yue Jiang, trying to play it cool, cleared his throat. "Ahem. Xiaolong, this place doesn't exactly scream safe space. I'll take the lead." And just like that, one by one, the 3 of them ventured inside. Once they were in, they looked around and were absolutely stunned. Whoa, look at the size of that honeycomb. A gigantic golden hive glittered above them, its cells built with a perfection you'd only see in a top-tier manhwa. Yue Jiang started a smoky fire and commented, "Good thing the swarm seems to have already buzzed off." But then Xiaolong heard something and shot a suspicious look over. What's up?" Yue Jiang squinted, unable to believe what he was seeing. His voice was tight with anxiety. "There's no honey, no way." But it was true, the honeycomb was bone dry. Hua Yin asked with a serious tone, "You mean not a single bee is left, just like Xiaolong said? This is unheard of." "So weird." Then a suspicious thought hit Xiaolong. There wasn't a single egg in the entire hive. Yue Jiang asked, "And what's that got to do with the honey heist?" He confidently proposed a theory. Perhaps the swarm was planning their great escape for a while. So they chugged all their honey reserves for the road. He went on, "It's possible that they sensed us humans lurking around." Hua Yin sighed, "That makes sense." To test his theory, Xiaolong approached a nearby section of the hive, inspecting it closely. Yep, when a swarm decides to pack up and leave, the queen stops laying eggs. Because at that point, they'd be too busy to even think about babysitting their larvae. Suddenly, he froze, spotting the rear end of a bee. Judging by its size, this was no ordinary bug. A wicked grin spread across his face as he turned to Yue Jiang. "Sir, if you had to use your movement technique non-stop without any breaks, how long could you last?" The old man was a bit taken aback, but answered honestly, "If I keep a moderate pace, I could probably go for about half a day." His curiosity piqued, he asked why the sudden question. Just then, Chubai's frantic voice echoed from outside young Master Xiaolong. He stammered out a queen bee. The terrifying image still fresh in his mind, he urged them frantically. "The golden bee swarm is coming back. You have to get out of here now," but Xiaolong, instead of bolting, just bent down. He seemed to be grabbing something, muttering, "Just a second." Hearing this, Yue Jiang practically screamed, "Let's go, young Master Xiaolong. Whatever it is, just leave it." Hua Yin, seeing him dawdling, grabbed him by the collar. "Xiaolong, let's move." Qiubai was still freaking out by the entrance. "Hurry up already." Xiaolong finally dashed out, clutching something hidden in his shirt. Under the bright moonlight, the trio made it back to their squad, completely exhausted and out of breath. Phew! A nearby teammate let out a huge sigh of relief. That was way too close for comfort. Hua Yin gasped, "Phew, thank goodness we got out before the swarm came back." Just then, the little creature tucked in Xiaolong's shirt poked its head out for a breath of fresh air. Hua Yin stared in disbelief. Xiaolong, what in the world is that? With a cheeky grin, he held up a giant bee. This, my friends, is the queen bee. Since we couldn't find any honey, I brought back the honeymaker instead. Yue Jiang's jaw dropped in horror. The queen bee Hua Yin eyed the creature, which was trying its best to look cute, and hesitated. Young master Xiaolong. Don't tell me. Suddenly, the color drained from both Yue Jiang's and Hua Yin's faces. The bee in his hand let out a high-pitched squeal. Biu, biu! Our boy wasn't fazed at all, even adding cheerfully, it won't be long before the swarm realizes their queen is missing and comes after us. And right on cue behind them, the bees were massing into a terrifying black cloud. This is some peak manhwa drama. Completely oblivious, he just grinned and shouted, "Let's run." And just like that, the most dangerous high-stakes chase of their lives began. The group, now unwillingly escorting a queen bee, fled in absolute panic as the buzzing behind them grew into a deafening roar. Several days have passed since that insane chase began. Looking into the queen bee's shimmering eyes, Xiaolong tried to soothe it. Easy there, little one. I'll take you somewhere safe where no one can bother you. But in the meantime, the entire group had to cut down on rest just to keep moving at full tilt. And let me tell you, they looked absolutely wrecked. As the crew was taking a much-needed break, Xiaolong suddenly gazed into the distance and yelled, "They're here." Everyone snapped their heads around in a panic. One guy cried out in despair, "Hey, I can't run another step on the journey here." Several members of the Duzhue team had already fallen behind. Xiaolong made a mental note to seriously level up his movement skills after this. Suddenly, someone stumbled and fell flat on their face with a scream. An old man. The guy next to him was stunned. Huh. Is someone else falling behind? The group glanced back worriedly as they ran only to see the guy completely wiped out on the ground. A teammate yelled, "Du Long is down." And just like that, Huang Du Long of the Du Shui team was left in the dust. Xiaolong immediately urged everyone on. Everyone kick your lightness skill into overdrive. The running theory was the more distance we put between us and that queen bee, the better our chances of survival. Gasping for air, Qiubai wheezed, "Sir Xiaolong, think we can actually make it out of this." But Xiaolong could only offer a less than reassuring, maybe. 3 days later, despite giving it his all, Yue Jiang's stamina bar hit 0 and he collapsed onto the dirt. Hacking and wheezing, he looked up at the two of them and gasped, "My apologies, Sir Xiaolong. This is as far as I go." Meanwhile, Xiaolong and Hua Yin looked like they'd been through a blender, their hair a total disaster. Xiaolong stared in shock, calling out worriedly, "Grand Master." After a moment of silence, Hua Yin turned to Xiaolong and offered, "Let me carry you on my back." Hearing this, he got all flustered and refused. Miss Hua Yin, that's not necessary. I can still walk on my own." Suddenly, Hua Yin vigorously rubbed her own face with both hands, psyching herself up. She instantly looked more refreshed, flashing him a determined smile. "I can do this. A member of the Tang family never ever gives up." Back at the main gate of the Tang family estate, two sharply dressed guards stood at attention, weapons in hand, looking every bit the serious sentinels. Hearing the sound of approaching footsteps, they glanced over, letting out a confused, "Huh." As the figures drew nearer, one of them exclaimed in shock, "Whoa, the young miss is back." But seeing the two looking completely drained with dark circles that screamed, "No sleep for days," with Xiaolong practically holding up Hua Yin, the guard's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe his eyes, stammering, "Young miss, what happened?" The entire Tang estate erupted into chaos. A signal flare was shot into the sky, summoning the whole clan. The Grand Master and the family head heard the signal and immediately burst out of their rooms. The family head asked anxiously, "What's the emergency?" A servant immediately reported, "It's young Miss Hua Yin. She's returned home." The moment the family head saw his daughter looking like a wilted flower being propped up by servants with a frantic Xiaolong hovering nearby the two of them, looked like they'd been through hell and back. The family head couldn't believe it, asking, "Is it really you?" He pulled his daughter into a hug, his voice filled with pain as he yelled, "Xiaolong, what is the meaning of this?" Our boy immediately dropped to his knees, stammering an explanation. "Please calm yourself, father-in-law. Young Miss Hua Yin is just exhausted from using her lightness skill for 10 straight days without a break. Then, as if remembering the main plot point, his tone turned dead serious. But this isn't the time for chit-chat. We need to get to the training grounds now. Hearing this, the Grand Master asked in surprise, "What? The training grounds? Why?" Xiaolong didn't answer, instead reaching into his robes and pulling something out. He held the queen bee up with both hands for all to see, announcing, "This is the queen of the golden-haired bee kings. The rest of the swarm will be here any minute. We have to get to that ancient tree in the training grounds." Stat. Unable to contain himself, the Grand Master burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha. This kid, he's really something else. He's got the makings of a great manhwa protagonist. He's destined for greatness, I tell you." On the other side of things, the Tang family head was not looking nearly as amused. He demanded, "What's this? I thought your mission was to get some honey. So you decided to kidnap their queen instead." Before Xiaolong could even answer, the Grand Master slung an arm around his shoulders, saying, "All right, let's get a move on." This caught our boy completely off guard, who could only yelp, "Huh." The old man then grabbed Xiaolong and activated his lightness skill, leaping straight into the air, causing Xiaolong to scream in terror. "Whoa, what the heck?" Down below, everyone else had to shield their faces from the resulting dust cloud. Xiaolong was basically being carried through the air like a sack of potatoes, the world blurring around him and making him dizzy. Suddenly, he started screaming in a panic. Eh. The Grand Master glanced over, concerned. "What is it now?" And that's when he saw it off in the distance. A familiar buzzing cloud of black and yellow appeared on the horizon. Xiaolong frantically alerted the old geezer that the bee cavalry was inbound. The old man, cool as a cucumber, just went, "Oh, quite the entourage, eh? Did you bring the whole hive with you?" Then he floored it. "It's just up ahead, step on it." Xiaolong yelped, nearly getting whiplash from the sudden acceleration. The Supreme Patriarch then made a landing that was anything but graceful. Kicking up a storm of dirt and pebbles, like a scene from a high-action manhwa, he brought our boy to a massive ancient tree and declared, "We've arrived." Xiaolong, clutching the queen bee like a precious treasure, dashed towards the colossal tree. Gazing up at its massive trunk, Xiaolong began his sales pitch. "O great Jin Maofeng Wang, behold the humble abode I spoke of. From this day forward, call this place home." The queen in his hand just buzzed confusedly. He pointed to a giant hollow in the tree and asked, "So 5-star accommodations, right?" His only answer was more buzzing. After a thorough inspection, the Jin Maofeng Wang cautiously flew over to the tree. It turned back, giving Xiaolong what looked suspiciously like a bee smile. Seeing this, our boy grinned. "Looks like you approve, huh?" As the buzzing horde drew nearer, the Supreme Patriarch yelled, "Xiaolong, time to scram, the welcoming committee is here." Xiaolong glanced back and replied, "Yes, great elder." The sheer noise from the approaching swarm was deafening. Everyone on the ground stared up in a mix of awe and sheer terror. Meanwhile, the Jin Maofeng Wang was ecstatic to see its subjects. It buzzed triumphantly and promptly led the entire swarm into their new, freshly inspected high-rise apartment. The Supreme Patriarch watched the spectacle unfold, absolutely dumbfounded. "Well, I'll be in all my years I've never witnessed." A sight straight out of a fantasy manhwa. Xiaolong also watched, letting out a soft sigh. Seeing the bees settle into their new home, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Jin Mao Wang has been successfully relocated. Mission accomplished. A bee was already lapping up water from a wooden trough, and soon little groups of them were gathered around for a drink. Xiaolong watched satisfied. He'd prepared some sugar water for the exhausted bees to help them recover from their long journey. As the old saying goes, the way to a bee's heart is through its stomach. A shared meal builds goodwill after all. Good thing they had something like sugar on hand. What a stroke of luck. The members of the Tang family watched the whole thing from the sidelines. They all started chatting cheerfully. "Wow, they're really chugging it down. They're actually kinda cute up close." Seeing the Jin Maofeng Wang contentedly sipping its sugary drink, Xiaolong thought to himself, "Perfect, this should lower their defenses a bit. Even better if they start seeing me as their new landlord." Suddenly he yelped, "Ah, that's right." The family head turned to him. "What's wrong?" Xiaolong asked sheepishly. What about Lady Hua?" Yin the man shot him a sarcastic glare. "Oh, so you finally remember her?" He recalled how exhausted his daughter looked, and added with extra scorn, "She was so wiped out, I had to hand her over to her mother to look after. I honestly didn't think you'd make the poor girl use her movement arts for 10 straight days without a break. Xiaolong couldn't even meet his gaze, mumbling awkwardly, "Yes, father-in-law. My sincerest apologies. Only sleeping about 4 hours a day, spending the rest just running." Just then the Supreme Patriarch's eyes lit up as if he remembered something. He turned to Xiaolong. Remembering the other poor souls he'd dragged along, he asked with concern, "By the way, where's that poison blood squad of yours?" Xiaolong froze, sweat beading on his forehead. Uh, he guessed uncertainly, "They're probably passed out somewhere along the road. We should probably go and, retrieve them." Hearing this, the Supreme Patriarch just closed his eyes and let out a hearty laugh. Right. And just like that, the Poison Blood Squad was shipped back home safe and sound, probably for some much-needed family time. Meanwhile, in Hua Yin's room, with sunlight streaming in like a scene from a slice-of-life manhwa, she listened as Xiaolong spilled all the tea. Hua Yin was absolutely thrilled. It seems our golden-haired bee kings are back in business and fully charged. What a relief, Xiaolong chimed in with a grin. "You bet, Lady Hua Yin." Thinking about the bee squad currently on a nectar run in the Tangla Mountains, he added, "Right now they're busy gathering nectar from the poisonous flowers in the mountains." She nodded. "Oh my, how adorable." But their sweet moment was rudely interrupted by a frantic voice from outside. Cutting through their chat, "Sir Xiaolong, Sir Xiaolong?" Xiaolong glanced over. "Yeah, what's the emergency?" A subordinate, clearly in a panic but still trying to be polite, clung to the doorframe for dear life. "You need to come see this, sir," he gasped, catching his breath. "Something's really weird with the golden-haired bee kings. They're acting like they're looking for something." Hearing this, Xiaolong's brain went into overdrive. And just like that, he bolted out the door. Hua Yin was hot on his heels. High above, a welcoming committee of golden-haired bees was already buzzing, circling erratically overhead. He muttered in disbelief. For real. The moment he spoke, the entire swarm snapped to attention, their tiny heads all turning towards him in perfect sync. A deafening buzz filled the air. Before he knew it, they were swarming him, latching onto his head and clothes like he was the last flower on earth. He stammered, completely baffled. Hey guys, what's the big idea?" Hua Yin watched in horror. Xiaolong, are you okay?" But the bees were on a mission, determinedly tugging at his arm. Seeing them clamp down on his sleeve, he demanded, "Why are you guys doing this?" And then the impossible happened. His feet started lifting off the ground. All he could do was let out a helpless, wry laugh. Ah. Down below, everyone just stared, jaws on the floor, at the sight of Xiaolong. Being airlifted away by a swarm of bees, Hua Yin could only shout in astonishment, "Xiaolong." The Bee Express finally dropped him at the base of a colossal tree. With a final buzz in his ears, he stumbled to the ground with a grunt, "Ah!" But when he looked up and saw what was in front of him, his eyes went wide with shock. He turned to the bees. "Stunned your hive, what happened to it? What's going on here?" One of the bees buzzed up behind him and gave him a solid push forward. He just went with it, chuckling as he stepped inside. All right, I get it. You want me to come in?" But as he stepped through the entrance, his jaw dropped. Whoa! Gazing at the perfectly organized, shimmering golden honeycombs, he couldn't help but think the hive is already pretty much complete. And they're already in full honey production mode. Just then a single bee slowly drifted towards him. He glanced over, puzzled. Turns out it was none other than the queen bee herself. She looked at him with such affection, then flew over to land on his arm, her wings beating softly. He whispered, "You want me to lift you up?" In response, her wings beat even faster, and suddenly the rest of the swarm descended upon him. They latched onto his face so tightly his features started to warp. A headache was definitely brewing, as he thought. "These little guys are clinging on so tight I can't even twitch." Resigned to his fate, he lowered his head and lifted the queen bee just as she wanted. Her big sparkling eyes were locked onto his. The queen slowly closed them, reaching her two front legs out as if to caress his face. Seeing this, Xiaolong's brain short-circuited. What? Hold on a second. But it was too late. The queen bee was already right up in his personal space. His face instantly turned beet red. He groaned internally. I can feel my lips touching something soft. This is some next-level manhwa romance plot right here. His entire body felt like it was on fire. His eyes glazed over and his head started spinning as he instinctively gulped. He panicked, realizing something was flowing into him. The entire bee swarm buzzed around, getting a front row seat to Xiaolong's first kiss being stolen by their queen. The moment their lips parted, a little bubble popped between them. He hastily let her go, gasping for air like he'd just run a marathon. Gasp. Wheeze. Clapping a hand over his mouth, he pointed a trembling, beet-red finger at her and stammered, You, queen bee, that was my first kiss. What in the world was that all about? He could feel his entire body spiraling out of control. Panic set in as his limbs went limp and he collapsed to the ground with a dramatic thud. His eyes flashed as he looked up for the queen bee, only to grind his teeth in fury when he saw her seemingly smiling down at him. He couldn't wrap his head around it, wondering, what did you give me? After that intimate moment with the queen, Wei Xiaolong was left curled up on the ground. A pained expression twisted his features as he let out a weak cough. His face was burning up. He was even foaming at the mouth as a weird, tingly sensation washed over his entire body in waves. He thrashed around on the ground, but nothing could shake the overwhelming discomfort. His vision started to blur. Fluids were now leaking from his nose and mouth, and he could hear his own heart pounding like a war drum in his ears. He reached a trembling hand towards the queen bee, coughing out, You. He asked suspiciously, What did you make me eat? As his eyelids grew heavy, the last thing he saw was her looking down at him with a completely innocent expression and, just before he blacked out, he heard Hua Yin's panicked voice calling his name Xiaolong Xiaolong, followed by the sight of her calling for the clan's grand elder. Grandpa, something's seriously wrong with Xiaolong. The old man's face was grave as he replied, It looks like he's ingested some kind of overly potent spirit medicine. His vision faded to black as he heard Hua Yin's frantic cry, Xiaolong, snap out of it. Then he heard the elder say, I will help guide your qi. When he finally opened his eyes, he saw Hua Yin holding a cloth. About to place it on his forehead, seeing his eyes flutter open, she exclaimed with joy, Brother Xiaolong, you're awake. He sat up, rubbing his head and looking around confusedly. Where am I? She replied, You're in the Tang clan's medical hall. She gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and explained everything. When we saw you get dragged away, the Jin Mao Feng Wang, Grandpa and I all rushed over. But by the time we got there, you were already passed out, so we brought you here. Then she asked, Do you remember what happened? He hesitated for a moment, Recalling that wild Manhwa scene, he buried his face in his hands, his mind a total mess. My first kiss. Seeing his distress, Hua Yin asked with concern, Brother Xiaolong, are you all right? Does any part of your body feel strange? When he didn't answer, she suggested, Should I go get Grandpa? He quickly stopped her. No, that's not necessary, it's just... He trailed off, letting out a long sigh before collecting his thoughts and continuing. The queen bee fed me some of her food. I think that's what caused all this. Hua Yin's curiosity was piqued. What exactly did you eat? He looked a bit uncertain, replying, Well, I don't know its official name, but if I had to give it one, I'd probably call it Feng Wang Zhi. She repeated the unfamiliar name with a puzzled look. Feng Wang Zhi. He managed a small smile and nodded. That's right. A bee colony collects honey and pollen to survive, and just like in any good manhwa, you have the worker bees. Who are the ones toiling away their whole lives eating only honey and pollen? She pressed on, and what about the queen bee? He shot back an answer, from the moment it's born to the day it dies, it only eats the royal jelly made by the worker bees. It was then that the horrifying realization dawned on him. The stuff that Queen Bee forced down his throat was none other than royal jelly. Hua Yin gently pieced it together, so that's what it was, the Queen Bee's lifelong superfood. Suddenly a light bulb went off in his head and his voice filled with excitement. But royal jelly has other special effects too. She immediately asked what kind of effects. He eagerly explained a normal worker bee only lives for about 1 month, while the queen bee, thanks to its royal jelly diet, can live 60 times longer. How insane is that? She looked at him stunned, trying to calm him down. Brother Xiaolong, get a grip. A blush crept onto her face. She let out a little cough to hide her embarrassment and said, "Ah, so that's how it is." With that mystery solved, she continued. The internal energy technique you learned, the five poisons return to origin, is just a beginner-level manual after all, so it can't possibly absorb all the power from a spiritual elixir. Hua Yin breathed a sigh of relief, but the honey of the golden-haired bee king is equivalent to 2 months of internal energy practice. So does that mean you got exactly 60 times the effect? Which means you gained 15 years of internal energy. That's a power-up straight out of a manhwa hearing. Her congratulate him, he was utterly speechless. 10. 15 years of internal energy. Just then Hua Yin hesitated again, and also, she used her handkerchief to hide her blushing face and said, "You should take a look in the silver mirror. It seems the royal jelly has other side effects." Hearing that, his eyes went wide with shock as he repeated, "Other side effects." Xiaolong tentatively touched his face and wondered a silver mirror. And sure enough, when he looked in the mirror, he suddenly brought a hand to his cheek and whispered, "Something's different." He was starting to get, it does royal jelly really do this? Where did the country bumpkin from Hainan go? Xiaolong gently traced his cheek with a finger and marveled, "My features are more refined and my skin is so much softer, almost like a woman's skin." A sudden thought made him break out in a cold sweat, his face flushing so red he completely forgot to move his finger from his cheek. Picturing a female version of himself, he gave a dazzling smile and introduced, "Hello, my name is Wei Xiaolong." He snapped out of it, clutching his face in horror. "Is this what that queen bee's royal jelly does?" He quickly looked down, fumbled with his belt, and held his breath, not daring to make a single sound. Then he did a quick check to see if his little buddy was still there. After the inspection was complete, he collapsed onto the floor, staring at the ceiling and letting out a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's still right where it's supposed to be. He remembered what Hua Yin had said, if her grandfather hadn't helped guide the energy, something terrible could have happened. He thought to himself, I should probably thank him. I almost kicked the bucket, but got saved. Xiaolong was walking down a familiar street, but felt a strange vibe as everyone kept staring at him. Seeing the young ladies giggling, he thought to himself, why am I getting all these weird looks today? Is it because my internal energy leveled up? He bolted like a bat out of hell, telling himself gotta get out of here pronto, leaving a trail of roaring laughter from the ladies behind him. At the Sichuan Tang's eatery, which was actually the Sichuan house, Xiaolong stood outside the door, hesitating to go in, choosing to peek inside like a total creep. Meanwhile, the tables inside were packed with food. A feast for the senses, with dishes that looked, smelled, and tasted divine, was laid out. Everyone took their seats as servants brought out one delectable course after another. When his mother-in-law turned around, her eyes landed on him, and after a quick scan, she gasped, "Oh my, doesn't my son-in-law look absolutely radiant?" She then asked, "Are you feeling better now?" Xiaolong bowed his head respectfully. Hands clasped, "Yes, mother-in-law. I apologize for causing you to worry." She clapped her hands in delight. "Nonsense, a fortuitous encounter like this is cause for celebration." With a mischievous glint in her eye, she turned to tease her own daughter. "Oh my, look at that glowing skin, Hua Yin, you must be thrilled," causing Hua Yin to blush a deep shade of crimson. Yes, mother." She stammered desperately, trying to change the subject. "Xiaolong, you should sit down too." All while her mother chuckled merrily. He replied softly, "Yes." With everyone seated, the servants brought out the final dishes to complete the magnificent spread. As a servant poured tea, the family head asked with concern, "Xiaolong, are you feeling much better now?" Our boy nodded obediently. "Yes, father-in-law. My apologies for causing you any distress." He then added respectfully, "And thank you, grandfather. I heard you personally examined my condition." The grand elder smiled. A fateful encounter is always a joyous occasion. The family head then jumped in, "So spill the beans. What exactly happened?" I got the short version about the royal jelly from Hua Yin. What in the world went down? Not knowing where to begin, Xiaolong habitually touched his face and stammered, "Well, you see," recalling that unique first kiss, he closed his eyes and said, "I think the golden fur bee queen was pleased with the new hive, so she wanted to repay me. Next thing I know, I was dragged into the nest and suddenly force-fed her royal jelly." He then concluded cheerfully, "And I believe that's the root of everything that happened." His mother-in-law covered her mouth, exclaiming, "How bizarre." Meanwhile, the Grand Elder mused, "Oh, an insect-level beast that understands gratitude. That's a plot twist worthy of a manhwa." He then proposed, "Is it possible to acquire more of this royal jelly? If we could, it would be a massive boon for our Tang family." The family head chimed in, "Indeed, the honey from the golden fur bees is already potent. If this is their royal jelly, its effects must be off the charts." But his mother-in-law's mind was on one thing and one thing only: the beauty benefits. She asked excitedly, "Son-in-law, can you get us more of that royal jelly?" Feeling the weight of everyone's expectant gazes, Xiaolong let out a small cough. Even Hua Yin turned to him. "Oh, that's right, Xiaolong. Is it possible to get more?" He closed his eyes, gave a slight nod. While his mind started racing. "With regular bees," he thought, "you just have to build multiple special queen cells and trick the worker bees into producing royal jelly." But then he remembered the sight of Chu Bai fleeing for his life from that terrifying swarm. He couldn't help but think, "Yeah, young Master Xiaolong, that plan sounds a little detached from reality." He wondered, if I tried that with the intelligent golden fur bees, I'd probably end up as a human honeycomb. Then he pictured the innocent-looking queen bee. He mused thoughtfully, "Royal jelly is normally made to feed larvae. But I was fed directly by the queen herself. I wonder if that makes the substance different." After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, "To be perfectly honest, I don't think that's possible." Hearing this, the Grand Elder immediately shot back, "Not possible. And why is that?" His mother-in-law also chimed in anxiously, "Son-in-law, why can't you?" He replied, "Even if you could get it, who would dare to eat it?" The family head immediately started guessing, "Does it taste awful, or does it have a weird smell?" Zhao Long just slowly shook his head. "Oh, not quite." Then he drops a bombshell of an answer: "The royal jelly is actually secreted from the queen bee's mouth. To avoid any awkward misunderstandings, it has to be transferred directly from the queen bee." He clarifies, "It's basically like a kiss. You know, mouth-to-mouth contact? The queen's special sauce has to go right into your mouth to work." The Grand Patriarch's jaw hit the floor, a perfect mix of shock and utter confusion. What? Direct contact with the queen bee? The madam was just as stunned. What in the world does that mean?" The patriarch just sighed, watching his hopes and dreams go up in smoke. "Looks like getting more is impossible, unless you're Xiaolong, the one and only favorite of the golden-haired bee king. Anyone else is completely out of luck." Suddenly, the clatter of chopsticks hitting the table snaps everyone to attention. Hua Yin, without even looking at him, asks in a dangerously low voice, "Mouth-to-mouth contact?" She quickly slaps a hand over her own mouth in horror. Her eyes dart sideways, sizing up Xiaolong. "Big brother, you already had a mouth contest with that golden-haired bee king, didn't you?" On a silent night, a lonely crescent moon hangs in the sky, bathing the world in its pale silver glow, the perfect setting for some classic manhwa drama. We see a hand covered in a web of scars, veins bulging with power. This belongs to none other than the legendary martial arts alliance leader, the one and only Fist Emperor Zhu Zhongshui. Right now his mind is a tangled mess, his thoughts a chaotic storm threatening to erupt. The wooden door creaks open and in glides a figure so graceful and elegant she looks like a goddess who's just stepped down from the heavens. Her delicate oval face is accented by a single shy beauty mark. She keeps her head bowed, her ivory hands carefully carrying a tea tray. The Fist Emperor Zhu Zhongshui gives her a quick passing glance and casually remarks, "Ah, you've prepared the famous Zishan Bailu tea." He then clasps his hands behind his back, his voice swelling with pride. Truly, the rich, unforgettable taste of home. As the beauty gently pours the tea, she replies softly, "Yes, it is the finest Zishan Bailu tea, the famous specialty of our Nangxiang." Hearing this, the Fist Emperor gives a slight nod. "My thanks, beautiful lady. This alliance leader will be sure to savor every last drop." The woman stands beside him, her sparkling eyes fixed on his every move. The Fist Emperor raises the teacup to his lips, parting them just enough to take a sip. But just at that moment, a frantic voice shouts from outside, reporting to the alliance leader, Your subordinate strategist Zhuge Hao has an urgent matter to report. The sheer panic in that voice makes the Fist Emperor freeze. He quickly sets the teacup down and calls out in a commanding tone. Still awake at this hour? What's the matter now? Come in. In walks Zhuge Hao, a handsome and sharp young man, moving with a swift and agile grace. He clasps his hands in a formal salute, his tone apologetic. My apologies, Alliance Leader. It is terribly rude of me to disturb you so late on this quiet night. With that out of the way, he dives right into his report. The thing is, we just received an urgent secret message from our intelligence network in Sichuan. I deemed it a matter of grave importance, so I came to report to you at once. The Fist Emperor gives a casual wave of his hand, replying calmly, It's no trouble for you to come here personally. It must be a serious issue. Speak freely. Zhuge Hao steps forward, his hand furtively reaching into his sleeve as if searching for something. Finally, he pulls out a goatskin scroll and places it on the table. A special report, folks. The infamous Blood Hand, Asura Zhuo Yunyang, has finally kicked the bucket. Upon hearing this bombshell that the Tang clan had not only recovered his severed head, but also the legendary Blood Hand Poison Palm Manual, the Fist Emperor absolutely lost his cool. He slammed his fist on the table so hard his jade teacup exploded into a million pieces, roaring, You what? His hand was still trembling from the impact as the Fist Emperor grilled him through gritted teeth. The Blood Hand Poison Palm, that freaky demonic technique. How in the world did they get that back, and Zhuo Yunyang's head too? Zhuge Hao quickly bowed and replied, My Lord Alliance Leader. It seems Zhuo Yunyang took a fatal hit from the myriad poison divine lord a while back. He vanished off the face of the earth, eventually washing up in Hainan to lick his wounds in secret. Then, as if remembering the juiciest part of the story, Zhuge Hao's eyes lit up. Oh, and there's more. This whole affair has a plot twist worthy of a top-tier manhwa. Our latest intel says that the big bad demon Lord Zhuo Yunyang was actually taken down by a young, up-and-coming hero and some mysterious poison user. The Fist Emperor's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. Say that again, he asked, clearly skeptical. A young hero and a poison user. Zhuge Hao casually took a seat across from the Fist Emperor. He started fanning himself with a feather fan, all mysterious-like, and continued, I know it sounds like some over-the-top, cliché-filled story. But trust me, my lord, this is a real-life drama you'll be dying to see the next chapter of. Meanwhile, the beautiful lady standing silently in the room couldn't help but get curious listening to Zhuge Hao's non-stop gossip session. Cut to the Tang clan headquarters in Sichuan, where the main hall is packed with every single elder from both the main and side branches. After hearing the report, a wise-looking elder with a long white beard nodded sagely. So it's all true then. In clan head. But another more hot-headed elder was fuming, so someone actually had the nerve to sell our Tang clan's secrets to outsiders. Another elder immediately jumped on the bandwagon. The sheer audacity to think someone would dare to drag the Tang clan's name through the mud like this. Xiaolong, noticing the vibe was totally different from last time, turned to Hua Yin. He whispered, Hey, how come your dad isn't throwing a fit and trying to kill me today? Hua Yin let out a small laugh. Of course not. Seeing Xiaolong's utterly baffled expression, she decided to spell it out for him. When the entire clan's reputation is on the line, even the elders from the other branches can't just sit back and watch. At the end of the day, it's all just internal family drama. The Tang clan head closed his eyes in thought for a moment before making his decision. I've already sent the beggar's sect to verify the intel on these culprits. We should hear back soon. I'm planning a personal trip to Yangchuan Prefecture. A concerned elder asked, So clan head, what's the plan for dealing with them? The clan head, who clearly already had a master plan cooking, laid out his strategy step by step. For starters, we'll hit them with the soul-annihilating poison, the blood-melting poison, and the gut-wrenching poison. As he spoke, he gestured vividly, describing a scene of spontaneous combustion and dissolving organs, ensuring the enemy would writhe in absolute agony, looking like his soul was about to yeet itself out of his body. Then he made a grand final declaration. I shall bestow upon them a cup of the seven treasures, soul-severing poison, to speed up their trip to the afterlife. Liu Fa Gu, you say. Xiaolong's jaw hit the floor in shock. His voice cracked like a teenager's. Old Master Tang spun around, his aura practically screaming main character energy. He barked an order at Yue Jiang in a tone that said, "Argue and you'll regret it. What are you still gawking at? Assemble the entire poison annihilation squad immediately. This old master is heading out now." Yue Jiang bowed so low he looked like a cooked shrimp, and scrambled to reply. "As you command, old master." The poison annihilation squad assembled with terrifying speed. They stood in 5 perfectly neat rows in the courtyard, their eyes fixed on the old master awaiting his command, before zipping off like a character in a high-speed manhwa panel. Old Master Tang didn't forget to shoot a look at his precious son-in-law. "Kiddo, don't you worry about these family matters. You just stay home and get your strength back. I'll take care of everything." Xiaolong quickly clasped his hands and bowed. Putting on his most sincere face, he replied, "Rest assured, venerable father-in-law, I understand completely. Please take care of yourself." Hearing this, old Master Tang threw his head back and let out a booming laugh that shook the heavens. "Take care, ha ha ha. It's those vermin who need to be careful. Just watch as this old master rains down 100,000-fold retribution on their heads, and 1,000,000 punishments for good measure with that." He and his formidable 5-row squad vanished from the Tang estate with an aura that could split the sky. Watching the backs of these mysterious figures in black, all covered from head to toe, Xiaolong couldn't help but turn to Miss Hua Yin with a curious glint in his eye. "Are those guys the legendary Poison Annihilation Squad?" I've been in the Tang family for ages, but this is the first time I've ever laid eyes on them. Miss Hua Yin covered her mouth with her sleeve and let out a soft chuckle, her tone dripping with mystery. "That's right, they handle all the top-secret dirty work, the most dangerous jobs in the martial world." She leaned in, emphasizing her next words. "To put it bluntly, they specialize in unaliving people, hence the fancy name, Poison Annihilation Squad." Hearing this, a chill shot straight down Xiaolong's spine as he thought to himself, "Just dangerous? I have a feeling it's a whole lot more than that." Just then, a rather suspicious-sounding cough echoed from behind them. "Ahem, ahem." The two of them jumped and spun around, realizing who it was. Xiaolong immediately bowed in greeting. This junior, Xiaolong, pays his respects to the esteemed elders. The elder in the lead leaned on his cane, his voice raspy like dry leaves skittering across pavement. "Ahem, ahem. No need for all that ceremony. We heard that our son-in-law has stumbled upon a rather rare and fortunate encounter." Xiaolong kept his humble pie face on, not daring to show a hint of pride. "Yes, esteemed elder." Meanwhile, his brain was going into overdrive with wild speculation. Could it be? Has news about the golden-haired Bee King's royal jelly already reached the elder's ears? The old elder started coughing again. A long, drawn-out affair, before speaking with some difficulty. "Ahem. Ahem. This old fossil has come to you, son-in-law, to ask for a small favor." Xiaolong was still completely in the dark, unable to make heads or tails of the situation, so he just asked, "A favor. What kind of favor might that be?" he probed carefully. "Is it perhaps about the honey from the golden-haired Bee King that you've all heard whispers about?" Before Xiaolong could even finish his sentence, the elder frantically waved his hands, his voice laced with a healthy dose of guilt. No. Not at all. It's absolutely not about that. Surely our son-in-law doesn't think we'd be so greedy as to covet such a thing." The elder behind him quickly chimed in, putting on a virtuous air. Indeed, all spiritual medicines and treasures in this world belong to those destined to find them. How could one possibly force fate? Indeed, all spiritual medicines and treasures in this world belong to those destined to find them. How could one possibly force fate? Xiaolong watched the two elders beat around the bush like they were plotting a grand strategy, and his suspicion meter went through the roof. So he just cut to the chase and asked, "All right, spill it, what's the deal?" The two geezers exchanged a look that screamed, "This is super awkward." It was like they had something stuck in their throats they couldn't cough up. After a dramatic throat-clearing session to muster some courage, The head elder sidled up to Xiaolong, placing a bony hand on his shoulder with an expression so mysterious it could be its own manhwa plot twist. Blushing a little, he leaned in and whispered in Xiaolong's ear like he was sharing a top-secret government secret. Lean in a bit closer. So the thing is, you're the guy with those, Qi pills, right? Word on the street is you brew those little miracle workers yourself, so you've got the final say on them. Is all yours. Ahem. At that moment, the light bulb finally went on for Xiaolong, and he let out a long, knowing "ah." He then whipped out 3 shiny Qi pills, casually juggling them in his hand with a smirk that could cut glass. Haha, you know I'm still just trying to fit into this big Tang family. It's all a bit new to me, so if you esteemed elders could, look out for me a little, then a small favor like this is nothing at all, right? Just then the big boss himself, the Grand Elder Old Master Tang, made his grand entrance. He stepped out from the inner hall, saw this suspiciously friendly scene unfolding, and couldn't help but ask, "What's all this commotion? You lot sound like a fish market in here." His booming authoritative voice suddenly cut through the air. Instantly, the cheerful group froze solid like they'd seen a ghost, and for about 5 seconds you could hear a pin drop. The elder, who was just about to grab the pills, choked on his own spit, letting out a truly pathetic gasp. Everyone else scrambled to do damage control, patting his back and propping him up. "Oh, nothing, we were just having a friendly chat. Just bonding with our dear son-in-law." Seeing this, the old Master Tang finally cracked a satisfied smile and let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha. It looks like you old coots have finally recognized the true value of our Xiaolong." Hua Yin, watching this whole dramatic manhwa scene from the sidelines, felt a shiver run down his spine. Cold sweat was practically pouring down his back. The elders, meanwhile, were bowing and scraping, nodding their heads like bobbleheads. "Of course, Grand Elder, you speak the absolute truth." But suddenly a panicked shout echoed from the distance. "Grand Elder, an urgent report. It's a disaster, a total disaster." Hearing this, old Master Tang immediately spun around. He demanded with authority, "What's wrong? You look like someone just kicked the bucket." The messenger didn't dare waste a second. He rushed to report, "My lord, it's the city lord of Sichuan. He's on his last breath like a candle in the wind. He's barely hanging on." The crowd's faces went pale with shock. The elder, who was just trying to score some pills, couldn't help but blurt out, "What? The city lord of Sichuan? You say?" Xiaolong immediately jumped in. "Hold on, did the city lord of Sichuan follow? And the exact dosage and instructions I gave him." The messenger stammered for a bit, realizing he couldn't hide the truth, and finally confessed. "Well, the thing is, after the city lord of Sichuan experienced the miraculous effects of the elixir, he went and got himself a few more concubines, and then he decided to up the dosage himself by like several times the recommended amount." Hearing this, Xiaolong broke into a cold sweat, screaming internally, "Oh, sweet mother of pearl! That good-for-nothing brat." Grand Old Master Tang felt a migraine coming on, rubbing his temples in utter exasperation. All right, that's enough. This old man has to make a trip there immediately." Before zipping off, he didn't forget to give Xiaolong some last-minute orders. "Xiaolong, you're the only man left holding the fort for the Tang family right now. So you better protect all the ladies you got that." Xiaolong obediently replied, "Yes, Grand. Pay, I'll take it to heart." And just like that, old Master Tang activated his lightness skill, transforming into a streak of cyan light. He vanished from the Tang estate in a flash. Xiaolong watched his grandpa's hasty retreat, wondering to himself, what in the world could make the old man panic like that? As the sun began to set, all the main halls of the Tang estate were lit up brightly. Hua Yin sat beside Xiaolong and asked gently, "Xiaolong, how's your training with the 10 poisons dual origin technique going? Made any progress?" Xiaolong hesitated, answering with a distinct lack of confidence. It's a little less confusing than before, I guess. It's definitely way more complicated." He thought to himself, if the 5 poisons origin unification technique, I felt like a single massive energy current circulating through my body, then this 10 poisons dual origin technique is like having 2 currents running simultaneously, like a 2-cylinder engine or something. Hearing this, Hua Yin couldn't hide her delight and announced, "It seems I've already developed a basic resistance to common poisons." She continued excitedly, "What's more, I can even channel my energy externally or infuse it into objects now." Xiaolong was stunned, his mind reeling with disbelief. For real, is it really that awesome? After a moment of intense internal debate, he steeled his resolve, pursed his lips, and declared, "Okay, then let's give it a test run." His eyes locked onto the wooden dummy before him. With fierce determination, Xiaolong slowly rose to his feet. He gently pinched a flying dagger between his thumb and index finger, then entered a state of deep concentration, becoming one with his weapon, just like in a classic manhwa. He silently recited the mantra, circulating his internal energy from left to right, getting those two energy cycles to spin in perfect harmony. Slowly but surely, a faint blue aura began to swirl at his feet, quickly enveloping his entire body. Xiaolong slowly opened his eyes, his pupils now glowing with a mysterious ethereal blue hue. He thought to himself, "Once this energy has completely filled my meridians and muscles." And as that thought crossed his mind, a whooshing sound echoed. He planted one foot firmly on the ground, pushed off with the other, and launched the flying dagger at the dummy with terrifying speed. The dagger, now glowing with a sharp blue aura, tore through the air like a meteor. With an earth-shattering boom, the dagger struck true, embedding itself right in the dummy's gut and sending scraps of fabric flying like confetti. "Lady Hua Yin, I did it, I've broken through." Xiaolong's ecstatic voice shattered the evening's tranquility. Responding to his triumphant cry, Hua Yin let out a soft chuckle, her eyes curving into beautiful crescent moons. "Xiaolong, you're a natural-born genius. You perfectly channeled your vital energy into that flying dagger." In the murky shadows, a squad of black-clad goons hiding nearby nearly had a collective heart attack, their eyes rolling so far back they could see their own brains. They had just witnessed a throwing knife slice through the air, nail a perfect bullseye on a wooden target, and then bury itself deep into the solid stone wall behind it. They exchanged horrified glances, whispering amongst themselves, "Could we have been spotted?" One of them, his voice trembling, hissed, "We have to silence them, permanently." His buddy immediately shot that idea down. "Don't be an idiot, it's just a coincidence." The last guy, clutching a stolen martial arts scroll, lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, "Even though this is just a copy, but the poisonous blood palm technique is ours. Mission accomplished." He couldn't help but grin smugly. "We need to scram back to headquarters before things get messy." He let out a raspy chuckle that sounded like a dying crow. "Heh heh, those fools from the Tang family, their security is a complete joke. Made it a piece of cake for this old master to sneak in and grab the prize." But just then, a strange fragrance wafted through the air. He frowned, sniffing the air. "Huh." He whispered a warning to his crew, "Hey, you guys smell that something weird, sweet but really strong." The whole gang started looking around like a bunch of confused meerkats trying to pinpoint the source of the smell, and that's when they looked up. Their souls practically left their bodies when they saw a gigantic hornet giving them the mother of all death glares. Its eyes were practically shooting sparks. The ferocious look on its face screamed, "I'm about to eat you for dinner." A deafening buzz like a tiny jet engine ripped through the pitch-black night, radiating pure, unadulterated killing intent. A blood-curdling scream shattered the silence, echoing across the training grounds and chilling everyone to the bone. Xiaolong jumped, startled. What in the world just happened?" But Hua Yin's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, was already locked onto where the scream came from. She deduced coolly, "It seems we have some uninvited guests." From behind the row of ancient trees near the practice target, sure enough, a group of shady black-clad figures stumbled out, looking like they'd just seen a ghost, and screamed in unison. "Ah, why is there a demonic murder hornet here?" It was their bizarre outfits and even more suspicious behavior that instantly confirmed for Hua Yin that these were the intruders, for the safety of the Tang family. Hua Yin didn't hesitate for a second, channeling her energy and launching herself toward the enemy. She didn't forget to bark an order to her companion. "Xiaolong, what are you waiting for? Fire the arrows." Xiaolong, still a bit dazed, could only shout after Hua Yin's retreating figure, "Young miss, be careful. The leader of the goons, seeing the situation go south faster than a penguin on a water slide, completely panicked and shrieked at his men, "Abort mission, retreat, retreat." Another guy got stung right on the ear by the hornet and was screaming his head off, "Get it off me, get this demonic thing off me. Help me, somebody help you, cursed beast." His two cold-blooded comrades completely ignored their teammates' pleas, hastily using their lightness skill to get the heck out of Dodge. But Hua Yin was on them in a flash, her voice as cold as ice. "Stop right there." She channeled energy into her wrist and a jet-black leather whip materialized in her hand. This thing was covered in razor-sharp steel barbs, a weapon straight out of a top-tier Manhwa. Hua Yin put all her strength into it and cracked the whip with the force of a coiling dragon. But these goons were surprisingly skilled, nimbly leaping into the air and dodging her thunderous attack. This actually surprised Hua Yin, who thought, "They dodged my Black Dragon's descent technique." The guy with the swollen ear knew he couldn't escape, so he decided to go down fighting and buy his buddies some time. He let out a feral roar, ready for a counterattack. He swings his sword straight for Hua Yin, screaming, "Die for me, you witch." Xiaolong, our resident cheerleader, is watching from the sidelines. He can only scream his lungs out, "Miss, watch out." The sheer panic in his voice could curdle milk. The man in black is swinging his sword like a madman, completely ignoring the giant hornet still latched onto him. But Hua Yin is a top-tier martial arts master, a true manhwa protagonist. With practiced ease, she grips her thorny whip and casually parries a deadly sword strike, even throwing in a look of pure disdain for good measure. Then she launches a lightning-fast counterattack. The whip cracks through the air, heading straight for the assassin's face, leaving him frozen in sheer terror. She gives him zero time to recover, unleashing a flurry of whip strikes, each one sharp enough to slice through the air itself. Only then does the hornet decide its job is done, letting go of the poor sap, doing a victory lap and zipping off into the sky. Xiaolong stares at the man in black, who's now lying on the ground, looking like a sack of potatoes, and rushes over to Hua Yin. "Miss, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Hua Yin coolly retracts her whip, totally unfazed. "I'm fine, no big deal." But suddenly the downed assassin lets out a final agonizing groan, and then kicks the bucket. His entire body starts emitting plumes of black smoke, his mouth gaping wide open. Xiaolong is completely freaked out, stammering, "What? Who is this guy? Is he dead?" Internally, he's screaming, "Holy crap, what in the world is happening?" Hua Yin kneels down, carefully examining the audacious fool who dared to sneak into the Tang clan's territory. Noticing his corpse-like pale skin and other bizarre symptoms, she comes to a firm conclusion. He committed suicide by biting down on a poison capsule. Looks like he was hiding one heck of a secret. Just then, torches flare to life all across the Tang clan estate, turning night into day. Alarm bells start clanging like crazy, with shouts echoing everywhere. "Intruders! We have intruders, capture them alive." After assembling 5 elite squads, Hua Yin issues a stern command: "Split up and give chase immediately. We can't let a single one of them escape." Xiaolong, you and Captain Zhoubai of the Blood Toxin Squad are with me. Deep in the dead of night, within a dense bamboo forest, flickering torches dance like fireflies, their lights appearing and disappearing in the gloom. Shouts of get them," echo through the trees as the Tang clan members relentlessly follow the enemy's trail. Zhoubai yells while on the move, "They couldn't have gotten far. We have to catch these rats no matter what." Feeling the chase is a bit too slow for his liking, Xiaolong glances at the golden-armored centipedes in his inventory pouch and makes up his mind, "Time to go, my little jet engines." But just as his foot hits the ground, he misses his step and plummets straight into a deep, dark pit. The fall scares the living daylights out of him, and he screams like a banshee, hearing the pathetic cry for help. Zhoubai whips his head around, shouting in alarm. Master Xiaolong, he and one of his trusted men immediately double back. They team up to haul Xiaolong out of the hole, anxiously asking, "Sir, are you all right?" Xiaolong scrambles over the edge, breathing a sigh of relief and muttering his thanks. "I thought I was a goner for sure," but then a strange feeling washes over him. Something feels very, very wrong. He turns to look back down into the pit, muttering in confusion, "Huh." What he sees is a writhing sea of green and red snakes, all packed together, their heads raised and pointed right at him. A chill runs down his spine as cold sweat starts pouring down his back. He's absolutely terrified. What is that snake pit? Jubai's face turns as white as a sheet, completely drained of color. He stared into the snake pit for a hot second and stammered out the obvious, "Looks like a den of poisonous snakes." Snakes love to hang out in places with thick yin energy, and this time of year they get extra cranky. You guys be careful. But while everyone else was freaking out, our golden armored centipede looked absolutely thrilled. He muttered to himself, "Just a bunch of baby snakes, and look at them all glaring at me with those big ol' eyes." They were even hissing and baring their fangs, trying to act tough, which just left the Tang Jia crew scratching their heads. How weird. Tiger-striped water snakes aren't usually this feisty. He then shot everyone an apologetic look, his voice dripping with guilt. "My bad, guys. My carelessness held us up. Looks like rain's coming, we should get a move on." Jubai immediately snapped to attention. "As you command, warrior Xiaolong." Having wasted a chunk of precious time, the Tang Jia squad went full throttle, sprinting like their lives depended on it to chase down the enemy. Suddenly, a flicker of fire. The point man roared, "Over there, get him!" Jubai swiftly turned around, pointing in another direction and barking out orders. "Split up and cover that way, too." Three men in black, their faces a mix of scowls and high alert, watched as the Tang Jia posse closed in through the pitch-black night. The rain was coming down in sheets when a world-shattering thunderclap ripped through the silent night. Classic Manhwa drama. The two sides faced off, the power gap between them as wide as the ocean, and the leader's voice dropped low as he gave the order. "Tighten the circle, we fight to the death." Jubai chimed in, his own tone as sharp as steel. "You rats have nowhere left to run." With that, he and his goons all reached into their robes in perfect sync, pulling out their prepped weapons. The men in black didn't even flinch, drawing their own blades to meet the challenge. The two sides had a tense stare down for a few brief seconds before the Tang Jia point man let out a roar, "Attack!" and charged forward like a madman. The other side knew the score. Their only chance of survival was to fight to the bitter end. The leader swung his sword at one of the black-clad assassins, but the guy expertly parried with a pair of slick dual blades. "You insignificant ants are asking to die," the ugly mug sneered, spitting out words laced with pure aggression. His buddy was no slouch either, roaring like a tiger, "Carve a bloody path." He swung his curved blade with terrifying force. His aura was absolutely oppressive. It sent the old white-haired master stumbling back, nearly toppling over. A junior screamed his lungs out, "Senior, watch out!" but it was totally useless. Just in the nick of time, a flash of sword light sliced through the rain curtain, striking at the man in black faster than lightning. The attack nearly scared the soul out of his body, making his limbs go weak. This time, however, the assassin snapped out of it just in time. He pulled off a desperate backbend to dodge it by a hair's breadth. Then the young hero channeled all his internal energy and unleashed three throwing daggers like streaks of lightning. Turns out it was the legendary Three Shadows Life-Taker technique of the Tang Men. Three flashes of cold light chased him down relentlessly. It forced the assassin to backpedal frantically, looking as pathetic as a stray dog. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Liu Ming leaped into the air to dodge a deadly dagger aimed at his feet, but another one, as if it had a mind of its own, seemed to predict his every move, and with pinpoint accuracy, thwack. It buried itself deep in his chest, sending a spray of fresh blood everywhere. The blood gushed out like a fountain, staining his robes crimson. He clutched the wound, his face deathly pale, letting out a hiss like a wounded animal. Jubai gritted his teeth so hard you could hear it growling, "You lucky son of a gun." His glare was sharp enough to slice steel as he stared down his opponent. His voice was dripping with salt. "Consider this your lucky day. This blasted rain washed all the poison off my daggers." And right on cue, a series of bizarre sounds echoed through the area, making everyone's hair stand on end. What a lively little gathering of pathetic insects. Jubai's nerves were stretched tighter than a piano wire as he cautiously yelled, "Which devil dares to speak?" A figure descended from the heavens with epic flair, shattering a boulder the size of an elephant into 100 pieces with a single palm strike. The newcomer was an old man with a face as fierce as a demon, his blood-red eyes glowing like something out of a horror manhwa. It was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine, feeling his immense aura crash down on them like a mountain. Zhou Bai's face went pale and he screamed a warning to his crew. This is bad, a true master is here, retreat now? The old man's body began to glow with a faint bloody light. He let out a raspy, bizarre laugh, coo coo coo. After his creepy cackle, he addressed the black-clad man, gasping for air on the ground. Did you get the item? The guy hastily pulled an old book from a hidden pocket in his chest. He offered it with trembling hands, like a precious treasure, reporting, My lord, it's just a copy from the Tang clan. From a distance, Xiaolong, who had been eavesdropping this whole time, was startled by this and whipped his head around, remembering the stern warning his great-grandfather had given him. Only those with a twisted heart would ever desire such a thing. The boy's face turned white as a sheet as he gasped in horror. How could that be? His mind was a raging sea of panic. He thought in terror, Don't tell me that's a copy of the Marrow Cleansing Sutra that Grandpa accidentally read that one time. Holy smokes! The boy frantically screamed a warning to the man in front, the warrior Zhou Bai. Be careful, that's the secret manual for the Bloody Hand Poison Palm. I mean, the name alone is a massive red flag. When Zhou Bai heard that name, his reaction wasn't much better, breaking out in a cold sweat. What a copy of that disgusting manual! He ground his teeth, his face turning purple with rage as he cursed, Damn it, you rotten evil scumbags! You're a bunch of sick freaks. Seeing the old man's completely unfazed attitude, Zhou Bai flew into a rage, yelling right at him. What kind of person would crave such a sinister and evil martial art? Do you even have the guts to state your name? The old turtle couldn't have cared less about the verbal beatdown. He just flipped through the book with a smug smirk on his face. Just as I predicted, since it's a copy, it only contains the techniques and lacks the profound secrets. But still, this is more than enough. After a quick glance through a few pages, he carelessly snapped the book shut. Then he ordered the injured man in black, Shui Rong, I permit you to go all out. Use the ultimate technique of the blood cult. It might be a little rushed, but this is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity to announce our return. The mighty and invincible blood cult. So it turns out the man in black's name was Shui Rong. Hearing the absolute command from his cult leader, he immediately cupped his fists, bowed his head, and replied with rock-solid conviction. As you command, my lord. After that, he lowered his hand, aiming it straight at the other man in black, who was lying face down on the ground, looking more dead than alive. Suddenly, the blood on the downed man's body began to flare up violently. The thick metallic stench of blood filled the air, spreading in every direction as everyone watched the grotesque scene unfold. Xiaolong's eyes went wide as saucers as he clutched his head and shrieked like he'd seen a ghost. Hey! What in the fresh hell is this? Holy smokes! Zhou Bai muttered in disbelief, his face a mask of confusion. Right there in the palm of the man in black, spiritual energy was gathering into a thick, ominous ball. The blood on the ground started pooling into his palm. Don't tell me this dude is actually sucking up human blood. With a sharp clang, the blood-poisoned sword dropped to the cold, hard earth. He clutched his wound, which was already starting to heal thanks to some freaky dark magic. The old geezer let out a contemptuous chuckle. Heh heh heh, you've got a decent eye, kid. His hand, tipped with long, razor-sharp claws, began to glow with a terrifying crimson blood energy. The old man puffed out his chest and announced, Listen up, you maggots. You are in the presence of none other than the great elder of the blood sect Shui Ying Duan, the one and only Chu Zhene Man. What a ridiculously long and complicated name. Seriously, it sounds like my neighbor's poodle. The old villain stared intently at Xiaolong, sizing him up from head to toe. You look like quite the tasty morsel, my boy. Very good indeed. He rubbed his hands together with a dry, crackling sound. As drool dripped from his mouth full of needle-sharp teeth, he licked his lips like a starving ghoul who just found an all-you-can-eat buffet. It's been far, far too long since I've tasted the pure lifeblood of someone with a spiritual root like yours. I bet it's absolutely divine. As the rain poured down in sheets, the two sides faced off in a tense standoff, the situation hanging by a thread like a classic manhwa cliffhanger. Kyojene casually tucked the secret manual into his robes, then barked an order at the wobbly Shui Ying, who had just managed to get back on his feet. Get me that brat. Nothing restores an old man's vitality quite like the pure lifeblood of a young boy, ha ha ha. Shui Ying immediately bowed. As you command, my lord. Then with murder written all over their faces, the two villains charged toward the Tang family members. Zhou Bai squawked in a panic, "Quick, get into the five poisons extinguishing fire formation. We can't let that old scoundrel lay a single finger on Lord Xiaolong." But Qiu Zhenhe just used his movement arts to leap into the air, letting out a chilling laugh. "Ha ha ha. You think you can stop me? You're nothing but ants." His entire body radiated heat like a blast furnace as he shot into the sky like a hawk. A split second later, the ground below erupted, in a deafening earth-shattering explosion, followed by blood-curdling screams. Xiaolong threw his arms over his head, desperately dodging, the massive chunks of rock flying past his ears. Sweat poured down his face as an urgent voice yelled in his ear, "Lord Xiaolong, get out of there, it's too dangerous." But from behind, Xue Ying appeared out of nowhere like a phantom, grabbing the boy tightly by the neck. Xiaolong's eyes widened in shock, his jaw dropping in disbelief. The man's eyes glinted with a terrifying, bloodthirsty cruelty. Xue Ying's voice was cold as ice, each word a dagger. "Time for a little nap, kiddo. Looks like the Great Elder has taken a special interest in your lifeblood. Guess it's just not your lucky day, ha ha ha." Xiaolong's face turned a sickly pale as he struggled to breathe. In this life-or-death moment, the boy gritted his teeth and whispered, "My precious babies, it's showtime." Instantly, a swarm of shimmering golden centipedes erupted from his body like a broken dam, attacking the man in black with terrifying speed. Following Xiaolong's mental command to mess him up, the lead centipede lunged forward and sank its fangs deep into the back of his hand. The little enemy was squeaking furiously, like it wanted to tear him to shreds. The blood shadow just stared at the bizarre yellow creature, in his hand looking utterly dumbfounded and thinking to himself, what in the world is this centipede thingamajig, while he was still spacing out trying to figure it out. A razor-sharp dagger came whistling through the air, and thunk, it planted itself right in his skull, causing a spectacular firework display of blood. And right after that, a terrifying force with the subtlety of a landslide slammed straight into the blood shadow. He went flying backward like a kite with its string cut. Xiaolong quickly threw a hand up to block the blinding light that suddenly flooded his vision. He squeezed his eyes shut tight before daring to peek back ever so slightly. That's when a familiar voice sliced through the downpour. "Xiaolong." He saw the gorgeous Hua Yin looking like a celestial fairy from a classic manhwa, leading a seriously intimidating posse. Right behind her were Yue Jiang and the Great Elder. Their faces were dead serious, but the kid was so overjoyed, he started jumping up and down, yelling, "Big sis Hua Yin, you finally came to rescue your little bro." But the smiles vanished as Hua Yin and Yue Jiang's faces became stone-cold serious, taking in the absolute horror show in front of them. Qiu Zhenye was shrouded in a sinister black mist, looking like a full-blown demon king, and he was absolutely mopping the floor with the Tang clan folks. It was easier than flipping a pancake for him. Hua Yin urgently demanded, "The five poisons annihilation formation. What in the nine hells is happening here?" Zhou Bai's ears perked up and his gaze sharp as lightning whipped around to face Hua Yin, young miss. With no time to beat around the bush, Zhou Bai immediately sounded the alarm, his voice laced with panic. "Young miss, this is bad. That old geezer from the blood cult actually had the nerve to launch a surprise attack on our manor." Hua Yin's elegant eyebrows shot up to her hairline, her eyes wide with shock. "Excuse me, the blood cult." Realizing just how dire the situation was, Hua Yin's commanding presence flared to life as she ordered, "Everyone focus your efforts on supporting Vice Captain Zhu Bai." Yue Zhang snapped to attention without a second's delay, roaring, "As you command, young miss." Meanwhile, the creepy old villain gently stroked his goatee. He growled in a low, sinister tone, "So it looks like that little brat is the one who took down the blood-hand poisonous eagle." Zhuo Yunyang's face twisted into a nasty demonic scowl as he licked his chapped lips. His voice was dripping with a creepy mix of hunger and scorn. "The blood-hand poisonous eagle. What a grand title for someone who turned out to be utter garbage. I can't believe he got taken down by a bite from a teensy-weensy centipede. What a loser." Yue Zhang's voice roared like a thunderclap. "Shut your damn mouth today. This place becomes your tomb, Qiu Zhenhe." But the old man completely ignored the threat, just tilting his head back and letting out a crazed, arrogant laugh. The sound was a grating, demonic cackle that could shatter eardrums. Ha ha ha, is that a fact? Let's just see who ends up in a ditch today. The ground started to shake violently, like a massive earthquake was hitting, as the old man began to frantically unleash his evil techniques. The dark demonic aura around him went absolutely berserk, becoming so thick you could barely breathe his already sparse hair. Shot straight up like a lion's mane, which is a classic power-up look in any manhwa. A creepy low voice echoed through the area. Let's just see what a bunch of insignificant ants like you can possibly do. Over in the woods, Xiaolong was carefully bandaging the wound on his arm, whispering to himself, "Just hang in there a little longer." He gritted his teeth and pulled the final knot tight. A powerful wave of anxiety washed over him. The situation was hanging by a thread as he watched Chu Zhenhe continue his maniacal rampage. He's flailing around like a possessed puppet, casually snatching up our guys one by one. The more we fight, the more our energy gets zapped. Meanwhile, that blood cult freak just needs a sip of blood to be back at 100%. At this rate, we're totally screwed. Just as Xiaolong was lost in thought, a figure shot past him like a meteor, slamming into an ancient tree with a sickening crunch. Xiaolong whipped his head around in shock, only to see Hua Yin gritting her teeth so hard they might shatter. Her brows were furrowed with enough force to crush a fly as she tried to suppress the bone-deep agony. His voice was thick with panic as he rushed to her side, Miss Hua Yin. The poor girl suddenly coughed up a fountain of hot fresh blood and our boy completely lost his cool. He grabbed her fragile shoulders, his voice a desperate mix of worry and helplessness. "Miss Hua Yin, are you okay?" Hua Yin, bless her heart, tried to reassure him, forcing a weak, pained smile onto her pale face. "I'm fine," she said, her trembling hands gripping Xiaolong's as she looked him dead in the eye with fierce determination. "Xiaolong," she called out seriously. Even though she looked like she was about to collapse, her tone was practically a plea. "You have to get back to the clan and summon the Yue Ting immediately. We don't stand a chance against these monsters as we are." Xiaolong's brow furrowed so hard it nearly snapped, and he cursed under his breath. "This is a complete disaster." Watching that monster Chu Zhenhe still rampaging around like he owned the place, Xiaolong felt a wave of despair wash over him. He felt utterly useless. "Seriously, in this whole battle, I've been nothing but dead weight, a total side character in my own manhwa." Seeing how dire the situation was getting, Captain Yue Jiang turned around, his voice filled with grim determination. "Lord Xiaolong, I'm begging you, for the sake of our family, for the entire Sichuan Tang clan. You must leave now and get reinforcements." The great elder chimed in, echoing the sentiment. His voice was raspy but firm. "We'll hold the line here, even if it costs us our lives. Now go. Time is running out." Hearing their pleas, Xiaolong fell silent, his face a mask of conflict. A storm of emotions raged within him. He was completely torn. After a long, tense moment, he finally managed to speak. "I understand I'll give it my all and get back as fast as I possibly can." But a seed of doubt remained. "My movement skills are still pretty garbage. Can I really pull this off?" Hearing his doubt, Hua Yin suddenly spun around and threw her arms around him, whispering encouragement. "You can definitely do it. I believe in you." But hidden from his view, hot tears streamed down Hua Yin's face in a classic dramatic manhwa moment. Soaking her cheeks, she repeated with a choked voice, "You absolutely have to succeed. After all, I've seen how hard you've been training all this time. I witnessed it all." Xiaolong froze for a second, resting his chin on her soft hair as her gentle voice washed over him like a soothing balm. "And next time we'll go find those poisons together, okay? I haven't forgotten our promise." They reluctantly pulled apart and Hua Yin gripped his broad shoulders, her expression deadly serious. "Xiaolong, everything depends on you now." Then she spun around in a flash, resolutely charging back towards the smoke-filled battlefield. Leaving Xiaolong standing there utterly speechless, watching her determined back disappear into the chaos, his face a perfect picture of stunned confusion. He muttered like a man possessed, "Damn it, there's not a single second to waste." Gritting his teeth, he spun and bolted in the opposite direction, dead set on his life-or-death mission, his footsteps splashing through the water. The sound echoed in the dead of night as he ran panting like a bull, his sweat mixing with the freezing rain. Utterly exhausted and stressed out of his mind, he didn't notice a rogue pebble in his path and suddenly tripped, losing all balance. He went down face first like a sack of potatoes, his muscular frame sprawled out on the soaking wet ground covered head to toe in mud. He lay there completely motionless, seemingly without an ounce of strength left to get up as the centipedes began to crawl out from his clothes. Their anxious chirps filled the air, sounding almost like the cries of a newborn baby. Xiaolong finally pushed himself up, his head spinning, and thought to himself, "This is just pathetic, how can I be this useless?" He poked the chubby cheek of the lead centipede. His mind raced with self-blame. Even if I risk my life and use all my power for a speed technique, it would probably still take half a day to reach the Tang clan, and all the real masters in the family are pretty much all away on other missions, so even if I call for backup, they'd never make it in time. By then the bodies will already be cold. He looked up at the ink-black sky as the rain continued to pour down relentlessly. It slapped against his pale face, the ice-cold water soaking into his skin. But instead of chilling him, it seemed to clear his head as the truth dawned on him. They must be trying to save me, that's why they sent me away on purpose. It felt like a 1,000-pound sledgehammer had just slammed into his skull, his eyes shot wide open, utterly flabbergasted. Why me? His hands clenched into tight fists as a storm of questions raged in his mind. It was like thunder and wind. Is it because I'm the youngest? Because I'm the weakest? Is that why I have to be protected? Is this that so-called heroic spirit you read about in every wuxia manhwa? In the end, what the hell am I even supposed to be? He remembered the kind, warm expression of the clan head as he announced to everyone, "From this day forward, you are officially a member of our Tang clan." The patriarch's voice still echoed in his ears as he mumbled that one important word, family. He stared blankly at his open palm, whispering as if only to himself, "I've never really truly thought about what the word family means. I always thought I was never a real member of the Sichuan Tang clan." A flood of memories played back in his mind like a slow-motion film, the smiling faces of everyone in the clan appearing one by one. They were crystal clear in his vision. But they all saw me as family. I was the only one who was always so insecure and closed off. Though his face was still etched with worry, the corner of his mouth lifted into a bitter smile as he quietly asked himself, his voice tinged with self-mockery, "An assassination clan? How can it be so full of warmth? Well, this is just bizarre." Xiaolong, mustering what little strength he had, slowly pushed himself to his feet, his handsome face now etched with pure, unyielding determination. A resolve he'd never felt before. He glanced down at the tiny centipedes milling about his feet, and said gently, "All right, little guys, let's go save your queen." It was as if they actually understood him, because they all chirped back with a wave of excitement. The words barely left his lips before Xiaolong launched himself forward like a speeding arrow. His speed was absolutely insane. Xiaolong clenched his fists, steeling his resolve and making a silent vow to himself. I have to save them. I've got to figure something out. I absolutely must succeed." Just thinking about that bald-headed old goat's sinister mug, suddenly a few keywords popped into his head like a system notification: blood cult, fresh blood, healing. He needed nearby demonic beasts, poisonous critters, toxic herbs. You know, stuff like snake centipedes or maybe some of those funky purple toads. The moment he pictured that delightful menu, he skidded to a halt, his heel digging into the dirt. Staring intently at the cave before him, Xiaolong was skeptical. Wait a minute, is this a den of snake demons? And what do you know, he was spot on. A whole slithering pile of red-eyed snakes were having a cuddle puddle right there. The big daddy centipede on Xiaolong's shoulder suddenly flinched, letting out a few frantic chirps. He quickly lowered his head and gently stroked it to calm it down. "Easy there, little buddy. This will all be over in a jiffy." With that, he gently set the now dozing centipede on the ground, seeing their big bro knocked out. The two smaller centipedes also started chirping up a storm. Xiaolong spun around and zipped straight towards that reeking snake den, leaving the poor centipedes behind to chirp in utter confusion. Inside the cave, the venomous snakes all shot their heads up in unison, craning their necks to stare at the figure at the entrance with what could only be described as pure, slithery glee. Xiaolong, cool as a cucumber, spoke with confidence. A true protagonist handles things differently, you see. According to the ancient secret scrolls he'd probably read in some manhwa. This species, the willow bloodwood snake, or as the common folk call it, the flowergrass snake, is a top-tier, notoriously venomous serpent. Right now, Xiaolong was standing perfectly still in the snake pit as countless venomous snakes scrambled to coil around his arms and legs. Unlike your typical viper with big ol' fangs up front, this species has teeny tiny fangs way back in its jaw. This makes injecting venom a bit trickier for them, but when it comes to sheer toxicity, these guys are the final boss of all land snakes in this corner of East Asia. Xiaolong braced himself, enduring the feeling of dozens of fangs sinking into his flesh. He muttered under his breath like he was casting a spell, "That's it, bite harder, my little darlings." With the Tang clan's ultimate body-protecting internal energy technique, I'm sure this will be totally fine, he thought, trying to convince himself. Up above, the centipedes peeked over the edge, chirping anxiously as they watched the bizarre scene unfold. "Don't you worry, little ones, no problem at all. Your big bro is about to flex on these fools," he called out. Then he glanced down at his own body and froze once more. His arm was now a canvas of countless tiny snake bites, and the skin around them was already starting to get alarmingly red. He nodded to himself, thinking, "Yeah, this should be about enough, right?" Xiaolong scanned the cave one more time and decided it was time to execute the ultimate strategy run for it, but lost in his master plan, he failed to notice one particularly sneaky snake, sneakily coiled around his neck. A weird sensation crept up his spine as the snake began to squeeze tighter and tighter. That's when Xiaolong finally snapped out of it, absolutely horrified. "What in the fresh heck is this?" He looked up to see a whole party of snakes coiling around his feet like they were trying to suffocate him, not to mention the countless hungry eyes staring him down like he was the main course. Xiaolong's jaw hit the floor in sheer terror. "Oh crap, I'm totally screwed, this is some next-level weirdness." He knew he had to keep his cool as much as possible. But he couldn't stop himself from cursing internally. Son of a biscuit, it's game over. This plot twist wasn't in the Manhwa script. Suddenly, a squad of centipedes dive-bombed from above, landing smack dab on Xiaolong's head. The snake around his neck was promptly greeted by two of them, with a solid chin check that sent it flying, making room for these uninvited party crashers. Seeing how ridiculously cheerful they looked, Xiaolong asked with a raised eyebrow, "And who might you little fellas be?" The snake that just got yeeted to the ground saw the centipedes and immediately reared its head, hissing aggressively. The centipede on Xiaolong's head glared back, its eyes burning with pure rage, practically screaming, "You wanna go, bro?" Without a second's hesitation, it leaped down and sank its fangs right into the snake's throat, then gave it a bonus slam onto the ground like it was flicking off a piece of lint. It held the snake firmly in its mouth, waving it around like a trophy to warn off the other snakes who suddenly lost all their nerve to attack. Xiaolong. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Xiaolong stammered, "Bin Bin." The centipede, apparently named Bin, perked up cheerfully, chirping happily at the sound of its name. "Good job, Bin." After that epic showdown, the snake squad was now quiet as a mouse, not daring to make a single move. Xiaolong reached out and patted its head, murmuring, "You guys were worried about your old man, weren't you?" Yeah, thanks a bunch, my little heroes." After Bin the centipede made itself comfortable on his head, Xiaolong let out a hearty laugh and declared, "All right, let's head back to the estate, gang." Meanwhile, over with Hua Yin, the rain was still coming down in sheets. She was completely exhausted, panting for breath as she watched that old geezer Qingban pull his vampire stunt on yet another victim. Hua Yin's heart sank with worry. If this keeps up, we're all going to be toast. Yuezhang was caught in the old man's death grip, his throat constricted. A chillingly gleeful expression spread across Qingban's face as he thought, "Easy game, this is way too easy." They heard him roar arrogantly, "Isn't there a single brat left who dares to face one of my palm strikes?" Hua Yin and her crew were absolutely seething with rage, while she quietly guessed to herself, Xiaolong must have made a clean getaway by now. With that thought, Hua Yin grabbed her thorny whip and began to advance on him, ordering her people, "Everyone switch to guerrilla tactics. Keep him busy from a distance for me, I'm going to solo this boss. Send out a distress signal to any high-level players in the area." "Now?" One of her men nodded frantically. "Yes, young miss." But just then the Tang family elder suddenly stepped in front of Hua Yin, trying to stop her. "Yin, you need to retreat with Xiaolong right now." Hua Yin was stunned. "What did you just say?" The elder's face was grim as he spoke with finality. "How can someone of the Tang family bloodline just abandon their comrades who are fighting for their lives and run away with their tail between their legs?" Hua Yin immediately shot back. "If we can't even save people whose lives are being treated like dirt, how can we possibly face the family head again?" Ko Zhenye, completely unfazed, watched them bicker and growled, "Hurry up and scram so I can get on with it. Stop all this useless chatter. We of the Tang family swear to live and die together. We will never abandon our comrades." "Silence, you insignificant ants, you're making a racket." The old monster roared, his voice like a clap of thunder slicing through the tense air. He cracked a sinister smirk, his evil eyes looking like they wanted to swallow the Tangra clan whole. "Letting the prey struggle a bit makes it so much more amusing, doesn't it? Heh heh," he thought, picturing the Tang sect's demise. Turning to ash in a heartbeat, Qiu Zhene stroked his goatee, a twisted smile playing on his lips as he schemed. "Since we're already here, why not go big? How else can I live up to my title as the Blood Demon? I'll level the Tang sect and turn this place into a living purgatory." Wouldn't that be the perfect comeback performance for the blood cult's return to the martial world? A terrifying spectacle like that was absolutely necessary to make a statement. Hearing this, the Tang sect elder was so enraged his hair practically stood on end, grinding his teeth and cursing, "You damn bastard! This old fiend really doesn't plan on leaving any survivors." Hua Yin's brows shot up in fury, knowing full well that to retreat now was a death sentence. Her delicate hand brandished her whip, her voice as firm as steel. "In that case, even if I'm torn to shreds here today, I'm going to skin this old fiend alive." The man beside her nodded in agreement. "Her ladyship is absolutely right. We will live and die together." Even knowing they faced an unpredictable demon, a flame of defiance burned in everyone's eyes. Their morale was sky high. Qiu Zhene merely glanced at the group as if they were a colony of ants. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer of pure bone-deep contempt. Just then a clear but firm voice rang out, shock and shattering the suffocating atmosphere. "Miss Tang Yin's words ring true. The heroes of the Tang Ra clan would never abandon their brothers and sisters to save their own skin." Hua Yin was so stunned she couldn't move. Her jaw practically hit the floor. It was Xiaolong. Though his body was a wreck like he'd just survived a boss battle, his spirit was incredibly vibrant. His eyes were shining like stars. She quickly touched her own cheek, trying to find her voice, and stammered in shock. "Xiaolong, why did you come back?" Her heart was racing like 1,000 stampeding horses. She was in a complete panic. Xiaolong closed his eyes, gently stroking the centipedes on his body as he calmly explained his sudden reappearance. "I've said it before, we of the Tang Ra clan are born to protect our own." As he spoke, the young man ripped his shirt clean off without a shred of hesitation, tossing it to the ground like a shed burden. As the cloth fell, his powerful physique was revealed, muscles coiling like a hidden dragon beneath his skin, radiating an intimidating aura straight out of a classic action manhwa. With a brilliant plan already in mind, Xiaolong declared heroically, "A Xiaolong am also a member of the Tang Ra family." With that, he gripped his twin daggers tightly. He kicked off the ground, launching himself like an arrow straight at Qiu Zhene. The old monster glanced at the charging youth. His calm and collected demeanor didn't falter in the slightest, as if he were watching a powerless ant struggle in vain. Hua Yin saw this and screamed in terror. "Xiaolong, don't be reckless." Qiu Zhene just sneered mockingly. "I was generous enough to spare your worthless life once already. I can't believe you're foolish enough to walk right back into the fire. Are you trying to get yourself killed, you moron?" Xiaolong leaped high into the air. He swung his twin daggers with the ferocity of a tiger, descending a mountain, letting out a powerful roar that echoed through the entire area. Witnessing this horror show, Hua Yin's heart practically stopped as she screamed in terror, "Xiaolong!" The villain Qiu Zhenye just casually flicked his sleeve. An invisible shockwave blasted out, yeeting Qiu Zheng into the air like a rag doll. Meanwhile, his other hand began to brew some seriously sinister dark energy. The old creep let out a ghastly chuckle, his voice dripping with malice. Oh, a volunteer to sacrifice his blood essence? Heh heh, now that's the kind of good deed I can get behind. With that, the monster launched a palm strike straight at Xiaolong's gut, his eyes gleaming with sick anticipation. Let's see what you taste like. What's the flavor of a young man's vital essence? Xiaolong threw his hands up in a desperate attempt to block the attack. Kyogene's hand, armed with dagger-like claws, clamped down on our boy's wrists. The old fiend's grip was so ridiculously strong, like something out of a horror manhwa. It forced a pained groan from Xiaolong, seizing the moment the villain cackled triumphantly. What an absolute moron. Did you forget that blood also flows through your arms? The fresh blood from Xiaolong's hands began to float into the air, drawn out by the monster's wicked spell. It felt like every drop of blood was being siphoned from his body. Xiaolong gritted his teeth and let out a roar of pure agony. Air! Hua Yin was losing her mind, screaming, Xiaolong, somebody save young master. Xiaolong, please. Kyojene watched with pure satisfaction as the young man's blood danced wildly in the air. He laughed like a complete psycho. Heh 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 heh. Marvelous, simply delectable. It's been ages since I've tasted the blood essence of a youth this pure, truly a delicacy, a prime specimen. Feeling utterly satisfied, the old monster's body slowly descended. He stomped a foot on the ground, sending fiery sparks and debris flying everywhere. Then the monster let out a thunderous roar. He unleashed his ultimate move, the blood wheel technique. The air around them became unnaturally scorching, and a terrifyingly violent shockwave blasted the Tang clan members away like leaves in a hurricane. Hua Yin rushed to catch Xiaolong's broken body, crying out in anguish, Xiaolong. Kyojene let out a cold, smug laugh. Heh heh heh, you ants are so damn annoying. Always buzzing around, throwing your little hidden weapons. But thanks to this foolish brat, I can wipe you all out in one fell swoop. Hua Yin shook Xiaolong's limp body, sobbing desperately. Xiaolong, wake up please, you have to wake up. Chu Zhenye arrogantly announced. Don't you worry, I'll send you on your way to the afterlife, nice and easy, without a single bit of pain. Hearing this, a horrified Hua Yin clutched Xiaolong, tightly screaming in despair, no way, absolutely not. But suddenly a gross hacking sound cut through the tragic atmosphere. Xiaolong's eyes slowly fluttered open and a glob of weird, greasy white gunk dribbled from the corner of his mouth. The old monster was stunned, stammering, what kind of demonic trickery is this? Suddenly, he noticed his own hair and beard were falling out in clumps. Like autumn leaves, Chu Zhenye realized in a panic, this is the power-dissipating evil toxin. The old fiend's entire body trembled uncontrollably, his voice laced with pure terror. No, I can't believe it. How is this even possible? How could my protective cultivation art be breached by the power-dissipating evil toxin? He clutched his head, screaming like a villain in the final chapter of a tragic manhwa. This is completely unnatural. Just what in the nine hells are you to be able to pull off something like this? Xiaolong's lips curled into a sinister grin as he whispered back, You're asking who I am. He weakly pointed a finger at Chu Zhenye, but his voice boomed like thunder. I am your worst nightmare. Kyojenya, feeling his body getting weaker by the second, looked absolutely stunned. What, my worst nightmare? Meanwhile, things weren't looking too peachy for Xiaolong either. His vision was blurring, and his consciousness was starting to fade out. Kyogene's face was as pale as a ghost, cold sweat pouring down his cheeks. What kind of dark arts did you use on me? Kyojene flashed back to the moment he absorbed that kid's blood chi to power up his own techniques. My blood, it's not listening to me anymore, it's turned against me. The old monster tried to stomp his foot down hard, but he had zero strength left. His body as limp as a wet noodle. Chu Zhenye muttered in despair. The glorious empire of the blood sect was right within my grasp. Stumbling 3 steps forward, the old fiend roared in frustration. I can't fall here. Air! His face twisted into a savage snarl as Chu Zhenye screamed like a madman. Die all of you, just die for me. Hua Yin, ever vigilant, tightened her grip on her leather whip and then cracked it like a coiling dragon, lashing out with incredible force. With a satisfying crack, the whip coiled snugly around the old fiend's neck. Huaoyin's eyes went wide as saucers. She couldn't believe what she was seeing as Chu Zhene struggled feebly. She thought to herself in shock, did that actually work? A demonic overlord as wicked as him? Couldn't dodge a simple attack like that. The old fiend thrashed around helplessly drenched in sweat. Kyo Jenny ground his teeth and spat, "You rotten brat. Even absorbing you feels disgusting. What in the world did you do to my bloodline?" He yanked desperately at the whip, raving like a lunatic. "I'll slaughter every last one of you ants. The blood sect will rise again and rule the world." Hua Yin pulled back with all her might, screaming, "Shut your trap and die already," with a sickening thud. Kyo Jenny's head popped right off his neck and went rolling across the floor. He barely got the words "blood sect" out before his lights went out for good, seeing the old villain's head go flying. Everyone was frozen solid, completely dumbfounded. Jobai stammered in disbelief. Did we actually win? Our young miss just took out that old blood sect geezer with one move." Miss Hua Yin was utterly speechless, her eyes wide as she stared at Xiaolong. She stammered, Xiao Long, what? What in the world just happened in this manhwa?" The only answer she got was a voice as faint as a whisper. Hua Yin, help me." The young man was completely drenched in sweat as if he'd just taken a bath. He was foaming at the mouth, struggling to get the words out. I think I need an antidote. I've been hit with the coiling serpent tiger palm." Hearing that, Hua Yin nearly jumped out of her skin, screaming in terror, The coiling serpent tiger palm. What in the name of all that is holy is going on here?" When Xiaolong finally came to, he slowly blinked his eyes open. He found himself sprawled out on a bed, with a little drool at the corner of his mouth, letting out a weird groan. Where am I?" The Grand Patriarch, seeing him awake, quickly chimed in, "Your body is still incredibly weak. Don't you dare move a muscle." Hua Yin's voice was also laced with worry. "Xiaolong, you stay right there and be good." Xiaolong tried to shift just a tiny bit and was immediately hit with a bone-deep agony, letting out a pained groan. Oh, sweet mother of pearl. He finally came to only to find himself completely shirtless and sprawled face down on a bed, feeling the strange warmth of fingers on his skin. They were tracing a path up and down his spine, sending a jolt of pure confusion through him. What in the world is this bizarre situation now? Just then, Hua Yin let out a sigh of relief, though her voice held a hint of scolding. "It's about time you woke up." The grand elder of the Tang family slowly informed him, "You've been out cold. For 10 whole days, you know." Xiaolong's jaw practically hit the floor upon hearing this. He stammered, "10 days." Hua Yin, sitting nearby, began to fill him in on the dramatic events. "After you passed out, it was a good thing you showed up like some hero straight out of a manhwa. Only then were we able to take down that demonic fiend. Afterwards, everyone scrambled to get you back to the clan for treatment." Recalling the scene still gave her chills. "You were so badly poisoned. If Grandpa hadn't returned just in time, you would have been a goner for sure." Xiaolong couldn't help but think to himself, "Holy smokes, my luck is just the absolute worst. Bitten by a venomous snake. Twice I was this close to meeting my maker." Once the treatment was done, the Grand Elder's voice echoed slowly, "Well, it seems you're finally back with us. So I suppose there are no lingering issues." But hold on. Xiaolong struggled to sit up and replied with the utmost respect, "Thank you, Grandpa." But before the kid could even catch his breath, the Grand Elder grabbed him by the shoulders and started shaking him like a rag doll. He demanded urgently, "Hold on a second. Xiaolong, is that tiger-patterned racer snake actually venomous? And that blood cult elder? What kind of crazy scheme did you two cook up to defeat him?" Xiaolong let out a few dry coughs and said, "Ahem, allow me to explain the whole wild story from the beginning." Rubbing his throbbing head, he held up 2 fingers for emphasis. "Grandpa, first things first, let me state this unequivocally. The tiger-patterned racer is absolutely venomous, and not just a little bit. It's packing double the trouble with 2 different types of venom. One type is in its mouth, and the other comes from a venom gland right on the back of its neck." Hua Yin's jaw dropped in astonishment. 2 types? The Grand Elder was equally stunned, his eyes wide as saucers. "Well, I've lived all these years, and this is the first I'm ever hearing of such a bizarre thing." Exactly. Xiaolong nodded, that's right. This particular snake is ridiculously timid by nature, it'll bolt at the first sight of a human. Plus their fangs are minuscule, which is why, believe it or not, up until the 1980s, people were absolutely certain this snake was harmless. A light bulb went off in the Grand Elder's head. He had a sudden epiphany and quickly added, "So you're telling me that the blood cult elder's internal energy went haywire because of this snake, but the blood cult members are supposed to be tough as nails demons, completely immune to all poisons, aren't they?" Xiaolong then slowly revealed his theory. "Well, this is just a hunch on my part, but it's highly likely due to the ridiculously overpowered venom of the tiger-patterned racer, caused by this snake." Xiaolong mused, stroking his chin like a true detective, and perhaps that's the very reason that their bloodline, the very source code for their freaky demonic arts, was severely corrupted, leading to the utterly pathetic display we just witnessed. Hearing this, the Grand Patriarch let out a deep and thoughtful ooh. His mind was completely blown by this sudden influx of new game-changing information. "So you're telling me that all this time nobody knew the coiling tiger snake was such a ridiculously dangerous venomous serpent?" "Huh, I heard its venom is a whopping 5 times more potent than your average aggressive six-step snake. And if you add that nasty demonic aura into the mix, juicing up its venom to terrifying new levels." His voice suddenly got super hyped. "It's absolutely insane to think that right here in our little corner of Sichuan, a snake this ridiculously overpowered could actually exist." Ha Yin, beaming with excitement, chimed in, "Absolutely brilliant, Xiaolong. You've really pulled off a legendary feat this time, you know that." The Grand Patriarch cleared his throat, speaking with a serious air. "Oh right, I seem to recall hearing Hua Yin mention something a moment ago." He crossed his arms, giving Xiaolong a sly, knowing grin. "Something about that blood cult elder calling you their natural enemy, their ultimate nemesis, wasn't it?" Hearing this, Xiaolong's face turned 50 shades of red as he thought to himself, that title sounds a little over the top and arrogant. Don't you think, good grief, did I really blurt out something that cringy back there? Hearing the old man's hearty cackle, Xiaolong was so mortified he just wanted the ground to swallow him whole. He quickly yanked the blanket over his head, hiding his beet-red face from the world. Seeing this, the Grand Patriarch only got more fired up, clapping him on the shoulder and teasing, "Ha ha ha, yes, 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 if down the line you can completely shut down all the wicked martial arts of that demonic horde, then you're basically the protagonist of this whole manhwa, their natural enemy." There's no doubt about it, but then suddenly, the Grand Patriarch's tone shifted, becoming dead serious. "Xiaolong, on behalf of the entire Tang clan, I want to sincerely thank you for stepping up to protect our family." He clenched his fist, his voice firm. "They dared to pull such a cowardly move on my family while I was away. This time I absolutely will not let them get away with it. I swear I'll rip these vermin out root and stem." Xiaolong, who already saw the Tang family as his own, didn't hesitate for a second to agree. "Yes, sir. That's right, Grandpa, we have to completely wipe out those disgusting pests. Now that we've got their critical weakness locked down, all that's left is to race against the clock and gather a massive supply of that coiling tiger snake's venom." Thinking of that wolf in sheep's clothing, Chu Jena and his pack of vicious attack dogs, Xiaolong gritted his teeth and made a silent vow. "You filthy animals, this time I'll exterminate every last one of you, right down to your demonic souls. It's only right to wipe them off the face of the earth." Lately, the Tang family estate has been buzzing with a chaotic energy. Because ever since that pesky demonic blood cult showed up, the Tang family has officially been on high alert. The Grand Patriarch has been running around like a headless chicken every single day, sending out SOS messages via carrier pigeon left and right. Countless martial arts masters from the Tang family have suffered devastating losses, with far too many meeting an untimely end at the hands of those demonic fiends. Because of this, all the righteous sects from the Central Plains are now flocking to the Tang family estate, ready to join forces and lend a hand. They're dead set on eradicating this troublesome blood cult, who are itching to wreak havoc across the land once and for all. These guys don't just kidnap innocent people to fuel their twisted blood arts. 35 years ago, they orchestrated a massive massacre, making them public enemy number one for all the righteous sects. This time around, things are shaping up to be even more serious. Seeing the utterly shocked look on Xiaolong's face, The old man placed a wrinkled hand on his shoulder, offering a bit of comfort. But this time fate has a different script written. He said, his voice brimming with a powerful confidence. Because our Sichuan Tang family is the heaven-sent kryptonite for these blood cult villains. Hearing this, Xiaolong just pouted, grumbling to himself about his grandpa. You're just saying that to mess with me again, aren't you? As if he could read his grandson's mind, the old man turned his head and just let out a hearty chuckle in response. Then his tone grew serious. Xiaolong, my boy grandpa has a favor to ask. Are you willing to lend me a hand? Xiaolong immediately spun around, replying without a shred of hesitation, Grandpa, just say the word, as long as it's something I can do. I'll give it my all and won't back down. The Grand Patriarch then solemnly announced, the folks from the Righteous Martial Alliance should be arriving at the Tang estate any minute now. Xiaolong gasped in surprise as he processed the news. You mean, the Martial Alliance is joining us on this mission? The old man continued, that's right, I want you to show them that special poison you've been developing. Now that we've found the blood cult's Achilles heel, it's only right that we share this game-changing secret with all our allies in the martial world. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xiaolong didn't hesitate for a second and immediately agreed. I get it. If it's for the sake of justice in the martial world, our Tang family can't just stand by and do nothing. The Grand Patriarch was extremely pleased to hear this, nodding with a satisfied smile. Haha, I knew I could count on you to say that. With that settled, the old man added, oh, and Xiaolong grandpa has some more good news for you. Xiaolong's curiosity was piqued. Oh, what is it, grandpa? The Grand Patriarch then led Xiaolong to a secret location, and said with an air of mystery, the restoration of the Hall of 10,000 Poisons is finally complete. From this day forward, the Hall of 10,000 Poisons will officially be under your management, Xiaolong. This is a huge level up straight out of a manhwa plot. A mix of disbelief and shock was evident in Xiaolong's voice as he stammered, are you serious, Grandpa? Xiaolong's eyes immediately sparkled with delight, his heart bursting with joy. The day has finally arrived. And then the old man dropped another earth-shattering bombshell. Just as you wish, my boy, I've prepared a special poison chamber just for you to raise your venomous critters. To cultivate the world-renowned coiling tiger traveling snake, you absolutely need the perfect environment. Xiaolong was moved beyond words, blurting out, oh, thank you, Grandpa. Xiaolong was deeply grateful for the old man's generosity, watching the messenger crane's silhouette vanish over the horizon. The old man smiled faintly and said, just remember you're doing this for the good of the entire martial arts world. Give it your all and don't let your old gramps down. Xiaolong chuckled in response. I understand perfectly, Grandpa. Xiaolong will absolutely not let you down. Afterwards, following the Supreme Family Head's directions, Xiaolong arrived at the location the old man had described. A breathtakingly magnificent scene unfolded before his eyes, leaving him utterly stunned. Accompanying Xiaolong was none other than Miss Hua Yin, a beauty so stunning she could topple nations. After a moment of thought, Xiaolong decided to name the place the Venom Garden, meaning a garden for cultivating all sorts of poisons. Miss Hua Yin, looking a bit puzzled, asked, the Venom Garden. Xiaolong explained with a smile, this place was built specifically to gather rare and exotic beasts, and to assemble every poisonous creature from the Central Plains. Hua Yin, still a bit skeptical, pressed on, you mean, you want to collect every single venomous creature in the world? Xiaolong's tone turned dead serious. Of course. Later on, I even plan to collect the 10 legendary venoms of the Central Plains, because I made a promise to you, Miss Hua Yin. Hua Yin's face instantly flushed, as red as a sunset. She shyly covered her mouth and whispered, I'll be cheering you on. Just then, Hua Yin spotted a crowd gathering in the distance and rushed towards them, shouting, hey, it looks like a lot of people are over there. Let's go check it out. Xiaolong quickly called after her. Miss Hua Yin, wait up. As they approached, a burly man stood waiting with his arms crossed. He spoke with an air of arrogance. Oh, so the young master has finally graced us with his presence. Xiaolong, shocked, recognized the man and couldn't help but ask, aren't you the former vice chief? The big man let out a hearty laugh. That's right, it's this old-timer. Venomous Creature Squad. Tang Bai at your service, young master. Xiaolong, still a bit doubtful, repeated the Venomous Creature Squad. Tang Zhoubai nodded. Precisely. This is the new squad established by the family head at your request. From this day forward, we subordinates will be your right-hand men in finding and cultivating venomous creatures. We are entirely at your command, young master. Xiaolong stared in amazement at the squad assembled behind him, his face flushing with excitement as he imagined his limitless future. Xiaolong thought gleefully, I even get a dedicated staff of venomous creature handlers. The family is really sparing no expense to train me. This is a huge turning point on my path to achieving my grand dream, a plot twist worthy of a manhwa. The scene shifts and the messenger crane has delivered the secret letter to its intended recipient. A woman dressed in snow-white robes gently opens the letter with her delicate hands, carefully reading every single word. After finishing the message, the white-robed woman softly chants Amitabha Buddha. The demonic blood cult has returned to the martial world. She raises her head to the vast blue sky and lets out a gentle sigh. Just as the Central Plains were basking in a golden age of peace, it seems this manhwa is about to have a bloody storm rain on everyone's parade. Out on the open road, Zhu Jiangsu's crew was treading carefully, step by cautious step. The silver-haired elder glanced back and announced, Strategist, we're just about there. We should be able to crash at the Tang clan's estate tonight. Zhu Zhao breathed a massive sigh of relief, finally able to escape the glamorous life of sleeping on the cold, hard ground. What a stroke of luck, recalling Zhu Jiangsu's perpetually stormy expression, Zhuge Hou muttered to himself. I'd better bring back some juicy intel this time. If I can just find even the tiniest clue about that dastardly blood cult, this whole journey will have been worth it. At long last, the group finally reached the Tang family manor. The silver-haired elder exclaimed, At last the Tang family manor is in sight. Seeing the approaching party, the manor's guards called out. They quickly shouted a question, Might you be the honored guests from the Righteous Martial Arts Alliance? By any chance? Zhuge Hou nodded coolly. You are correct, I am Zhuge Hou, strategist for the Martial Arts Alliance. The guards immediately clasped their hands and bowed low, their voices filled with respect. Thank you, esteemed masters, for braving the long journey to visit our Tang clan. Please wait just a moment. Another guard scurried inside to announce their arrival. Suddenly, the first guard leaned in and whispered, Honorable strategist, a word of caution. His face was dead serious as he carefully warned, When you enter the Tang family manor, there are certain rules you must be extremely mindful of. Zhu Zhao's curiosity was piqued. Rules you say, do tell, what might they be? The dignified silver-haired elder piped up with a guess. Have the Tangs perhaps constructed a legendary sword-melting pond? A sword-melting pond, as the legends go, is a sacred spot before the gates of a great sect. All visitors must disarm themselves as a sign of absolute respect, a classic trope in this kind of manhwa. The gate guard stammered, his voice trembling just a bit. This might sound a little shocking, but please hear me out. You must not take the life of any living thing within these walls, not even the tiniest microbe. The guard stressed again, his tone grave. You'll understand once you're inside. You absolutely must burn this rule into your minds. All Zhuge Hou could manage was a bewildered, oh. Just then Wei Xiaolong and Hua Yin appeared, bowing in unison with clasped hands. Their voices rang out, Greetings, strategist. The alliance leader is honored by your visit. Zhuge Hou smiled politely in return. Lady Hua Yin, it's been too long. Hua Yin offered a small smile. Indeed, a whole year has flown by since we last met at the martial arts tournament. Zhu Zhao then probed, and where might Senior Tang Shenjun be? She lowered her head, her voice tinged with apology. Grandfather has left the manor. He's out roaming the world hunting for traces of the blood cult. Please forgive our humble reception. Zhu Zhao waved his hand dismissively. Nonsense, nonsense, keeping tabs on the martial world is a top priority. No need for such formalities. His eyes then drifted to the person standing beside Hua Yin, and his curiosity flared up. And this handsome young master here is... Wei Xiaolong stepped forward with a charming smile. He clasped his hands in a formal greeting. Ah, it's an honor to meet the great strategist for the first time. He then introduced himself with a flourish. My name is Wei Xiaolong. Zhu Zhao heard this, and his brain did a little stutter. Step wait, isn't Wei a member of the Tang clan? Meanwhile, Hua Yin's cheeks went 50 shades of crimson, looking all shy. She pointed a shaky finger at Xiaolong and stammered, This gentleman right here is the one for me." The surrounding crowd immediately erupted like a kicked beehive. The one for her. The absolute belle of the martial arts world has a sweetheart. This is an outrage, a travesty that the heavens simply cannot allow. They howled in pure agony, tears streaming down like a monsoon. Where did this punk even crawl out from? The absolute audacity, the world is so unfair. Zhu Zhao, ever the diplomat, quickly hid his smirk behind his fan and cleared his throat a couple of times. Ahem, perhaps we should get a move on, shall we? He figured if they delayed another second, these heartbroken heroes would demand a very unfriendly sparring session with this young master Wei. Suddenly, a bizarre buzzing sound sliced through the noisy atmosphere, grabbing everyone's attention. Zhu Zhao glanced up, a puzzled look on his face. Is it just me, or does anyone else hear that strange noise? Someone with eagle eyes pointed frantically at the sky, screaming, Up there, look, a swarm of hornets is heading this way." The crowd's collective jaw dropped, and they all shrieked in unison. Are those the legendary golden-haired hornet kings? This is some next-level manhwa drama. Why in the world would such deadly venomous insects show up at the Tang family estate? The crowd instantly descended into chaos. Some brave souls rushed forward to shield Xiaolong and Hua Yin, while others cautiously retreated to protect Lady Hua Yin. But wait, that's Xiaolong, and he quickly tried to de-escalate. "Everyone please sheathe your swords." He patted the guy in front of him on the shoulder, explaining calmly, "I'm sure this is just part of the Tang family's new rules." The guy was not convinced, his voice tight with panic. "Young hero, get out of the way now. The golden-haired hornet king is an absurdly dangerous creature. A single sting is enough to send a normal person to the afterlife." Xiaolong was so flustered his face turned beet red. He struggled to get the words out. They are the golden-haired hornet kings." Realizing that explanation wasn't helping at all, Xiaolong channeled all his qi and bellowed with the force of a thunderclap, "The golden-haired hornet kings are the venomous insects I'm raising. So everyone just calm down." The other guy's jaw hit the floor as he stammered, What, you're raising them?" As if to prove his point, one of the giant hornets swooped down and affectionately nuzzled its head against Xiaolong's cheek. It even made a cute little BB sound before the entire swarm descended to surround Xiaolong as if paying homage to their king. "That's right." Xiaolong gently petted them, asking in a soft voice, "Did you little rascals come looking for me? I suppose it has been a while since I was last in seclusion." Then his tone turned stern as he warned them, "Now listen here, I'm warning you, you are not allowed to spit venom on our honored guests." The guy just stood there completely dumbfounded, thinking to himself, Is he treating the golden-haired hornet kings like they're his children? The super tense atmosphere that the young martial artists had built up instantly deflated like a wet noodle. After that absolutely terrifying interlude, the group followed Hua Yin into the reception hall. Zhuge Hao walked along, lost in thought. This character I truly never would have guessed. That he would be the partner of Lady Tang Yinner. Even though he's an outsider, it seems he can be considered the Tang family's son-in-law. Suddenly a commotion up ahead broke his train of thought, and Zhuge Hao let out a curious, A burly dude was pointing at a glass jar. He was shouting, "Wouldn't a venomous bug like this be way more fitting for the Tang family?" The young lady next to him immediately held up a gecko to argue back. "What are you even talking about? Just look at this thing, it's practically glowing like a piece of fine jade." Zhu Zhao felt a headache coming on and sighed to himself, "Oh, what is it now?" He quickly grabbed Xiaolong's arm, asking curiously, "Young Master Xiaolong, why in the world are those martial artists huddled around some bizarre creature like it's the latest chapter of a hot manhwa?" Xiaolong glanced over, let out a little, and after getting the full scoop, he explained that they were all under the influence of the companion poison beast punishment. This only made Zhuge Hao's brain do a somersault of confusion. He pressed on, "The companion poison beast punishment? You say, did they break some sacred rule or something?" Xiaolong furrowed his brow, stroking his chin like a pint-sized philosopher. "Breaking a rule? Yeah, you could definitely call it that. It all went down a few days ago under the cloak of a pitch-black night. Hua Yin was on the sidelines coaching him. Right there, feel the flow of your qi and push it outwards. Xiaolong, flailing his limbs with gusto, eagerly asked, Is this it? Am I doing it right? Hua Yin just shook her head, her voice a gentle sigh. Xiaolong, that's not even close. Suddenly, a frantic voice shattered the peaceful night. Great hero Xiaolong's. It was Zhu Bai, flanked by two of his men, all three of them bowing so low they could inspect the dirt, looking utterly mortified. Seeing this, Xiaolong asked curiously, Senior Zhu Bai, what's wrong? Zhu Bai stammered, his voice trembling. I am so sorry, great hero Xiaolong. Mustering every ounce of his courage, Zhu Bai continued, This time more than half of the 4 spirit fish we worked so damn hard to catch, the ones meant to be food for the Hupan Yushi have? Xiaolong let out a small gasp. They died. He looked sympathetic and sighed. Well, that's bound to happen. The 4 spirit fish are notoriously sensitive after all. If you startle them too much, the mother fish might even eat her own babies. But Zhu Bai shook his head like a bobblehead on a bumpy road. He dropped a bombshell. No, those martial artists, they turned them into bar snacks. Xiaolong was pretty sure his ears were malfunctioning. He frantically dug a finger in his ear, trying to clear it out. Zhu Bai repeated, his voice filled with doom. They ate them as bar snacks. The words hit Xiaolong like a bolt of lightning. His jaw dropped to the floor as he stammered, What, no way. You're telling me they ate the 4 spirit fish as a snack? Why would anyone do that? Hua Yin calmly explained. 3 squeaks is a delicacy from Henan. They, dip the live baby fish in sauce and eat them. At this, Xiaolong froze, turning into a human statue of pure horror. His face went completely pale. Zhu Bai bowed once more, sincerely begging for forgiveness from the great hero Xiaolong. Hua Yin added, There are a few guys from Henan in the Poison Beast Pavilion. They said they were feeling homesick for a taste of their hometown, and just went for it. That's the long and short of it. Xiaolong just stood there, completely dumbfounded, his inner monologue a continuous high-pitched scream. All those baby 4 spirit fish I worked my butt off to catch for the Hu Pan Yu Shi were devoured by these gluttons. No, I can't let this stand. We have to cherish them. We must cherish these precious creatures that need our care. And so Xiaolong, with a look of solemn determination on his still childish face, made a grand declaration. For this very reason, every single master from this day forward must bond with an animal companion. Zhuge Hao, the wise old sage, nodded sagely. Ah, so that's what this is all about. No wonder the poisonous aura around here is thick enough to chew on. Then he grew pensive, his eyes fixed on the young boy beside him. He thought to himself, this kid's aura is something else. He's got main character energy like right out of a manhwa. He's definitely no run-of-the-mill side character. Back in the present, in the quiet room, 3 figures stood like unshakable pillars. The profound supreme patriarch, the fiery Xiaolong, and the contemplative Zhuge Hao were gathered around a stone table. The atmosphere was so thick with tension, you could cut it with a knife. After hearing the full fishy tale, the supreme patriarch let out a long, weary sigh, with a hint of resignation, never expecting things to take such a wild turn. Zhuge Hao suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, his laughter echoing like a silver bell. Just as I suspected, my calculations were spot on. The mysterious young hero the Tang family encountered on Hainan Island all those years ago is none other than our very own young hero, Wei Xiaolong. The grand family head stroked his beard, his grin widening as he retorted, What's the big deal? Isn't our dear Xiaolonger the priceless treasure of the Tang family? Xiaolong, for his part, sat there like a stone statue, letting the 2 seniors shower him with praise while thinking to himself, Mysterious, I'm not even trying. The golden-haired Wind King. Truly a sight to behold. It's like something straight out of a manhwa. Suddenly, Zhuge Hao's tone dropped, becoming as still as an autumn lake and laced with worry. But one grave concern still weighs on my mind. That demonic blood cult has gone completely silent. Zhuge Hao let out another heavy sigh, his voice thick with dread. We can't just sit on our hands and let the blood cult's influence fester and grow. The grand family head shot Xiaolong a cryptic wink. Xiaolong, it's time. Bring out that little treasure. Xiaolong obediently nodded, yes, grandfather. Zhu Zhao was completely baffled, his mind a tangled mess, trying to figure out what kind of scheme these two were cooking up. To dial up the drama, the grand family head flicked his sleeve and a dome of shimmering light instantly enveloped the trio, and acting as an invisible shield. The old man explained slowly, just a little something to prevent eavesdroppers and other unforeseen troubles. I'm setting up a soundproof barrier. Zhu Gahao gasped in astonishment. A sound barrier. Good heavens, this item must be something else entirely. Xiaolong calmly produced an exquisite porcelain vial, placing it on the cold stone table. This is the item in question. Zhu Zhao, filled with curiosity, picked up the vial and gave it a little shake, but it offered no clues as to its contents. Still skeptical, Zhu Gahao pressed on. So what in the world is this mysterious artifact that requires a full-blown sound barrier? The grand family head answered nonchalantly, it's a power-scattering poison. Zhu Gahao's brow furrowed in confusion. If it's just a regular power-scattering poison, why all the theatrics? At this, the grand family head shot a meaningful look toward Xiaolong. Xiaolong caught his drift and gave a slight nod. Zhu Gahao was about to have his mind blown when Xiaolong added, but what if this particular power-scattering poison only works on members of the blood cult? Zhu Gahao shot up from his seat, his voice trembling with shock. Is that even possible? Does such a bizarre poison actually exist in this world? The grand family head let out a booming laugh and nodded. Ha ha ha, it most certainly does. You're quite astonished, aren't you? Zhu Gahao's brow furrowed, his expression turning deadly serious. If what you say is true, this is an absolutely world-shaking discovery. The fact that the blood cult members are walking around just fine means the poison's potency is off the charts. Zhu Zhao recalled what Hua Yin had told him and continued, according to my colleague Hua Yin, this poison reduces its victim to the state of a mere mortal. Hua Yin was able to effortlessly take down a blood cult elder who had been afflicted by the poison with a single strike. As the grand family head recounted the tale, Zhu Gahao couldn't help but marvel. A single strike, you say? Its power is truly on par with the legendary power-scattering poisons of old. Listening to the grand family head's incredible story, Zhu Zhao was overcome with gratitude. My deepest thanks to Senior Man Du Shenjun. I am truly humbled and ashamed. I never dreamed such a brilliant strategy could exist in this world. Zhu Gahao formally clasped his hands, bowing his head in profound respect. With this ultimate trump card in our hands, the Alliance leader can finally get some beauty sleep. The Grand Patriarch couldn't contain his pride, letting out a booming laugh. Ha ha ha. If you're looking to give thanks, don't waste it on this old fossil. The real MVP is this kid right here. It was Xiaolong who sniffed out this incredible treasure. The Grand Patriarch closed his eyes, his smirk widening with satisfaction. This absolute mad lad dared to use his own body as a test subject, willingly letting the poison seep into his system. Then he baited that blood-sect elder into sucking his blood, which sent the old geezer into a world of pain, writhing on the edge of life and death for 10 straight days. Xiaolong just awkwardly scratched his head, blushing at all the high praise from Zhu Gahao. I didn't think I did anything that special. Suddenly, Zhu Gahao clapped Xiaolong on the shoulder, making the kid jump out of his skin. Whoa, senior, you're giving me way too much credit. Zhu Gahao's voice turned serious, his eyes locking on with unwavering intensity. Young hero Xiao, you just have to say the word and my Zhug family will move heaven and earth to grant your wish. If there's anything your heart desires, I will personally present your request to the Alliance leader. Hearing this, Xiaolong thought for a moment, then hesitantly spoke up. In that case, if it's not too much trouble, Xiaolong asked, his face turning a delightful shade of crimson. Could I perhaps get my hands on some research materials about poisonous creatures? Zhu Gahao was absolutely floored, completely blindsided by this request. Come again. You want books on poisonous critters, not some legendary secret martial arts manual. Not a miracle elixir or mountains of gold and jewels. The Grand Patriarch standing nearby just burst out laughing, unable to hold it in. His laughter echoed through the entire chamber. Zhu Gahao elegantly covered his mouth with his fan, thinking to himself, what an absolute eccentric! In the entire long-winded history of the martial world, this has to be a first. That such a wonderfully weird character has shown up. Instead of a direct answer, Zhuge Hou countered with a question of his own. Well, then it might not be the exact kind of poisonous creature you're after, but how would you feel about hunting for the legendary and mysterious stone lizard? Out in the serene wilderness, the gentle babbling of a stream played like a never-ending soothing melody. Tian'er turned and reported respectfully, "Uncle, it looks like everyone has arrived. Their location, the famous Ganga Mountain in Sichuan." Tian'er continued his detailed report. According to the ancient map left by our predecessors, the magnificent waterfall and the giant turtle-shaped rock have come into view up ahead, and we can just make out the peak of Ganga Mountain. Zhuge Hou strolled to the edge of the stream. He gently dipped his hand into the crystal-clear water, feeling the glacial chill of melted snow run between his fingers. Zhuge Hou remarked with a sigh, "Just as I thought water from 10,000-year-old glaciers. It's cold enough to freeze your bones." Then Zhuge Hou gave his orders. "Everyone make camp here. Tian'er, you're with me. Stay sharp." Tian'er's face lit up as he replied, "Yes, uncle." The rest of the crew roared in unison, "As you command, Lord Zhuge Hou." In a flash, Zhuge Hou unleashed his top-tier lightness technique, his toes barely kissing the water's surface as he zipped away like a phantom breeze. This is some peak manhwa action right here. The two figures, one leading and one following, moved with incredible agility toward the waterfall thundering down the sheer cliff face. At last they arrived. Zhuge Hou rested a hand on the damp cliff wall, gazing at the powerful churning current below. Surveying the landscape, Zhuge Hou mumbled to himself, "Past the turtle rock head upstream against the waterfall on the cliff. And there should be a hidden cave entrance right next to a fist-shaped boulder." Tian'er's eyes widened in excitement. It was a perfect match with what the ancient scrolls described. Four eyes met, and their minds were instantly linked. Zhuge Hou, ever the leader, laid down the plan with a grim look. "I'm going in first, you lot stick to me like glue." Tian'er snapped to attention. "Yes, uncle," he replied respectfully. With steps as heavy as the plot of this manhwa, Zhuge Hou ventured into the gloomy depths of the cave. His footsteps echoed in the unnervingly silent cavern, his expression as serious as a final boss battle. Because one wrong move in a place like this could lead to a very, very bad ending. Suddenly, the path opened up and the scene was flooded with light. Zhuge Hou pushed aside a curtain of vines, and what he saw inside made him gasp in pure astonishment. Turns out there was a natural skylight overhead, bathing the grotto in a heavenly glow. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. "Well, it looks like we've finally hit the jackpot," Tian'er exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. Who would have thought this spooky cave was hiding a paradise straight out of a fantasy story? It's unbelievably magical. Zhuge Hou scanned the surroundings, his expert eyes taking everything in, before declaring with absolute certainty, "This place is the perfect breeding ground for spirit herbs." He then cautiously scouted the area before shouting in triumph, "I've found it." Right in front of them was a small, vibrant green plant, adorned with flowers as red as blood and pulsing with so much spiritual energy that just taking a breath felt like chugging an energy potion. This was it, the legendary 100-year snow ginseng, a top-tier spirit herb. Specializing in absorbing cold yin essence, Tian'er was practically vibrating with excitement. Now all we have to do is make the trade. This 100-year snow ginseng for the Nangong family's precious Black River Polygonum. Zhuge Hou nodded. The plan was coming together perfectly. Exactly. With this in our possession, the young miss of the Nangong family's severed meridians condition will surely see a major improvement. And in exchange, we'll get our hands on a Black River Polygonum that's over 200 years old. He knelt to get a closer look, admiring the 100-year snow ginseng. After a moment, Zhuge Hou reached out his hand to claim their prize. But just then a sharp whoosh cut through the air. His body froze mid-motion as something shot towards him at an absolutely insane speed. He was shocked. Something had just blasted out of a dark crevice, a blur of motion aiming straight for his elbow like a guided missile. Tian'er immediately cried out, "Uncle, are you hurt?" Zhuge Hou stared at the thing. Its speed was just off the charts, and everywhere it went, it left a trail of frost. He quickly yelled a warning, "I'm fine, but stay sharp. This thing is ridiculously fast." Tian'er watched as snowflakes began to fill the cave, the mysterious creature. launched another attack straight at Zhuge Hao. He swiftly raised his fan to block it, then frowned, staring intently at the fan in his hand. What in the... A thin layer of ice had instantly coated his fan. Zhuge Hao's eyes narrowed. This is deadly yin frost. Tian Er approached his voice, trembling. Uncle, what in the world was that thing? Zhuge Hao was silent for a moment, frantically searching the archives of his mind. Finally, Zhuge Hao slowly uttered a single name, a stone lizard. Tian Er gasped in shock. What? Zhuge Hao recalled the bizarre appearance of that greenish-gold creature and began to explain. It's a stone lizard, a green one to be exact. Hearing this, Xiaolong couldn't help but shout out in pure disbelief. A green stone lizard. He thought to himself, a naturally green one, isn't that species supposed to be like legendary tier rare in this manhwa? The Grand Patriarch piped up, all curious. Stone lizards are harmless, so what's the big deal? Suddenly, Xiaolong's eyes lit up like a pair of high beams. He was practically drooling, a look of pure unadulterated obsession on his face, as he let out a maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha. It's nothing, it's nothing. Then he leaned in and whispered like a true villain. The stone lizard is poisonous, which in my book makes it an unrivaled treasure. The Grand Patriarch just chuckled awkwardly. Ha ha. I have absolutely no clue what you're talking about, my friend, but you do you. Zhuge Hao let out a dry little cough, thinking to himself, yep, this guy is definitely a certified weirdo. Then being the good guy he is, he spoke up. If I hear any more juicy gossip about other poisonous critters, you'll be the first to know. Xiaolong's eyes instantly started twinkling like a starry night sky as he gushed, whoa, thank you so much, big bro. The Grand Patriarch just smiled weakly, completely at a loss for words. The next day, the father-in-law finally made his grand return, bursting through the door. His booming voice echoed through the halls. My dear son-in-law. Inside the main hall, the whole gang was already assembled, looking like they were in the middle of some serious business, like planning the next arc of this manhwa. Xiaolong whipped his head around and quickly answered, yes, father-in-law. Hua Yin also gently greeted her dad, who immediately rushed over, looking Xiaolong up and down and squishing his face like a stress ball. He gave him a thorough inspection from head to toe, asking with genuine concern, are you okay, son-in-law? Our boy's face was getting squished into a new shape, but he still managed to mumble out a reply, yes, sir, I'm all good, father-in-law. Then Xiaolong held up his arms, which were covered in snakebite scars, and laid it on a little thick. I finally woke up after being in a coma for 10 whole days. My arms are a bit scarred up, but hey, at least I managed to cheat death this time. Seeing the evidence, the family head's face turned purple with rage. He started huffing and puffing, cursing up a storm. What in the world, that blasted blood cult? Then, as if remembering something important, he snapped his mouth shut and quickly turned to his daughter, Hua Yin. Daughter, are you okay? Hua Yin, sweating bullets, quickly tried to calm him down. Father, please take a chill pill. Then she dropped the good news with a smile. I'm perfectly fine, and it's all thanks to big brother Xiaolong, who saved me and the entire family. The Grand Patriarch chimed in to back her up. That's right, our worthy son-in-law Xiaolong was the hero of the day. He then added, I think when he took down that elder. He said something like, I am your natural enemy. Hua Yin quickly corrected, no, the line was, it is I. Xiaolong turned beet red, all embarrassed. Oh shucks, it was just a little plan that got lucky and worked out, that's all. Ha ha ha. And thanks to that little bit of luck, we stumbled upon the blood cult's Achilles' heels. It was then that Zhuge Hao finally spoke up. Jishan buddy, I've been standing here this whole time. The family head finally noticed his old friend and greeted him. Oh my brother, how have you been? The two old pals were overjoyed to see each other, though the family head's tone was a bit playfully pouty. Ever since you got that big shot government job you've been giving me, the cold shoulder, I guess it takes a major crisis for you to finally show your face around here. Zhuge Hao just gave a wry smile. My bad, has it really been that long? I'm truly sorry, my friend. Seeing this bromance unfold, Hua Yin leaned over and explained to Xiaolong, those two grandpas have been best buds since they were broke nobodies. Xiaolong's jaw dropped in amazement. Oh, so that's the deal? He thought to himself, man, the backstory in this manhwa is getting deep. Zhuge Hao clapped the family head on the shoulder. All right, let's all take a seat. We've got some serious business to discuss regarding that pesky blood cult. He let out a hearty laugh and replied, Hey, you've got a point there, brother. The Tang clan's patriarch then waved his sleeve with all the authority of a final boss commanding you to take a seat. I want to hear this tale from top to bottom. Xiaolong gave a slight nod, replying with the utmost respect, as you command, father-in-law. Once everyone was settled, the Tang clan's head honcho shifted his gaze to Zhuge Hao and casually inquired, So what's the final verdict on that spy situation? The moment the word spy hit the air, Xiaolong practically jumped out of his skin in surprise. He quickly pressed for more. A spy, you say? His mind instantly raced with a dozen different theories. You mean like a mole? As in someone who's infiltrated our ranks? The Tang clan patriarch shot him a withering side-eye, not even bothering to grace that question with a response. Clearly he had bigger fish to fry, like the fact that the blood demon cult just waltzed into the Tang clan's territory. Their main goal was the Blood Hand Poison Claw manual, wasn't it? The patriarch demanded sternly. Xiaolong quickly confirmed, reporting to my father-in-law. That is absolutely correct. Those goons seem to be drooling over that secret technique. So which one of you absolute scumbags had the gall to leak the secret of the Blood Hand Poison Claw to that wretched blood demon cult? And who dared to pinpoint its location to our Sichuan Tang clan? Xiaolong shot up from his seat, exclaiming in sheer horror. This is a catastrophe. Does this mean that somewhere within our own family or among the Tang clan disciples, there's a traitor colluding with the blood cult and selling us out? The tension that had been thick enough to cut with a knife suddenly evaporated, leaving everyone around him looking completely dumbfounded. They just stared at each other, utterly bewildered. Zhuge Hao casually slung an arm around the guy next to him, chuckling as he teased. Brother Qing looks like you need to give your clueless son-in-law a proper lesson. He's still a newcomer. So it's only natural his brain is lagging a bit. The Tang clan patriarch could only stroke his magnificent white beard, forcing a laugh to smooth things over and save a shred of dignity. But our boy Xiaolong was completely petrified, looking like a background character in a tragic manhwa. He was frozen solid like a statue, screaming internally, Am I the only one not in on the joke here? Hua Yin gently stepped in to explain, shattering the awkward silence. Xiaolong, there's absolutely no way we could have a mole in the Tang clan. Xiaolong, still skeptical, pressed on, Are you absolutely sure about that? Only then did the Tang clan patriarch elaborate. Even when we hire a simple servant, we conduct a background check going back 3 generations if we don't find a single red flag. Only then do we bring his entire family to live within the Tang clan. He stated with absolute certainty, When a man's entire family is basically a hostage here in the Tang clan, tell me who would be stupid enough to become a spy for outsiders. Xiaolong heard this and just wanted to roll his eyes into the back of his head, thinking, Are these people for real? Their control freak level is off the charts. But if they're this paranoid and the secret still got out, then... A cold sweat suddenly drenched his entire body. So who in the world is the damn spy then? The scene then dramatically shifts to another location, just like a classic manhwa cliffhanger. A woman is being held aloft by her throat, dangling like a helpless kitten in the iron grip of Zhu Zhongsue. Her face is a twisted mask of pain as she gasps for air. Drool spills from her mouth while her bloodshot eyes plead for her life. Zhu Zhongsue just grinds his teeth, the sound echoing ominously as his eyes burn with pure hatred. The truth is finally out. You're a mole from the Wulin Alliance. Back at the meeting, Zhuge Hao raises a single eyebrow, his voice low and serious. Within the Wulin Alliance, the number of people who knew about this can be counted on one hand. It seems the Alliance leader finally caught the right rat just as everything was winding down at the gates of the Tang family in Sichuan. An uninvited guest decided to crash the party, shattering the peace and quiet. This dude held his head high, barking arrogantly at the gate guards. I finally made it to the Tang family, all the way from distant Hebei, right to the Tang sect's doorstep. Choosing not to use the Lightfoot technique for such a long journey, now that's a man with some interestingly weird tastes. The moment he finished speaking, he pounded a fist against his chest with a thunderous boom, flexing his ridiculously ripped muscles for all to see. He then declared with the subtlety of a foghorn, his voice echoing all over the place, Go and inform the head of the Tang family that the great Pang Wuhuan, leader of the Pang sect, has graced you all with his magnificent presence. He thumped his chest again with a booming laugh, then ordered the guards to report to their master. Peng Muwen of the Peng family is here. A signal flare shot straight up into the sky. Spotting the signal, Xiaolong and Hua Yin bolted towards the main gate, drawing curious and surprised stares from everyone around. They had no clue what was going on. Should we go out and greet them? Xiaolong asked, a bit unsure. Hua Yin turned with a gentle smile and explained, Father and the elders are in the middle of a very important meeting. Her eyes sparkled with confidence. Then with a slight blush, she added, You're the future son-in-law of the Tang family. You need to act a little more confident. Her words just made Xiaolong even more nervous. He approached the massive gate, forcing a smile as he opened it, thinking, It's probably just a guest from another family. Nothing to be scared of. But unlike him, the guard standing nearby looked like he'd seen a ghost. The moment the gates creaked open, Xiaolong found himself face to face with Peng Muwen and his entourage. Every single one of them was staring him down with intense, serious eyes, sending a shiver down his spine. Peng Muwen himself looked a bit surprised and even a little confused. He put a hand on his hip, but a smile broke out on his face the moment he spotted Hua Yin. She respectfully clasped her hands in greeting, and greeted the head of the Peng family. Haha, it's been a while. Peng Muwen boomed, the last time I saw you. You were just a little girl. Now look at you all grown up. I almost didn't recognize you. Hua Yin just closed her eyes and offered a strained smile. Has it really been 5 years already? Realizing how long it had been, Peng Muwen's expression turned serious again, and he shifted his full attention to Xiaolong and who's this young buck? Feeling the full force of the Peng family head's gaze, Xiaolong started sweating buckets. Seeing him practically drenched, Hua Yin got a little flustered herself. Xiaolong quickly bowed to Peng Muwen and introduced himself. I am Xiaolong, the son-in-law of the Tang family. Peng Muwen stared intently at the young man, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Then out of nowhere, he reached out, pinched Xiaolong's cheek, and asked with great curiosity, So you're Hua Yin's fiancé, huh? Caught completely off guard by the cheek assault, Xiaolong panicked, having no idea how to react. Hua Yin covered her mouth, smiling as she nodded. Instantly, Peng Muwen's eyes turned sharp as daggers and Xiaolong's personal waterworks started up again. He nervously averted his gaze. Peng Muwen's focus was now locked onto him like a heat-seeking missile. The man reached out and lifted Xiaolong's chin, his eyes scanning him up and down. Then without a single moment of hesitation, he went right in for a surprise crotch grab. This is some wild manhwa plot twist. Xiaolong's face instantly turned the color of a ripe tomato, while across from them, Hua Yin was completely gobsmacked, her jaw hitting the floor. Peng Muwen chuckled gleefully and explained, I was worried you were just a kid, but it seems the aura down there tells a different story. It's already got the makings of a true man. Xiaolong, still catching his breath, stared blankly at Peng Muwen before glancing over at Hua Yin, who had absolutely no clue what just transpired. Peng Muwen placed a hand on Xiaolong's head, shot him a big thumbs up, and grinned with confidence. Not bad at all. Give this kid a few more years and he'll be a legend, like a main character in a hit manhwa. Hua Yin's face turned 50 shades of red as she whipped around to hide it, suddenly remembering that the folks from the Peng family aren't exactly sticklers for fussy etiquette or minor details, which is why their patriarch has a unique method for sizing people up. Peng Muwen clapped a hand on Xiaolong's shoulder and started to beam, and his men all shot looks of pure astonishment in the boy's direction, clearly thinking he was some kind of special character. One dude even propped his chin on his hand and leaned in for a curious peek at the boy's sensitive region. Xiaolong's eyes were just swimming in pure bewilderment. He averted his gaze, feeling a little down, but then thought to himself, maybe this is just how they roll. You know, a man-to-man kind of acknowledgement. With that thought, he turned back to Peng Muwen, his eyes lighting up with happiness, and flashed a grateful smile for the compliment. Peng Muwen roared with laughter, thinking this kid is definitely a world away from those useless pampered young masters from the other fancy clans. He gave Xiaolong a hearty slap on the back and introduced himself. I'm Peng Muwen, patriarch of the Peng family. The slap was so forceful it nearly launched Xiaolong into orbit, and the boy managed to reply, Welcome to the Tang sect, sirs. As they chatted, Hua Yin just stood there sweating buckets of anxiety. Patriarch Peng, this humble girl has a question. Hua Yin finally spoke up, grabbing Peng Muen's attention. He turned to her, intrigued. Oh, and what might that be? Her eyes were wide with curiosity. You've all traveled from so far away to aid the Tang family. But how on earth did you get here so fast? At this, Peng Muen's expression grew stern. The truth was, they hadn't come to help at all. He shot back, is the Tang sect in some kind of trouble? Looking utterly surprised, he scanned Xiaolong from head to toe and asked, what's going on here? Beads of sweat formed on Hua Yin's forehead. She was completely thrown off by Peng Muen's unexpected arrival. Seeing her look, Xiaolong got confused too. A little later, once the whole crew made it back to the main estate, Peng Muen was a bit taken aback hearing about the appearance of the blood cult. After everyone was settled around the tea table, and the atmosphere had calmed down, Hua Yin announced that the blood cult goons had been totally annihilated. Peng Muen rested his chin on his hand, watching her intently, before letting out a soft sigh, clearly a little ticked off. He was kicking himself for not showing up sooner. Next to him, Zhuge Hu just sat there smiling quietly. The Tang patriarch finally broke the silence. I wonder what brings Brother Peng to our humble abode. Peng Muen seemed to snap back to reality, turning to the patriarch and admitting, I got so caught up in Miss Hua Yin's tale about the blood cult that I completely forgot my main reason for being here. The thing is, I came this time hoping the Tang family could lend me a hand with something. At that, both Hua Yin and Xiaolong snapped their attention right to him. The patriarch also looked surprised and curious, asking, please, Brother Peng, do tell. He raised a hand to his mouth, glanced toward the door, and in a serious tone signaled his subordinate to bring the girl in to meet the elders. Even Zhuge Hu looked intrigued, now his eyes glued to Peng Muen. The grand doors to the hall swung open. One of Peng Muen's men with eyes shining bright strode into the room. Hua Yin instinctively covered her mouth in shock, realizing the man was carrying a child on his back. Xiaolong also broke into a nervous sweat, his eyes glued to the man as he approached the main table. Reaching behind his cloak, the man's voice rang out, young miss, it's time to come down and greet the elders of the Sichuan Tang clan. Immediately, a sleepy little voice mumbled from his back, but I'm still sleepy. The scene left Xiaolong absolutely speechless, his jaw on the floor. Hua Yin couldn't hide her astonishment either. From behind the man, a little girl in a white dress hopped down a lollipop still firmly planted in her mouth. The entire hall fell dead silent, every single eye fixed on the adorable little girl. The girl politely greeted the elders and introduced herself, I'm Peng Ying, before promptly continuing to munch on a cookie. Peng Muen affectionately scooped his daughter into his arms and proudly introduced her to everyone. This is my little girl. The revelation left both Xiaolong and Hua Yin completely floored. Hua Yin's eyes widened in admiration. She thought to herself that the father and daughter were two peas in a pod, while Xiaolong was still reeling from the shock. Seeing this, Peng Muen couldn't help but chuckle and explain, we look so much alike that everyone has the same reaction. He affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair. His tone suddenly grew serious. The reason I've come to the Tang clan this time is for her, all while the little girl was lost in the world of her snacks. He placed a hand on her shoulder. My daughter's health has been poor recently. I was hoping the clan head could take a look. The clan head's face grew stern as he asked, Brother Peng, are you saying your esteemed daughter is ill? Xiaolong's gaze immediately snapped back to the little girl. He was surprised to hear that such a lively child could be sick. But as he observed her more closely, he could sense a strange energy radiating from her body like something straight out of a mystery manhwa. That night, Xiaolong tossed and turned in bed. Ignoring the small centipedes crawling around him, he had heard Peng Yingying's symptoms clearly and was carefully mulling them over. But he still couldn't figure out the cause. He closed his eyes, unconsciously stroking a small centipede, and recalled the conversation from a few hours before. At that time, Yingying was sitting on a chair, while all the adults watched her with grave expressions. Peng Muen had explained that his daughter would occasionally have difficulty breathing, breakout in red rashes, and sometimes even lose consciousness. But just a moment later, she would wake up as if nothing had happened. His face was a mask of anger and helplessness. I have searched everywhere. I even invited disciples from the medicine sect to examine her, but they all said she's perfectly healthy. One of them even suggested something so outrageous I almost beat him to death. And what outrageous thing was that? The clan head asked. Peng Muin replied, they suspected she was being deliberately poisoned by someone. But in my Peng family, there is absolutely no one who would do such a thing. Xiaolong's eyes widened in shock while Hua Yin's expression hardened. After checking Ying Ying's pulse, the clan head stood up and delivered his verdict: it was poison and most likely an inside job within the Peng family. Peng Muin was stunned, frantically denying it, swearing that no one in his family could be so utterly heartless. He clutched his head, refusing to discuss it further, unable to bear the thought of suspecting his own family. Zhuge Hu nodded in agreement. Things are not yet clear. We shouldn't jump to the conclusion that it's poison. It's not always a case of deliberate sabotage. The family head's gaze remained fixed on the little girl, who was happily munching away on a pastry, and he made a decision. He arranged for them to stay in an empty courtyard at the guest house, asking them to stick around for a bit so he could keep a closer eye on the girl's condition. He needed to figure out if this was a case of poisoning or just some bizarre, unheard-of illness. Looking eternally grateful, Peng Muwen thanked the family head profusely. He agreed to leave his daughter under the man's care for a while. Now back to our regularly scheduled programming in the present. Suddenly an image flashed in Xiaolong's mind, the little girl endlessly stuffing her face with sweets, no matter how you sliced it. This symptom looked suspiciously like heat syndrome from a massive sugar overdose. He realized the sugar levels seemed to be building up in her body in a seriously weird way. He shot bolt upright. Lost in thought, he wondered, could this condition cause a rash if the symptoms were this obvious? It should have been way easier to diagnose. Right on cue, a frantic knocking echoed at his door, making his eyes pop wide open in surprise. A panicked voice yelled from the other side, "We've got a huge problem." Xiaolong flung the door open, his curiosity piqued. "What's the issue?" The maid, looking frantic, blurted out, "Young Miss Peng Yingying has fainted." The news hit Xiaolong like a ton of bricks. He hastily threw on a robe and bolted towards the quarters of Peng Muwen and his daughter. When he got there, Hua Yin and the Peng family's men were already gathered, all looking sick with worry. Ying Ying was out cold, her face beet red. She was breathing heavily in the arms of her frantic father. Hua Yin quickly filled him in. Apparently, the girl was just chilling in the pavilion when she suddenly collapsed. The family head noted grimly, "She fainted here too, so we can probably rule out a snake. Or a spy within the Peng family." Hearing this, Peng Muwen's fists clenched, his mind a total mess. He looked like he couldn't process what was happening. Then after a brief hesitation, he wound up and threw a punch. A haymaker right to his own jaw. The guy standing behind him was absolutely flabbergasted. The punch was so hard a tooth went flying. Peng Muwen closed his eyes, a bitter smile playing on his lips. He was punishing himself for even a fleeting moment of doubt. He couldn't believe he'd suspected his own men. Now he was certain that if Ying Ying fainted again, it had to be for a completely different reason. Seeing this, one of his subordinates was so moved he covered his face and started sobbing. Meanwhile, Xiaolong was just standing there, jaw on the floor, having just witnessed Peng Muwen literally punch his own tooth out. What a dramatic Manhwa scene. Then, in a wild display of loyalty, Peng Muwen's other subordinates started punching themselves in the face, too tormented by their failure to protect the young miss. They let her faint right under their noses. Each one declared their guilt was immense, leaving the family head completely dumbfounded. He quickly held up a hand, signaling for the self-punching party to stop. Xiaolong clasped his hands together and loudly called for everyone to chill out. At the sound of his voice, the men, now sporting some fresh bruises, actually stopped their bizarre ritual. All eyes turned to Xiaolong. He raised a single finger, a smirk of pure confidence on his face. "There's a way to find the real cause of her illness," he declared, "and prove that everyone here is innocent. There will be zero room for doubt." Instantly, the gazes of Peng Muwen and the family head locked onto Xiaolong, their eyes glinting with curiosity. Xiaolong coolly sat down next to Peng Muwen and just stared him down. Getting sized up like that, Peng Muwen's eyes widened in pure shock. Just then, Xiaolong casually explained that the very first step was to strip Miss Peng Yingying of all her clothes. The moment those words left his mouth, both the clan leader and Hua Yin froze solid, but as for Peng Muin, his eyes practically shot sparks of pure rage. The clan leader was dumbfounded by Xiaolong's bombshell, while Peng Muin's glare was a wild mix of confusion and utter disbelief. He growled through clenched teeth, "What did you just say?" Meanwhile, our boy Xiaolong was completely baffled by their over-the-top reaction. This was definitely not the reaction he expected, so he started to repeat that they needed to get Yingying's clothes off, but before he could even finish the sentence, Peng Muwen lunged forward and furiously grabbed him by the collar. Xiaolong was understandably terrified as the man's temper flared. He was assuming the worst about his intentions towards his precious daughter. With the man's eyes bulging like a classic manhwa villain, Xiaolong went pale as a ghost. He stammered out, Sir, just wait a second." Right on cue, a tiny centipede peeked out from inside Xiaolong's robes. Its beady little eyes locked onto Peng Muwen with pure aggression. Realizing his pet was about to go on the offensive, Xiaolong quickly ordered it to stand down. He could sense Peng Muwen's last shred of sanity evaporating and knew this situation was spiraling out of control fast. The clan leader, looking like he'd seen a ghost, frantically tried to de-escalate, explaining that his son-in-law must have a very good reason for saying that. Hua Yin also chimed in nervously, "Muwen clan head Peng, please at least let Xiaolong finish explaining." But nope, the man's grip on the poor kid's collar only tightened. Xiaolong had no choice but to shut his eyes and flash a strained, awkward smile. Peng Muwen glared daggers at him, his fury still burning bright though now tinged with a hint of confusion. Even in her panic, Hua Yin managed a weak smile, trying to vouch for Xiaolong's good character. After a tense standoff, Peng Muwen finally released his death grip. This kid had the audacity to suggest something so intimate involving his daughter, a maiden who hadn't even had her coming-of-age ceremony yet, so he figured he'd better hear what kind of ridiculous explanation the boy could possibly have. The second he was free, Xiaolong gasped for air, slumping to the floor in relief before facing Peng Muwen with a serious expression. He demanded the boy explain himself from start to finish. Peng Muwen crossed his arms and closed his eyes, a gesture that said, "Go on, I'm listening." Xiaolong held up one finger and began to explain earnestly that he meant they needed to remove Miss Peng's current outfit and change her into a completely different set of clothes. It was highly probable, he explained, that the cause of her collapse was something on her clothes or one of the personal items she was carrying. Upon hearing this, Peng Muwen was absolutely floored. He was struck dumb as the sheer scale of his catastrophic misunderstanding dawned on him. He hung his head in shame, his hands clenched into tight fists, looking like he was about to punish himself yet again, forever doubting the kid. Seeing this, Xiaolong panicked and waved his hands frantically, urging the man to calm the heck down. He assured him it was totally understandable to be on edge given his daughter's condition. With a gentle smile, the Peng family head thanked Xiaolong from the bottom of his heart for being so understanding of his complete idiocy. Xiaolong then looked Peng Muwen straight in the eye, his tone turning serious as he explained that from this moment forward, the Tang family would be taking full responsibility for Miss Peng's care, and all contact with the Peng family would be restricted until further notice. The clan head and Hua Yin were both taken aback. Peng Muwen pointed to himself, asking with a bewildered look if that included him too. Xiaolong nodded with a confident smirk, because if she still showed the same symptoms under their care, that would be the ultimate proof that the Peng family's home wasn't the problem. This was a classic move called a controlled environmental shift. It's a slick technique often used by folks who raise poisonous insects and amphibians. In his past life, Xiaolong once had a pet chameleon he'd taken out of its enclosure. He'd wished that little guy could just talk, maybe tell him it needed a bit more vitamin D in its diet. If only critters could just point and say, "Ouch right here," life would be a breeze, but alas, that's not how it works. So the keeper has to systematically change environmental factors like housing and food to pinpoint what's making the little creature sick. Back in the present, Ying was still out cold, her face flushed and her breathing all ragged. Xiaolong planned to use this exact same method to diagnose her. He wanted to set up a completely new living environment for her, then slowly reintroduce the old elements one by one to find the culprit. They couldn't just stand by and watch the poor girl faint over and over for some mystery reason. The four clan heads stroked their beards, looking mighty curious and nodding along. They had to admit Xiaolong had a point. With a little time, they'd surely get to the bottom of her mysterious illness. The old man couldn't help but mentally high-five his son-in-law for such a brilliant idea. Xiaolong's eyes went wide with panic at the sudden praise, looking a bit like a deer in headlights. Meanwhile, Hua Yin gently closed her eyes, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Peng Muwen totally got Xiaolong's plan, and the man was shaking with emotion as he clutched his daughter tightly, his eyes welling up with tears, begging Xiaolong to take good care of her. Xiaolong's gaze, however, was pure confidence. He placed a hand over his chest and declared with a winning smile, "Patriarch Peng, you can count on me." What nobody knew was that our boy had tamed countless bizarre creatures like something straight out of a monster-taming manhwa. Taking care of one little girl, piffed child's play. The next morning, Ying Ying woke up to the sound of her own choked sobs, her eyes already swimming in tears. Okay, maybe this wasn't going to be as easy as Xiaolong thought. She started wailing her little heart out, and seeing this, our hero completely short-circuited, which only made Ying Ying cry even louder. Xiaolong was just scratching his head, utterly bewildered, because the kid had been crying non-stop since she woke up. Just then, Hua Yin and his mother-in-law were out getting supplies needed to take care of Ying Ying, leaving poor Xiaolong to fend for himself against this tiny, tear-filled tyrant. He crept closer to the bed and asked awkwardly, "Are you sleepy, hungry? I honestly have no idea what to do here." But minutes ticked by and the waterworks just wouldn't quit. Xiaolong resorted to clasping his hands in a pleading gesture, asking with a strained smile, "Are you crying because Patriarch Peng isn't here?" He pointed outside, hastily explaining, "Your dad just went to get some medicine, he'll be back super soon." Still sniffling, Ying Ying puffed out her cheeks and declared, "I want candy." A cold sweat immediately broke out on Xiaolong's brow. So all this drama, this epic flood of tears, was over candy and not her missing dad. Ying Ying promptly burst into a fresh round of sobs, wailing that her candy stash was empty and she was all alone in the world. That's when it clicked for Xiaolong. Yesterday, while changing Ying Ying's clothes, Hua Yin had been shocked to find the girl's outfit was riddled with tons of tiny secret pockets. Just for holding candy, with a gentle smile, he soothed the little girl. "Hey now, calm down, be a good girl. You just woke up, so you shouldn't eat candy right away. Have some porridge first, and I'll make some special candy for you later, okay?" Hearing this, Ying Ying stopped her fussing and asked with a surprised look, "Really, you'll really make candy for me?" Xiaolong held up one finger, making a solemn promise. "If Miss Peng finishes her porridge and is a good girl, I'll make a special Tanghulu candy exclusively for you." The little girl's eyes sparkled with delight. She closed them for a moment, then smiled sweetly and decided to make a pact with him. She clenched her little fist decisively. "A member of the Peng family always keeps their word. If I don't, you can just slap me right across the face." Xiaolong just bowed his head, sighing to himself. Seriously, what kind of bizarre parenting style does this Peng family have? Meanwhile, in broad daylight, Peng Muwen was lurking suspiciously in a bush in a secluded corner of the manor. His heart was heavy with worry. In the distance, Ying Ying was happily playing with a bee, while Hua Yin happened to be walking by. Peng Muwen's eyes stung with unshed tears. He could only watch his daughter from afar, thanks to the strict rule forbidding contact with anyone from the Peng family. He couldn't get any closer to his little girl. Suddenly, Xiaolong spotted him and, covering his mouth in surprise, whispered confusedly, "What are you doing here?" Hearing Xiaolong's voice, Peng Muwen jumped instantly on high alert. After a split second of hesitation, he grabbed Xiaolong and yanked him straight into the bushes. His eyes were filled with anxiety. How is Ying Ying? Yanked so unexpectedly, Xiaolong landed flat on his back, eyes wide with bewilderment. He quickly sat up and answered, "She's eating really well, and she's been very obedient too." Hearing that his daughter was eating well, Peng Muwen was so stunned his jaw practically hit the floor. Xiaolong added, "She even polished off an entire plate of 7th-level braised pork." It was a scene straight out of a foodie manhwa. Peng Muwen was completely floored. He couldn't fathom how Xiaolong had managed to get her to eat. The boy just gave a short reply. "She ate all by herself, sir." This left Peng Muwen even more astonished and confused. Just at that moment, a figure in a red dress appeared and both men in the bush immediately fixed their gazes on her. It was none other than Hua Yin. She offered a gentle smile and respectfully greeted the head of the Peng family. He responded in kind with a grateful smile. "Thank you for taking such good care of my daughter." Hua Yin calmly replied, "Ying Ying is asking where her big brother Xiaolong has gone." Hearing those two little words, big brother, made Peng Muin freeze on the spot. A volcano of jealousy erupted inside him, while poor Xiaolong was just standing there, looking utterly bewildered. Peng Muin's eyes were practically shooting lasers. He hadn't even managed a decent conversation with his own daughter yet, and here she was, all buddy-buddy with this random kid. Unacceptable. Seeing the pure murderous intent radiating from the old man's face, Xiaolong's jaw hit the floor in sheer terror. "Since when does my daughter call you big brother?" Peng Muin roared. Not waiting for a follow-up question, Xiaolong gritted his teeth and made a run for it. As Peng Muin clutched his head on the verge of a full-blown meltdown, Ying Ying cheerfully turned to Xiaolong and asked, "Are you here for the training ground again?" The poor guy explained on the run that after playing with the swarm of golden-furred queen bees for a bit, Ying Ying had become a lot more docile. He realized the bees seemed to have a real soft spot for the little girl. A few minutes later, he finally made it to the training ground. Ying Ying was having the time of her life playing with the bees, hugging one to her chest as she chirped a hello. The rest of the swarm started to gather around her. One crawled onto her head while another licked her cheek, making the little girl giggle from the ticklish sensation. Xiaolong stood by with his arms crossed, an involuntary smile spreading across his face. This whole scene was straight out of a wholesome manhwa. Thanks to these tiny fuzzy matchmakers, he and Ying Ying had become fast friends. Just then another bee decided his head looked like a great landing spot, and Xiaolong suddenly had a light bulb moment. He realized the golden-furred queen bees were so fond of Ying Ying because she'd spilled sugar syrup all over herself while eating sweets. Wait a minute, are they mistaking her for a giant walking lollipop? He wondered. As for Ying Ying, knowing she was the bees' favorite human, she insisted on visiting them every single day right on cue. The head honcho, the queen bee herself, emerged from a hollow in the tree. Ying Ying, who was in the middle of her bee playtime, immediately turned to Xiaolong, pointed at the tree, and grinned from ear to ear. "The queen bee is over there," she exclaimed. Xiaolong, sitting on a nearby bench, smiled back and said, "Let's not bother the queen bee, okay? She's a very busy lady." The little girl obediently closed her eyes and nodded in agreement. In that moment, a strange warmth filled Xiaolong's heart. He thought to himself, maybe this is what it feels like to have a little sister. Turns out taking care of a kid isn't so bad after all, he mused. Just as he was lost in his wholesome thoughts, he heard Ying Ying call out, waving her hand. "Big brother, look, another bee." Hearing that snapped Xiaolong out of his daydream. He quickly put a finger to his lips and warned her anxiously. "Ying Ying, be careful, some bees are real meanies and not like your fluffy friends." The words had barely left his mouth when the girl let out a piercing shriek from a sting. Xiaolong's heart dropped as he scrambled over to her, frantically asking, "Are you okay?" A tiny red mark was already swelling on her hand. Xiaolong said worriedly, "You really need to be more careful. Come on, let's get you to the infirmary right now." Ying Ying stared innocently at the sting on her hand and mumbled, "It doesn't even hurt that much." But Xiaolong wasn't taking any chances and quickly grabbed her hand. He said firmly, "We need to treat this just in case bee venom can be seriously dangerous sometimes." Looking dejected, Ying Ying closed her eyes and nodded. But in that very instant, Xiaolong felt a chill run down his spine. Something was terribly wrong. Ying Ying suddenly started gasping for breath. Her face flushed a deep red and her entire body started to tremble with chills. A moment later, her eyes rolled back and she collapsed. With reflexes worthy of a manhwa protagonist, Xiaolong reacted in a flash, catching her just before her fragile body hit the ground. He was completely stunned. Peng Muin's earlier words suddenly echoed in his mind. Sometimes she has trouble breathing and large red rashes break out on her skin. And sometimes she even passes out completely. It all clicked into place. A furious glint flashed in his eyes as he finally understood the truth. Gritting his teeth, our boy finally had a light bulb moment about why Ying Ying kept passing out all this time. It was anaphylactic shock. For those who skipped biology class, that's a super serious allergic reaction. It happens when your immune system goes completely berserk. Normally, when some nasty stuff gets in your body's defense squad, goes on the attack to eliminate the threat. This causes some local swelling, and the body releases histamine to widen the blood vessels, basically opening the floodgates for white blood cells and antibodies to swarm in and obliterate the enemy. But the real drama starts when the body throws a massive tantrum over something totally harmless, unleashing a tidal wave of histamine that goes completely out of control. This makes blood vessels all over the body expand like crazy, causing a catastrophic drop in blood pressure. When that happens, oxygen can't get to the brain and other VIP organs, which leads to a total system shutdown. In the worst-case scenario, anaphylactic shock is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Not wasting a single second, Xiaolong threw Ying Ying onto his back, his expression turning dead serious and bolted like a man possessed. He knew the clock was ticking. While sprinting, he whispered into her ear, "Ying Ying, just hang on a little longer." A few minutes later, thanks to his superhuman movement skills, Xiaolong arrived at the clan leader's mansion. He yelled in a panic, "Father-in-law Ying Ying has passed out." The door flew open and out stepped the clan leader himself. By now, Ying Ying was as red as a ripe tomato, her breathing getting dangerously faint as Xiaolong carefully held her in his arms. Worried sick and gritting his teeth, Peng Muwen rushed out right behind him, seeing his daughter unconscious. He freaked out, demanding, "What happened?" Xiaolong quickly explained, "She's having extreme difficulty breathing." Peng Muwen took his daughter with trembling hands, his eyes wide with terror. He immediately started channeling his internal energy, pumping it into her body to stabilize her qi and blood flow. The clan leader watched silently from the side as slowly but surely Ying Ying's breathing evened out. The angry red rashes began to fade, and within a matter of seconds, all the life-threatening symptoms just vanished. Seeing this, Xiaolong finally let out a massive sigh of relief and plopped onto the ground, silently praising the absolute cheat code that is internal energy. Back in the modern world, you'd need a cocktail of epinephrine steroids and antihistamines to treat this. Maybe even an intubation tube, but in this manhwa world, a little bit of qi apparently solves everything. How convenient. But the clan leader's gaze was fixed on Ying Ying, his face growing grim as he recognized the all-too-familiar symptoms. They were exactly the same as all the other times. He turned to Xiaolong. "You were with her. Did you see what might have triggered this?" Peng Muwen also looked over, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Xiaolong, do you have any idea what caused it?" Xiaolong sat up straight and nodded with absolute certainty. "I saw it crystal clear." He then confidently held up one finger, ready for the big reveal. Ying Ying collapsed right after she was stung by a bee. Hearing this, both Peng Muwen and the clan leader looked like they'd seen a ghost, their jaws hitting the floor. They couldn't wrap their heads around the idea that a tiny little bee could cause such a catastrophic reaction. The clan leader stroked his beard, deep in thought. It was rare, sure, but he had heard tales of people fainting from bee stings. However, that didn't explain all of her previous fainting spells. Peng Muwen chimed in, "Yeah, if it was just bee stings, my daughter would have been a goner a long time ago." He was stumped, so they were still back at square one with no clue about the real cause. The clan leader let out a heavy sigh just as he was about to admit they couldn't find any connection between the incidents. Xiaolong suddenly cracked a smile, closed his eyes, and nodded, "Oh, but I've already figured it out." The clan leader stared back, asking again in utter disbelief, "Are you for real?" Kid Xiaolong just flashed a confident grin, declaring it was Ying Ying's bee sting that cracked the case wide open. "That little incident helped me uncover the real culprit." Peng Muwen was so flabbergasted he could barely speak, practically begging the kid to spill the beans already. Xiaolong gave a knowing nod, ready to drop some serious knowledge. Peng Muwen was sweating bullets while the clan leader squinted, his suspicion meter going off the charts. Xiaolong's gaze drifted over to Ying Ying. He closed his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips, and dropped a bombshell that left everyone completely stunned. "First things first, we need to get her clothes off." Later, as twilight settled, Hua Yin shut the door, turning back with a look that confirmed everything. It was exactly as Xiaolong had predicted. At a casual glance, you'd barely notice the rashes on the poor girl's skin. But upon closer inspection, you could clearly see older, faded spots and a few fresh new ones popping up. Behind her stood Xiaolong, still sporting a comical lump on his head, flanked by the family head and Peng Muwen. The old master had his arms crossed, a smug, satisfied smile plastered on his face. As for Peng Muwen, his eyes were practically sparkling with delight, silently admitting that the kid Xiaolong had been 100% correct. Right on cue, the lady of the house cracked the door open, shooting everyone a death glare that screamed, "Keep it down, the young miss is still out cold." Everyone gave a subtle nod. Peng Muwen cleared his throat with a little cough, finally conceding the point. He admitted that things were exactly as Xiaolong described. Besides the rash, there were other mysterious marks as well. Our boy Xiaolong lump, still proudly displayed on his head, watched him with a look of profound sadness and confusion. Peng Muwen finally broke the silence and asked, "So why has my daughter been unconscious all this time? For one, it's bee venom poisoning," Xiaolong stated without a hint of doubt. Peng Muwen's brow furrowed in confusion. He distinctly remembered the old master ruling that out. Besides, how could a simple bee sting go completely unnoticed? The Peng family courtyard is paved with stone, not a flower in sight. Where would a bee even come from? He demanded to know what evidence Xiaolong had for such a wild theory. And he had to admit Peng Muwen had a point. A normal sting would be pretty hard to miss. But our boy was certain the girl's symptoms were a textbook match for anaphylactic shock from bee venom. It was like a plot from a medical manhwa. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a glint of insight shining within them. His mind was like a massive library of knowledge. It was packed to the brim with books on every venomous creature imaginable. His expression turned dead serious. He knew what he was looking for. It wasn't a bee, but another creature with a similar venom, one containing melatonin or specific peptides, the kind that causes swelling and shortness of breath. His thoughts raced, taking him to the temperate forests of China's Hebei province. A few venomous suspects popped into his head: the white-lipped pit viper, the Chinese scorpion, the Chinese red ant, and the red-chested ant. Xiaolong tapped his chin thoughtfully, immediately ruling out the snakes and scorpions. Too obvious. Meanwhile, Peng Muwen and the old master were just staring at him, their faces a perfect picture of confusion. They had no clue what was going on in that kid's head. He kept picturing Ying Ying snacking on her sweets. He needed to pinpoint an environment where she would be repeatedly exposed to this creature, a place she frequented. And then it hit him like a bolt of lightning. Ying Ying loves her sweets. He remembered she had a secret little pouch hidden in her clothes just for her candy stash. A smirk crept across his face as he found the final piece of the puzzle. He looked up, his voice ringing with absolute certainty. "It is definitely bee venom, you have to believe me." Hua Yin just stared back, her expression still a cocktail of pure confusion. Peng Muwen, getting a tad salty, insisted there wasn't a single bee in the entire Peng estate. But as Xiaolong turned to them with a confident grin, he reminded the Tang clan folks that poison doesn't play by the same rules for everyone. For some, a tiny drop is a one-way ticket to the afterlife, while others could chug 10 times that amount and just ask for seconds. Peng Muwen's jaw hit the floor, sweat beading on his brow, even though he had absolutely no clue what our boy wonder was talking about. The clan head, however, raised a hand in agreement, his eyes full of genuine respect. Xiaolong has a point. The same venom can react completely differently from person to person. Xiaolong then held up a hand to elaborate. As we've all witnessed, Ying Ying is exceptionally sensitive to bee venom. Hua Yin and the others listened intently, nodding along. Xiaolong's eyes gleamed with that classic protagonist confidence as he tapped his temple. One thing's for sure, the girl is super vulnerable to bee venom. But since we've established there are no bees here, that leaves only one other possibility. Peng Muwen stared at the kid, hanging on his every word, the sweat on his forehead now practically a waterfall. Meanwhile, somewhere on the estate grounds, a queen bee lay on the dirt, gazing tenderly at another bee beside it. The culprit was a bee, all right, but not the kind you're thinking of. Night fell. A few hours later, we find Xiaolong squatting by some rocks with Hua Yin, playing the role of a living flashlight with a torch. Looming behind them were the clan heads, watching our young detective with a whole lot of skepticism. "You sure this is the spot?" Peng Muwen asked, his curiosity piqued. Xiaolong just flashed a grin, his eyes sparkling with that main character energy. "Positive this is it." He turned to Hua Yin. Could you bring that light a little closer, please? Hua Yin, intrigued, nodded and moved the torch in. Then Xiaolong placed a single piece of candy on the ground as bait. Sure enough, a few little ants scurried out from a crevice and swarmed the candy. But then things took a turn when one ant straight up mugged another. The victim ant looked like it was screaming for help. With lightning-fast reflexes, Xiaolong snatched up the bully ant with a pair of chopsticks. His eyes narrowed with conviction. "This is our guy," he declared. Peng Muin and the clan heads all leaned in their full attention now on an ant. They were baffled. It was obviously an ant, not a bee. "Take a closer look, gentlemen," Xiaolong urged. "This particular species of ant is, after all, a distant cousin to the bee." Peng Muin squinted at the tiny creature, still not getting it. A few seconds later, his eyes along with every other clan head's shot wide open in pure shock. The tiny ant was acting surprisingly ferocious, and upon closer inspection they saw it had a massive stinger on its rear end. They couldn't believe an ant was packing that much heat. Suddenly, Xiaolong's distant cousin comment clicked for all the clan heads. This was a plot twist worthy of a manhwa. Peng Muin, on the other hand, was just stuck in full-on gaping fish mode. Xiaolong looked at the stunned audience and revealed, "This creature, a distant relative of the bee, is the one that knocked out Ying Ying. It's a genuine golden needle ant." Peng Muin's gaze was now superglued to the insect. As a fresh wave of sweat broke out, the other clan heads were equally floored, so this little monster was the real culprit all along. This was the true cause of Ying Ying's condition. This species belongs to the order Hymenoptera, the ant family, and is known as the Asian needle ant, or Pachycondila chinensis for the nerds out there. Now, many of you might be wondering, since when do ants have stingers? It's quite simple, really. This golden ant evolved from the same ancestor as bees, which means they share a lot of the same charming family traits, including their nasty venom. In fact, studies show that folks who go into anaphylactic shock from a golden ant sting tend to have the exact same dramatic reaction to bee stings. As Xiaolong picked up the little critter with his chopsticks, it got even feistier. He pointed at it with a smirk and said, "I highly doubt this tiny menace was specifically gunning for Ying Ying. It probably showed up to hunt the demonic beasts that snuck into the Tang estate, since the golden ant's main diet consists of other demonic creatures." They remembered that after she was bitten, someone from the Peng family had carefully checked the wound. It just looked like a regular old rash, so they couldn't figure out what bit her until Ying Ying finally came to. Even she just brushed it off as a minor scratch. Peng Muin's jaw hit the floor in a classic manhwa moment of realization. It all made sense now. Who would have thought that Ying Ying would be taken down by such a tiny, seemingly insignificant creature? With a curious look, he turned to the head of the Tang family and asked, "So can you whip up an antidote for this?" "There's an antidote for bee venom, sure, but for someone whose body is ridiculously sensitive to toxins like Ying Ying, the standard issue antidote won't do a thing." Hearing this, Peng Muin was absolutely stunned. The family head continued, "But hey, just figuring out the cause is a huge step forward. At least now we can be on guard before she has another episode." Peng Muin gritted his teeth in frustration, but then let out a helpless sigh. He turned to Xiaolong, a genuine smile breaking through. "Thank you, my boy." Xiaolong just gave a cheerful nod, looking all confident and saying, "Don't mention it." He then added, "Don't you worry, Patriarch Peng, there's still a way to cure Ying Ying. It'll just take a bit of time. But it's a sure thing." At this declaration, every single family head in the room was completely floored. Peng Muin practically lunged forward. "What is it? Tell me now." But Xiaolong just casually scratched his cheek and calmly replied, "It's a method called desensitization." Hua Yin's eyes immediately snapped to him, wondering what on earth her husband was cooking up now. Xiaolong started to explain. Peng Muin, still looking utterly confused, asked, "So, does this mean we have to take off Ying Ying's clothes again?" Xiaolong broke into a cold sweat and frantically explained, No, not at all. This is a medical treatment where we inject tiny amounts of the venom into the patient's body over a period of time. This gradually reduces the body's sensitivity to the toxin, which is why the whole process takes a while." From the back, Hua Yin shot him a death glare, ready to give him a piece of her mind. "I'm positive that once the treatment is complete, Ying Ying will never pass out from this venom again, Xiaolong declared with absolute certainty. The Tang family head crossed his arms, looking surprised, but also impressed. He realized Xiaolong's method was actually brilliant and totally viable. Even in the legendary Tang sect, they use similar techniques, slowly introducing venom into the body to build up immunity. It's a classic Manhwa power-up method. Peng Muwen clenched his fists, asking one more time just to be sure. After the treatment, Ying Ying will truly be all right. The Tang family head smiled and nodded. It'll be a long road, but it's absolutely possible. Hearing this, a brilliant smile absolutely lit up Peng Muwen's face. He closed his eyes and gave Xiaolong a hearty slap on the back. Thank you, my boy. Thank you for saving my daughter. Caught off guard by the friendly assault, Xiaolong could only scratch his head in bewilderment. The sight made the family head and Hua Yin burst out laughing. Peng Muwen's eyes were practically sparkling with joy. He gripped Xiaolong's shoulders, his voice booming with excitement. After receiving such a massive favor, there was no way he was just going to let it slide. So what do you want, kiddo? He asked. Anything at all, you name it, and it's yours? Xiaolong was suddenly at a complete loss for words. With beads of sweat forming on his brow, he thought to himself that the people in this world were seriously weird. You do them one little favor and they're instantly ready to promise you the moon. A hefty reward with the most grateful look on their faces. Zhao Long quickly cupped his hands in respect. Patriarch Peng Ying Ying is like a little sister to me. How could I possibly ask for a reward for that? Peng Muwen roared with laughter at his response and delivered another bone-rattling slap to his back. The Peng family doesn't do false modesty, so just spit it out. The slap was so forceful that Xiaolong let out an involuntary yelp of pain. He knew if he didn't come up with something fast, he might actually get clapped to death by this guy's enthusiasm. Just then, an idea struck him, and his eyes lit up. Practically drooling at the thought, he blurted out, "Well, in that case, could Patriarch Peng perhaps accompany me on a trip to a certain mountain?" Peng Muwen was completely baffled by the request. The very next day, Peng Muwen, Xiaolong Gufei, and Hua Yin found themselves at the foot of Mount Ganga, in Sichuan province. They all stood in awe, mesmerized by the majestic waterfall, a sight straight out of a fantasy manhwa. Peng Muwen smiled appreciatively. What a magnificent mountain indeed. Xiaolong grinned back and replied, I heard there's a gorgeous cliff face around here too. Hua Yin stepped closer, her gaze fixed on the cascading water and admitted with a smile, according to the general's description, this must be the place. And Xiaolong was confident she was right. This was definitely the waterfall and cliff he was looking for. The only problem was how in the world were they supposed to get into the cave hidden behind that massive wall of water, hearing his dilemma. An idea sparked in Peng Muwen's mind. He suddenly remembered Xiaolong mentioning he was just a beginner in movement techniques, which meant he definitely wouldn't know the legendary swallow's wave treading technique. Sir, what's that? Xiaolong asked, his curiosity piqued. A faint smile crossed Peng Muwen's lips before vanishing completely. In its place was a look of pure mischief. He suddenly grabbed Xiaolong by the scruff of his collar and hoisted him into the air, explaining is too much work. Let me give you a hands-on demonstration. Xiaolong's eyes went wide with terror as cold sweat drenched him from head to toe. Nearby, a stunned Hua Yin clapped a hand over her mouth in shock. With a mighty heave, Peng Muwen yeeted Xiaolong straight at the waterfall. Hua Yin let out a terrified shriek. Xiaolong landed with a splash near the falls, and before he could even process what just happened, Peng Muwen was standing right in front of him. With hands on his hips, he laughed heartily. Not bad, your reflexes are pretty quick. As Xiaolong dropped to his knees, he cursed under his breath. This guy is a certified lunatic. Hua Yin quickly rushed to his side, fussing over him with concern. She helped him sit up, and as she looked past him, she noticed that behind the white curtain of water, there appeared to be an entrance to a cave. Xiaolong was just as shocked. A hidden entrance behind a waterfall was the kind of classic trope you'd find in a great manhwa. Peng Muwen's eyes gleamed with excitement. He decided it was time to see what treasures lay within. A few moments later, the whole group ventured into the cave. The sight that greeted them inside left both Xiaolong and Hua Yin completely speechless. This place has a really strange vibe, he admitted. Hua Yin, standing right beside him, nodded in agreement. In front of them was a scene straight out of a fantasy manhwa, with small rocks glittering with brilliantly glowing crystals. But the whole vibe was ruined by the surrounding withered trees. The inside of the cave was nothing like they had imagined. Xiaolong sat down beside the crystals, carefully observing the ground, which was covered in countless species of unknown flowers. They were all competing in a dazzling display of color, creating a scene so mysterious and strange it felt like another world, a hidden paradise. Peng Muin and the others began to look around, but Xiaolong's gaze was fixated on the dead trees. To him, this place didn't feel like paradise at all, more like hell. Hua Yin, walking behind, also made an observation. Even though light was streaming through a hole in the cave ceiling, not a single tree was in bloom. Instead, they were all withered and dead. Peng Muin concluded that a divine beast was altering the environment around it. He focused his attention on the rocks. He realized a frosty aura was emanating from the central rock. Peng Muin gripped his sword tightly. He ordered in a low voice, "Everyone stay behind me." Then he cautiously advanced towards the rocks as a bone-chilling cold aura washed over him. It made him sense danger and his expression turned grim. At that very moment, a powerful roar echoed from deep within Xiaolong, and Hua Yin jumped in surprise while Peng Muin instantly drew his sword from its sheath. His sharp eyes served as a warning, "It's ahead, don't move from your positions." But in stark contrast to everyone's tension, Xiaolong's eyes lit up with pure excitement. To him, that roar was absolutely magnificent. From a crevice in the rock, a creature with glowing eyes slowly slithered out, staring daggers at the boy before letting out another roar. Xiaolong was so stunned his jaw dropped. It was a giant fat-tailed gecko. The creature advanced towards them, the cold aura from its body growing denser by the second. It was about 1 meter long, with small, round yellow eyes and a short, chubby tail. Xiaolong unconsciously brought a hand to his cheek, his eyes filled with pure love. This gecko was so unbelievably cute he almost lost control. Hua Yin also covered her mouth with a hand, smiling softly as she exclaimed, "This green lizard is so beautiful." Hearing that, Xiaolong clenched his fist, unable to hide his grin. He knew this girl had the insight to recognize its true value. Its real worth. Meanwhile, Peng Muin was breaking out in a cold sweat, but then he gritted his teeth as he realized something. Just then another roar echoed from deep within the cave. "There's another one," he warned, his hand tightening on the hilt of his sword. Hearing that, Xiaolong couldn't help but wonder if they were a couple. He was so excited that smoke practically billowed from his nose. His imagination ran wild with visions of them having little gecko babies. He quickly turned and told Peng Muin that they had to capture both geckos alive no matter the cost. The one outside glared at Xiaolong with murderous intent, the frosty aura from its body growing ever thicker. Deep in the crevice, the other gecko seemed to be injured. Hua Yin turned to ask him if something was wrong, but Xiaolong's eyes had turned serious. His attention was completely focused on the interior. He had just seen a faint glimmer of light, but he was certain of one thing. His eyes were glued to the gecko, inside his voice filled with worry. "I think it might not be breathing anymore." The gecko outside roared again in fury, guarding the entrance without moving a single step. Xiaolong decided to put Captain Gufei on surveillance duty with strict orders to report any funny business immediately. Gufei, who was already hiding nearby like a ninja, flashed a strained smile and replied, "You can count on me. If that thing so much as twitches weirdly, you'll be the first to know." With that settled, Xiaolong led the team away from the cave, deciding on a tactical retreat for the time being. As night fell, they lit a campfire near the waterfall. Hua Yin and Peng Muin watched Xiaolong, who was standing pensively near the cave entrance, looking like the main character of a dramatic manhwa. They knew next to nothing about this creature's habits, and acting rashly could just end up hurting the poor thing even more. While her pet centipedes were affectionately playing around her, Hua Yin gracefully tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and gently called him down for dinner. In that brief moment, Xiaolong's imagination ran wild, picturing Hua Yin as his wife, preparing a lovely dinner just for him. He couldn't stop himself from blushing, a wave of sweetness washing over him. By the campfire, Peng Muin sat on a log and asked curiously, "Any progress?" Xiaolong sat down next to Hua Yin, pondering for a moment, before replying that the gecko inside hadn't moved a single muscle. Peng Muan added on, his gaze turning serious. When I checked on it, it was completely still too. A living creature has to eat something eventually, right? Xiaolong's gaze was fixed on the fire, a sense of unease creeping in. This was just too weird. Geckos and lizards can go without food for a few days when they're stressed, especially the fat-tailed varieties. They store a ton of energy in those thick tails, so if it wasn't eating, it was likely just living off its emergency power pack. It was time to make a call. With a serious expression, Xiaolong suggested they should go in and check on the motionless gecko. Peng Muwen couldn't help but grin, thinking they were finally about to get their hands dirty. But Xiaolong quickly clarified, "We're not capturing it. I just think we need to check where it's injured. If it's hungry, it might be willing to eat something. I need Old Master Peng to lure the guard gecko outside." Hearing this, Peng Muwen was a little surprised. Flexing his ridiculously huge biceps, he laughed heartily. "Wouldn't it be easier to just knock it out in one hit? We could catch both of them that way." Xiaolong broke into a cold sweat, knowing full well that punch would probably send the gecko to the next dimension. He forced a laugh. "If Old Master Peng makes a move, I'm afraid it'll be instantly vaporized." Peng Muwen let out a booming laugh, admitting the boy was right. He gave Xiaolong a hearty slap on the back, saying it was only natural for a scholar who spends all day with his nose in a book to be overwhelmed by his incredible power. He nodded in agreement. "So the plan is to subdue it gently." "That's the best way," Xiaolong replied. Using a stick, he began to draw out their plan in the dirt. "First, Peng Muwen will lure the healthy gecko outside. In the meantime, you and Hua Yin will go in to check on the injured one." Hua Yin tossed a few stones onto the ground, adding, "At that point, the poison squad can block the path to provide cover for you two." Believing this was the most logical approach, Peng Muwen smiled and asked, "So is there anything else I need to watch out for? Just make sure it can't climb up the wall to get to our side." "Deal." Peng Muwen pounded his chest, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. "My body has been itching for a good workout." And with that, he charged towards the cave. "Patriarch, slow down!" Xiaolong yelled in alarm as a faint smile graced both his and Hua Yin's lips. He knew that if this little gecko was genuinely sick, it was probably on its last legs. Peng Muwen, looking every bit the badass, sauntered into the cave with his sword slung over his shoulder, Xiaolong and the crew in tow. The big gecko saw them return and let out a menacing growl, its eyes practically shooting daggers. "All right, boss man, it's showtime," Xiaolong whispered conspiratorially, cupping his hand over his mouth like a secret agent. At the signal, a wicked grin spread across Peng Muwen's face. He whipped out his sword and pumped it full of his inner energy, causing the blade to light up like a Jedi's lightsaber. His goons followed suit, drawing their weapons in perfect sync and creeping towards the rocks. Talk about dramatic timing. The gecko, seeing these guys meant business, let out a mighty roar and charged forward with the force of a freight train. Thankfully, Peng Muwen had reflexes faster than a hummingbird on caffeine. He expertly blocked the attack with his glowing sword. The gecko then slammed its tail against the blade, and the sheer force of the impact actually made the old man crack a smile of admiration. He couldn't believe this pint-sized powerhouse was actually holding its own against the top dog of the Peng family. This is some top-tier manhwa action right here. The creature backed up for a running start and launched another attack. This just got Peng Muwen even more pumped, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the fight. He casually swatted the gecko's attack aside with his sword, leaving the poor lizard looking a bit bewildered. "Now's our chance," Peng Muwen yelled. In the blink of an eye, his men swarmed and surrounded the little beast. Cornered it, let out a furious, frustrated roar. Seeing this intense showdown, Xiaolong started getting a little weak in the knees, but Hua Yin was there to grab his shoulder. She whispered, "Let's bounce." A moment later, they had snuck away from the main event and arrived at the other set of rocks. This was where the sick gecko was resting. "Is it really hurt?" Hua Yin asked, her voice filled with concern. "Looks like it," Xiaolong answered, his eyes wide with inspection. He noticed the tip of its tail was necrotic because of a botched shedding job. The poor thing couldn't get all its old skin off, and now its eyes were all gunky and infected. Yikes. "So what's the plan?" Hua Yin asked, leaning curiously against a rock. Xiaolong was all business. We need to play doctor right now. Seeing they had zero medical supplies, he just grinned confidently and declared, I'll just peel it all off myself, hearing that Hua Yin got a little flustered. She gave him a playful pout. You seem to have a thing for peeling stuff off lately, huh? Xiaolong's face instantly turned beet red, but he knew it was the only way to help. He took a single step forward and the injured gecko stirred, waking from its pained slumber. He slowly reached out a hand, explaining gently, Hey little guy, I'm here to help, just stay calm. In response, the gecko slowly closed its eyes. Xiaolong carefully picked it up, completely stunned. Just like with the queen bees, this creature seemed to understand him perfectly. He explained to Hua Yin that these critters shed their skin just like snakes do. But here's a fun fact, he added, wild geckos usually eat their old skin, which is why you never find it lying around. Hua Yin's eyes went wide with a mix of fascination and disgust. Xiaolong placed the gecko on a flat rock and whipped out a kunai. He quickly realized the stuck skin was way too tough to peel off with just his bare hands. With the help of his trusty little blade, he got to work. Wow, it looks like a living jewel under there, Hua Yin gasped in amazement. Xiaolong carefully made a small incision with the kunai, revealing the vibrant, glossy new skin underneath. It was a stunning sight straight out of a fantasy manhwa. He gently peeled the old skin off one of its legs. It's coming off just like a little glove. Hua Yin pointed, completely captivated by the process. Xiaolong wasn't surprised she was so into it. Even back in his YouTuber days, oddly satisfying peeling videos were always a massive hit. Now only the head and tail remained. Xiaolong proceeded with extreme caution, especially around the eyes, to avoid causing any harm. Pus had gunked up the poor gecko's eye from a botched shed, causing a nasty inflammation. With the delicate touch of a surgeon, Xiaolong gently peeled away the stuck skin on its head, causing zero harm. Feeling better now? He asked with a gentle smile. The gecko's body trembled for a moment before it slowly opened its eyes, making Hua Yin gasp with excitement. But Xiaolong wasn't celebrating just yet. He kept staring intently with a serious look on his face. What's wrong? Hua Yin asked. There is, he admitted grimly. I'm not sure what to do about its tail. He broke into a cold sweat, knowing that to stop the necrosis from spreading, he would have to amputate the tail. But in its current weakened state, the shock could kill it. Just as he was weighing his options, Peng Muin yelled from afar, Xiaolong, and watch out! Hearing the warning, he and Hua Yin instantly went on high alert. We lost the other gecko. And right on cue, the healthy gecko appeared right behind them, its eyes blazing with pure, unadulterated rage. Xiaolong, panicking, held up a hand. Whoa there, calm down, buddy. He raised the deer bow, while cradling the injured gecko in his other arm, quickly explaining, I'm just trying to help your friend. The creature's eyes locked onto the deer bow, a flicker of surprise and confusion in them, but the sight of a weapon only made it angrier as it let out a furious roar. A wave of intense cold energy exploded from its body, shoving Xiaolong back. It's pissed, he realized in a panic. The gecko immediately launched itself into the air like a scaly missile. Hua Yin dove in front of Xiaolong, screaming, Look out! Without a second thought, she shoved him out of the way. The furious beast slammed into the ground with terrifying force. Luckily, they both dodged it just in time, with Xiaolong tumbling backward, still clutching the injured gecko. The other one fixed its glare on them, roaring in fury. Xiaolong held out a hand, his face a mask of desperation. Wait, he said earnestly, this isn't what it looks like. Xiaolong stared down the male gecko, trying to de-escalate the situation. It's not what it seems, just calm down. Right then, the female gecko in his arms started making some strange noises, which left our hero completely baffled. The male gecko, its eyes still burning with rage, was about to lunge for the kill, but it suddenly froze, a look of surprise washing over its face. The two geckos started chattering at each other, and then get this? They let out these soft little chirps that sounded suspiciously like laughter. The sight was so bizarre it made Xiaolong's jaw hit the floor. Just then, Peng Muin and his men finally made it back to the cave. Taking in the weird scene, he asked with concern, Xiaolong, are you all right? He tightened his grip on his sword, admitting, this thing is both ferocious and ridiculously fast. I can't believe it slipped right between my legs. The moment it spotted Peng Muen's sword, the male gecko started growling and baring its teeth. Just before things could escalate again, Xiaolong stepped between them, holding up a hand and saying firmly, "Clan head Peng, please wait a moment." With a confident smirk straight out of a manhwa, he turned to Peng Muen. "I'm fine, sir. Please step back a little. I'm going to try talking to it." Peng Muen was completely baffled, having no clue what Xiaolong was up to. "You think it can actually understand human words?" he asked, dumbfounded. Xiaolong looked at the gecko with total confidence and replied, "It seems to understand on some level. I don't think it's going to attack us anymore." He turned to Big Sis Hua Yin. "Could you grab some hay for me?" Despite being totally baffled, she just nodded along. So she and another guy quickly rustled up 10 bundles of dry grass from near the rocks, and in no time they'd woven it all together. Voila, a comfy little nest for the lady gecko. Xiaolong and Hua Yin plopped down next to it, and our boy gently whispered to the male gecko, "Hey, don't worry, man. I am not here to hurt your missus. I swear I'm just trying to help her get rid of those stubborn old scales and whatever's blocking her eye. Just keep on licking her eye for a little while longer, okay?" The male gecko, probably thinking, "Why not?" scooted closer and gave his partner's eye a curious lick. Xiaolong crossed his arms like a true manhwa protagonist and declared, "All right, we've just got one little problem left." At his words, both geckos and Hua Yin snapped their heads to stare at him. Her eye is going to heal up just fine, but the real issue is that her tail is already halfway to zombie land. And I'm pretty sure licking that ain't going to fix it. The male gecko glanced at his partner's sorry-looking tail, then looked back at Xiaolong and gave a solemn nod of agreement. Xiaolong made a little scissor-snipping motion with his fingers and said with grim determination, "We've got to chop it off." Hearing this, the male gecko started sweating bullets. Its face went pale with absolute terror. The mere thought of his beloved getting her tail lopped off sent him right back into growl mode. Seeing this, Xiaolong got a little flustered himself. Suddenly, the gecko launched itself forward, its eyes glowing with rage, ready to throw down. A terrified Xiaolong threw his hands up to shield his chest and let out a shriek. Fast forward a few hours, and Peng Muen's crew had a nice little campfire going inside the cave. Xiaolong and Hua Yin were perched on a rock, with Hua Yin gently dabbing some special ointment onto our boy's cheek. Xiaolong sighed, still sulking. "I was just trying to help, and it still took a chunk out of me." Hua Yin gently chided him, "Hold still now unless you want to have a permanent scar." Peng Muen, standing nearby with his arms crossed, burst out laughing. "Well, look at you, finally starting to look like a man. After all, you've earned yourself a glorious battle scar." Hearing that, Hua Yin shot him a glare so sharp it could cut steel. It was enough to make even a seasoned old warrior like him shiver in his boots. Meanwhile, Xiaolong was just relieved that the whole misunderstanding was finally cleared up. A bunch of tiny centipedes were playfully crawling all over Hua Yin, and seeing that they weren't reacting to any killing intent, he realized the gecko probably never meant to seriously hurt him. Right on cue, Gufei showed up. He announced, "This creature has something it wants to say." Xiaolong managed a weak smile, touched his bandaged cheek, and asked the gecko, "So, you ready now?" The gecko nodded. Xiaolong got to his feet, promising he'd give it his all, but he had one question first. He held up a single finger. "What do you guys normally eat? If we're gonna perform surgery on your partner's tail, she's gonna need some nutritious grub to recover quickly." At this, the gecko did a few little hops, turned around, and started walking off. Xiaolong scrambled to follow it. The gecko only went a few yards before stopping next to a tiny little plant. It used its mouth to pluck the plant right out of the ground and presented it to Xiaolong. As our boy held the little seedling, Peng Muen and Hua Yin crowded around, their curiosity piqued. Hua Yin offered, "Mind if I take a look?" Xiaolong handed it over, and after a very careful inspection, she announced, "It's faint, but I can definitely feel a pulse of spiritual energy coming from this. I'm positive this is a sprout from a spirit herb that used to grow in this very cave." Xiaolong took the seedling back in awe, while Peng Muen's face grew serious. "I've heard the old legends," he said. "They say spirit herbs only grow where spirit beasts make their homes." Hua Yin glanced at the little centipedes snoozing on the rocks and mused, If that's true, then maybe these tiny critters managed to survive because of it, by feasting on the spiritual energy of the spirit grass. Xiaolong's hands balled into tight fists, realizing that them digging up the spirit grass meant they were in some seriously deep trouble. He frantically tried to shove the plant back into the ground. But Peng Muan stopped him. It's no use. He placed a hand on his shoulder, explaining once a spirit grass has been touched by human hands, it will never take root again. That little gecko definitely knew this, which is why it dug it up to show us. Even if you replant it, it's a goner. His words hit Xiaolong like a ton of bricks as an image of Zhuge Hu brutally ripping out. The spirit grasses from the cave flashed in his mind, leaving the poor little geckos to weep in despair. He couldn't help but tear up at such cruelty. Just then a curious Peng Muwen asked Gu Fei for the name of the spirit grass that once grew there. Gu Fei eyed him silently for a moment before replying. That stuff is called ice ginseng. Peng Muwen pondered this and then a brilliant smile spread across his face. Well then, he declared, all we need to do is find something that can emit the same kind of frosty energy as the ice ginseng. Hearing this, Xiaolong practically jumped to his feet, his eyes sparkling with newfound hope. Is there really something like that? Peng Muwen just chuckled and nodded, revealing it's called ice jade. Just like ice ginseng, it contains the pure essence of frost energy. But then he started stroking his chin again, a thoughtful look on his face. The only problem is, how do we get our hands on it? Ice jade isn't exactly something you can buy with cash. But just as they were deep in discussion, Hua Yin stepped forward, capturing everyone's attention. She said with a serious tone, if you two are talking about ice jade, I happen to know someone who has it. Her words were like a shocking plot twist in a manhwa, causing curious grins to appear on both Xiaolong's and Peng Muwen's faces. This was fantastic news. Xiaolong eagerly scooted closer to ask, so who has the ice jade? But his intense questioning suddenly made Hua Yin flustered. Stammering, hey, calm down a second. She started sweating bullets, unsure how to phrase it, seeing her awkwardness. Both Xiaolong and Peng Muwen were completely baffled. Hua Yin gulped nervously, tapping her chin, before finally revealing the truth. It's another weed. Hearing this bizarre answer, Xiaolong's jaw hit the floor in disbelief, and Peng Muwen looked even more confused than before. Hua Yin sighed, her expression dead serious, while Xiaolong looked terrified, having absolutely no clue what was going on. Then it hit him. He remembered that in this world, girls are sometimes metaphorically called weeds. He face-palmed with a sigh, wondering why his father-in-law had to be so cryptic. Peng Muwen crossed his arms and cut straight to the chase. So who is this other weed you mentioned that has the ice jade? Hua Yin, regaining her composure, held up a single finger and revealed she is one of the 3 flowers of the martial world, the one known as the Flame Queen Peony. Her real name is Nangong Shui, the daughter of the prestigious Nangong family. From what I've heard, this Nangong Shui has the ice jade, but she doesn't actually need it. Hearing this fantastic news, a smile crept back onto Peng Muwen's face. Xiaolong was still processing all this when suddenly the little gecko ran up, chirping loudly. To get Xiaolong's attention, he turned around, curious, only to see its eyes filled with tears and its face etched with sorrow. What's it saying? Hua Yin asked. It's telling us to hurry up and save its friends, Xiaolong replied. He held up a hand, signaling that their chat would have to wait. Only after the gecko was treated would she agree, so Hua Yin gave a firm nod. Xiaolong peeked through a crack in the rocks and spotted the injured gecko fast asleep. He gently scooped it out of its nest and began a careful examination. Its partner stood anxiously by, its little eyes filled with worry. Hua Yin, looking puzzled, asked, wait, I thought geckos could just drop their tails. Why would it hang on until it got this bad? Xiaolong admitted she had a point, but explained with a hint of sadness that not all gecko species have that handy escape feature. Hua Yin's eyes went wide with surprise at this new info. This tail-dropping trick known as autotomy apparently varies wildly between species. Some can drop their tails but can't grow them back, others can do both, and some poor souls can't do either. It's a real gecko lottery. So he couldn't just make assumptions, he had to perform a proper diagnosis. Xiaolong gently began to probe the gecko's tail. He was searching for the natural fracture plane. He explained to a bewildered Hua Yin that even though it looks like you could snap it anywhere, the breakpoints are actually predetermined. All you need to do is apply pressure to the right spot to trigger the release man. Hua Yin was floored. She never bothered learning about geckos since they weren't poisonous, which made it even more baffling how Xiaolong knew so much to her. He was like a walking encyclopedia from a top-tier manhwa. All the while, the little patient slept peacefully in his hands. He sounded confident, but the tail was already severely necrotic. Honestly, he had no idea if this impromptu surgery would even work. Still, he gripped the tail, a glint of sheer determination in his eyes. He had to give it a shot. A few minutes later, the operation was underway. Peng Muwen, perched on a nearby rock, realized this was taking way longer than he'd expected. He watched Xiaolong with a serious expression, while the healthy gecko chirped anxiously without pause. After a while, Xiaolong emerged, cradling the sleeping patient. "How did it go?" Clan leader Peng asked. Hua Yin was already smiling, and Xiaolong beamed as he replied, "Luckily, the surgery was a success. With a bit of careful aftercare, it's going to be just fine." Hearing the good news, the little partner gecko couldn't hold back tears of joy, a grateful smile spreading across its tiny face. Xiaolong sat down beside it, feeling its happiness rub off on him. Peng Muwen watched the boy intently. The more he observed, the more he realized this kid was something truly special. With the surgery complete, the gecko couple returned to their nest. Xiaolong and his crew decided to camp out nearby for a few days, just to keep an eye on their patient's recovery. A few days later, a curious Xiaolong and Hua Yin headed back to the cave. Eagerly making their way to the rocks, they found the gecko pair happily playing together, looking much healthier than before. Xiaolong couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. The geckos looked back at them with soft, gentle eyes. He clenched his fists in excitement, realizing they'd basically leveled up from feral cats to adorable lizard puppies. He thought to himself, if this happened in my past life, it would have gone viral for sure. His attention then shifted to the female gecko. Noticing she had regained a good deal of her strength, he decided it was finally time to leave. At his words, a flicker of sadness appeared in the gecko's eyes. Xiaolong smiled and clarified, "Hey, we're not leaving for good, we're just gonna grab some grub and we'll be back. Until then, you two take good care of that chi seed." You hear the geckos nodded as if they understood perfectly. Xiaolong then turned to Hua Yin, a confident look in his eyes. "It's time to head back to the Tang clan." He clenched his fist, thinking to himself that the perfect moment to claim the ice jade had finally arrived. A few hours later, they were back at the manor, chatting with the clan leader, and so with the gecko saga on pause, our story returns to the Tang clan. They got some fresh intel, and the juiciest bit was without a doubt about the notorious blood cult. The family head laced his fingers together, looking dead serious, deciding to table that discussion until after they unmasked the spy who had infiltrated the martial arts alliance. The mole's cover was blown after the masters followed the pet owl he'd been raising. A mustachioed man peeked out from behind a tree, his eyes bugging out in sheer terror. The owl had led them straight to the blood cult's main headquarters. The place was absolutely crawling with cultists, and what a coincidence, a squad had just returned. They had come back from the martial arts alliance with a poison extracted from the tiger-banded keelback snake, a venom that played a starring role in the recent raid on their den. Whipping out a letter, the family head revealed that the alliance leader himself had personally sent a handwritten thank you note. "He's incredibly proud of you." Xiaolong just coughed awkwardly with a strained smile as the family head asked, "So did you manage to catch that mysterious gecko? I was planning to swing by the poison garden to see what the little critter looks like." Xiaolong, sweating bullets, nervously replied, "You could say we caught half of it." Hearing this bizarre answer, the family head was understandably confused. Just then, with a straight face, Hua Yin decided to spill the beans and explain the whole crazy story to her dad. After hearing it all, the family head set down his teacup. He began stroking his beard, lost in thought about the ice jade tree. Hua Yin leaned on the table, standing up to elaborate. "For that very reason, we're planning a trip together to Anhui province to pay a visit to the Nangong family." After a moment of contemplation, the family head calmly gave them the green light. This was actually super convenient for him, as he needed them to run an errand along the way. It wasn't exactly the safest time for a road trip with the blood cult running rampant, but with Xiaolong accompanying Hua Yin, He could rest a little easier. Xiaolong sighed, completely baffled. Was this just a sneaky way of giving him another mission? This is some next-level manhwa plot convenience. Right before they could head out, the family head's expression turned grim and he told them to hold on a second. He closed his eyes and dropped a bombshell. There had been some seriously unsettling rumors circulating about the Nangong family lately. Xiaolong and Hua Yin exchanged a look, their eyes wide with shock. That night near the Nangong family estate in the Huangshan Mountains, a couple of guys were taking a stroll. The bald dude sweating profusely was in disbelief. "You've got to be kidding me," he asked his buddy. But his friend looked dead serious. "I'm telling you, it's the truth. The young lady of the Nangong family, she's not normal." "Don't be ridiculous," the bald guy snapped back. "Stop spreading such filthy and scandalous rumors." But just then his friend's gaze locked onto something just a short distance away. A man was sprawled out on the ground. Freaking out, the two of them immediately sprinted over to him. What in the world was someone doing passed out here? His buddy gently lifted the man's head, trying to figure out if he was still breathing. But then the guy started smiling, which only made them more confused. He wasn't unconscious at all, and he had a pretty serious nosebleed going on. His face was beet red, and he was panting heavily, like he was in the middle of a very private moment. The two rescuers just stared at each other, completely baffled. Figuring he was just wasted, they decided to piggyback him back to the village, but not too far off, lurking behind a tree. A woman was watching the whole scene unfold. A bizarre aura radiated from her, and her shadow stretched out, looking freakishly large. It looked just like a spider dangling from a thread. Later that night, under the pale moonlight, a woman was practicing her swordsmanship. She was in the zone, her eyes gleaming with a fierce determination, every move a blend of deadly precision and effortless grace. With a flurry of slashes, she diced up falling leaves mid-air like a master chef, but her body trembled and she gasped for air, a look of pure frustration on her face. "Still missed a few leaves, I've got to train harder," she thought, her inner monologue sounding like a shonen protagonist. Just then a young girl with braided hair holding a lantern rushed over, calling out to our sword-wielding lady, "This is an heir, also known as Nangong Yun of the prestigious Nangong family." Looking dead serious, Yun urged, "We gotta bounce like right now. If we get caught, we're toast. If we get busted again, Dad is totally going to ground you for life." She had to admit the sword skills were amazing, but for the eldest young miss in this kind of manhwa, this was a bit much. The woman listened in silence, then slowly reached up to remove her wide-brimmed hat. With a sincere look, she conceded, "You're right." And surprise, this is Nangong Shui, the actual eldest young miss of the Nangong family, also known by the epic title, The Flaming Peony. But just then she broke into a violent coughing fit, and Yun's face instantly filled with panic. Nangong Shui clenched her fists, her face draining of all color, a grim reminder of the wicked illness that plagued her. A severe case of qi deviation. At first, her family thought it was a jackpot blessing because her meridians were wide open. This meant she could build up internal energy at lightning speed with zero bottlenecks, like a gamer with a cheat code in a cultivation manhwa. But the old master physician treating her dropped the bad news. Having too many of her pressure points open was causing her innate primordial qi to leak out faster than a sieve. Her worried father asked if there was a cure, and after a dramatic pause, the old doc said, "She needs yin energy, and not just any yin energy. We're talking the pure high-octane stuff. She has to get it before her primordial qi completely runs out, or else, well, it's game over for the young miss." So back in the present, Nangong Shui was gasping for breath, her energy bar hitting critical levels. Yun rushed to her side, frantically asking if she was okay. Zhui managed a weak smile, telling her not to worry, and urged them to head back. Her eyes then fell upon the lantern, and a strange sense of kinship washed over her. She felt just like that flickering flame inside a life destined to go out once its fuel was spent. Looking up at the brilliant full moon, she vowed to master the legendary Emperor's sword style and fast. She had to do it before her own life flames sputtered out for good. Meanwhile, on a vast stretch of the mighty Yangtze River, a boat was cruising along. On board were our boys Xiaolong and Gu Fei, along with Hua Yin. Suddenly, Gu Fei pointed at the water, yelling excitedly, "Xiaolong, look, it's a baiji dolphin." Hearing that, Xiaolong's jaw practically hit the deck. That's the legendary Yangtze River dolphin, a creature everyone thought was extinct. The majestic animal breached the surface, playing joyfully in the water. Now our boy loves his bugs and reptiles, but seeing a mythical dolphin in the flesh, that was a whole other level of awesome, straight out of a fantasy manhwa. A completely different experience. Hua Yin smiled and said, "If we just follow the Yangtze River, we'll eventually reach Wuhan, the headquarters of the Wulin Alliance." Xiaolong grinned back. "Right, and per my father-in-law's orders, we have to make a pit stop in Wuhan. We've got to deliver that red-necked keelback venom, then we can disembark at Anyang, where it's a lot safer." But Hua Yin cheerfully pointed out that at this rate they'd get there way ahead of schedule, seeing her so happy. Xiaolong sat down beside her, his expression suddenly turning serious. "There's something that's been bugging me," he said. Hua Yin, ever curious, asked, "What's on your mind?" If this Han Yu is really that precious, the Nangong family wouldn't just hand it over so easily. This nagging thought just kept spinning in my head. She just laughed and told him to trust her. She explained that the Han Yu has a very special purpose for the young Miss Nangong. She absolutely needs to use it, but here's the hilarious twist: the Han Yu is completely inedible. She then pointed at Xiaolong, her voice brimming with confidence. "But what we have can be eaten, so they will definitely trade their precious Han Yu for it." Xiaolong slipped a hand into his robe, patting his chest with a knowing nod. She wasn't wrong, but he was still worried about whether this Han Yu would be safe for his little lizard companions. He recalled that they were cold-blooded creatures and naturally hated anything frosty. He just couldn't bring himself to feed them something he didn't fully understand. With a serious expression, he asked, "Hua Yin, you mentioned before that the Han Yu contains cold qi, but what exactly is cold qi? I've heard about yin and yang qi, but it's all still a bit hazy." Hua Yin turned to him, her eyes sparkling with delight. She raised a single finger, smiling, as she began to explain its importance in martial arts cultivation, then gave him a little reminder. "You have to listen carefully and remember this. The 4 yin qi are the energies that create yin fire, a type of heavy sinking energy. It gathers in low-lying places. Typically, yin qi suppresses life, so all things dark, cold, and scary fall under the yin attribute. Therefore, the cold yin qi you asked about is simply one type of yin qi." Xiaolong's eyes widened as he came to a simple conclusion. "So yin qi is just plain bad then?" "No, that's not it at all," Hua Yin explained. "Contrary to yin qi, which creates frost and ice, yang kuai creates yang fire. But if you have an excess of yang qi, it will push life activities into overdrive. This causes you to age faster and completely drains your energy." Xiaolong immediately pictured his little lizards playing around with the ice jade. He realized the reason they needed cold qi was because their bodies were inherently cold-natured. They grew by absorbing that very yin qi. "Is it kind of like charging a battery?" he wondered. Xiaolong scratched his head, puzzled. But shouldn't yin and yang be balanced? You know, like men and women. He couldn't understand how they could possibly achieve that balance when their bodies are pure yin. While he was still scratching his head in confusion, Hua Yin's gaze was locked onto him. Her face involuntarily flushed as red as a tomato, a classic scene in any romance manhwa. She quickly looked away, stammering, I don't know." Then she spoke loudly, as if to drown out her own embarrassment. "We'll discover how to balance yin and yang together in the future." Those words made Xiaolong blush as well. His mind was a complete mess. Hua Yin covered her face with her hands, too mortified to speak. Just at that moment, Gu Fei appeared and announced that they had arrived, telling everyone to prepare to disembark. Their ship had docked at the port of Wuhan. As the ship came to a halt, Xiaolong and Hua Yin disembarked. She introduced herself and said that they had brought the item he had requested. The man with the ponytail extended a hand, smiling, as he replied, "The general has been waiting for you both." They crossed a bridge, and Xiaolong couldn't help but be astonished by the sheer grandeur of the Wulin Alliance. Not far away, a woman was twisting a man's ear, making him howl in pain, his face beaded with sweat. The man begged the woman named Jian Feng to stop, claiming he was just about to teach that other fellow a lesson. With a furious glare, the girl made it crystal clear that dueling with their own allies was strictly forbidden. The other man sincerely admitted to Cheng Hu, "She's right, my bad, I totally jumped the gun without checking the facts." Cheng Hu shot back, I was just defending the lady's honor, you know? But just as he said that, his eyes locked onto someone new. He was absolutely floored to see the newcomer was none other than the poison flower Hua Yin herself. She turned and a look of recognition dawned on her face too. The dude in the white scarf was Zhan Long, the lady was Jian Feng, and our boy Cheng Hu was actually Kang Long. A smile graced her lips as she noted it was their first meeting since the legendary Dragon Phoenix tournament, and she casually asked how they'd all been. Cheng Hu couldn't suppress a grin either. It had been way too long since he'd seen Hua Yin. The group immediately fell into a lively conversation. Xiaolong was thinking, whoa, in the martial world only the absolute cream of the crop get titles like Dragon or Phoenix. Which means these guys are all total badasses. Jian Feng then hesitated. Speaking of which, there's a weird rumor going around about you lately. A rumor? Hua Yin asked, looking puzzled. They say, you found the man of your dreams. At that, Hua Yin's eyes went wide with shock. Xiaolong, standing right there, started sweating bullets, feeling the awkwardness radiate off him. So, is it true? Jian Feng asked, her smile a little strained. Cheng Hu chimed in, yeah, it's the talk of the entire martial arts community. I was about to hunt down whoever started that baseless rumor and challenge them to a duel to defend your honor. We're comrades, I can't just stand by while someone slanders you. And in that moment, Xiaolong had a sudden realization. Oh, this dude totally has a crush on Hua Yin. She quickly averted her gaze, firmly declaring, that rumor is completely false. A furious Cheng Hu was ready to go find the gossip monger and beat some sense into them, but Hua Yin stepped forward first. She decided to set the record straight once and for all. Reaching out, she grabbed Xiaolong's hand, much to his flustered surprise. Then she proudly announced, I don't have a man of my dreams, I have a fiancé. She presented Xiaolong to the group and, jaws dropped. Everyone was stunned. Jian Feng couldn't help but notice how incredibly young Xiaolong looked. Hua Yin let out an awkward laugh, apologizing that she should have introduced him to them much earlier. After the initial greetings, Xiaolong looked up and was immediately met with a death glare from Cheng Hu. The guy stalked closer. Your name is Xiaolong, isn't it? He asked. Xiaolong squeaked out a reply. Then out of nowhere, Cheng Hu dropped to one knee right in front of him. Everyone was gobsmacked. I am Yang Cheng Hu, he declared, the Kang Long of the Yang family. Xiaolong was now sweating buckets. Then with a face contorted in rage, Cheng Hu looked up and roared, Yang Cheng Hu, hereby challenge you to a duel. Jian Feng and Zhan Long just sighed, clearly disappointed in their hot-headed friend's antics. Xiaolong, his face now a waterfall of sweat, stammered, You really want to challenge me? Not just a simple duel. Cheng Hu snarled, his eyes burning with fury. Before he could do anything else, Jian Feng grabbed him by the collar and yanked him back. Hua Yin was also fuming, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. Suddenly challenging someone to a death match, Jian Feng shot Cheng Hu a look that could kill, telling him to get a grip. Meanwhile, poor Xiaolong was just bewildered. He couldn't believe he'd been challenged to a fight literally seconds after meeting these people. He just couldn't understand his luck in attracting the weirdest folks. This Manhwa plot is getting wild. Just then another figure, this one dressed in white, approached them. He asked why they were causing such a ruckus. It was none other than the master strategist Zhuge Hu. Xiaolong immediately shut his eyes and offered a respectful greeting. Seeing this, Cheng Hu's face went as white as a ghost. Zhuge Hu promptly bonked Yang Cheng Hu on the head with his folding fan, demanding furiously, What in the world do you think you're doing to our esteemed guests? After that solid whack, poor Yang Cheng Hu was so startled he could barely form a coherent sentence. With a gentle smile plastered back on his face, Zhuge Hu suggested they all head over to the Tianshui Pavilion where the alliance leader was waiting. A surprised Xiaolong simply nodded, as Zhuge Hu, Xiaolong, and Hua Yin made their way towards the Tianshui Pavilion. Yang Cheng Hu stayed behind, clenching his fists so hard his knuckles turned white, his eyes still burning with the fiery rage of a duel denied against Xiaolong. Seeing that classic, I'm about to do something stupid, look on his face, his buddies could only sigh and suggest it was probably best for him to just leave. Next to the Tianshui Pavilion flowed a gorgeous river, so Hua Yin decided to hang back in the guest hall while Xiaolong continued on. Zhuge Hu nodded in agreement. A young lady in the guest hall, looking a bit clumsy and flustered, hastily pointed the way with a worried expression. This way, esteemed guests, we must first pay our respects to the alliance leader. Xiaolong immediately clocked that this girl was a total newbie. She still had that first day on the job awkwardness. Zhuge smiled and explained, "You know the reason we even caught that spy was all thanks to Xiaolong here. This young lady is a recent hire replacing the previous maid, so she's still a bit green." Xiaolong could only offer an awkward chuckle. The maid squeezed her eyes shut, mustered all her courage, and announced in a trembling voice, reporting to the alliance leader, "The strategist and young master Tang have arrived. Let them enter." The grand doors swung open, revealing the alliance leader, standing on the balcony looking like the main character of his own manhwa, gazing out at the breathtaking scenery. Zhuge and Xiaolong immediately clasped their hands and bowed their heads in a show of deep respect. "I am Xiaolong from the Sichuan Tang clan." Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed the alliance leader's eyes before he broke into a warm, gentle smile. "Please come in. You've had a long journey. Please sit." Suddenly, the alliance leader's eyes narrowed with suspicion and he pointed a finger directly at Xiaolong. He asked sternly, "Those little critters on your wrist and belt, they don't just bite people willy-nilly, do they?" A startled Xiaolong quickly replied, "Oh no sir, not at all." The little centipedes were in fact sleeping soundly beneath his clothes. Xiaolong was freaking out on the inside. Rumor had it this alliance leader was one of the top 3 martial arts masters in the entire Zhanghu. And those rumors were definitely not an exaggeration. With just a single glance, he had spotted the deadly poisonous creatures coiled around his body. After they were seated, the alliance leader cut straight to the chase. "Xiaolong, did you bring the venom of the lake-ringed water snake?" "Yes, sir." Xiaolong smiled and produced 3 small vials. "I prepared as much as I possibly could before leaving." Zhuge couldn't hide his astonishment, though he spoke in a calm voice. "Back when I was in Sichuan, I witnessed the extraction process for this venom. It's an incredibly complex and painstaking task, requiring immense effort. I truly don't know how we can ever thank you enough." The alliance leader looked at the young man and said, "I heard you've become the son-in-law of the Tang clan." Xiaolong turned and nodded to confirm, prompting the alliance leader to ask about his family, and Xiaolong answered honestly, "I have no family, sir. I'm all alone with no one to rely on." Zhuge quickly chimed in, reporting to the alliance leader. It said that Xiaolong lost all his memories in an accident before being adopted by the Tang clan leader. It's a classic tragic manhwa backstory. He lived by himself on Hainan Island, making a living as a snake hunter. The alliance leader crossed his arms, his gaze softening with a hint of sympathy. He realized Xiaolong must have lived a lonely and incredibly difficult life. Seeing the look on his face, Xiaolong just scratched his head and grinned cheerfully. "Well, I'm not exactly a lone wolf, you know." The alliance leader, ever the smooth operator, switches topics. "The reason I've called you here is to give you a reward. I'm well aware you were the MVP in that recent incident with the blood cult." Xiaolong's eyes go wide, a flicker of anxiety crossing his face. "But I already told General Zug what I needed." Zhuge just chuckles. "Kid, what you uncovered was a monumental achievement. It's enough to make sure those blood-sucking leeches from the blood cult won't dare show their ugly faces in the Central Plains ever again. A contribution like that deserves way more than some measly prize." Xiaolong frantically waves his hands. No, it was just something I stumbled upon by accident, while trying to save my own people. The reward you already promised is more than enough." At these words, the expressions on the alliance leader and Zhuge turned dead serious. The alliance leader slams a hand on the table. "You're telling me you found it by chance, while saving your own people?" He gets up, crosses his arms, and a slow smile spreads across his face. "Ah, now I get it. I finally understand why I feel such a kinship with you, kid. It's because we're cut from the same cloth." Seeing Xiaolong's utterly baffled expression, the alliance leader clarifies, "And I'm not talking about our handsome faces." His gaze turns icy, etched with a deep-seated pain. "I lost my entire family and the one I loved to those damn animals from the blood cult. I struggled, I did everything in my power just to save even one last surviving loved one. And it was on that very path that I found enlightenment and reached the absolute peak of martial arts. I see. The Alliance leader stares straight into Xiaolong's soul. I heard you charged headfirst at a blood cult elder. While you were poisoned, all to save someone from the Tang clan. Is that right? Yes, sir, that's true, Xiaolong confirms. A nostalgic smile plays on the Alliance leader's lips. 35 years ago, I did the very same thing. He starts walking towards Xiaolong. His presence is overwhelming, yet his voice is filled with a profound sense of understanding. Back then, I too threw myself into the jaws of death, with nothing in my heart but pure, unadulterated desperation. He places a heavy hand on the young man's shoulder, startling our boy. So as your real reward, the Alliance leader grins, I've decided to pass on my one-of-a-kind ultimate technique to you, the Iron Box technique. Both Xiaolong and Zhugehu are absolutely floored, their jaws hitting the ground in disbelief. This is some top-tier manhwa plot twist. The Alliance leader lets out a booming laugh. I've never taken a single disciple. When I kick the bucket, this technique dies with me. And don't worry, I have no intention of becoming your master. So the Tang clan can just chill. Zhugehu practically leaps out of his seat, sweating buckets. Xiaolong is also gaping, frozen in shock and breaking out in a cold sweat. From the very bottom of my heart, thank you, Alliance leader. Thank you. This young one swears he will never bring shame to your name. Hearing this, a kind and utterly satisfied smile spreads across the Alliance leader's face. As night falls, we find Xiaolong strolling along, clutching a thick secret manual like it's his firstborn. This is the legendary technique personally gifted by the Martial Alliance leader. A secret so big he can only share it with the elders of his sect for now. He knows if word of this gets out, the blood cult will slap a giant target on his back. Just as he's daydreaming about telling Hua Yin the good news, he quickens his pace back to the guest hall. But just then a deep, gravelly voice rings out ordering him to halt. Xiaolong, curious, turns around and immediately gets the chills. It's Yang Chenghu standing there and glaring at him with pure animosity. Yang Chenghu takes a menacing step forward, his voice dripping with seriousness. I heard you passed the Heavenly Martial Pavilion's trial. I'm here, demanding an answer for their proposed showdown. Xiaolong was secretly impressed by this guy's sheer persistence as Chenghu pressed on. I need to know if you're actually worthy of Hua Yin, so you better prove it to me right now. Xiaolong replied with concern, a duel is a dangerous thing. But Chenghu just pointed to his spear, explaining, don't you worry about a thing. I'll just take the pointy end off. That's when Xiaolong's gaze turned ice cold and he shot back, oh, I'm not worried about me, I'm worried you're going to die. The air went dead silent for a moment as they locked eyes, Xiaolong's words having just poured a gallon of gasoline on the fire. An enraged Chenghu grabbed him by the collar, roaring, what did you just say to me? But just then something started wiggling inside Xiaolong's robes. Chenghu was confused for a split second right before three little centipedes popped out, ready to throw down with anyone who dared to mess with their dad. But Xiaolong quickly snatched his little buddies back, yelling, don't you dare bite him. Chenghu, who was acting all high and mighty a second ago, promptly collapsed onto the ground in sheer terror, his face as white as a sheet and sweating buckets. Xiaolong casually strolled over with a smirk. See, I told you it was dangerous. He crouched down in front of the trembling Chenghu, his eyes gleaming with a hint of smug satisfaction, and made it crystal clear, I've already spared your life once. Chenghu, gasping for air, finally realized Xiaolong wasn't bluffing at all if he hadn't stopped those centipedes. He'd probably be a goner right now. Xiaolong then stood up, his expression turning deadly serious. In that moment, to Chenghu, Xiaolong looked like some kind of terrifying monster straight out of a horror manhwa. You all right there? He asked. But just then, Hua Yin's voice cut through the tension from behind them. What are you two doing over here? Hearing her voice, Xiaolong nearly jumped out of his skin as Hua Yin approached, her eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. Chenghu, were you trying to hurt Xiaolong? Xiaolong immediately threw an arm around Chenghu's shoulder and explained with a super awkward laugh, oh, this is just a little misunderstanding. I got lost after leaving the pavilion. And luckily, my good man Chenghu here showed up to point me in the right direction. Hua Yin looked thoughtful, her eyes still filled with suspicion as she noticed that the centipedes on Xiaolong were acting all fidgety. Thinking fast, Xiaolong cleverly placed one of the little critters on Chenghu's head and added, "After we got to chatting, I wanted to show him my centipedes, so I asked him to release a little bit of his killing aura, just to see how they'd react. Who knew it would get so out of hand? We were just messing around." Chenghu, despite being utterly bewildered, quickly played along. He got up, slung an arm around Xiaolong, and boomed with a laugh. "Yep, what Xiaolong said is absolutely right." Huayin's expression screamed, "I don't believe you for a second," but she decided to let it slide. She thanked Chenghu and said it was time for them to head back. Xiaolong nodded enthusiastically and scurried ahead. Chenghu let out a massive sigh of relief, realizing he had just dodged a huge bullet. After walking a short distance, Xiaolong turned back with a cheeky grin and said, "You know, counting this time, I've saved your life twice now." And with that, he and Huayin took off, leaving a completely baffled Chenghu standing there trying to process what on earth had just happened. The next morning, with the boats docked, Xiaolong's crew prepared to depart. Huayin bowed to Chenghu and the others. "We have business to attend to, thank you all for your hospitality." John Long also chimed in, telling the two to take care of themselves. But just as they were about to leave, Jian Feng called out, "Xiaolong, please wait just a moment." She placed a hand on Chenghu's shoulder, giving him a little nudge. The arrogant pretty boy from yesterday was now bowing his head to Xiaolong. With a look of pure sincerity, Jian Feng said, "I heard what Chenghu did. Thank you for your incredible generosity." Xiaolong was a little flustered by all this. Chenghu just scratched his head awkwardly and mumbled his thanks, explaining that, after a long chat with Jian Feng last night, he finally realized what a complete idiot he'd been. He clenched his fists, his eyes welling up with tears. "I am truly moved by your magnanimity. It's clear I was the one acting like a total jerk, yet you still protected me. You are the one who truly deserves Huayin. Please take good care of her from now on." As Xiaolong smiled and bid them farewell, he knew they'd cross paths again at the Dragon Phoenix tournament, so there was no point in making enemies out of potential allies. As their boat slowly pulled away from the dock, Chenghu and the others smiled and waved goodbye. The sky was a brilliant blue, with flocks of birds soaring freely. Later that night, at an inn at the foot of Huang Mountain, Xiaolong and his crew sat down for a meal. After a long day of travel, they had left Wuhan behind and reached Anqing. Gufei suggested they stop for the night since it was getting late, and Huang Mountain was notoriously treacherous. It would still take them half a day to reach the Nangong family estate. Hearing this, everyone agreed and decided to stay at the inn. But during dinner, Huayin was still reeling from the shock. She couldn't believe that Xiaolong had actually received the secret manual for the Taihe Shengong, the signature martial art of the Fist Emperor himself. "He said we look alike," Xiaolong wondered aloud. "Is that supposed to be a good thing?" "Oh, you bet it is," Huayin nodded emphatically. "Although they say the training process for the Taihe Shengong is excruciatingly painful, once you master it, you can even block sword ki. It's the Fist Emperor's personal technique. Some even say it's on par with the Shaolin's legendary Jingang Buhuai Shengong. And since it's an external art, it won't clash with your internal energy. You'll have no problem learning it at all." Well, damn. Xiaolong was stunned. Impervious to blades and spears, he knew he'd just stumbled upon a world-shaking cultivation method, the kind you only read about in a manhwa. Huayin offered with a gentle smile, "I'll help you with your training. I heard the first emperor used to whip his own body every morning. I can do that for you." Xiaolong's jaw dropped at the mention of whipping. Huayin clenched her fist decisively. "That's right. Hardening the skin with a whip is part of the training process." An image of Huayin immediately and involuntarily popped into Xiaolong's head. It involved a maid outfit and a whip, and he couldn't help but blush furiously. Just then, an old man approached their table. He asked if they were planning to climb Huangtian Mountain. Xiaolong turned around curious while Huayin nodded and asked, "Why do you ask?" The old man introduced himself as the innkeeper and pressed on, "Are you perhaps heading to the Nangong family estate?" "Is there a problem?" Xiaolong asked, getting to his feet with a slightly confused look. Huayin suddenly remembered her father's words about the nasty rumors spreading around, and she wondered if this was connected. The innkeeper leaned in closer. and lowered his voice, revealing that for the past few months, people heading up Huangtian Mountain have been mysteriously disappearing. Although they were all found safe later, their entire life force had been completely drained. Hearing this, the color drained from Xiaolong's face. Huayin, however, wasn't buying it for a second. She smelled something fishy about this whole situation. So what does any of this have to do with the Nangong family? She demanded. The old innkeeper coughed, a slight blush creeping onto his face as he spilled the tea. Apparently, every single one of those drained dudes said the exact same thing. The woman they spent the night with was none other than the esteemed young Miss Nangong Xue. Hua Yin was absolutely floored before immediately firing back. That's ridiculous. This is obviously a setup, a vicious slander. Xiaolong quickly tried to calm her down. The innkeeper, getting flustered, insisted that everyone who heard the story had the exact same explosive reaction. Meanwhile, over at the Nangong family manor, Nangong Shui was peacefully embroidering in her room when a maid burst in. The message: the family head wanted to see her in the main hall like right now. She was a bit startled, wondering if her dad had finally found out about her secret late-night sword training sessions. But when she got to the main hall, Nangong Shui was in for a massive shock. A bunch of dudes were kneeling on the floor in front of her father. Seeing her arrive, the Nangong family had put on his sternest, "You're in big trouble" face. He ordered the trembling, terrified men to look up and confirm if she was the woman they saw. One guy managed to lift his head while the others just kept begging for their lives. The family head demanded, "Spit it out now." The Nangong family head's voice was a low growl, which only made poor Nangong Shui even more confused. He turned to his daughter, his expression grim. "Shuier, have you been sneaking out to Huangshan Mountain at night? These men claim that you sucked their yang energy dry." Nangong Shui's eyes went wide with pure terror and disbelief, the color draining from her face. And just like that, the poor girl couldn't hold it together and burst into tears. "Explain yourself," her father demanded, pointing a stern finger at her. Through her sobs, she admitted, "It's true, I've been practicing my sword in the valleys of Huangshan Mountain for the past few days. But I swear on my life that's all I did." Her father then turned his glare back to the accusers. "My daughter claims she's innocent. You'd better have some solid proof for these wild accusations." The chubby guy with tears streaming down his face swore, "My lord, we're only telling you what we saw with our own two eyes. We would never dare to offend the young miss." The other guy started blubbering too, wailing about how he didn't know what was going on, wondering if everyone had gone mad or if they were all haunted. But then the chubby dude's eyes suddenly lit up as if he'd just remembered a critical detail in this crazy manhwa plot. He shot up exclaiming, "A mole! There was a mole!" The patriarch raised an eyebrow. "What mole?" Pointing to his own chest, the guy revealed the juicy detail. "The woman we saw? She had a mole right on her chest." "Preposterous," the father muttered, before turning to his daughter with a dreadful question. "Shuer, is that true?" The girl clapped a hand over her mouth, pure horror flashing in her eyes. Seeing that reaction, her father absolutely lost it. He couldn't believe this was actually happening. Back with our heroes, Hua Yin and Xiaolong had left the inn and were now trekking through the forest. Hua Yin's face was still a thundercloud of fury. She stomped ahead, carrying all the luggage, clearly still fuming over the innkeeper's gossip. "What's up?" Xiaolong asked, cautiously approaching her. "Nothing," she grumbled, before whipping around and snapping at him. It's absolutely insane to think Nangong Shui would ever go around sucking the life force out of men. Seeing her this worked up, Xiaolong wisely took a step back. Hua Yin let out a long sigh, her tone softening. "Sorry, I didn't mean to lose my temper. It's just that those rumors are complete nonsense." Then she dropped a bombshell that left Xiaolong completely stunned. Nangong Shui can't even touch men. With a face full of sorrow, Hua Yin explained that Shui suffers from a bizarre illness, and if she doesn't constantly absorb yin energy, her lifespan gets drastically shortened. Because of this unique constitution, yang energy is basically pure poison to her. That's precisely why she's always been so careful not to let any man get close, let alone consider a sleepover. But Xiaolong was just thinking to himself, "Man, this plot sounds like it's straight out of a fantasy manhwa. I wonder if it'll have a happy ending." A few hours later, they arrived at the gates of the Nangong estate. A guard eyed Xiaolong suspiciously and grunted, "What's your business here?" Hua Yin whispered with a serious look. "The atmosphere in the Nangong clan feels off if we just say we're here to see Sister Shui without a good reason. I'm afraid they won't let us in. You make something up." "Got it." Xiaolong decided to roll with her suggestion. He strode up to the guard, cleared his throat, and announced confidently with a twinkle in his eye, "We are here to make a transaction." The guard just stared back in dead silence. Seeing his brilliant plan fizzle out, Xiaolong started to break out in a cold sweat. Hua Yin was panicking too, having no idea what he was talking about. Just then, someone heard the commotion and opened the gate. When they saw who stepped out, both Xiaolong and Hua Yin were floored. It was Nangong Yun. She was just as surprised to see Hua Yin. Thanks to Yun, they were finally allowed inside. The moment they saw each other, Hua Yin and Yun jumped for joy. "It's been so long since we last met," Yun said happily. "It's been 2 years since the meeting of the 7 great clans, hasn't it?" Hua Yin replied with a smile. "By the way, Hua Yin," Yun turned to a flustered Xiaolong and asked, "What did you mean by a transaction earlier?" Hua Yin just shut her eyes and sighed in despair. As for Xiaolong, all he could do was offer an awkward laugh. Hua Yin quickly stepped in to explain, "We're in need of the frost jade. I heard last time that Sister Zhui has it." Hearing this, Yun looked a little surprised. Hua Yin pressed on earnestly, "We're in desperate need of it, so we came to see if we could possibly negotiate." Yun clasped her hands and smiled graciously. "In that case, let's go to my father's main hall to discuss this first. My father will surely be delighted to see you again after such a long time." Hua Yin then placed a hand on Xiaolong's shoulder and revealed with a smile, "I've brought this with me to trade for the frost jade." Xiaolong's eyes widened in utter confusion. A shocked Yun blurted out, "Are you planning to trade Brother Xiaolong for it?" Before long, they were all in the grand hall of the Nangong clan. After hearing the whole story, the clan leader shot up from his seat and asked in astonishment, "Is that true?" His eyes were wide, unable to hide his shock. He couldn't believe they had actually brought a spirit pill, one that was brimming with frost qi. "Xiaolong, show it to him," Hua Yin prompted. Hearing this, Xiaolong grinned, reached into his robes, took out the spirit pill, and placed it on the table. The clan leader's attention was immediately fixated on it. Inside the spirit pill, a tiny object was shimmering brilliantly. "May I take a closer look?" he asked curiously. "Yes, of course." Xiaolong nodded, his heart pounding with anticipation. This was the very spirit pill he had carefully carried, keeping it warm in his robes the entire journey. He really hoped they would accept this trade. The clan leader carefully examined the spirit pill and remarked, "The purity of this frost qi is exceptionally high. With this, the girl can hold on for at least 15 years. "Is it really that incredible?" Yun asked, her curiosity piqued. Because the item was so precious, the clan leader decided to trade it for the frost jade. Hearing this, a massive grin of pure joy spread across Hua Yin's and Xiaolong's faces. The clan head then pointed at the pill. Curious about what was inside, the family head asked, but Xiaolong could only flash an awkward smile and say it was a top-secret affair. The family head, sharp as a tack, figured it had something to do with where the spiritual pill was found, so he wisely decided to drop the subject. Xiaolong let out a little cough, thanked the man with a smile, but on the inside he was sweating bullets because that wasn't the real reason at all. His mind flashed back to a few days ago when he was taking a leisurely stroll with his grandpa and suddenly felt something chilly tucked inside his robe. Grandpa noticed his weird expression and asked what was up, so he pulled out the object looking completely baffled. It was a dried gecko tail. Xiaolong handed it to his grandpa for inspection, explaining that there was something bizarre about it. It felt like there was an ice crystal inside the tail, which he'd kept as a weird little souvenir out of sheer curiosity. Grandpa examined it carefully and realized it was radiating ice qi, noting it would be a fantastic ingredient for martial artists who practice ice attribute techniques. Xiaolong stroked his chin, thinking back to the geckos. He'd just assumed they stored nutrients in their tails like some kind of chubby lizard. Who would have guessed it was pure ice qi? Grandpa just smiled and suggested Xiaolong try refining it into a spiritual pill. Snapping back to the present, Xiaolong thought to himself that a shriveled-up gecko tail was hardly a story worth telling. Meanwhile, the family head, looking absolutely delighted, told Yin to go and tell her older sister that he wanted to trade this spiritual pill for the ice jade. The young girl nodded obediently. The family head invited them to rest, promising a grand banquet to welcome his honored guests. He also astutely noticed that Hua Yin seemed to be on good terms with Shu, so he made a request. My daughter has been through a difficult time recently. I was wondering if Lady Hua Yin might be able to stay and comfort her. Hua Yin smiled and agreed. They then stood up and were led to the guest quarters by Yin. On the way, Yin chirped happily, "It's all thanks to you, Sister Hua Yin, that my father is in such a good mood. The whole family has been living in fear these past few days." Hua Yin, her curiosity piqued, asked about Shui's situation, as she'd heard some whispers near Huangtian Mountain. Yin's expression immediately fell. "I can't believe you've heard about it too. I just don't believe Sister Shu would ever do something like that." But with no other leads, she was confined and had to use the Shogong Sha to prove her purity. Hua Yin was stunned while Xiaolong looked completely lost, so Hua Yin had to explain that the Shogong Sha is a method women in olden times used to prove their virginity. It's a classic trope you'd see in a historical manhwa. Basically, people would raise a gecko in a jar, feeding it cinnabar until its entire body turned red. Then they grind it into a paste and apply it to a woman's skin. If she was still a virgin, the mark would be impossible to wash off. Xiaolong was flabbergasted by this and thought indignantly, "Isn't determining purity a killin's job? Since when did we outsource it to a gecko?" Right on cue, they arrived at Ju's location. Not too far off, she was sitting quietly, the crimson mark still visible on her arm. Hua Yin smiled and called out a greeting. Ju looked up completely surprised to see her. Yin quickly explained that they had brought a spiritual pill brimming with ice qi, and that her father wanted to trade it for the ice jade. As Yin handed the pill to Shui, the moment she touched it, her eyes widened in amazement. She could feel the immense wave of ice qi radiating from it. She thanked them and took out the ice jade for the trade, while Xiaolong carefully inspected the gem, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Suddenly, Zhui let out a sorrowful sigh, and Hua Yin said earnestly, "I've heard the rumors. I refuse to believe you'd do something like that, so don't lose hope," Zhui replied miserably, "but there were so many witnesses. They even knew the exact location of my beauty mark." A glint appeared in Xiaolong's eyes. Oh yeah, this was a classic mystery case right up his alley. Back in his previous life, he was practically the Sherlock Holmes of detective games. With a smirk, he asked Shui, "Have you ever, bathed alone in a pond or river at night?" Shui just stared at him, completely bewildered. Huaiyin coolly chimed in, trying to figure out who her stalker was. Xiaolong's jaw hit the floor. Dang, she read him like an open book. Zhu shook her head, saying she'd never bathed outdoors, and besides, everyone in the village was practically family. There's no reason for them to smear her name. Yun scoffed, "See, you totally blew that guess." Xiaolong couldn't believe his epic deduction had failed so spectacularly. He dramatically collapsed to the ground in utter despair. But just then, Hua Yin cracked a mysterious smile. She clasped her hands together and declared, "I've already solved this little mystery. In my expert opinion, there's only one possible explanation for this whole mess." All eyes snapped towards her, a mix of confusion and intense curiosity. Hua Yin paused for dramatic effect, her eyes twinkling with absolute confidence, and dropped a bombshell. The culprit is a ghost. Yun and Shui were completely floored, sweat dripping down their faces. Hua Yin just nodded sagely, confirming her wild theory. Xiaolong, on the other hand, was just plain confused. He was expecting some deep logical explanation, not a sudden jump into the supernatural. This was turning into a wild manhwa plot. He stroked his chin, thinking back to that time he literally met the ghost of a blue-spotted centipede after it kicked the bucket. You know what? Maybe it wasn't so far-fetched after all. He turned to Xu. "Did you happen to touch or do anything unusual recently?" Xiaolong gestured, like for instance, "Did you chow down on a spirit beast's inner core?" Xue thought for a moment before answering with dead seriousness. "Well, I did touch an acorn recently, and a tree branch." Xiaolong and Hua Yin started sweating bullets, completely baffled by her adorably clueless answer. This, my friends, is what you call dumb cute charm. Suddenly, Zhu's eyes shot wide open and she clasped her hands together as if she'd just remembered something huge. When I was training alone at night, she explained, I felt a presence. It was like someone had been watching me this whole time. Are you serious, sis? Yun asked, her voice filled with worry. Shui gave a firm nod. At first, I thought it was you. But when I went to check, nobody was there. She put a hand to her chin, wondering if maybe she was just being paranoid. But as Xiaolong watched her, he knew this was getting seriously suspicious. While the gang was deep in thought, a maid came sprinting over, completely out of breath. Something terrible has happened. What's wrong? Zhue asked anxiously. The maid clenched her fists, stammering, another villager has vanished. The clan's warriors have already started the search. Yun looked horrified, while Shui just stared at the ground, her face grim. You could see the fury etched on her face. Xiaolong calmly watched her and asked if she was all right. Suddenly, Zhui's eyes blazed with determination. No matter what, she was going to catch this ghost herself and clear her good name. Don't go, sis, Yun begged, grabbing her hand tightly. If you sneak out alone again and get caught, it'll be a total disaster this time. Zhui paused for a second, then gave Yun a reassuring smile. Then she turned to Xiaolong and Hua Yin and announced, this time we're not going alone. What do you mean by that? Yun asked, totally confused. Shu walked right up to Hua Yin, took her hands, and with the most pitiful pleading look asked, would you two be willing to help me? Xiaolong and Hua Yin were both completely floored by this unexpected offer. As night descended upon the forest, a tiny owl perched on a branch only to turn its head and find Xiaolong and his crew scouring the area like they were on a mission. Yun, trembling like a leaf, gripped Hua Yin's hand and whispered, if we get caught this time, they'll lock me in seclusion for at least half a year. Hearing this, Hua Yin could only manage a worried smile as Yun turned back to confront Xiaolong. I thought you were helping me stop my sister. I don't get why you've suddenly switched sides and are so invested in this. Xiaolong just looked bewildered, managing only a painfully awkward laugh in response. See, a little while ago, Yue had presented a golden ornament explaining that it was a norigai, a traditional hanging accessory. Its center was perfectly designed to hold an ice jade. I'm not sure why you two need an ice jade, but if you're looking for something to carry it with you, this isn't a bad choice at all. She split the norigai in two, showing that even when separated, it could serve as a token of promise between two people, a classic manhwa trope. She then looked directly at Xiaolong. I promise to give it to you if you help me. Xiaolong was stunned, his and Hua Yin's eyes completely captivated by the glittering prize. Back in the present, Xiaolong was deep in thought. He placed a hand on his chest, declaring dramatically, as I've said, I'm not after the norigai, I merely wish to protect Lady Zhu's honor. You're lying, Yun snapped, her face flushing red with anger. Yuner, don't be so impulsive, Shui advised her sister gently, while Hua Yin just offered up an awkward laugh. Yun looked like she was about to go crazy. A few minutes later, they stopped. This was the area where Zhui had sensed a presence, and she decided to carefully inspect the surroundings. She was hoping to find a clue. What if the culprit is actually a ghost? Hua Yin asked, nervously sidling up to her. Zhu drew her sword, her voice firm. Then I'll use this blade imbued with evil purging energy to cut it down. Standing nearby, Xiaolong could feel the tension radiating from Shui when suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Out of nowhere, a thick fog began to roll in, so dense that they couldn't see a thing. This is a classic setup for something bad to happen in a manhwa. Xiaolong frantically looked around, shouting for Zhui and the others, but there was no response. He started to move, terrified that they had been separated. Suddenly, his foot caught on something. He bent down for a closer look and realized it was a spider web. He picked it up, feeling how thick the strand was, and realized the creature that made it must be enormous. Ah! A terrified scream echoed through the mist. Xiaolong spun around in a panic, recognizing Yun's voice. He quickly called to his little centipedes, "Can you find your mother?" The tiny creatures seemed to understand, leaping off Xiaolong and scurrying into the fog. He tasked them with protecting Hua Yin, while he himself dashed through the forest, realizing they were being drawn deeper and deeper inside. He couldn't understand why there were so many webs. As Xiaolong panted, some random spider knowledge suddenly surfaced in his brain. Spiders are divided into two types, those that stay in one place and those that wander. The stationary type spins a web and chills in one spot. The wandering type, however, is constantly on the move. Yet this entire forest was filled with webs strung low across the ground. There's no way any spider spins its web like this, he thought. This was no ordinary spider, and a deep crimson fog was now covering everything. As the mist began to clear, Xiaolong put on his serious game face. He knew he had to find Yin and the crew, and fast. Just a few seconds later, he screeched to a halt. The trees ahead were absolutely plastered with spider webs. Our boy was totally bewildered, wondering what fresh heck this was. Then he heard Yin's voice, looked up, and his jaw hit the floor. There she was, wrapped up like a human burrito in a silk cocoon, stuck fast to a tree. Xiaolong spun around in sheer terror and saw a woman casually chilling on a giant spider, and to make things creepier, she was smiling. Her eyes glinted with pure malice. It was none other than Nangong Shui, her gaze burning with a sinister light. Nangong Shui flashed a hauntingly beautiful smile, and Xiaolong was frozen solid, completely unable to process what he was seeing. The whole area was a sticky mess, covered in the webs of some ground-dwelling spider species he'd never even read about in a manhwa. This thing spun its webs on the ground, not in the air. Xiaolong gritted his teeth, glaring daggers at the woman perched on the colossal arachnid. And then the light bulb went on. The Nangong Shui before him was actually a spider demon in disguise. He noticed how she accidentally let her robe slip, showing off a seductive shoulder to lure him in. He figured this had to be the result of some next-level evolutionary trait for hunting prey. Xiaolong couldn't help but blush, thinking to himself, "You really don't have to try so hard. I'm already completely hooked." Just then, Yin regained consciousness and started struggling to break free from her silky prison. She shot Xiaolong an angry glare, shocked that he'd fallen for the trap too, but without a second of hesitation. Xiaolong started walking straight towards the spider demon. Seeing this, the demon flashed a victorious smirk, her face a mask of pure infatuation. Xiaolong gushed, "You are absolutely gorgeous," and then suddenly pulled her into a hug, leaving the spider demon completely stunned. Her eyes flashed with malice as she prepared to strike, but in that split second, Xiaolong gave a silent command. A tiny centipede darted out from his sleeve and sank its fangs right into the spider demon's neck. She let out a piercing shriek of agony. Xiaolong jumped back, and the little centipede scurried back to him, its eyes looking all teary and cute. The spider demon reached out to Xiaolong as if begging for help. Her expression was so convincing you'd fall for it in a heartbeat. She clutched her neck and began to sway before collapsing to the ground. Xiaolong was panting, staring wide-eyed at the now motionless creature. He wasn't sure if his centipede's venom had fully paralyzed it yet, so grabbing a stick, he gave the body a cautious poke. Centipede venom is a neurotoxin that paralyzes its prey, he thought, even though the venom is pretty potent. Given the massive size of this thing, it probably won't be fatal. Feeling reassured, he started stroking the spider, whispering, "Don't you worry, little one, I just saved you from being hunted down by the villagers." Xiaolong's eyes were practically sparkling with excitement. Without a second thought, he wrapped his arms around the giant spider in a big hug. He was absolutely ecstatic. Its body was a vibrant red with 4 huge spots on its back. The fur was as soft and thick as velvet. What a magnificent red spider! He silently squealed with joy, wondering what the face of this beautiful arachnid looked like. He decided to check out its fangs. Maybe they're as big as a Goliath bird-eater's, he wondered. With that thought, he curiously flipped the spider over to check its underside. And right at that moment, a figure zipped into the scene. "You pervert!" An enraged voice screamed, and immediately after, a devastating kick connected squarely with Xiaolong's face. Before our boy could even process what was happening, his body was sent sailing through the air like a leaf in the wind. He went careening into a tree and was instantly knocked out cold. Hua Yin was absolutely floored. Covering her face in horror, she realized she'd gone full-on rage mode and completely forgot to pull her punch. A few minutes later, Xiaolong wobbled back to his feet, looking like he'd just seen the ghost of a confused hamster. Hua Yin rushed over, asking, "Are you all right?" She explained, her voice still a bit shaky. "That mysterious mist blanketing the forest? It's 100% that spider's fault. Breathing it in basically cranks up a man's urges like some kind of all-natural love potion. I accidentally got a whiff myself and felt super weird. So I had to use my internal energy to flush it out of my system before I came to find you. Xiaolong, cool as a cucumber, replied that he didn't feel a thing, then stroked his chin like a true detective. So that's why the villagers were acting like they were possessed. It must be this mist, maybe some kind of super pheromone, he mused while casually poking the giant spider, and asked Hua Yin, what kind of monster is this anyway? Spitting out a toxic love fog is a pretty wild ability even for a Manhwa. Seeing Xiaolong still petting the monster like it was a harmless kitten, Hua Yin felt a jolt of fear, which was quickly replaced by her face turning the color of a ripe tomato. She mumbled an apology, confessing that she thought he'd fallen under the spider's seductive spell. Xiaolong looked baffled for a second, but then it clicked. In a weird way, she was right, he was totally captivated by the spider's beauty. But I was just trying to get a good look at its form, he explained, still stroking one of the spider's fuzzy legs. Its legs are so fluffy and cute. A sweat-drenched Hua Yin begged him to stop as a sudden realization hit her. A bright red body, 4 huge spots on its back, a thick coat of velvety fur. Just then a faint cough echoed through the clearing. Startled, they both whipped around, but there wasn't a soul in sight. Xiaolong began to wonder if the spider had made that sound like some kind of bizarre twist in a fantasy manhwa. The voice came again, and it was Yun, still gift-wrapped in spider silk. Oh crap, he had completely forgotten about her. They scrambled to get her down. Yun's face was pale and her breathing was shallow, but she was still alive. He realized she was just paralyzed. Hearing this, Hua Yin finally let out a sigh of relief. Night had fallen, and Xiaolong announced that all they had to do now was find Xue. Hua Yin was confident they'd find her now that the fog had lifted, but first, Xiaolong had a brilliant, if slightly weird, idea. He started using the spider's own silk to truss up its body and began dragging it along, deciding it would make a fantastic research specimen for the clan. It wasn't long before Xue showed up, spotting Yun lying motionless on the ground. Her eyes instantly filled with a mix of tears and pure rage. This spider not only dared to tarnish my honor, but it dared to harm my sister too. She drew her sword, ready to turn the monster into spider sushi. Wait a minute, Xiaolong yelled in a panic. Just a second. Before he dashed in front of the spider's corpse, acting as a human shield. Xue froze. Her sword pointed at him, her voice dripping with ice. Get out of my way. But Xiaolong stood his ground like a stubborn mule. Seeing this, Xue was completely baffled. Xiaolong pointed a thumb at his own chest and declared with all the confidence in the world, I'm the one who caught it, so finders keepers, it's mine now. Hua Yin's jaw just about hit the floor at his sheer audacity. Zhu stared at the ground for a moment before her head snapped up, her eyes blazing with fury. What did you just say to me? It's a total waste to kill a creature like this. You already offed that salamander with a poison curse, and now you want to kill this amazing spider too. Hold on, Xue, Hua Yin cried out, clutching Yun tightly. She's still alive, she's just paralyzed. Upon hearing this, Xu's eyes widened with a mix of shock and pure relief. For real? Hua Yin just nodded, basically telling her to chill out. Look, I get it, you're mad, Hua Yin explained patiently, but if you kill the host, the whole shape-shifting gig is up. And it'll just morph into something else, leaving you with zero proof to clear Miss Yin's name. She shot a serious look at the spider. Just think about it, if you take this creepy crawly back to your family, your reputation will be squeaky clean. Plus, let's not forget Xiaolong was the one who caught this thing, found the miracle cure, and saved Miss Yin's life. The guy literally cleared your name, so maybe don't go swinging your sword around like a maniac. Both Xiaolong and Xue were totally floored by Hua Yin's sharp logic. Xue let out a sigh, gave it some thought, and finally put her sword away. She turned to Xiaolong, all apologetic. My bad, I completely overlooked how much you helped me. Xiaolong just waved it off, insisting it was no biggie. He shot a grin and a big thumbs up at Hua Yin, mentally high-fiving her for her big brain play. Now that the tension had dialed down a notch, Xue eyed the spider cautiously and asked Xiaolong what his plan was for the 8-legged freak. He explained he was going to spare it and take it back to the Tang sect, and then in a classic Manhwa protagonist move, he instinctively patted Xue on the head. You're so cute, he murmured. Hearing that, Xue froze solid, her face instantly turning 50 shades of red. She totally misread the room, nervously twiddling her fingers and stammering, but you already have Miss Hua Yin. Hua Yin let out a world-weary sigh, looking like she'd seen this trope one too many times. He wasn't talking about you, he meant the spider is cute. It's red, it's fluffy, and it has some seriously cool powers. That's why our boy thinks it's adorable. At this revelation, the fear immediately returned to Jue's eyes. Xiaolong, busy petting his new spider pal, looked back at her completely baffled. He asked what on earth they were talking about, but the girls changed the subject faster than a scene transition in a manhwa. By dawn the next day, Nangang Yin was safely back with her clan, and everyone collectively lost their minds at the sight of the giant spider. The Nangang clan leader freaked out and drew his sword, absolutely livid that this thing had stolen his daughter's face and trashed the family name. Xiaolong jumped in to stop him, explaining that the whole misunderstanding had been sorted out, and the nasty rumors would be squashed soon enough. Hearing this, the clan leader managed to calm his farm. Xiaolong couldn't help but notice he and Shui were two peas in a pod. Well, they are father and daughter after all. The clan leader extended a hand, declaring that what Xiaolong did was nothing short of saving the lives and honor of both his daughters, and he swore the Nangang clan would never forget this massive debt. Therefore, they would grant any wish he had. Xiaolong just grinned and pointed right at the spider. Like I said, I'll be taking this little guy with me. The clan leader didn't argue, but he admitted one thing was still bugging him. He was pretty freaked out that the creature was still walking around looking exactly like his daughter Zhu. His logic was simple: if it could copy his daughter's face, it could probably copy anyone's. So he demanded it change into literally anything else. He never wanted to go through the horror of doubting his own daughter again. Xiaolong stroked his chin thoughtfully. He got the point. Even though he owned the creature, now there was still a major copyright infringement issue. Just as he was pondering what to do, all hell broke loose. He rushed over to Gu Fei, demanding to know what was going on. The crowd was in an absolute uproar. Gu Fei reported that 3 cranky old geezers had stormed in, faces red with fury, screaming that the spider was some kind of devious trickster. They accused it of mimicking their young lady's appearance and demanded to know why it wasn't dead yet. But Gu Fei, ever the professional, held up a hand to silence them. He told them to watch their mouths. This guest was apprehended by my family, he declared. Are you seriously trying to badmouth our family's property? That shut them up fast. The old men panicked immediately, begging for forgiveness. Xiaolong, looking cool as ever, crossed his arms. Well, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, and it looks like everyone who needed a peek has had their fill, he turned to Gu Fei. He suggested they stop letting people in, worried that the poor creature might get hurt if the spectacle continued. Gu Fei agreed and ordered the guards to shut the gates. Just as the last of the crowd shuffled out and the guards were about to close up shop, a frail voice cried out, "Please wait." It was a bald old man leaning on a cane, panting for breath, his eyes pleading desperately. He let out a dry cough and asked, Could I possibly have just one little look? The order's already been given, old sir. A guard explained, sweat beading on his forehead. Our hands are tied. But the old man insisted, just for a moment, I beg you. The guard scratched his head, looking completely stumped. This is really against the rules, sir. Just let him have a look, Xiaolong said with a gentle smile. He came all this way despite his poor health. There must be a good reason. The old man's eyes widened with surprise and gratitude. He thanked Xiaolong profusely before shakily making his way over to the demon spider, observing it with intense focus. The whole courtyard went silent. Tears welled up in the old man's eyes as a look of recognition dawned on his face. The spider looked up at him too. Its own eyes widened in what looked like surprise. Are you going to kill it like everyone says? The old man asked, turning back to Xiaolong. Of course not, Xiaolong replied calmly. This is a rare creature. I was planning on taking it back to Sichuan and raise it properly at the Tang sect. Its diet might be a little unconventional, but it's just a lost visitor after all. What a classic Manhwa hero line. This was all just a twist of fate, not the fault of this little creature. The old man's eyes overflowed with tears of pure joy. He'd never heard anyone speak with such kindness. I believe you, he said after a brief, thoughtful pause. And then the old man started untying the ropes binding the spider. Everyone freaked out. "That's dangerous, old sir," Xiaolong exclaimed with concern. But once it was free, the spider just gently nuzzled its head against the old man. The old man stroked it affectionately, and its eyes practically glowed with happiness. Xiaolong let out a sigh. To him, this wasn't really a surprise. He'd sensed a familiar aura coming from the old man from the very start. It was the aura of a kindred spirit. There was no doubt about it, this guy was a fellow enthusiast of exotic creatures. The old man revealed its name was Yao Hua. He explained that over 25 years ago, after a plague tragically wiped out his entire family, he had fallen into deep despair. That's when he found this tiny creature, which was no bigger than his fist at the time. They had been together ever since. Back in his prime, he used his own life force, his yang energy, to sustain it. But as he grew older and his strength faded, he could no longer provide that life force. And that's when the trouble began. "It did a terrible thing to the young lady of the Nangong family," he said, turning back his voice thick with regret. "It's all my fault." Xiaolong's eyes widened in shock. The plot thickens. The old man confessed he'd been wandering around in misery, not knowing what to do, but now, with a kind young master like him adopting the creature, the old man could finally be at peace. He begged, he pleaded, "Please take good care of it." Xiaolong, with tears welling in his eyes, bowed respectfully and promised to raise it well. The old man turned to the Yao Hua. "I'm old now, I can't take care of you anymore. Please, go with him and live a long, full life." The Yao Hua and the old man shared a hug, and even the creature's eyes were brimming with tears. The whole scene was so moving that Xiaolong couldn't help but cry. He was astonished that a demon beast could understand human speech and show such deep emotions. He wondered just how much time they had spent together. Realizing the old man truly cherished it like his own daughter, he reached out. "Old sir, please wait. Would you like to come with us to Sichuan? It would be much better if we all went together instead of this tearful goodbye." The old man refused, his eyes misty. He was incredibly grateful for the young man's kindness, but he no longer had the strength for such a long journey. Besides, his family was all buried here. "I can't leave them." Xiaolong scratched his head, smiled, and changed the subject. "So could you share some tips on raising a Yao Hua? This is my first time handling a creature straight out of a manhwa." The old man promised to answer every question he had to the best of his ability. Xiaolong blushed, beet red, and admitted, "The thing I'm most curious about is the yang energy. How exactly is that supplied?" The old man simply held out his finger, and the Yao Hua began to suck on it. "Let me show you," he explained. "It's as simple as putting your finger in like this." Apparently, even just sleeping in the same bed was enough to transfer the yang energy. Suddenly, the Yao Hua's form began to change. Everyone's attention was glued to it. The old man revealed, when yang energy is transferred, it transforms into the shape that it believes is the most beautiful in its master's eyes. The Yao Hua then morphed into a beautiful woman, the spitting image of the old man's late wife when she was young. "I just wanted to see this face one more time before I die," he said, his voice filled with relief. Then he turned to Xiaolong. "Do you want to give it a try?" Xiaolong stepped closer. To the Yao Hua thought for a moment and then put his finger in its mouth. Not long after, its shape began to change again, making Xiaolong's eyes pop wide open in amazement. He nervously wondered what form it would take. He guessed in his head, it's definitely going to be Lady Hua Yin. The spider began to transform, and when the new shape was revealed, everyone, including the old man and Xiaolong, was struck completely dumb. The eyes of Gu Fei and the Nangong patriarch were filled with a mixture of terror and disbelief. It had turned into a wooden doll. The old man was shocked and utterly confused. This form, without a doubt, was the one the Yao Hua had shown only a single time, before it ever took a human shape. He frantically asked Xiaolong, why didn't it turn into Lady Hua Yin? Sweat poured down Xiaolong's face as his mind reeled. Then it hit him. He finally understood why the Yao Hua had been able to maintain Nangong Shu's form. It was because in the eyes of the villagers, she was the most beautiful woman. But now the face it was mimicking belonged to Hua Yin, the undisputed top beauty of the Central Plains, and our boy was the one who juiced it up with his yang energy. So why in the world didn't Yao Hua transform into Hua Yin's spitting image? This made zero sense. His brain was short-circuiting. This was absolutely positively unacceptable. Xiaolong spun on his heel and bolted his mind a chaotic mess. If word of this ever got back to the Tang clan, they would definitely see this as the ultimate betrayal. Could it be? Was his obsession with poisons actually stronger than his massive crush on Hua Yin? No way, impossible. He refused to believe it. There had to be some other more logical explanation for this Manhwa-level plot twist. At that very moment, over in Nangang Yun's room, the door suddenly flew open and in stumbled a completely winded Xiaolong. Hua Yin, who was also there, looked on utterly baffled by his frantic state. He stammered out, I need to ask you for a favor. With a dead serious expression, he summoned all his courage and blurted out, Can I, give you a hug? The out-of-the-blue request sent a crimson blush flooding Hua Yin's cheeks. Xiaolong frantically waved his hands, trying to explain, but for a split second. He thought to himself, You know, a misunderstanding like this isn't half bad. She gracefully rose to her feet. Clasping her hands nervously, she confessed, So, you finally figured it out. I swear I didn't mean to keep it a secret. It's just, I only read about it in a book, so I wasn't 100% sure and didn't dare say anything. But Xiaolong was completely and utterly lost. Hua Yin let out a sigh and decided to just rip the band-aid off. It's about that spider. It's one of the 10 great vicious creatures of the Central Plains. The Renmian Jiju, the human-faced spider. Xiaolong froze solid. He absolutely could not believe what he was hearing. His precious Yao Hua, the little critter he'd been pampering, was a legendary human-faced spider, one of the 10 most notorious venomous beasts in this whole Manhwa world. Looking mortified, Hua Yin fiddled with her fingers. I promise I never ever intended to deceive you. I just wanted to be absolutely sure because of the promise we made back then. And just like that, the light bulb went on in Xiaolong's head. So that's why she'd been so hesitant. Realizing a promise was a promise, she stepped closer and with a bit of hesitation, wrapped her arms around him. But before Xiaolong could even process the hug, a sleepy voice piped up from the bed. Ahem, should I make myself scarce? Give you two some privacy? It was Yun, wide awake now. The sight of her sent Xiaolong into a full-blown panic. His freakout made the little girl glance away nervously. Fast forward 2 days, and it was time for Xiaolong's crew to bid farewell to the Nangang clan. Zhu waved them off, expressing her deepest gratitude and promising she'd never ever forget their kindness. Luckily, after Yao Hua got a second dose of Xiaolong's yang energy, it finally transformed into a perfect copy of Hua Yin. Phew, he figured they wouldn't have to deal with any more suspicious stares. He spoke softly to Yao Hua, who was chilling in its cage. You doing okay in there? Just hang on a little longer, buddy. I'll let you out the second we get there. Just then, Gufei asked Xiaolong what the game plan was. He explained that the original plan was to make a beeline for Mount Ganga, but now that they had Yao Hua in tow, he was having second thoughts. He wasn't sure if they should swing by the Tang clan first. At the mere mention of it, Yao Hua started shaking its head like a bobblehead on a bumpy road, seeing the genuine panic in its eyes. Xiaolong felt a pang in his heart. He never imagined his little pet would actually be worried for his safety. What a kind, gentle soul. He mused to himself, promising to get them all to their destination as fast as possible. And with that, the plan was locked in. First stop Mount Ganga to pick up the geckos. Then it was back to the Tang sect with Yao Hua, and so their boat sailed on, continuing its journey down the river. Under a clear blue sky dotted with seagulls, 2 dudes were swapping gossip. Yo, you hear the latest? One asked. Word on the street is the Alliance leader himself led the Azure Dragon Squad on a major expedition, the other guy chimed in. Yeah, I heard the goons they nabbed from that blood cult raid recently sang like canaries, giving up the locations of their other strongholds. The guy with the ponytail added with a hint of awe. And get this, I heard our side suffered almost 0 casualties. The rumor mill is churning out tales of some mysterious master who whipped up a poison mist that only targeted the blood cult scum. It sounds like something straight out of a manhwa, but hearing this, Xiaolong nearly jumped out of his skin. They were talking about him. A miracle like that, one mused. I wonder who could have pulled it off. The ponytail guy was all ears. His buddy replied, the Alliance decided to keep the person's identity under wraps. To protect them from retaliation, of course. But whoever they are, they're a bona fide hero. From this day forward, that person is my new idol. Hearing this, Xiaolong was practically buzzing with excitement, getting major flashbacks to his past life as a YouTuber soaking up the praise. Before long, they reached Mount Ganga. After disembarking, the whole crew made their way towards a massive waterfall. Xiaolong explained with a straight face. My Qinggong skills are, not exactly top tier, so I can't really make it across on my own. So how about you, Miss Hua Yin and Captain Gu Fei head over first and bring the little guys back here. He knew full well no one was going to yeet him across the chasm this time. Gu Fei scratched his head looking doubtful. I'm not sure the geckos will follow us without you here, Xiaolong. Hua Yin chimed in. Gu Fei's got a point, it'd probably be better if you came with us. How about I try to string a wild vine across to the other side? But while they were busy brainstorming, one of the warriors suddenly pointed up at the cliff face. He yelled for Xiaolong to look completely stunned. Yao Hua was scaling the sheer cliff with incredible speed. Get down from there, Xiaolong yelled in a panic, but just then the spider decided it was showtime. It shot out a single strand of silk and performed a spectacular leap, soaring right over Xiaolong's head before landing gracefully in front of the whole squad. Everyone was absolutely gobsmacked. Yao Hua started stretching out her arms and a light bulb went off in Xiaolong's head. He wondered, is that the ballooning technique? Was Yao Hua trying to tell him that she could fly too simply because she's a spider? Here's a fun fact for you. Most people don't know this, but spiders, despite being wingless, arachnids can fly by riding the wind currents. They can travel for tens or even hundreds of kilometers this way. This amazing phenomenon is called ballooning. You know when you're walking down the street and suddenly feel like you've face planted into an invisible spider web? Yep, that's the aftermath of this very technique. Xiaolong's eyes went wide with realization. Yao Hua could use ballooning too, a brilliant, possibly insane idea sparked in his mind. Moments later, Yao Hua had Xiaolong in a firm grip, took a leap of faith, and used her ballooning skill. They soared across the chasm and landed safely on the other side of the waterfall. Well, that worked. Xiaolong was so ecstatic, he couldn't help but pull Yao Hua into a huge hug, exclaiming, "You are absolutely incredible. How can you be so ridiculously multi-talented?" Just then, Hua Yin walked over looking a bit uncomfortable, since Yao Hua is wearing my face. This whole situation feels like I'm the one getting hugged. It's a little weird. Hearing that, Xiaolong immediately let go of Yao Hua like she was on fire. He told the others to wait a bit and headed into the cave alone, where a beam of sunlight pierced through a hole in the ceiling, illuminating the pair of geckos right in front of him. He flashed a smile to get their attention, and the gecko couple turned around, looking slightly surprised to see him. They practically bounced with joy, and Xiaolong rushed over like a worried parent, asking if they were okay or hurt anywhere. The gecko duo started giving him affectionate face licks, which made him crack a smile. He realized they had gotten way more affectionate. While he was gone and was just thrilled to see them looking so healthy, he then whipped out the cold jade orb, promising to take excellent care of them if they came with him. The geckos stared at the shiny orb and then grinned, so Xiaolong decided it was time to give them names. The female would be Zhua and the male Bing. Cradling them in his arms, he announced, "It's time to go to your new home." And just like that, Zhu and Bing officially became part of the family. It was already dark by the time they arrived at the Tang clan's manor. The guards did a double take when they saw Xiaolong Gu Fei Hua Yin and another Hua Yin upon closer inspection. They realized it was a spider and their brains short-circuited trying to figure out why this creature looked exactly like Lady Hua Yin. Ahem! Xiaolong cleared his throat and confidently declared, informed the elders, that the proud official son-in-law of the Tang clan has returned. He paused, then corrected himself, announcing, I have actually brought back one of the 10 great venomous creatures. Hearing the words, 10 great venomous creatures, the guards were so shocked they decided to report it immediately. They shot a signal flare into the sky announcing Xiaolong's grand return not long after. The patriarch, his wife the grand patriarch, and all the clan elders came rushing towards him at top speed. The great elder recalled Xiaolong saying he was just going out to find some lizard food and looked at him with great suspicion. Asking why he brought back a spider, Xiaolong, where on earth did you go and what did you do? The patriarch also demanded. The patriarch and his wife's eyes widened in utter astonishment. This spider looked exactly like their daughter, with a cheerful smile. Xiaolong explained, we just happened to find it while passing by the Nangong family's territory. This casual answer left the elders completely bewildered. In their entire lives, they had never heard of someone just happening to run into one of the 10 great venomous creatures, let alone capturing a spider. With a human face which was famous for its ferocity. With a proud expression, the Grand Elder spoke up. Xiaolong always pulls off these extraordinary feats, just like a protagonist in a manhwa. He is truly worthy of being the son-in-law of the Tang family. The patriarch burst out laughing, declaring, from this day forward, Xiaolong is officially our son-in-law. Hua Yin's mother added with a smile, and now, the promise between Xiaolong and Hua Yin has been fulfilled. Xiaolong's jaw dropped in shock, wondering how in the world she knew about that. While Hua Yin could only blush in embarrassment. How I know isn't important. What's really important is that you are now part of the family. The Grand Elder looked at Xiaolong with a calm gaze. Starting tomorrow, you will go to the river and catch a live goose. He smiled and explained, don't you know you have to personally prepare the goose for your own engagement ceremony? Although you're not old enough to marry yet, we can at least hold the engagement ceremony. For now. Xiaolong's eyes widened in surprise, completely speechless. The patriarch held up one finger, adding, once this is done, even if you stop liking Hua Yin later on, there's no escaping this, buddy. Father Hua Yin interjected worriedly, embarrassedly, asking her father to stop talking about this topic in the midst of the conversation. A radiant smile bloomed on Xiaolong's face, drawing everyone's attention. He then bowed respectfully. At this sight, the elders were practically glowing with pride, while Hua Yin excitedly squeezed Xiaolong's hand like her life depended on it. With a grin that screamed main character energy, Xiaolong made his grand announcement. I, as a proud member of the Sichuan Tang clan and the official son-in-law of the family, am now under your care, so please go easy on me. Back at the clan headquarters, Xiaolong's first order of business was playing real estate agent for his new little crew. Yao Hua immediately claimed a massive ancient tree by the village, well turning it into her personal 5-star treehouse. As for the lizards, since they acted more like a pack of scaly puppies, he couldn't bear to separate them or send them off to the poison garden. So he let them crash in his own room, and once everyone was settled, Xiaolong had a little heart-to-heart with his new roommates. So how do you guys like the new digs? The geckos nodded enthusiastically, and so did Yao Hua, who added, if you get hungry, just come find me. But will you know the way? He asked. The little girl just smiled and pointed to the intricate network of spiderwebs she'd already spun everywhere. Xiaolong followed her gaze, and holy smokes, she had set up a web-based security system all over the place, ready for any intruders. She'd punish them and send out an alert. Xiaolong's eyes lit up like he'd just found a rare item drop. So you're saying if any shady characters show up, I just have to touch a web and you'll come running instantly. She clapped her hands gleefully, confirming his theory. Even the geckos gave him a look that screamed, we got your back, boss. Xiaolong covered his mouth, feeling a wave of emotion. He couldn't stop the happy tears from flowing, they were so darn reliable. He was so overjoyed he just wanted to pull them all into a massive group hug. With the new members all settled into their new homes, it was finally time for the main event, the engagement ceremony. The clan elders gathered and the betrothal gifts were to be exchanged in a simple ceremony sealing their vows. However, a tiny misunderstanding had occurred during the gift prep, and as Xiaolong waited in the main hall, Hua Yin appeared cradling a bunch of geckos in her arms. Xiaolong was completely baffled, but her gaze was absolutely resolute. And then it hit him, she wanted the geckos to be the official betrothal gift. Our boy couldn't help but wonder. Are these just like decorative party favors? Sweat started beading on his forehead. This was a serious predicament. He had no clue how he was supposed to present geckos as a formal engagement gift. He knew she adored them. But he never expected her to be this straightforward about it. With a dead serious expression, he apologized. This is going to be a bit complicated. Why? She asked, completely bewildered. Xiaolong took her hand, looking deep into her eyes like the protagonist of a romance manhwa, and began to explain. An engagement gift is meant to symbolize an eternal promise of love, and while these geckos are admittedly gorgeous, the gift should be something unchanging like ice jade to properly represent that vow. Hua Yin couldn't help but blush, turning as red as a ripe tomato. Xiaolong gently explained that even the traditional gift of wild geese symbolizes 100 years of wedded bliss and that the written vows hold profound meaning. He then added smoothly, "Besides, once we're engaged, everything I own is basically yours anyway." Convinced, she turned away, deciding to trust him completely and follow his lead on this. But then she suddenly spun back around, her eyes sparkling with confidence. "From now on, you're to call me Hua Yin, not Miss Hua Yin. We're engaged now, there's no need for such formalities." The sudden proposal made Xiaolong's face heat up instantly. Blushing beet red, while the geckos frolicked obliviously, he could only manage an awkward nod. The next day at the crack of dawn, the two were summoned to see the sect leader. He kindly asked if they'd rested well, and Xiaolong couldn't help but wonder if the old man called them over just to give some life advice. With a dead serious expression, the sect leader revealed, "I've summoned you because we need to discuss Xiaolong's ultimate technique." Xiaolong immediately snapped to attention, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Hua Yin quietly explained that this ultimate technique was the Tang clan's signature move of absorbing poisons to cultivate their inner energy. A light bulb went off in Xiaolong's head. She was talking about the 10-poison body. The Grand Sect leader smiled, saying, "Bringing back that human-faced spider was a brilliant move, my boy. Because as the weakest of the 10 great toxic beasts, it's the perfect starter pack." Xiaolong eagerly piped up, "So does that mean I start training the ultimate technique right now?" The sect leader shook his head. "You mentioned using the 10 great toxic beasts for your ultimate technique, but I actually have a different proposal in mind." Hearing this, Xiaolong's eyebrows shot up in surprise as the sect leader calmly explained, "While reviewing the shopping list of poisons you plan to collect, it jogged my memory about a long-forgotten clan secret." He asked with a sly grin, "Do you know what the 5 poisons are?" Xiaolong froze, wondering if the old man was talking about the 5 poison origin unification art he'd already learned. The clan head nodded, then ticked them off on his fingers: centipede, lizard, scorpion, snake, and toad. These 5 poisons, he explained, form the very foundation of the 5 poison origin unification art. With a grave look, he proposed an audacious idea for Xiaolong to cultivate the divine version of the 5 poison origin unification art. The clan head laced his fingers together, explaining that in the Tang clan, they classify toxic creatures into 2 categories: common poisonous beasts and spirit beasts. Common poisonous beasts are your garden variety venomous critters, while spirit beasts possess mystical powers, intelligence, and even an inner core. The golden-haired queen bee, that pair of snow and ice geckos, the spotted green centipedes, and even that human-faced spider you brought back are all considered spirit beasts. The Grand Clan head chuckled, clarifying, "The standard 5 poison origin unification art has a ceiling because it only absorbs common beast poison, but its original form, the true 5 poison origin unification art, can absorb the poison of spirit beasts." He pointed out that with the green centipedes and the gecko duo, Xiaolong already had 2 of the 5 required spirit beasts. If he could just track down spirit beast grade venom from a snake, a scorpion, and a toad, he'd meet all the conditions to master the divine 5 poison origin unification art. Xiaolong was baffled, asking again because he was pretty sure fat-tailed geckos weren't venomous. The Grand Elder stroked his beard sagely, explaining that he'd already examined them and they carry a special type of venom that plunges its victims into a state of extreme cold, and the frosty aura they radiate is their venom in action. So now Xiaolong stood at a crossroads, a classic dilemma in any good manhwa. Path 1. Absorb the venom from the centipede and geckos to cultivate the divine 5 poison origin unification art. Path 2. Absorb the poison from the human-faced spider and begin the epic quest to collect all 10 toxic beasts to achieve the dual-core 10 poison body. "So can I use the 10 great toxic beasts to complete the 5 poison body?" Xiaolong asked curiously. The elder shook his head because the geckos aren't on the top 10 toxic beast list. Xiaolong put a hand to his chin, falling into deep thought. He understood that if he absorbed the poison from relatively lower-tier creatures like the centipede and geckos, you can no longer complete the path of the 10 poisons body with just the 10 great venoms. Here's the deal. Either you absorb what you call kid stuff poison and take the 5 poisons body of the spirit beast level path, or you stubbornly hold out for all 10 of the great venoms to walk the path of the ultimate 10 poisons body. Xiaolong realized this was straight out of a game system manhwa, a classic skill tree dilemma, in a game. He remembered vividly from his past life grinding away at RPGs how one skill tree choice could make or break a character, turning them into a total scrub or a god-tier legend. The elder's voice was grave: choose wisely. The 5 poisons, return to origin divine art, is already an incredible technique, but the 10 great venoms without some serious plot armor and heaven-defying luck. Even I would be hard-pressed to find them, let alone tame them. Xiaolong's mind was a total mess. He was completely stuck. He wavered between the quick and easy route of the 5 poisons body and the grueling high-risk, high-reward path of the 10 poisons body. One path promised to take him to unimaginable heights. Hours later, Xiaolong was still brooding when Hua Yin noticed a hint of confusion in her eyes. She called out to him, saying if this was about that promise, he didn't need to chain himself to the 10 poisons body. The 5 poisons art was already more than enough. It's an incredible technique on its own. Worry flickered in her eyes. Don't let the pressure force you into a rash decision. No matter which path you take, you'll still be my Xiaolong. Hearing her words, Xiaolong turned his gaze earnest as he replied, even the patriarch said the preparation for both paths is the same, it's only the final poison that differs. I've decided to take my time and think it through. A few days later, Xiaolong was still lazing around in bed, even though 2 whole days had passed. Since the grand ritual was prepped and he was still stuck in decision paralysis. Just then Hua Yin burst into the room, looking completely flustered. What's the matter? Xiaolong asked, but seeing her face beaded with sweat, she blurted out that the blue-spotted centipedes were about to molt again. Xiaolong shot out of bed like a rocket, eyes wide in disbelief, not wasting a single second. He bolted towards the peak where his centipedes were kept. Seeing them both, he and Hua Yin felt a wave of affection. Their exoskeletons had already hardened like rock. Xiaolong recalled they'd been having a major growth spurt, but he never expected their second molting to happen this soon. Are they going to change their look again? Hua Yin asked, full of curiosity. Xiaolong nodded with a confident grin. This time, blue spots will start popping up on their bodies. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Just the thought of them growing to look just like their mother made his heart pound like a drum. Hua Yin smiled sweetly, eager to witness their transformation. They're definitely going to be even cuter than before, Xiaolong declared, but then his eyes shot wide open in horror. He suddenly realized that this was absolutely not something to celebrate. What if their new bodies aren't dry by the day of the grand ritual? He slapped his hands to his head, a wave of pure panic washing over him. A normal centipede takes a full day to dry out, and judging by their last molt, this was going to take way longer. He'd been torn between using the blue-spotted centipede's venom or Yao Hua's for the first dose, but if this happened, using the centipede's venom would be completely off the table. Xiaolong's mind raced, knowing that forcibly extracting their venom now would be a disaster, but he couldn't just sit on his hands and wait either. An image of Yao Hua popped into his head. A vision straight out of a battle manhwa, the geckos and the centipedes in a fighting ring with Yao Hua's fist raised high, and it was in that exact moment he finally got it. He finally understood why he'd been torturing himself for the past few days. 2 days later, the grand ritual was finally underway at the Great Ritual Hall, deep within the Tang clan's Myriad Poisons Palace. He had considered postponing it because of his centipede babies. But the prep work was so ridiculously complex and meticulous that hitting the pause button was simply not an option. The whole process was an absolute masterpiece of effort. With hundreds of cauldrons bubbling away, boiling all sorts of exotic herbs to extract their precious essences. These potent concoctions were then cooled and funneled into one gigantic vat. Next up, a super precise mixture of countless poisons and the blood of venomous beasts was carefully added to the brew. Juggling hundreds of ingredients, a Each with its own quirky personality, and getting them to play nice in perfect harmony was a ridiculously difficult job. Even a split-second delay could turn the entire potion into useless sludge, so sitting around and twiddling his thumbs was definitely not on the menu. He had made up his mind he was going to take on the poison of Yao Hua, one of the legendary 10 great venoms. Xiaolong peered into the vat, noting the liquid was freakishly dark and thick. The great clan head sidled up to him and announced, "We're starting the grand ritual right now, so strip down and hop into the vat." Xiaolong snapped out of his thousand-yard stare and gave a firm nod. He shucked off his robes, stepped into the vat of doom, and slowly lowered himself in his eyes, popping wide with surprise. This sensation was weirdly familiar, just like that herbal bath he took a while back. The great clan head cracked a smile. "Now we're going to add a single drop of Yaohua's poison to kickstart the reaction, and then we'll add the rest of the prepared ingredients, so your body can start soaking up all that lovely toxin." He let out a hearty laugh, revealing that normally, this process would be absolutely excruciatingly painful. But lucky for you, Yaohua's venom has a numbing effect, so it won't hurt too much. Hearing that, Xiaolong couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety, and beads of sweat started to pop up on his forehead. The clan heads decided to fetch the remaining ingredients, leaving Xiaolong to marinate by himself. It wasn't long before Hui Yin waltzed in carrying the geckos and Yao Hua. She beamed at him, announcing cheerfully that the centipedes were awake and had just finished molting. "They've got new spots and their bodies are practically glowing." The little critters started to frolic, and Xiaolong noticed that Nova, Mira, and Gray were now somehow even more adorable than before. They curiously scrambled up the side of the vat he was soaking in their transformation, not being too drastic. They basically looked like fluffy, cuddly plush toys now, which weirdly enough just made them cuter. The centipede's attention was completely captivated by the mysterious goo in the vat. Xiaolong chuckled, thinking they must find it super weird to see their dad taking a dip in it. Knowing the stuff was dangerous, he told them to stay with Hua Yin, who smiled and tried to call them over. But Nova, the little rebel, wasn't listening. Its eyes were glued to the potion as it tried to climb down into the vat. Its antenna accidentally brushed the surface of the liquid, and the poor thing immediately started writhing in agony. Seeing this, Yaolong's eyes shot wide open in alarm. Huayan Nova's antenna touched the solution. "Quick, rinse it with clean water." Huayan's eyes widened in a perfect circle of shock and panic. Without a moment's hesitation, she snatched Nova up, but in its frantic struggle, the little guy opened its mouth, and a single drop of drool fell from its mouth right into the medicinal vat. Xiaolong watched that tiny drop of Nova's saliva with laser focus. The concoction went absolutely berserk, changing colors like a disco ball of death, as the venom seeped in, a horrifying realization dawning on Hua Yin. Xiaolong gritted his teeth and let out a scream that could shatter the heavens. "Xiaolong, get a grip!" Hua Yin yelled, her voice laced with panic. The medicinal brew felt like pure acid, scorching his skin, turning his face beet red. He'd never felt agony this intense in his entire life. It was like being flayed alive while simultaneously being set on fire, but he remembered the one crucial rule: don't move a muscle. Every fiber of his being screamed to leap out of that cauldron of pain, but with the willpower of a true manhwa protagonist, he held himself back. Foam started bubbling from his mouth. Yeah, this level of pain was definitely way past the human limit. Witnessing this horror show, the flower demon and its gecko minions were completely frozen in shock. Hua Yin could only cover her mouth, her eyes swimming with worry and utter helplessness. Right on cue, Patriarch Tai and the clan head returned, saw the absolute disaster unfolding, and sprinted over in a sheer panic. Hua Yin explained through a flood of tears. "The centipede, it accidentally dripped some venom in," as Xiaolong collapsed weakly, gasping, "Save me." Patriarch Tai lunged, catching him and cradling his head. "Stay with us," Xiaolong breathed slowly. "Whatever you do, do not pass out," the patriarch roared. But it was too much. His arms fell limp, his body went slack, and the patriarch's face was a mask of pure terror. Chaos erupted as everyone freaked out, wondering if this was the end for Xiaolong. Slowly, his eyelids fluttered shut. Xiaolong felt like he was sinking into the deep abyss, but then he slowly opened his eyes to see Nova, his pet centipede sleeping soundly next to him. A bizarre energy was flowing from its body and pouring right into him. A few hours later, a voice cried out, "Grandpa Xiaolong's awake." As Xiaolong's eyes fully opened, Hua Yin burst into tears of pure relief. He was okay. He touched his head a bit, disoriented, realizing he hadn't moved an inch. "Are you all right?" Hua Yin asked, her voice trembling. The great elder stepped in to explain, "Fortunately, I was just in time to guide your internal qi straight through your Bai Hui acupoint. That's how you pulled through the crisis. The grand ritual is now complete and a resounding success. It wasn't the flower demon's venom, but you ended up absorbing the centipede's poison instead." Xiaolong rubbed his temples with a heavy sigh. It finally clicked. His pet centipede Nova orchestrated this whole mess because it wanted its dad to master the legendary 5 Venoms body technique. He immediately asked, "Is Nova okay? Its antennae touched that poison, didn't they?" Hua Yin and the great elder looked at him completely baffled. She explained, "I washed its antennae right away. I was a nervous wreck at the time, wondering if you were going to live or die." Xiaolong's eyes were glued to her, a wave of guilt washing over him. She just pouted and turned away. Panic set in for Xiaolong. He knew he'd messed up. Right after their engagement, the first person he should have gone to was his fiancée. But no, his Manhwa tier instincts dragged him straight to the centipede pit. His head started throbbing again, and Hua Yin asked with concern, "Is the pain flaring up again?" But at that moment, the only thing that mattered to Xiaolong was making absolutely sure that Nova was safe. The great elder and Hua Yin were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe he was more concerned about a giant bug than his own life. Figuring he was still delirious from the whole ordeal, the great elder decided it was time to call in the medics. 2 days later, the grand cultivation ritual was officially over with the medicinal vat completely bone dry. Xiaolong went to report to the grand elder, who asked, "Are you seriously okay, or should we run a few more tests just to be safe?" Xiaolong insisted he was perfectly fine. With a calm expression, the grand elder said, "Well, regardless of all that, like it or not, kid, you've already taken the first step on the path of the 5 poisons origin divine art. So I'm gonna hand over the matching secret techniques." Xiaolong just stood there listening in stunned silence, his eyes wide with disbelief. The Grand Elder then dropped the bombshell, revealing there are a grand total of 5 martial arts techniques. The Poison Fang Claw, the Poisonous Snake, Life-Snatching Hand, the Scorpion Tail Chain, Kick the Centipede, Wall-Crawling Movement Technique, and the Toad-Bursting Palm. Stroking his wise old beard, he explained that each technique is its own special brand of awesome, covering everything from claw arts and hand strikes to kicks, movement skills, and palm attacks. This particular school of martial arts allows its user to reach a legendary state where the man is the poison and the poison is the man. It's a true fusion of self and toxin. Xiaolong's eyes practically lit up like a Christmas tree with pure hype, and the Grand Elder could totally tell the kid was digging it. Xiaolong nodded, admitting that while he was shocked, these techniques weren't the sneaky poison arts or assassination tricks he'd been expecting. The Grand Elder let out a little cough, praising him for being sharp. Because plot twist. This martial art didn't actually come from the Tang clan. Closing his eyes for dramatic effect, he dropped a lore bomb. The 5 poisons origin divine art and its 5 techniques were originally the signature moves of the 5 poisons sect. A sect that was wiped off the map ages ago. Apparently, 200 years back, a couple of young masters from the Tang family, one of whom was a bona fide genius, went and fell head over heels for the daughter of the Nanman Wild Beast Palace's master. Despite everyone throwing a fit, they pulled a Romeo and Juliet and ran away together. They founded the 5 Poisons sect and cooked up a brand new martial art by mashing the Tang clan's poison skills with the Beast Fist style from the Wild Beast Palace. But of course, their selfish little act didn't exactly get a free pass from the angry in-laws. About 100 years ago, the 5 Poison sect was finally crushed when both sides teamed up to bring them down. After the dust settled, both families agreed to take back their respective techniques, and the prize the Tang family snagged was none other than the 5 Poisons origin divine art and its 5 poison skills. Since the best parts of both families' martial arts were all tangled up in it, you can bet there was a lot of bickering. But at the end of the day, it ended up back in the hands of the Tang family. Legend has it, the old master of the Five Poisons sect single-handedly took on the combined assault of the Beast Palace and the Tang family. There's no doubt about it, this is one heck of a powerful martial art, and the Grand Elder believes it's the perfect fit for a poison prodigy like our boy Xiaolong. This is a classic Manhwa power-up. The Grand Elder is ecstatic, convinced that with this gift, Xiaolong is destined for greatness. And just like that, Xiaolong began his training arc, taking the first steps on the path of the Five Poisons origin divine art. Stepping out of the poison hall, he stretched his arms and took a deep breath of fresh air. Man, how long had it been since he'd seen the actual sun? But it was only in this moment that he felt like he was truly living again. Just then, a tiny centipede zipped towards him. His eyes shot open in surprise. It was Nova. The little guy couldn't hold back its happy tears. Seeing its dad was safe and sound, Xiaolong realized his little pet had been waiting right here for him the entire time. Hey, now don't be sad, it wasn't your fault. Look, your dad is perfectly fine now. Overjoyed, Nova leaped into his arms, burrowed under his shirt, and started goofing around. Xiaolong thought its newly molted skin felt a bit spiky, wishing it would just crawl on his clothes instead of his bare skin. And instantly, as if it understood him, Nova crawled right out from under his shirt and started scurrying along his arm. Xiaolong was completely floored. Did Nova just read his mind? Nah, no way. Right. He tried to brush it off as just a wild coincidence. I mean, he figured weird things like this happen sometimes when you've had a pet. For a while, he felt like a total idiot for even thinking that Nova, a simple venomous creature, could pull off something so extraordinary. But then Nova's eyes flared with pure rage, and it was clearly ticked off at Xiaolong. Freaking out. He had no clue what was going on. Without saying a word, he just thought about asking it to climb on top of his head. And just like that, Nova obeyed instantly. Next, Xiaolong hid behind a tree and mentally commanded it to find him. It found him without even breaking a sweat. This happened not once but 3 times in a row, sending Xiaolong into a full-blown panic. Nova let out a confident little huff as if its heart and Xiaolong's were linked by some bizarre mystical energy like in a fantasy manhwa. Meanwhile, Hua Yin was getting a little worried about Nova. She went looking for it since it was nowhere to be found, approaching the other 2 centipedes, asking if they knew where Nova had wandered off to. Ever since it molted, it had been roaming around so much it was hard to keep track of. She sighed in frustration. Just then, a panting Xiaolong came running towards Hua Yin with Nova perched on his back. His eyes were wide with astonishment as he bent over, hands on his knees, trying to catch his breath. "Are you okay?" Hua Yin asked before immediately turning to scold Nova. "I told you not to wander off so far. You have to let your mother know before you go anywhere." "No, it's not," that Xiaolong interrupted, pointing at Nova. It can understand human speech." Hua Yin calmly replied, "Nova has always understood human speech, dear." "That's nothing new," Xiaolong, sweating bullets, frantically explained. "No, you don't get it. It understands me even when I'm just thinking in my head." This revelation finally managed to surprise Hua Yin a little. With Nova still on his back, Xiaolong decided to go see the Grand Elder to get to the bottom of this whole psychic pet situation. Hua Yin offered to tag along. A few minutes later, Xiaolong placed Nova on the table and explained that it could literally read his thoughts. Considering that other venomous creatures couldn't pull off this party trick, the family head suggested it might be an effect of the Grand Technique. But the Grand Elder stroked his beard and explained gravely, "That's not it. Throughout the history of the Tang family, plenty of people have absorbed the venom of spirit beasts. If supernatural abilities like this were discovered, there would have been records of it, but I've never seen or heard of such a thing." "So what could be the cause?" Hua Yin asked. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before concluding, "This is definitely because of the 5 poisons returning to origin divine art." The family head interjected, "The Grand Technique was created to absorb poison, and Xiaolong is the only one who has absorbed the venom of a spirit beast using the 5 poisons returning to origin divine art." The Grand Elder cracked a smile. He theorized that this secret might be connected to the Nanman Beast Palace, where people treat ferocious beasts as if they were their own limbs. It's highly likely their secret was embedded within the 5 poisons returning to origin divine art, but the family head stroked his beard and said, It will be impossible to find out the reason. Why is that? Xiaolong asked, completely baffled. The Grand Elder explained. They would never reveal their most precious secret if they discovered someone had mastered a martial art. Influenced by that secret art, there's no telling how they would react. So is there any way to avoid this? Huayin asked with a worried frown, and the patriarch, closing his eyes in deep thought, finally answered, "It won't be easy unless we owe them a massive favor." A moment later, Xiaolong stepped out of the sect master's hall feeling a tad disappointed. He'd been daydreaming about himself and his menagerie of pets, forming a legendary squad just like a team from a fantasy manhwa or the town musicians of Bremen from the classic fairy tale. But while he was lost in his daydream, Captain Gu Fei approached with a friendly smile, saying, "It's great to see you've recovered. And it's a good thing I caught you here. There's a small issue with the poison garden. Would you like to come with me?" Xiaolong was a bit surprised to hear there was a problem, and he fell into a thoughtful silence. He decided to tackle the poison garden issue, first putting his plans for the Southern Barbarian Beast Palace on the back burner. He suddenly realized he'd completely forgotten about the garden, having been preoccupied with his engagement ceremony ever since he returned. "I'd like to go with you too," Gu Fei said, his eyes twinkling with delight. "Oh, and there's someone I want to entrust to your care." Xiaolong's eyes widened in curiosity, and from behind, Gu Fei Yingying appeared. She ran over with a bright smile and gave him a big hug, so Xiaolong took her hand and decided to take her to the poison garden as well, since she was clinging to him and refused to let go. He turned to ask, "Why is Yingying here?" Gu Fei smiled and explained that she was there for treatment and would be staying at the Tang sect for a while at the request of Patriarch Peng. Yingying looked up at Xiaolong, her eyes shining brightly as she asked, "Big brother, you've been back for days and haven't come to visit. I've been waiting for you all this time." Xiaolong was a little surprised, noticing that she had lost a front tooth. He gave an apologetic smile and patted Yingying's head. "I'm sorry. I thought you had already gone home. Weren't you bored all by yourself?" The little girl held out a small pouch and said clearly, "Not bored at all. I've been playing with Clicky." Xiaolong curiously opened the pouch, and Gu Fei also leaned in for a look. Inside was a click beetle, also known as a snapping beetle, which can make a distinct click sound when it flips itself over. It's a pest that's known for burrowing into potatoes, but for children, it's a common toy. "Is this a wood-boring beetle?" Gu Fei asked in confusion. "No, it's not. It's Clicky," Yingying insisted firmly. A nostalgic smile crept onto Xiaolong's face as he remembered his childhood. He used to call this insect a click beetle too, and it was the very first bug he ever raised in his past life. It was the gateway bug, the starter Pokemon, that led him into the wild world of exotic creatures he commands today. He crouched down in front of the little girl. "So Yingying, you're a big fan of bugs, are you?" The kid nodded so fast her head was a blur. "Yep, and I like queen bees too." Xiaolong's eyes practically lit up with glee. This kid was basically a pocket-sized version of himself. A brilliant, slightly unhinged idea popped into his head. "What if I train her to handle poisonous creatures?" Scooping Yingying into his arms, he put on his most charming smile. "Hey little sis, want to learn about bugs with your big bro? They're super special and tons of fun." Yingying's eyes sparkled with pure joy, and the two were instantly lost in their own world of excited chatter. Gu Fei, standing off to the side, could only manage a strained, pained smile. How in the world was he supposed to explain this to Master Peng? As they entered the garden of venomous critters, Yingying's attention was immediately snagged by a turtle. Xiaolong casually slid open one of the drawers, revealing a striped snake chilling inside. He then turned to Gu Fei. "So how's the rat breeding operation coming along?" "After another 1 or 2 litters, we'll be golden, sir. We estimate that in about 2 months, the population will shoot past 1,000. Xiaolong nodded, satisfied. "Well, that solves the food problem for the tiger-striped keelback snakes. So what's the next fire we need to put out?" Meanwhile, Yingying had already liberated the little turtle from its cage for a playdate. Gu Fei scratched his head, explaining, "Well, about the crickets we're breeding. Their population isn't growing, so some of our critters are on a forced diet." Xiaolong propped his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He wondered if they were resorting to cannibalism again, like that little incident with the baby mice. You can never seem to breed enough crickets. After a moment of deliberation, he reached a conclusion. They needed to find an alternative food source. Right on cue, Ying Ying burst into tears, startling both Xiaolong and Gu Fei. He rushed to her side. Hey, what's wrong? Are you okay? Through her sobs, Ying Ying mumbled something about a weird smell. She held out her hand, and sure enough, a foul odor wafted up from it. Big bro, can you check my silk pouch? Xiaolong, intrigued, used a pair of chopsticks to pry open the little bag, and his eyes went wide. It was exactly as he'd suspected. The little girl had made the very same mistake he did as a kid. He sighed and told her to take a closer look. These aren't click beetles, sweetie. They're something else. Ying Ying sniffled and stopped crying as Xiaolong used the chopsticks to pick out another bug. Gu Fei recognized it instantly. That's a darkling beetle, or more precisely, a mealworm beetle in its adult stage. It releases a truly disgusting stench when it feels threatened, thanks to a lovely secretion from its scent glands. They look a lot like click beetles, which is a common mix-up. The key difference is that click beetles make that cool clicking sound with their abdomen, while these guys just stink. Xiaolong explained, so next time don't get them confused, alright? Ying Ying clenched her little fist and nodded with fierce determination. Still, you did an amazing job, Xiaolong said with a proud smile. Because as it turns out, your big bro is in desperate need of these little friends. You need these stinky bugs? Gu Fei asked, completely bewildered as he held up the silk pouch. A determined glint appeared in Xiaolong's eyes. He announced, from this day forward, we're going to farm this colony of mealworm beetles that Ying Ying so brilliantly captured in the poison garden. They might not look like much, and yeah, they smell awful, but they're one of the most common food sources for other insects and lizards. Xiaolong grinned, thinking this was a plot twist straight out of a manhwa. It was the absolute perfect time to switch from crickets to mealworms. With Oan securing the food supply, the immediate crisis was averted. Even so, our boy decided to visit the cricket farm anyway. He had to get to the root of the problem. Gu Fei nodded enthusiastically, and off they went to the cricket breeding facility. Xiaolong, in full detective mode, stroked his chin as he meticulously inspected the environment and breeding conditions, but everything seemed to be in order. But when he popped the lid off a jar, the scene inside made his jaw drop. It was a horror show of crickets with missing legs. A classic sign of good old-fashioned cannibalism. This was the real reason the cricket population was tanking, leaving Gu Fei utterly flabbergasted. He swore up and down that he'd been feeding them plenty. Xiaolong just shot him a reassuring smile and prepared to drop some knowledge. Turns out he'd faced this exact problem back on Hainan Island. Sometimes these little critters just decide to snack on their neighbors. It didn't matter if their food bowls were overflowing. He fell into deep thought. The irony was thick. Here he was a top-tier expert on all things venomous. But when it came to mass-producing regular non-poisonous bugs, he was completely stumped. This was a real head-scratcher. Just then a guy from Gu Fei's crew named Huang Jian shuffled forward. He timidly scratched his head and mumbled that if they needed someone who really knew their crickets. He just so happened to know the perfect person. Gu Fei explained that besides himself, Huang Jian was a volunteer. The only other one on the poison squad. In fact, the fact that he volunteered took Xiaolong by surprise. But it also made him seem a bit more reliable. Huang Jian then confessed that he sometimes hits up the local cricket fighting rings for fun. You know, to earn a little extra cash for drinks. He explained it's a whole gambling scene where people bet on which bug will reign supreme. Since the biggest and baddest crickets sell for a fortune, they're often raised with special care right there at the gambling dens. And there's a woman there who's a total cricket whisperer. Huang Jian described her as a mysterious lady with long hair. She's covered in bandages, looking like a character straight out of a horror manhwa, but rumor has it she knows everything there is to know about crickets. As night fell, the streets of the Tang family's territory lit up with brilliant red lanterns and people poured out for a night of fun. The women were dressed to the nines while the men gathered for drinks. Before long, Xiaolong's crew, Gu Fei, Hua Yin, and Huang Jian, were on their way to the casino in the capital city. Xiaolong totally expected them to use their fancy lightness skill, thinking the destination was miles away, but nope. He was told to dress sharp and hop in a horse-drawn carriage instead. He was just zoning out when the coachman's voice announcing their arrival snapped him back to reality. Gu Fei stepped forward and announced with a booming voice, Lady Hua Yin, a direct descendant of the Tang family, and her fiancé Xiaolong are here. Lead the way, chop chop. Hearing the words Tang family, especially direct descendant, made the casino owner's face turn ghostly white. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. He and his underlings immediately scrambled to bow respectfully. He introduced himself as the owner of the Golden Phoenix Casino, gushing about what a massive honor their visit was. The man practically tripped over himself, leading them inside. Pushing past some velvet curtains, they entered a noisy, chaotic world of betting. The bustling scene unfolded before them. Xiaolong's eyes were immediately drawn to a group of hyped-up martial artists crowded around a table. A match was about to begin. One man, feeling his luck, decided to bet every last coin he had just won. The two crickets stared each other down before launching into a furious attack. As they clashed, the crowd went absolutely wild, roaring with excitement. Xiaolong was genuinely surprised. Who knew a cricket fight could be this hype? Just then, one of the tiny gladiators landed a vicious bite right on its opponent's abdomen. Sending the poor thing scrambling away in terror, the victorious cricket raised its antennae in pure, unadulterated pride, while its owner couldn't wipe the smug grin off his face. The battle of the tiny titans was over. Moments later, a few lucky gentlemen were gleefully showing off their newly fattened coin purses. The owner announced that the champion crickets would be auctioned off immediately, with prices potentially soaring as high as 30 taels of silver. Xiaolong was floored by that number. His eyes lit up with dollar signs and a mischievous grin spread across his face. He figured maybe his future lay in the lucrative business of cricket sales. Moments later, they were heading down a gloomy staircase, where the owner unlocked a basement door. He couldn't quite wrap his head around why these important-looking folks wanted to see a lowly cricket keeper. Sure, some guests occasionally asked to see her, he explained with a shrug, but there's really nothing special about this girl. Her only job is to feed the crickets and clean up their mess. The owner then pointed towards a woman whose back was turned to them, revealing her to be the caretaker in question. He added with a sneer, "She's pretty useless, which is why I stuck her with this job. She's just gloomy and silent all day long." Noticing she hadn't turned around, he started yelling, "Get up, you, these are important guests. Don't you even know how to greet people?" With a terrified expression, the girl stood up and mumbled an apology. Xiaolong was taken aback when he got a closer look and saw her eyes were filled with a silent, burning rage as she stared them down. He approached her calmly. "We've come from Sichuan, from Tang Ra, and we just have one question about cricket care. May we ask for your expert opinion?" She gave a slight nod. Xiaolong held up a finger and explained, "I'm trying to raise a few crickets together, but they keep cannibalizing each other." Do you have any idea why she paused for a moment before answering? "It's because they crave meat. You're probably just feeding them grass." Crickets are omnivores. They need meat in their diet to stop them from eating each other. Xiaolong was stunned. He'd never even considered that. The cannibalism was purely a protein deficiency issue. A strange, powerful aura seemed to radiate from the woman, and he thought to himself, "This woman is a true cricket master. I have to recruit her right now." He shot a knowing smile at Hua Yin, who immediately caught his drift. She pulled out a pouch of money, extended her hand to the owner, and asked, "How much to buy this woman?" The owner was baffled, completely clueless as to why they'd want to buy her, but an arrogant smirk quickly formed on his face. He slapped her on the back and said they could take her right away, but then in a shocking twist worthy of a Manhwa, the woman stepped forward. She violently slapped Hua Yin's hand, sending the pouch of gold flying through the air and leaving everyone completely stunned. "How dare you!" The owner grabbed her by the hair, his face contorted with rage. "Do you have any idea who these people are?" He then started to beat the poor girl, trying to force her to go with them, but she just screamed that she wouldn't go. "Stop that!" Xiaolong yelled, horrified. Hua Yin also earnestly promised they would treat her well, even offering to bring her entire family to live with them in Tang Ra, if that's what she wanted, but still she refused. This only made the owner even more furious while Gu Fei watched the scene unfold in silence. Xiaolong told the owner to calm down, then curiously asked the girl if she was in some kind of debt. "Not exactly," the owner replied. "About 5 years ago, she just showed up and asked to work for free. She's terrible with customers, though. So I just put her on odd jobs, figured it was just one more mouth to feed." But Xiaolong let out a sigh, completely baffled as to why she wouldn't want to leave with them. Gu Fei, ever the thinker, stroked his chin thoughtfully before speaking up. You know, this girl reminds me of myself before the Tang Jia took me in and gave me protection. He then turned to the boss and made a proposal. How about you let us take her with us for just one day? We'll make sure she's well fed and we'll try our best to talk some sense into her. The boss just roared with laughter, telling them to knock themselves out. Gu Fei then gently asked the girl if she'd like to step outside for a breath of fresh air with them. Her eyes stayed glued to the floor, but she gave a tiny nod. All right then, I'll be back to pick you up tomorrow, Gu Fei promised. Xiaolong let out a huge sigh of relief, and even Hua Yin cracked a smile. A little while later, they escorted the woman to the Tang Jia's guest house, right in the capital, and invited her to share a meal. Xiaolong's jaw nearly hit the floor when he found out the Tang Jia owned property here. Gu Fei explained with a smirk. Think of this as a branch office for the Sichuan Tang clan. We've got 2 inns, 8 pharmacies, and the 5 restaurants on this very alley all belong to the Tang Jia later on. I'll even show you our merchant guild and security agency. Xiaolong was absolutely gobsmacked. This entire alley was Tang Jia territory. His grandpa and father-in-law were always just training their martial arts, so he'd often wondered how the family even paid the bills. He definitely did not see this coming. Miss Gu Fei asked gently, his curiosity piqued. Would you be willing to tell us now? Why you're so reluctant to leave? If you're in some kind of trouble, we can help. But the woman remained silent, not having uttered a single word. Xiaolong leaned over and whispered to Hua Yin, she hasn't touched her food or tea either. Hua Yin whispered back. Gu Fei noticed she seemed to be nursing a deep-seated grudge. Please don't worry, he said reassuringly, just tell us your story. Remember, you're on the Sichuan Tang clan's turf now. The woman placed her hands on the table, slowly rose to her feet, and then bowed deeply before Xiaolong, which completely stunned him. My name is Song Ruo from the Song family village, which isn't far from here. Hua Yin was shocked that she had finally spoken. Xiaolong, keeping his cool, asked, is there a particular reason you refuse to leave that gambling den? The woman straightened her posture and pushed aside the curtain of hair hiding her face. And in that moment, everyone gasped in shock. She had a beautiful face, the kind you'd see in a popular manhwa. But one half was horrifically marred by terrible burns. Who could be so heartless as to burn a woman's face like this? Gu Fei wondered silently. She finally decided to reveal her truth, her voice dripping with venom. I must have my revenge no matter what it takes. She clenched her jaw, tears of pure sorrow and rage streaming down her face. I will not leave this place until this debt of hatred is paid. And so Song Ruo began to tell her tragic backstory. Her tale started on a peaceful day in the Song family village where she and her younger sister, Song Lian, lived in a quaint little town. They had lost their parents at a young age, so Song Ruo had raised her little sister all on her own. The two were famous throughout the village for their stunning beauty and skin as fair as jade, earning them the nickname the Jade Sisters. On that fateful day, Song Lian asked sadly, Big sister, can you please take the day off today? Song Ruo smiled and gently explained, the next village isn't far at all, I'm just going to help out with the festival and I'll be right back. You just wait here for a little bit, okay? But I don't want to be alone, I want to go with you, Song Lian pleaded. It was after all her birthday. Gently patting her little sister's head, Song Ruo felt a pang of guilt. She'd promised their parents she'd protect her and she couldn't stand to see her suffer another second. Pointing to a jar of crickets, she said, you stay here and play with these little guys, okay? I'll be back before you know it. Song Nian sniffled, calming down just a smidge, but her eyes were still glassy with tears. But cricket fighting is a 2-player game. Song Ruo sighed, reaching into her pocket and pulling out a fragrant sachet. It's your birthday present, I was saving it as a surprise. This is the one you wanted, isn't it? The sachet was a little pouch filled with sweet-smelling herbs, a classic item in any historical manhwa. Song Nian's eyes went wide with recognition. She knew this little thing must have cost a pretty penny. I got a little bonus for helping out the other day. Song Ruo explained, so I'm giving it to you early, just be a good girl and wait for me, okay? Song Nian took the sachet, thanking her big sister and promising to treasure it forever. Seeing that her little sis was finally smiling, Song Ruo figured it was safe to head out. Come home soon, I'll be waiting. Song Nian chirped, waving goodbye. Looking at her sister's happy face, Song Ruo's heart swelled with joy. But of course, things didn't go as planned. A flood of customers kept her way later than expected. As night fell, the other workers lit their lanterns and warned Song Rua to be careful on her way home. Realizing how late it was, she quickly asked to be excused. Song Nian must be starving by now. She thought, her stomach twisting with worry. In her rush to get home with birthday treats, she'd completely forgotten to grab a lantern. On the dark, deserted village path, Song Ruo accidentally bumped right into some guy. "Oh, my apologies," she said. "Watch where you're going," the man snarled back. And that's when her eyes shot open in shock. The man turned and bolted, leaving a familiar scent in his wake. It was the exact fragrance of the sachet she'd just given her sister. A wave of unease washed over her. Strangers were a rare sight in their village, but she shook off the bad feeling and hurried home. Minutes later, she reached her front door. "I'm home," she called out, but her voice was met with a chilling, dead silence. She probably got tired and dozed off, she reasoned. Lighting a small candle, she pushed the door open, and the sight that greeted her made her blood run cold. The house was completely trashed, and there on the floor lay her little sister, her clothes torn to shreds. The candle slipped from her hand and clattered to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Song Ruo scrambled to her sister's side, her heart shattering with fear and agony. What in the world happened here? The fallen candle quickly ignited the floorboards, and the house went up in flames. Villagers spotted the blaze and started screaming, "Chi Ching fire, Song Ruo's house is burning down." A moment later, a figure stumbled out of the inferno. It was Song Ruo, gasping for air, clutching her little sister in her arms. But before she could utter a single word about the horrific scene, she collapsed unconscious. The crowd erupted in panicked screams, yelling for someone to fetch a doctor. Lost in a haze of pain and smoke, all Song Ruo could see was the image of her home, all her precious memories being devoured by the flames. And just like that, Xiaolong finally understood why Song Ruo had that scar on her face. Choking back a sob, she continued her tragic tale. "When I finally woke up, more than 2 weeks had gone by. An elderly couple was looking after her. Her entire body was wrapped in bandages, and the burns still ached terribly. The old man broke down in tears, explaining he'd hired an escort agency to hunt down that monster. But they found nothing. His wife, racked with guilt, admitted she didn't know how she could ever face Song Nian's spirit. All Song Ruo could do was weep in silence. Just like the world quieting down for winter, her heart slowly withered away, a truly tragic Manhwa backstory. Her only connection to the world became the small whimpers of pain she made every time they changed her bandages. Time marched on. Winter thawed into spring, and with the chirping of the crickets, the haunting image of her sister engulfed in flames came roaring back. Her sister's final words echoed relentlessly in her ears. "Sister, you have to catch that monster and make him pay for what he did to me." In the dead of night, Song Ruo would jolt awake, her eyes wide with sheer terror. She'd wander into the garden and collapse onto the ground, the incessant chirping of crickets filling the air. It was only when she imagined it was Song Nian's voice calling her that she could snap back to reality. Song Ruo's hands balled into tight fists, her eyes blazing with a firestorm of pure hatred. She had to find that scumbag and end him. Absolutely everything else inside her was gone, replaced by a bone-deep desire for revenge. The very next day, she broke the news of her plan to the old man, who nearly had a heart attack. He pleaded with her, asking where on earth she could go with her wounds still so fresh. But Song Ruo's resolve was like steel. "Every single night, I hear Song Nian screaming in agony. I'm her sister, I have to get revenge for her." The old man was completely baffled. How could a frail woman like her possibly pull off a revenge plot when she didn't even know what her enemy looked like? His wife tried to talk some sense into her too, but it was no use. Every night the chirping of the crickets just fueled her determination. In the end, she slipped away under the cover of darkness, leaving only a note wishing the kind old couple good health. Clutching a small pouch tightly, Song Ruo whispered to the spirit of her departed sister, Song Nian, "Just wait for me a little longer." Her first stop was the city where that monster was last seen heading. She didn't know his face, but just like the angry red scars that littered her body, his voice was seared into her memory, an unforgettable brand on her soul. She started talking to every strange man she met, and as you can imagine, she didn't exactly get the friendliest of looks. 2 long years later, on a stormy night, she found herself at the Golden Phoenix Casino just as the cricket season began once more. Shivering from the cold, she begged the owner to let her take shelter from the downpour, but all she got was a mouthful of curses and a boot out the door. Just then a man swaggered past, wrinkling his nose in disgust at the stench coming off her. He snarled, "That reek is ruining my mood, get lost." Hearing that voice, Song Ruo froze solid. She hadn't forgotten. She could never forget. Finally, after all this time, she had found him. Naturally, Xiaolong and Hua Yin were on the edge of their seats, dying to know what happened next. Song Ruo explained that she then cozied up to a local beggar who confirmed that the scumbag was a regular at this very casino. Her first plan was simple: follow him and introduce his back to a knife. But the old beggar warned her that the guy was a trained martial artist, so a direct confrontation was out. The old man suggested a more subtle approach: poison his food or drink. She gave it a shot, but it was a total bust. The cheap poison she bought in some shady alley did absolutely nothing. Her next move was to get a job as a cricket keeper in the casino's basement. Every time she heard their chirping, she'd see Song Nian's face, flickering between sanity and madness, and the pain would just tear her apart all over again. Gritting her teeth with tears streaming down her face, Song Ruo's voice was thick with rage. "I have to kill that monster. I can't leave this place until he's dead." Xiaolong turned and whispered to Gu Fei and Hua Yin, looking pretty concerned. Okay, we get her backstory, but her mental state is seriously worrying. She's supposed to be raising crickets, but the sound of them makes her pass out. Her mind is a total mess, like something out of a dark manhwa. But Hua Yin saw it differently. No, this just proves how incredibly deep Song Ruo's hatred runs. Once she gets her revenge, she'll be back on her feet. If we help someone with a grudge this deep, she'll be loyal for life and a great asset to the Tang clan, and Gu Fei had to admit Hua Yin had a point. He tells Xiaolong that before he got revenge for his own parents, he was the same guy muttering to himself in the rain like a classic tragic manhwa protagonist. But after the Tang family helped him settle his score, it was like a massive weight was lifted off his shoulders. Gu Fei's eyes then landed squarely on Song Ruo. It all clicked. He finally understood why he saw a reflection of his past self in this woman. Xiaolong watched Gu Fei thoughtfully, who then gave him a confident nod and a smirk. Our boy Xiaolong placed a hand on his chest and declared, "We'll help you settle that score of yours. And once we do, can you promise to become one of us?" Song Ruo's eyes went wide with shock. You're really going to help me?" She swore that if they pulled it off, she'd dedicate her entire life to serving them, right down to her very last breath. "Don't you worry about a thing, just leave it to us," Xiaolong assured her, his eyes suddenly gleaming. His voice turned ice cold. "So who exactly is this guy?" Song Ruo looked a bit taken aback. Then she grew anxious and hesitant, clearly wrestling with whether or not to spill the beans. Finally, she clenched her fists. "The man is the third young master of the great fire sect, Jin Dacheng." Xiaolong confidently puffed out his chest and declared, "I'll take care of Jin Dacheng and absolutely ruin him." Hua Yin, looking panicked, shot back, "Are you absolutely sure he's the third young master of the great fire sect?" Song Ruo nodded. A confused Xiaolong asked, "What's the big deal?" Gu Fei turned to him, revealing that the Great Fire Sect is a major righteous sect in Sichuan. Their power is second only to the Tang family, the Amei, and the Qingcheng sects. Xiaolong was floored. He had no idea they were messing with such a powerhouse. If what Jin Dacheng did is true, his sect is irrelevant. The real problem is the pact our clan made with the Great Fire Sect. My great-grandfather received a huge favor from them once, so even if the Great Fire Sect commits a heinous crime, we are bound to forgive them unconditionally at least one time. Xiaolong's eyes practically bulged out of his head in horror. Does this mean Jin Dacheng has a get-out-of-jail-free card? Hua Yin explained that in the world of martial arts, oaths are a huge deal, especially one made in a clan's name. They're sacred and absolutely must be honored. Is something wrong?" Song Ruo asked nervously. Xiaolong quickly plastered on a strained smile, assuring her everything was totally fine. He told her not to worry her pretty little head and just get some rest. Song Ruo's eyes welled up with grateful tears, thinking she could finally get justice for Neon. A moment later, she collapsed to the ground, out cold from sheer exhaustion. Hua Yin noted that the sudden relief probably knocked her out and suggested they take her to the Tang Manor to rest up. Gu Fei crossed his arms, knowing this whole situation just got way more complicated. Xiaolong nodded, knowing he'd have to have a little chat with his grandpa and father-in-law, but he was confident they'd understand. The next day in the main hall of the Tang family estate, you could cut the tension with a knife. The clan head stated grimly that the Great Fire Sect is a prestigious sect, and its leader is a true gentleman, but it seems the apple fell miles from the tree because his son is a total dog. The three patriarchs clasped their hands, looking utterly bewildered, unable to process that Xiaolong wanted to go on a revenge quest for a woman. Even knowing about their sacred oath, Xiaolong earnestly pleaded with his father-in-law to give him the green light. The patriarch stroked his chin thoughtfully. The circumstances were sympathetic, sure, but the ancestors' oath was directly tied to the Tang family's reputation. If they started bending the rules now, their credibility would go down the drain. Finally, the patriarch rose to his feet and declared dramatically, "I forbid any blood of the Tang clan or any poison from our arsenal to be used to help that woman." Xiaolong's eyes went wide with disbelief. He shot up, begging his father-in-law to reconsider, but the old man was as stubborn as a mule. Just as Xiaolong was about to launch into another round of begging, Hua Yin grabbed his hand, gave him a sly wink, and told her father, "Understood, father, we will follow your command to the letter." Xiaolong was completely lost, but Hua Yin just smirked. She'd already found the perfect loophole in that command. The Tang bloodline and their famous poisons were forbidden from helping, which meant to keep the clan's hands clean. Their poisons couldn't be used, and Xiaolong would be allowed to go on a solo mission, because as she pointed out, Xiaolong isn't technically of Tang sect blood. The patriarch turned his back, a knowing smile on his face, and asked why they were still dawdling. It dawned on Xiaolong with a jolt, this was the patriarch's sneaky way of giving him permission all along. Hua Yin hurried him along, reminding him they had a lot of work to do. Xiaolong clenched his fists, fired up. He had the green light, and it was time to show everyone what he was made of. As the son-in-law of the mighty Tang sect, he pictured himself finally getting his hands on Jin Daqing, thinking to himself, "Is this my official application to join the underworld, or what?" Early the next morning, Gu Fei showed up with a scroll in hand to meet Xiaolong. "We've got the go-ahead," he said, "but we have to avoid dragging the clan's name through the mud no matter what. I'll secretly investigate Jin Daqing's whereabouts." "I'm counting on you, brother," Xiaolong replied. "First step is to pin down his location and daily routine." Xiaolong then headed to Song Ruo's room and upon opening the door, found her and Hua Yin enjoying a nice cup of tea together. He greeted them both and turned to Song Ruo asking, "I hope you've been resting well." Song Ruo was already dressed in Tang sect attire, her hair tied up neatly. She nodded gratefully, thanking him for everything. Seeing her looking so much better made Xiaolong feel genuinely happy. He pulled out a small pouch. "I brought some special burn cream from the Tang sect." "I don't know how I can ever repay you," Song Ruo said, thanking him yet again. Xiaolong took a seat, his curiosity piqued. "Could I ask you a few questions about those crickets?" Song Ruo nodded, but just as Xiaolong opened his mouth to ask, Gu Fei burst through the door, panting like he'd just run a marathon. "Captain Gu Fei, you got the intel already?" Xiaolong asked, surprised. "I ran into a visitor on my way here," Gu Fei said, looking a bit stressed. Behind him stood a man with long hair, a long beard, and a wide-brimmed hat. His eyes scanned the room, finally landing on Hua Yin. With a grin, the man took off his hat. "Miss Hua Yin, it's been a while." Hua Yin immediately stood and bowed respectfully. "This humble one is Hua Yin of the Sichuan Tang sect. It is an honor to greet Senior Gai Huang." Noticing Xiaolong's clueless expression, Hua Yin whispered an explanation. "Show some respect. This is Senior Gai Huang, one of the three sovereigns, just like Senior Quan Di. This Manhwa is getting intense." Hearing that, Xiaolong's eyes nearly popped out of his head. One of the three sovereigns, like on the same level as the Wulin alliance leader, he scrambled to bow. "This humble one is Xiaolong. A pleasure to meet you, Senior Gai Huang. I heard the Fist Emperor himself taught you his craft." Gai Huang said, "And that's precisely why I've come to see what you're made of." Song Ruo's jaw dropped as she realized this esteemed senior was none other than the old beggar who'd given her a hand back in Chengdu. She immediately apologized for her past lack of respect. "But don't sweat it." Gai Huang waved it off. "I'm just a retired old geezer these days." So Senior Guy Huang, are you here at the Tang clan because of this whole mess with the Great Fire Clan? Hua Yin asked, her curiosity piqued. Gei Huang let out a hearty laugh. You certainly live up to your title as the poison flower. You're sharp as a tack. Hua Yin, however, looked a bit panicked. She thought he was here to stop Song Ruo's revenge quest, but he quickly clarified, how could I possibly stand in this young lady's way after hearing her tragic story? Guy Huang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Since there's no concrete proof, I can't get involved directly. But he added, I am here to lend a hand. Help without getting directly involved. Xiaolong leaned in, intrigued. Guy Huang grinned. I'll help by providing intel. Besides, I'm dying to see how the Fist Emperor's successor handles a situation like this. He then revealed that he'd had his own people looking into these events. For the past few years, in fact. And let me tell you, Jin Daqing is the absolute worst kind of scum, a monster who preys on women and kills without a second thought. The only reason he's still walking free is his clan's influence. Guy Huang suspects he's responsible for at least 5 incidents, with 2 of them happening right in Chengdu. It sounds like even his own Great Fire Clan sees him as a major pain in the neck. The more Xiaolong heard, the more his blood began to boil. This whole situation was way uglier than he'd imagined. Ever since that incident at the Song family manor, Guy Huang continued stroking his beard. Jin Daqing has been laying low. He barely leaves his hole except for a trip to the casino once every 3 days. Which is why I suggested Song Ruo use poison. Xiaolong cleared his throat, realizing the casino was their only shot at getting to the guy. Maybe I should give poisoning him a try. Absolutely not, you can't use the Tang clan's poisons, Hua Yin stated firmly. Xiaolong then turned to Song Ruo, curious. With so many people there, how did you manage to single out the food and drink for that scumbag? Song Ruo explained honestly, every time he shows up, he makes incredibly specific and demanding requests so the kitchen always knows it's for him. For instance, whenever a dish contains ingredients like crab or shrimp, he demands they be completely removed from his serving. That's why she targeted that specific dish, even though what she used wasn't a real poison. Guy Huang recalled the incident. Yeah, the guy claimed he broke out in a rash just from a tiny taste, from his account. A light bulb went off in Xiaolong's head. Jin Daqing has a shellfish allergy, and it's a really bad one. His mind immediately jumped to tropomyosin, a protein found in crabs and shrimp. A few seconds later, a confident, almost wicked grin spread across his face. He turned to Gu Fei. Captain, do me a favor and run to the poison vault. I need you to grab some golden worm powder. Gu Fei just stared back, completely baffled as to why he'd need that all of a sudden. But Xiaolong just gave him a mischievous smirk. This, of course, only made everyone else more curious. Raising a single finger like a true manhwa protagonist, he declared, I'm going to take that guy out, and I'm going to do it with style. Then he crossed his arms, picturing a plump, juicy golden worm in his mind, and decided to give his brilliant operation a name. Operation the Delicious Death. He knew that the root cause of Jin Daqing's severe allergy was tropomyosin, a protein that conveniently is found in most animals. But here's the kicker. The version found in invertebrates is way less similar to the one in humans. And that's the very thing that acts as an allergen. The crucial component is tropomyosin, which is found in ridiculously high amounts in mealworms, even more so than in shrimp or crab. Right on cue, Gu Fei returned holding a bag of powder. Xiaolong wasted no time and got straight to cooking, blanching the mealworms before tossing them into a sizzling hot pan. In just a few moments, a fragrant plate of stir-fried mealworms landed on the table, and he grinned, inviting everyone to have a taste. Song Ruo, Guy Huang, and Hua Yin stared at the plate of wriggly things with pure, unadulterated horror on their faces. They couldn't believe he was actually asking them to eat this, but Xiaolong swore on his life it was delicious. Putting his faith in our boy Guy Huang was the first to bravely pick one up. Seeing his buddy take the plunge, Hua Yin also squeezed her eyes shut and popped a worm into her mouth, but the rich, savory flavor instantly blew their minds. It was unbelievably tasty. They couldn't wrap their heads around how an insect could be this darn good. Seeing their reactions, Xiaolong couldn't hide his smug grin. Of course it was delicious. It was so good they even had a special name for it because of its rich, nutty flavor. In his past life, this was a surprisingly popular snack food. Guy Huang had to admit it was seriously delicious, but he was still scratching his head about how they could use it to assassinate Jin Daqing. Xiaolong just smiled with the confidence of a true manhwa protagonist. He reminded them about the target's severe allergy to shrimp and crab. What's a harmless snack to one person, he explained, can be a lethal poison to another. And just like shrimp and crab, these little worms also contain a component that's basically poison to him. The light bulb went on for Hua Yin, realizing it was just like how Peng Yingying was sensitive to bee stings. Xiaolong added that if they ground the mealworms into a fine powder and mixed it with other food, it would just add a savory kick and nobody would ever suspect it was a murder by poison. Gai Huang stroked his beard, nodding in appreciation. He finally understood the meaning of a delicious death. Xiaolong said the more they added, the more guaranteed the result would be, but the big question was, what dish should they put it in? Song Rua suddenly raised her hand, her voice calm, as she suggested, how about we put it in the indomie cakes? We eat those all the time at the casino. She explained that the indomie cake is made from glutinous rice with a red bean filling and the outside is coated with a layer of syrup, and then a layer of soybean powder. If they mixed our special mealworm powder with the soybean powder and coated the cake with it, then nobody would ever notice. A perfect diabolical idea sparked in Xiaolong's mind, a chewy glutinous rice cake. Laced with mealworm powder and covered in a sticky syrup, it was the perfect weapon to cause death by suffocation from anaphylactic shock. It was just too perfect for an assassination plot. Song Ruo clenched her fists, her eyes burning with determination. Let me be the one to make that indomie cake. Only by doing it with my own hands will I feel like I've been freed from this grudge. Gai Huang nodded in agreement, figuring that revenge is a dish best served by the one who was wronged. His last meal, an indomie cake dusted with insect powder. What a fitting end for such a scumbag. Xiaolong decided he would ask the casino owner to let Song Ruo be the chef for a day. Huayan also suggested that just to be safe, they should join the gambling tables to keep the target busy. A wicked smile spread across Xiaolong's face, his eyes glinting with a sinister light. This plan was becoming more and more flawless, a trap that Jin Dacheng had absolutely no chance of surviving. This is some next-level manhwa plotting right here. He made a clean getaway. A few days later, Jin Dacheng, clutching a fat sack of cash and flanked by his bodyguard, struts into the casino like he owns the place. The owner, Jin Feng, practically trips over himself to give a respectful welcome, but Jin Dacheng, with a face so smug it could curdle milk, just waves him away. He demands booze and babes at his usual spot. My deepest apologies, young master, the owner stammers, but that table is currently occupied by some very important guests. Jin Dacheng, slightly miffed, stomps inside only for his eyes to pop wide open in sheer disbelief. There at his table sits Xiaolong and the lovely Miss Hua Yin, deep in a game of chance. But Jin Dacheng's gaze is instantly locked onto Hua Yin, completely captivated by her beauty. He recognizes her instantly. It's the infamous poison flower of the Sichuan Tang clan. He practically glides over, flashing a smile that's supposed to be respectful, but just looks creepy. Fancy meeting you here, Miss Hua Yin, he coos. And who are you? She asks, her voice colder than a winter's night. Jin Dacheng suddenly feels a bead of sweat roll down his back. He hastily introduces himself as the third young master of the Great Fire sect, reminding her of that one time he totally visited her. You know, that super memorable visit, anyone. Right on cue, Xiaolong cuts in with a triumphant, I win! He shoots Hua Yin a smug grin. So milady, how'd you like my skills? Absolutely incredible. Hua Yin replies, her eyes literally sparkling with admiration. Jin Dacheng is just standing there, completely bewildered, like a third wheel in his own fantasy. He turns to his goon and whispers, who the heck is that guy? His bodyguard leans in, I heard the poison flower is engaged, boss. And I'm guessing that's him. Jin Dacheng's face falls. He's horrified. He can't believe it. How could a scrawny-looking dude like that land a woman that gorgeous when a specimen of peak masculinity like himself couldn't? This is some classic manhwa injustice. A nasty glint appears in his eyes. His mind flashes back to that woman from the Song family a few years ago. She was a real stunner, too. The thought alone makes him practically drool. If only she hadn't fought back so hard, he wouldn't have accidentally killed her. What a shame her older sister wasn't around. Rumor has it she was even more of a knockout. Fueled by this charming thought, he marches over to the table, plops himself down across from them, and announces, "Such an honor to meet the poison flower's fiancé. How about a friendly little game with me?" Xiaolong, ever the cool protagonist, doesn't even blink and accepts. A nasty scheming grin spreads across Jin Dacheng's face. He figures this is the perfect chance to utterly crush and humiliate the guy, right in front of his girl and everyone else. Fast forward a bit and that arrogant smirk on Jin Dacheng's face has been completely wiped clean. In its place is a look of pure unadulterated shock. Xiaolong wins again with Hua Yin cheering him on like his personal hype woman. Jin Dacheng has no clue what's going on. He's been on a losing streak for a solid hour and has already blown through half of his cash. Xiaolong casually scoops up the money bags, flashes a smile, and says, "Well, it's getting late, we should be going." Seething with rage, Jin Dacheng grinds his teeth and clenches his fists so hard his knuckles turn white. He forces himself to calm down, chalking it up to a bad luck streak. He then orders a servant to bring him some grub to cool his head. His eyes drift over to a few other patrons who are chowing down on something. One of them remarks that the indomie today is exceptionally tasty. Intrigued, he asks the servant about it, who just smiles and confirms the dish's popularity. He asks if our boy wants to try some. The servant brings the dish over and Jin Dacheng eagerly grabs a mouthful and takes a big bite. Wow, this is actually amazing. He notices that the more he chews, the crunchier and more aromatic it gets. But a moment later, his face starts twitching in agony. He tumbles right out of his chair and onto the floor, clutching his throat as a horribly familiar sensation takes over. Hearing the ruckus, Xiaolong and the others rush back to see what's up. The bodyguard is in a full-blown panic, yelling that his young master just collapsed. Right after eating those instant noodles, Xiaolong tells the bodyguard to back off so he can take a look at the guy who's now foaming at the mouth with tears streaming down his face. Jin Dacheng desperately grabbed Xiaolong's shirt, begging for help, but his eyes widened in sheer terror as a sinister aura exploded from Xiaolong's body. He stared down at Jin Dacheng, his face an icy mask, and asked, "So do you like indomie noodles?" He continued, "For the atrocities you committed in the Song family's village, I hope you regret it for all eternity, even in your next life." How could you possibly know? Jin Dacheng furiously grabbed Xiaolong's collar only for Xiaolong to swat his hand away. "You seem to be in excruciating pain," he said calmly. "If the patient struggles too much, I can't transfer my internal energy. Hold him down." Everyone rushed to restrain Jin Dacheng as he slowly suffocated the lingering, delicious taste in his mouth, becoming the very last memory of his life. The next day, Xiaolong and Hua Yin met with the elderly couple, who had been looking after Song Ruo. The old man bowed deeply, entrusting the young girl to their care. Xiaolong reassured them. "She's part of the Tang family now, you have nothing to worry about." As the wind whispered by, Song Ruo quietly walked towards a grave. Before returning to the Tang family, they had visited her old village. Fortunately, the whole Jin Dacheng incident was swept under the rug quite smoothly. Normally, there would be an investigation into a potential poisoning, but since he was an outcast disowned by his own family, it seems they did their best to keep the matter hush-hush. With tears welling in her eyes, Song Ruo placed a hand on the grave. It was her sister's. She couldn't help but sob, wondering if she had taken too long to return. Racked with guilt, she lamented not coming home sooner that day, repeating her belated apologies over and over. Xiaolong was surprised to notice that even the crickets seemed to be crying along with her. Hua Yin looked on sadly. She remembered Song Ruo once saying the chirping of crickets reminded her of her sister's voice. Xiaolong wondered, beneath this mournful sunset and the chorus of crickets, what could her sister be trying to tell her? But the only thing Song Ruo could do now was drown in her regret. The sun was setting over the alleys of the capital city. In Sichuan, not too far away, a man in a hat was eating. It was none other than Gai Huang, enjoying a dish prepared by Xiaolong. He couldn't help but smile, though it looked like a mess. It was incredibly rich and delicious. Xiaolong's delightfully twisted revenge plot confirmed he was something special straight out of a manhwa. Suddenly, he noticed two people watching him from the shadows, and his expression turned serious. "Come on out," he called out. "Only thieves lurk and hide like that." Realizing they'd been spotted, the two figures were a bit flustered. They emerged from their hiding spot, landing behind Gai Huang. As expected, your senses are still incredibly sharp, the man admitted. What brings you to a place like this? The man was one of the 5 emperors, the divine thief Jiang Jihao, and the girl was his disciple Zhao Wanlian. A thief? Jiang Jihao crossed his arms, feigning offense. After all this time, is that really how you're going to greet me? If not a thief, what should I call you? Gai Huang grumbled. Divine thief has a much better ring to it. Jiang Jihao gave a strained laugh. Besides, my disciple is here. Could you spare my reputation just a little? Wanlian respectfully greeted Gai Huang, which only gave him a bigger headache. Dealing with this one rascal is already tiring enough. Now he's even got a disciple, which basically screams more trouble ahead. So what brings you fine folks to Sichuan? Gai Huang asked, his curiosity piqued. I've come to ask for your wisdom, Jiang Jihao explained, a worried look on his face. I'm searching for the most knowledgeable person on silkworms in the entire Central Plains, he said, gesturing to his wrist. My sacred artifact, the heavenly silkworm, has recently snapped. I honestly believed it would last forever, but it seems even it has a lifespan. Also, tradition dictates that I'm supposed to pass the heavenly silkworm to my disciple after she completes her training. But at this rate, I'll have nothing left to pass down. Gai Huang stroked his chin, lost in thought. As it happens, he did know someone who could help. Jiang Jihao was desperate to know who it was. Gai Huang just smiled, his eyes twinkling with confidence. An image of Xiaolong flashed in his mind. In this entire Central Plains, when it comes to understanding insects, who could possibly surpass that boy? A few days later, as dawn broke over the poison garden, a scream of agony from Xiaolong ripped through the silence. One of Gu Fei's underlings was relentlessly lashing his back with a whip, constantly growling, "Just hang in there a little longer." Not far off, Hua Yin and his brood of tiny centipedes watched in silence. Xiaolong was deep in training for the Iron Box technique, a bizarre martial art based on the Fist Emperor's poison. This technique operates on a seriously counterintuitive principle. The more you get beaten to within an inch of your life, the stronger your body becomes. The secret is to tense up your muscles and circulate your qi to harden your entire body at the exact moment of impact. You can do it. Hua Yin and the centipedes silently rooted for him. Now the real training begins. The underling growled, tightening his grip on the whip. Xiang Er stared at the whip, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It suddenly recalled the feeling of Hua Yin stroking it with a feather, and without a moment's hesitation, it darted from its master's arms right as the whip came down. Xiang had jumped right in the way. Watch out! Xiaolong cried in alarm, his back already covered in deep welts. Thankfully, he managed to grab the tiny centipede in time, taking the full brutal force of the whip with his own back. He gently placed the centipede on the ground and panted heavily, knowing he had just narrowly avoided a catastrophe. Hua Yin rushed over in a panic, affectionately scolding Xiang Er for its reckless stunt, then wondered in frustration, can we just have one peaceful day? Is Xiang Er always this chaotic? Xiaolong asked in surprise. Hua Yin sighed and explained, this little one is a bundle of energy, it can never sit still. The moment it opens its eyes, it starts making mischief. Last time it nearly caused a major incident just by chasing a butterfly. Hearing this, Xiaolong was startled, worried the little creature might have been badly hurt. Just then, the eldest sister, centipede Zhao, crawled over, as if to lecture Xiang Er. The scene made Xiaolong smile in spite of himself. It's a classic trope in any pet-raising manhwa, but anyone who's ever raised pets would understand even within the same species. Each individual has its own distinct personality. Xiang Er is clearly the curious and mischievous one, while Zhao is the eldest sister, always calm and acting like the leader responsible for keeping her younger siblings in line. And last but not least, there's Bin Er, the quietest of the bunch. She has a cold exterior, but deep down she's the most affectionate one. The only thing is she sleeps a lot. He just hoped they would grow up healthy so that one day they could become great blue poison overlords just like their mother. He watched as Hua Yin gently called to the little centipedes, "Come to mommy now." Xiaolong couldn't help but crack a warm smile right as Song Ruo and Gu Fei decided to show up. Gu Fei gave a respectful bow to Xiaolong while Song Ruo was lugging a mysterious jar, clearly an early bird just like him. Xiaolong grinned, praising their work ethic, but his brain momentarily short-circuited when he noticed how ridiculously good Song Ruo looked in the Poison Squad uniform. With a smile that was just a little bit shy, Song Ruo thanked him for asking about her new life in the Tang family. She reported that everyone was treating her great and the job was a piece of cake. Then she cheerfully popped the lid off the jar, announcing, this was exactly what he'd asked for. The jar was practically overflowing with crickets, prompting Gu Fei to honestly admit that this might be a slight overkill, all thanks to Song Ruo's ridiculously meticulous work. Hearing that Song Ruo looked a tad guilty, Xiaolong just chuckled to himself, thinking, suffering from success, are we? Being too good at your job is a crime, apparently. He declared with a smirk. Well, then I'll just have to bring back a new member for our poison squad. A surprised Gu Fei asked, young master, are you planning on capturing a new creature? Xiaolong nodded, explaining that the best way to handle this cricket surplus was to use them as bait. But before he could even finish, Hua Yin swooped in to stop him. Hold your horses. Before you do that, Anna, we should wait for word from the Martial Arts Alliance. If you want to go out and tame some poisonous beasts, you need an official permit, you know. With the whole blood cult situation being so tense, getting that approval is harder than finding a bad manhwa these days, I heard the alliance leader personally led a raid on the Great Eastern Nation's border, but he's been completely off the grid ever since. At those words, the gazes of both Xiaolong and Gu Fei turned ice cold, and just as the atmosphere got thick enough to cut with a knife, a servant came rushing in completely out of breath. Hua Yin asked what all the fuss was about, and the servant gasped that the clan leader was summoning them to the main hall for something super important. Wasting no time, the duo zipped over. The vibe in the room was unusually heavy. Xiaolong thought, the old man is usually swamped with work at this hour. What could possibly be going on? That mysterious smirk on his father-in-law's face was giving him a seriously weird feeling. The clan leader finally spoke, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. My dear son-in-law, I have the very news you've been waiting for. He whipped out a scroll, his voice buzzing with excitement. A message from the Martial Arts Alliance has arrived. The expedition was a massive success. Pure joy and utter shock exploded on the faces of Xiaolong and Hua Yin. The clan leader elaborated. The alliance leader launched a surprise attack and completely flattened the blood cult's base on the border. Half of those cultist creeps were either wiped out or captured, and the rest scattered like cockroaches. The duo instantly grasped the massive implications of this news. They were so stoked they nearly jumped out of their skins, and the clan head confirmed their wildest dreams. We can finally go on our poison taming expedition. The expedition has been officially approved. An ecstatic Xiaolong admitted he hadn't even thought about where to go yet. If that's the case, the clan head said, clasping his hands with a serious tone, I have just the place in mind. He locked his gaze directly onto Xiaolong. For the very first expedition of the Tang clan's poison squad, there's no better place than this. It's a land teeming with countless poisonous creatures, a place where that even the entrance is guarded by savage beasts on the same level as a golden phoenix, a land hailed as a veritable paradise for all things venomous. Yunnan. A few days later, our crew had already crossed through Sichuan, making their way to the far southwestern edge of the Central Plains. Our journey takes us to the lush tropical forests of Yunnan, deep within the Ailao Mountains, to a valley ominously known as the Poison Gorge. Here the roars of beasts drown out human chatter, a treacherous land of jagged rocks and countless mysterious critters. For our boy Xiaolong, this place is basically an all-you-can-catch buffet, a true paradise on Earth. That night, Xiaolong lay in bed, surrounded by his snoozing menagerie, practically vibrating with excitement for all the mysterious creatures this place was hiding. He gently picked up a centipede and whispered, just you wait, my little friend. I'm gonna bring back so many new friends for you guys. A few mornings later, the elite expedition team was all geared up and ready to roll. Managing the poison garden was left in the capable hands of Song Ruo, who had just been officially promoted to vice captain. Xiaolong, Gu Fei and the rest of the crew were packed and ready to go, but just as they were about to head out, a hilariously chaotic scene unfolded. A tiny centipede latched onto Xiaolong's leg, whining pitifully, and then it became a full-on pet pile-on. The whole gang from lizards and centipedes to the giant demon flower swarmed him, absolutely refusing to let him go. Come on guys, let go so I can actually leave. Xiaolong laughed awkwardly, but was met with a chorus of determined growls. He tried to reason with them, promising he was just going to find them some new playmates, and that the other team members would provide all the yang energy they needed back home. Hearing this, the demon flower, without a word, instantly webbed Xiaolong up tight, making him yelp in protest. Huayin could see it plain as day, these pets weren't letting their master go anywhere. This isn't working, Elder Tai chimed in, as he watched Xiaolong struggle in the sticky mess. The others might be able to come, but the demon flower is a definite no. It has the form of Lady Huayin. But that giant spider body will attract way too much attention. We'd never be able to explain that away. The demon flower silently gazed at Elder Tai, then seemed to come to a decision. All curious and confused eyes were suddenly fixed on it. The demon flower's body began to shift. In a flash, its enormous spider half vanished into thin air, leaving only the perfect form of Lady Huayin. It then casually sat down and flashed a smug little smile. Xiaolong and Elder Tai's jaws hit the floor in utter disbelief. They couldn't fathom how that massive body just disappeared. Where did my pet's magnificent spider bod go? Xiaolong cried out in his mind. He stepped forward, reached out to stroke the empty air, and felt the familiar, smooth spider shell of his demon flower. It's an invisibility technique, the experienced Elder Tai immediately realized. Xiaolong was over the moon. With this convenient new power-up, a classic in any good manhwa, no one would ever guess the demon flower was a giant spider monster. Hua Yin just sighed and smiled resignedly. Fine, if that's how it's going to be, you can all come. She approached the pets and warned sternly, but since you all dared to ignore your master and cause a scene, you will be on your absolute best behavior for the entire trip, got it? Xiaolong stepped forward, raised his hand high, and enthusiastically declared, "We are ready to hit the road," and just like that, the Poison Squad's very first expedition was officially underway. As the group approached Mount Imei, they ran into a massive queue of people waiting in line. Why is it so crowded? Xiaolong wondered aloud. It's a checkpoint, Gufei explained. Ever since the blood cult started making moves, these things have been popping up everywhere, and word is they're a real pain to get through. Just then a female guard at the checkpoint spotted Grandmaster Tai, her eyes widening in shock as she called out, "Hold it right there." Her gaze was locked onto Yao Hua, who appeared to be levitating like some kind of ghost. Oh crap, Xiaolong thought, breaking into a cold sweat. He quickly realized that since Yao Hua's spider half was invisible, she looked exactly like she was, floating in midair, but instead of sounding the alarm, the guard gasped in absolute awe, her face a mask of pure admiration. "It's the legendary skywalking technique," she squealed, convinced that Miss Hua Yin had mastered some god-tier martial art straight out of a wuxia manhwa. An unbelievable feat of power, truly worthy of her title as one of the three flowers of the martial world, as the crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Faced with all the attention, Yao Hua could only manage a sheepish smile. Hua Yin, on the other hand, was shooting daggers with her eyes. "Apologies, our ladies, just a bit shy," Xiaolong stammered, grabbing her and making a swift exit. They left the stunned crowd in their dust. "What did you do to Yao Hua? Now everyone's going to get the wrong idea," Hua Yin hissed. She was practically shouting. "Keep it down," Xiaolong urged, trying to calm her before they attracted even more unwanted attention. For the rest of the trip, Hua Yin had to disguise herself as a man and wear a veil. You see, back in the Central Plains, there's this old superstition that twins are a bad omen. Despite a few more hiccups along the way, the crew finally made it to Yunnan in one piece. After the long and exhausting journey, Xiaolong and the gang were beat. But before them lay a breathtaking landscape of rivers and mountains. Grandmaster Tai pointed ahead. "That's Ailao Mountain. The Poison Valley is just a bit further." Suddenly, Xiaolong stopped, a thoughtful hand on his chin. His expression turned serious. "Something's wrong," he announced. "What do you mean by that?" a curious Gufei asked. Xiaolong's voice dropped to a low murmur. "It's too quiet." His eyes darted around, taking in every detail. From the darkest caves to the highest treetops, everything was shrouded in a deathly silence, not a single sign of life. The great clan head frowned, his eyes hardening with grim recognition. "I've felt this before. It's the same feeling we had when we hunted the Landu. Hearing the name Landu sent a jolt through Xiaolong. The great clan head simply nodded, confirming his fears. He explained that in the territory of a truly powerful beast, even the insects know to shut up. Every living thing has either fled for its life or has already become lunch. He decided to scout ahead alone. He told the others to fall back to the river junction where there were still signs of life like birds in the sky. After he departed, Hawaiian took a closer look and confirmed he was right. The area they had just passed through was still teeming with birds and insects. Gufei felt like there was an invisible line drawn in the sand separating this dead zone from the living world. Right along the river, but Xiaolong was lost in thought. There's definitely a terrifying creature hiding here. Somewhere on Ailao Mountain. To claim a territory this massive, it has to be something absurdly powerful. He crossed his arms and let out a sigh. "It's weird," he muttered. "What's weird about it?" Hua Yin asked. Xiaolong began to explain. For any beast to control a territory this huge, it would have to be absolutely massive on the same scale as the Landu Wang. And yet he couldn't find a single track, not one footprint of a creature that big. It's like a ghost in this manhwa. He couldn't figure out how it hunted when its own territory was a barren wasteland, nor could he deduce its size or where it lived, which seemed like a total dead end. A moment later, the big boss and his crew returned, and boy did he have some bad news. He reported that the situation was a real mess. They couldn't find a single clue, not even at the entrance to Mount Ailao. He figured the poison gorge was probably just as empty. So he decided they should all just call it a night and try again tomorrow. Even though Xiaolong was itching for action, he knew the old man had a point. They couldn't just go back with nothing to show for it. As night fell, the crew set up a campfire and got dinner started. While Xiaolong was busy having a little powwow with his pet centipedes, Hua Yin brought him a plate of food. "You should eat something, honey," she said softly, before turning to the spoiled centipedes. "All right, kids, let your dad have a break. Come to mommy." Xiaolong gave her a grateful smile. Noticing him glued to the map, she asked what was up. He explained he was just checking out the local geography. He was convinced that whatever mysterious beast they were hunting had its lair right in the heart of this region. As they were chatting, a lone dragonfly buzzed nearby, and wouldn't you know it, the centipede Xiang Er locked onto it. Without a moment's hesitation, it launched itself at the dragonfly like a black bolt of lightning. This sudden, ferocious attack completely caught Xiaolong and Hua Yin off guard. Talk about a jump scare. Xiang Er Xiaolong gently scolded. "You scared the daylights out of me, no random pouncing." Hua Yin quickly figured out it was just trying to snag the dragonfly. Xiaolong's first thought was, well, we're near a river, so of course there are dragonflies. But then something clicked and he froze. Just a few moments ago, this place was a total dead zone for them. His eyes widened in shock as he spotted a whole swarm of dragonflies buzzing in the distance. "No more wasting time," Xiaolong declared, turning to Elder Tai. "I need you to backtrack to all the spots we've already checked. And count how many dragonflies you see now." The elder, looking completely baffled, asked what on earth he was talking about. So Xiaolong broke it down for him. "Land critters can hide, but dragonflies? Not so much, they just fly all over the place. If they sense danger, they'll scatter for a bit, but once the coast is clear, they come right back." He stroked his chin, his voice dripping with classic manhwa protagonist confidence. "The reason we haven't seen a single creature isn't because this is some apex predator's turf. It's because something else already swept through here right before we arrived." Trusting Xiaolong's big-brain deduction, the team immediately mobilized. The clan head gave a quick warning that they were heading into a dense forest. Everyone needed to stay sharp. A glint appeared in Xiaolong's eyes. He knew they were on the chase now. They were hot on the trail of whatever was moving up ahead and had to catch it before it got away. Normally he'd be whining his head off by now. But this time he was all business. Just then, a bizarre sound stopped the entire group in their tracks. Gufei remarked that it sounded like bamboo rustling in the wind, which was weird because there wasn't a bamboo stalk in sight. Suddenly, the two scouts up front froze and signaled a warning. They had reached a cliff's edge and were gesturing for everyone to be cautious. Something was down there. Before them lay a massive gaping chasm, and the sight at the bottom was enough to make everyone's blood run cold. Tens of thousands of bizarre creatures were writhing together in one gigantic, horrifying mass. Taking a closer look, the clan head realized with a jolt of terror they were red ants. Could they be demon ants? He thought, his mind racing. Gufei was also completely floored by their sheer size. These things were way bigger than any normal demon ant. Heck, not even the ancient records of the Tang family had ever mentioned a species this monstrous. The old man turned to Xiaolong, hoping the kid had a clue what they were. Xiaolong pondered for a moment, even though he'd never seen them before. At such a monstrous size, he was almost certain they were army ants, driver ants, a species commonly found in Africa and the Americas, famous for moving in colossal swarms, unlike most ants that build permanent nests. Army ants migrate in massive numbers when their food source runs dry. Their march looks just like an invading army sweeping across the land. That's how they got their name. They're incredibly aggressive, and once provoked, they won't leave even a single bone of their prey behind. The whole group held their breath, watching from the bushes. Just as Xiaolong signaled for a silent retreat, a loud, dry snap echoed through the air. Someone had accidentally stepped on a dry twig. The color instantly drained from Xiaolong's face and that of the clumsy oaf. When they turned back, thousands upon thousands of beady little ant eyes had all at once locked onto their position. Everyone froze in a terrifying dead silence. The entire sea of ants began to surge, rushing towards them like a black tsunami, with cold sweat dripping down his face. Xiaolong and the others could only turn tail and run for their lives. A few minutes passed and dusk began to fall. They were still sprinting with everything they had, shocked to realize the ants were way faster than they'd imagined. Along the way, a small deer was innocently munching on some leaves. The moment the swarm spotted their new prey, they descended upon it. Witnessing that horrific scene, Xiaolong's face went pale. He suddenly remembered these ghost ants sense movement through ground vibrations. If they kept running like this, sooner or later the swarm would target them as prey. What do we do? The great patriarch asked anxiously. Suddenly, Xiaolong's gaze landed on a nearby river. An idea sparked in his mind. We have to cross the river. The ants can't get in the water. Jump. The great patriarch immediately pointed towards the river. Without a second's hesitation, they all plunged into the freezing water just as the bloodthirsty ant horde reached the riverbank. The group was already deep underwater. A few seconds later, Xiaolong surfaced, smiling in relief when he saw the swarm turning back and leaving. We're alive. Gufei gasped, completely exhausted. They waited until the swarm was completely out of sight before they clumsily crawled ashore. That was a close call. Felt like I had one foot in the grave, Gufei said, sneezing and shivering. Xiaolong collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. Patriarch Tai stood up, his voice still trembling a little. What a monstrous species! I Wandu Shenjun, the myriad poisoned divine lord, have roamed the world and never known fear, yet these ghost ants scared the living daylights out of me. We have to be extremely careful, Xiaolong warned, his eyes filled with worry. This species devours everything alive, everything in its path. This explains why we haven't seen a single other living creature this whole time. Patriarch Tai nodded, stroking his beard. A swarm of this magnitude would indeed explain everything. Xiaolong, however, was a bit disappointed, thinking to himself, so it was just ghost ants and not some legendary beast from a manhwa. Seeing that it was almost completely dark, Patriarch Tai suggested, this place seems safe now, we should rest for a bit. Good idea. Xiaolong nodded, then he sidled up to Gufei with a mischievous grin. Lord Gu, Dao, once night falls, how about we go back to the ghost ants' location for a little reconnaissance? Reconnaissance for what? Gufei shrieked, jumping to his feet. Demon ants, obviously, he replied, putting on his best, who me, innocent face. Gufei started shaking like a leaf, his eyes bulging in sheer horror. They had just escaped with their lives by the skin of their teeth. He couldn't believe this kid was actually serious. You're planning to catch them all just like you did with those golden phoenix beasts? Of course not. Xiaolong waved his hand with an awkward laugh. How could I possibly catch that many? My plan is much simpler, sneak in and grab. Just a few for, research purposes. This kid is absolutely bonkers Gufei, and the other man thought in perfect sync. Xiaolong gently stroked his pet centipede, which let out a happy little hiss as his own eyes lit up with a brilliant idea. He turned to the two men asking if they wanted to tag along. As darkness blanketed the land, the squad once again plunged into the blood-red forest. The midnight abduction mission was a resounding success. Xiaolong, the clan head, and Gufei managed to bag 4 colossal demon ants. Once they retreated to safety and had the monsters securely tied up, Gufei was still gasping for air. He was still reeling from being dragged into another one of these insane schemes. I really thought the ants would be sound asleep at night. Xiaolong chuckled. Demon ants don't sleep, sir, but hey, we still managed to snag 4 of them, right? Gufei stared at the ant he'd helped capture, his expression dripping with skepticism. Are we seriously going to be able to raise these things? Xiaolong crouched down, meticulously observing the captured ants. After a moment of intense analysis, he came to a conclusion: taming them was completely impossible. With a memory span of only 3 days and no queen to keep them in line, any attempt at training would be a total waste of time. So this was all for nothing. Gufei moaned, but Xiaolong just gave him a cryptic smile, replying that it wasn't a waste at all. He gestured towards their bizarre beauty, explaining that simply putting these magnificent, almost manhwa-like creatures on display at the entrance would be enough to send shockwaves through the entire martial world. Gufei buried his face in his hands, utterly defeated, as Xiaolong just laughed it off. This is the kind of poison squad you'll have to get used to. The clan head cut in, asking about their next move, suggesting they could head west towards Rili, or venture deeper south into the jungle. But Xiaolong shook his head, a confident gleam in his eyes as he revealed that first they would regroup with Hua Yin's team. After that, they would tail the demon ants again, or more accurately, get one step ahead of them. Gufei and the others were completely floored. Xiaolong cracked his knuckles with a satisfying pop, his eyes sparkling with a cunning light as he laid out his absolutely audacious plan. The real target wasn't the ants themselves, but the countless venomous creatures that their massive army was flushing out of hiding. He had turned a deadly threat into a golden opportunity, and Gufei was already sweating bullets. He was secretly thinking there was no way they'd make it back in one piece. In stark contrast, a wicked grin spread across Xiaolong's face. Catching the demon ants was never the main point. With this master plan, he was going to monopolize every single venomous creature in all of Yunnan. As night fell by the flickering campfire, Hua Yin stared dumbfounded at the 4 trussed-up demon ants, her gaze locked on their razor-sharp legs. She was a mix of astonished and furious, unable to believe Xiaolong actually planned to have a race with these monstrous things. And on top of that, he wanted to catch the venomous creatures they were scaring off. Weren't the golden-furred queen bees from that last Manhwa chapter enough for you? And now you're adding these ants to the mix. Seeing her reaction, Xiaolong panicked and offered a weak, placating smile. But you were the one who said we got great results last time. His words made Hua Yin stop dead in her tracks. She remembered the Grand Master's sage advice. It was all thanks to that non-stop cardio session with the bee swarm that she'd managed to absorb most of the energy from the inner core of the blue-spotted centipede. Xiaolong chimed in, adding that the centipede swarm had already shed its skin twice, and they didn't need the inner core anymore, making this the golden opportunity for her to slurp up all the leftover energy. The Grand Master strolled over and piped up, "In that case, Xiaolong, shouldn't you join in on the jog?" Hua Yin nodded so fast her head was a blur, her eyes sparkling with enthusiastic agreement. She declared that since Xiaolong had also chugged the queen bee's special brew, he needed to get moving to absorb its power too. Beads of sweat popped up on Xiaolong's forehead as he desperately turned to the Grand Master, pleading, "My movement skills are kinda trash, so maybe you could give me a piggyback ride." The Grand Master just roared with laughter and clapped him on the shoulder. "You run perfectly fine, this is a golden opportunity. Don't let it go to waste." Xiaolong could only grind his teeth in frustration, but just then Hua Yin grabbed his hand and flashed a devastatingly sweet smile. "Will you run with me tomorrow?" Xiaolong's jaw hit the floor. Hua Yin let out a soft sigh, leaned in close, and whispered in his ear with a mischievous glint in her eyes, "This is your punishment for trying to call the shots all by yourself." The very next day, the Great Animal Roundup officially kicked off with a plot twist worthy of a manhwa. A massive swarm of ghost ants tore through the forest like a tidal wave cornering a gigantic wild boar in the blink of an eye. The unlucky beast was completely devoured, leaving not even a bone behind, and not too far from the carnage. Wei Xiaolong and Gu Fei were running for their dear lives with the main hunting party just up ahead. Xiaolong screamed, "They're chewing through everything in their path, we have to be careful." But then his eyes lit up a wicked grin spreading across his face as he laid out his master plan. "Okay, right now we're about 60 yards away from the ant swarm. As they advance, we'll close the gap to under 30 yards and hold it right there. Whenever we snag a venomous critter, we'll immediately pass it off to the main group running alongside us. They'll cage them up and haul them to the opposite riverbank, safely out of the ants' reach." And just like that, the race for survival was on again, and the plan worked like an absolute charm. Because tons of other venomous creatures were also scrambling for their lives, trying to escape the antpocalypse. With a thrilled grin, Xiaolong snatched a venomous snake right out of the air. He was starting to realize that the Valley of 10,000 Venoms really lived up to its name, and he decided he was going to catch them all. The hunt raged on for nearly 2 more hours, and the iron cages started filling up fast. By now, Xiaolong, Gufei, and Hua Yin were basically sprinting for their lives while juggling an armful of poisonous critters. Xiaolong had just nabbed another snake and immediately tossed it to a team member who was clutching a wooden box. "You still holding up okay?" the guy asked with concern. "Totally fine," Xiaolong shot back. "With so many animals waiting for me, who has time to be tired?" "Giant python up ahead," Hua Yin suddenly shouted. Xiaolong's eyes practically lit up like a Christmas tree, just like a classic manhwa protagonist finding a treasure. His attention was instantly glued to a massive Burmese python coiled up in a tree. This was one of the 5 largest snake species in the world. It was huge, but also known for being surprisingly gentle and kinda cute. They're not even that hard to keep as pets. "This species isn't venomous, right?" Gu Fei asked, looking confused. "You got it." Xiaolong grinned from ear to ear, "But we are absolutely catching it." Gu Fei freaked out. "You said the exact same thing when you saw the whip scorpion and the giant toad. Are you reading from a generic manhwa script? At this rate, we might as well just catch 'em all." Hearing this, Xiaolong's eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. He screeched to a halt, spun around, and declared, "Brilliant idea, I'm gonna catch that snake too." "Hold on, the ant army's right on our tails," Hua Yin screamed. "Don't you worry, I'll be back in a flash," Xiaolong promised, before zipping straight for the python, snatching it up and fashioning it into a stylish new scarf. The ant swarm was literally nipping at his heels, but our boy was still grinning like an idiot. He wasn't about to let such a magnificent creature become ant chow. But just then, Xiaolong's plot armor wore off. He tripped over a root and did a spectacular faceplant right onto the ground. Smack dab in the path of the oncoming tide of furious ants, Hua Yin and Gu Fei let out a horrified shriek. Xiaolong looked back, his eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror. Completely frozen by fear, he could only stare as the ant tsunami bore down on him. Just in the nick of time, something yanked Xiaolong up by the collar. It was none other than Yao He making a classic manhwa hero entrance. Hua Yin and Gu Fei finally let out a sigh of relief. Nice save, Yao, he now get him somewhere safe pronto. From this moment on, you are banned from going anywhere near those ants. All Xiaolong could do was mumble a pathetic sorry. "So what's the deal with the ants?" Hua Yin asked, desperate to change the subject. "Luckily, they stopped just over the hill," Gu Fei answered, "and the sun's about to set. We should probably get some rest." But Xiaolong was too embarrassed to even look up, so Hua Yin just nodded in agreement, deciding the group would make camp and wait for the main squad. Suddenly, a rustle came from the nearby bushes, and Hua Yin's eyes instantly sharpened with caution. A few seconds later, a spear came whistling out of nowhere and thudded into the ground right next to Xiaolong, making everyone jump out of their skin. Out from the foliage stepped a group of spear-wielding men who bellowed, "Don't move a muscle. This is the territory of the Beast Palace. Identify yourselves, trespassers." Gu Fei immediately whipped out his dagger, ready for a fight. while Hua Yin quickly intervened, "Please calm down, we're from the Sichuan Tang clan." At that, a man leading a ferocious wolf with glowing red eyes stepped forward looking like a final boss from a manhwa. "What are people from the Tang clan doing this deep in the Yunnan jungle?" he asked suspiciously. Then suddenly, his eyes locked onto the spider silk collar that Yao He had put on Xiaolong, and his face instantly turned deadly serious. "Whoa, it's not what it looks like!" Xiaolong frantically waved his hands trying to explain. The leader just gritted his teeth, as a powerful aura of internal energy exploded from his body. "What kind of twisted games are you playing on the lands of the Beast Palace?" He roared, his eyes blazing with fury. This man's name was Hei Lung, a warrior from the southern barbarian Beast Palace. He'd found them after hearing some strange noises during his patrol. "Right, we'll get out of your hair immediately." But then he stopped short as if a light bulb went off in his head. "Brother Hei Lang, wait. I have something really important to tell you." "What is it?" Hei Lang asked, turning back with a curious look. "Could you come with me to the top of that hill for a second?" Xiaolong asked, a sense of urgency in his voice. Hei Lang agreed, but when they reached the crest of the hill, he froze solid. His eyes went wide with absolute horror, completely unable to process the scene before him. In the distance, what looked like a pitch-black mountain was rolling forward, devouring everything in its path. "Those are army ants," Xiaolong said, his voice grim. "That rustling sound we heard earlier, that was them. And I'm pretty sure the Beast Palace is directly in their warpath. If the Valley of 10,000 Beasts is really a long, narrow valley, it's about to become a death trap." A cold sweat broke out on Hei Lang's forehead. He got the picture loud and clear. If this was for real, a world-ending disaster was hanging right over their heads. "I have to report to the palace master immediately." He then insisted the folks from the Tang sect tag along. To give a more detailed presentation on these nightmare ants. Meanwhile, Yao Hua was having the time of her life playing with Hei Lang's wolf. Hua Yin smiled gracefully. "We would be delighted." But Xiaolong's eyes were glued to the distant sea of ants, his face a perfect picture of anxiety. "We have to get to the Beast Palace now as fast as humanly possible," he urged. That night, the colossal swarm of ants decided to take a break. The entire land fell into a terrifying silence, like the calm before a devastating tsunami. They would lie dormant until the sun came up. And then they would resume their campaign of total annihilation. As the night grew pitch black, Xiaolong's group finally reached the Beast Palace. The place was breathtakingly beautiful, like a paradise on Earth where humans and beasts lived in perfect harmony. Hei Lang grinned, saying this was probably the first time the Tang sect had paid a visit in over 100 years. Hua Yin added, "The beast-taming arts of the southern barbarian Beast Palace are truly without equal. Completely unrivaled." Hei Lang pointed to a large circular clearing at the entrance, introducing it as the training grounds. He described the Myriad Beast Valley as being shaped like a gourd with a single entrance surrounded by towering sky-high cliffs. This made the place an impregnable natural fortress, but to someone with an eye for traps and tactics, Xiaolong saw a fatal flaw. If that one entrance was blocked, the entire valley would become a giant cage, a death trap with no way out. Arriving before the main hall, Hei Lang announced with grave formality, "Reporting to the palace master, distinguished guests from the Sichuan Tang sect have arrived." A majestic voice boomed from within, "Let them enter." The moment they stepped inside, a heavy oppressive pressure slammed down on them. 3 figures sat on high thrones, flanked by enormous black panthers. Their fierce eyes looked ready to pounce. An old man with snow-white hair and a face covered in scars introduced himself as Meng Hu, the master of the Beast Palace. Xiaolong and Hua Yin clasped their hands in a formal salute. Meng Hu cut straight to the chase. "I heard you came to Yunnan to hunt poisonous creatures, and I heard my warriors report on these army ants. Tell me, what exactly are they, and why have they appeared here?" Xiaolong nodded and began to explain everything in painstaking detail. He spoke of the swarm's extreme danger, their terrifying destructive power, and warned them to evacuate immediately. This was a real-life horror manhwa unfolding. However, their reaction was the complete opposite of what he expected. A suffocating killing intent began to radiate from Meng Hu. He growled angrily, "You're telling me to abandon a legacy of over 300 years because of a swarm of ants? Baby ants no less. A brown-haired woman sitting beside him placed a hand on her chest, her eyes filled with arrogance. Palace Master, don't listen to this outsider's nonsense. Just give me 500 flying wolves and I alone will annihilate them all. No matter how many there are, they're just a bunch of bugs. Xiaolong clenched his fist, his resolve hardening. I am not exaggerating. Those 500 flying wolves you mentioned, if they charge in, they'll all be devoured in the blink of an eye. The woman was stunned, then furious. Madame Huang quickly scolded Xiaolong for being so blunt, but he stood his ground. They are not just ants. They're not ordinary. If the beasts here suffer casualties, it will be a true tragedy. This only made the woman even more enraged. What the hell would someone from the Central Plains know anyway? Your people even eat dog meat. So how could you possibly understand the bond with an animal? That one sentence was like a lit match in a powder keg. Xiaolong gritted his teeth as pure rage boiled over the sheer audacity of her judging all of them based on a cultural difference. She had officially crossed the line. A powerful aura exploded from him, a pressure so intense it felt like it was straight out of a top-tier manhwa. He could put up with a lot of things, but he would never ever tolerate someone questioning the love he had for his companions. It was time to put on a show without a moment's hesitation. He held out his hand, his voice as cold as ice. Everyone come on out. From within his robes, 3 gargantuan centipedes slithered forth. Hua Yin revealed her true form as a menacing crimson spider, and the snow and ice geckos popped into existence. A bone-chilling frost spread throughout the hall, plunging the entire chamber into a dead silence. Everyone, including the big boss Meng Hu himself, was completely flabbergasted. Their eyes widened in disbelief, utterly speechless. Even the ferocious Black Panthers whimpered and backed away a few steps. And there stood Xiaolong, proudly flanked by his companions, looking like the main character in his own epic story. The entire audience was thunderstruck. They recognized the legendary venomous beasts and finally understood that the woman accompanying him wasn't just some ordinary twin. Casually stroking his pet centipede, Xiaolong confidently replied, "Your words were a tad insulting, ma'am. These aren't pets, they are my companions. It would break my heart if they were ever sick or hurt. So naturally, I know everything about them." The woman was stunned, and the old parrot keeper asked in disbelief, "Companions? You mean they'll be with you for the rest of your life?" Another cat-loving elder chimed in, saying that even at the Beast Palace, where love for spirit beasts is the absolute law, no one had ever used the term companions. He was shocked, and the furious expression on Meng Hu's face melted away, replaced by a wide, hearty grin. He let out a booming laugh, exclaiming, "How extraordinary." He explained that he'd found it strange that a woman was leading a young warrior around on a leash, but if the one holding the leash is this tamer and her companion, then it can only mean they both see each other as their master. Xiaolong was horrified, realizing this was a misunderstanding of epic proportions. The elders, on the other hand, grew solemn, reasoning that if a young man could call the creatures he raised his companions, it showed just how immense his love for them was. And if his advice stemmed from such a pure, heartfelt bond, they absolutely shouldn't ignore it. Meng Hu nodded in agreement. Buildings can be rebuilt, but the lives of people and their beasts are irreplaceable. Xiaolong and Hua Yin exchanged a look, mission accomplished. Everyone gathered in the main courtyard as Meng Hu barked out orders. A few hours later, the courtyard was packed. Meng Hu walked over to Xiaolong, placing a heavy hand on his shoulder, both grateful and apologetic for the emergency, explaining he couldn't give him a proper send-off or compensation. The woman from before also came over to apologize, admitting she had been completely wrong about Xiaolong. He just laughed it off, telling her not to sweat it. Turns out this woman named Zui Piao wasn't just some random elder, but the clan leader's daughter. She curiously reached out to pet the centipede on Xiaolong's head, marveling at his incredible ability to make insects and venomous beasts submit. Later, if they have babies, she asked, "Do you think I could raise one?" Right at that moment, agonizing roars echoed through the entire valley, sending a jolt of pure terror through the crowd. "What's that noise?" "Sounds like an elephant," Zui Piao wondered, completely baffled. But Xiaolong's eyes widened in pure terror as he whipped around to see a truly horrifying sight. A swarm of demonic ants was swarming and devouring a colossal elephant which had apparently made the fatal mistake of running in their direction. The elders were completely stunned, speechless. "There's no time," Xiaolong screamed in a panic. "We need to evacuate right now. The swarm is heading straight for us." "It's too late," Meng Hu growled, gritting his teeth. "They're already at the gates of the Valley of Beasts." There was absolutely no escape now. In the blink of an eye, that massive elephant was picked clean, leaving nothing but a pristine white skeleton. The sight sent shivers down everyone's spine, with no other options left. Meng Hu declared grimly, "We have to fight, Hua." Yin turned to Xiaolong, her voice laced with worry. "Do you think the Grandmaster and the Poison Squad are okay?" He answered confidently. "Knowing how cautious they are, I'm sure they're already safe on the other side of the river." Meanwhile, Gu Fei was sweating buckets, his heart racing with anxiety for his own team. Breaking through this sea of ants is something you'd only see in a survival horror manhwa. "This," Xiaolong muttered to himself, "this is the absolute worst-case scenario. If things kept going this way, it was only a matter of time before they were all devoured by the swarm." He had to come up with a plan. Just then, a gigantic spiderweb descended from the mountaintop, catching everyone's attention. It was none other than their trusty spider beast, Yao Hua. While Xiaolong was still gawking in surprise, a smile spread across Hua Yin's face as she remembered they had Yao Hua on their side. If they used its silk to traverse the mountain, they could escape to safety. Nearby Meng Hu and his crew were waiting expectantly. So what about the folks from the Southern Beast Palace, Xiaolong wondered. Escaping with just his small group would be a piece of cake, but with this many people, it was a whole different ballgame. "You guys go on ahead, don't worry about us," Meng Hu said with a confident smile. "In the world of beasts, it's eat or be eaten. That's just the law of the jungle. If we can't defeat these creatures, then it's our destiny to become their next meal." Xiaolong and Hua Yin were absolutely floored by his statement. He couldn't just abandon them, not when they were fellow animal lovers just like him. He focused his mind, concentrating with all his might. There had to be a way to save everyone. As a YouTuber, I've got to think logically, just like a protagonist in a clever manhwa, he thought. Xiaolong started carefully analyzing the ants' habits and their movement patterns. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with a brilliant idea. A huge grin spread across his face. "I've got it." Meng Hu and the others stared at him dumbfounded. "You have a plan to deal with this swarm?" "Yes, sir," Xiaolong nodded decisively. "It's going to be a bit rough, but there's definitely a way to pull this off." He grinned, practically buzzing with excitement. Want to hear it? The next day, after the ant swarm had fully digested the elephant, they began their advance into the Valley of Beasts. Following the plan they'd cooked up all night, the warriors of the Beast Palace were already in formation, waiting for the enemy in the middle of the grassland. The demonic ant swarm started pouring in, and Xiaolong held his breath, watching them intently. He waited patiently for them to get just a little bit closer. The moment the first ant stepped onto the slick liquid covering the grass, he roared, "Light 'em up!" Without a second's hesitation, Heilong hurled a flaming torch. It sailed through the air in a perfect arc before landing right in the pool of oil. Instantly, a massive inferno erupted, creating a giant ring of fire that trapped a huge chunk of the ant swarm inside. "It worked," Xiaolong yelled in triumph. The vanguard of the ant swarm was completely cut off. With a fiery look of determination in his eyes, he charged forward. "Their formation is broken," he bellowed. "Charge with the water buffalo." The warriors and their mighty buffalo mounts stormed forward, ready for battle. It wasn't enough to just trap the vanguard ants. The team had to annihilate the entire group to clear a path for Xiaolong to get to the main army. "Be careful, everyone!" Xiaolong shouted a final warning, a flicker of worry in his heart as his warriors engaged in a brutal fight. Xiaolong successfully broke through the lines and got right up to the main ant army, but weirdly enough, they seemed to be completely ignoring him, so naturally he started making faces, screaming his head off and busting out some provocative dance moves to get their attention. "Hey, you overgrown bugs, I'm right here." And just like that, the plan worked like a charm. The ants went absolutely ballistic and immediately started chasing him. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Zhui Piao and the others had finished mopping up the straggler ants that got separated from the main group. She watched his lone figure with a worried heart, wondering if this crazy plan of his would actually work out like he promised. But Xiaolong was running for his life and everything was going perfectly. All he had to do was keep this up and lead them on a merry chase around the field. But just then, in a classic moment of bad luck, he stepped right into a puddle of oil and lost his footing. Oh, this is bad. His eyes widened in sheer terror as the ants seizing their chance instantly closed the gap and swarmed him. He realized with dawning horror that he'd slipped on the very same oil slick they had set up for the trap earlier. The irony was not lost on him. The ants descended upon him like a black chitinous rainstorm. The only thing he could do was shut his eyes and brace for the inevitable. Xiaolong's been caught! He Lang screamed in panic. Hearing this, Hua Yin and Gu Fei froze in shock, their eyes wide with terror. The black tide of ants washed over him, their bites sending sharp jolts of pain through his body, but our boy wasn't about to go down without a fight. Yao Hua, he roared. His trusty spider companion reacted instantly, shooting a thick strand of silk right at him. With a desperate lunge, he managed to grab hold of the lifeline. Yao Hua yanked him right out of the deadly ant mosh pit, Gu Fei, and Hua Yin let out a massive sigh of relief, showering the heroic spider with praise. Xiaolong collapsed onto some nearby rocks, gasping for air. He glanced down and spotted a stubborn little ant still clinging to his clothes, trying its darndest to bite through the fabric. Luckily for him, his body was as tough as steel thanks to his iron shell technique training. He sent a silent prayer of thanks to the martial art that saved his skin. Seeing how reckless he'd been, Yao Hua and the centipedes gave him a piece of their minds, scolding him thoroughly. He just laughed sheepishly, thinking that even if his pets didn't chew him out, Hua Yin was definitely next in line to do so. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked back at the ant swarm. They were now moving in a circle around the rocks where the group was perched. Menghu and He Lang stared in disbelief. They couldn't believe their eyes. The ants were actually marching in an endless circle. Just like the kid had predicted, only Xiaolong knew the real reason why their trail had been completely cut off. You see, army ants are practically blind. They navigate by following the pheromone trail left by the ant in front of them. When our beast warriors took out the vanguard, the worker ants behind them completely lost their sense of direction. Now they're just mindlessly following the ant directly in front of them, effectively trapping themselves in a loop. A trap they'll be stuck in until they literally drop dead from exhaustion. With a triumphant smirk, he revealed the name of this classic manhwa trope, the death spiral. Also known as an ant mill. Hearing this, a delighted Shui Piao turned to her father, who simply crossed his arms and nodded in approval. He gave his daughter the green light to spread the good news, and just like that, a single, tiny warrior single-handedly saved the Beast Palace from total annihilation. 3 days later, the Ant Legion was still trapped in a dizzying death spiral. The colossal swarm of insects just kept marching in endless self-destructive circles, slowly but surely running out of steam. Warriors from the Beast Palace moved among them, putting the last of the stragglers out of their misery. Meng Hu asked if this long and grueling ordeal was finally over. Xiaolong gave a hesitant nod just as the incredibly grateful palace master asked what kind of reward Xiaolong desired. Our boy made a rather peculiar request: help him find the anti-queen amidst the sea of dying ants. He explained with a cheeky grin that he wanted to try and raise it as a pet. His inner child was practically screaming with excitement, remembering his old passion for ant farming. The great ant hunt began immediately under Shui Piao's command, with everyone fanning out to find the one with the unusually large, well, you know. Before long, a warrior shouted out and Xiaolong sprinted over to witness. A truly horrifying scene. A gigantic red ant was on its last legs, surrounded by the corpses of countless smaller ants. This monster had glowing red eyes filled with pure malice and a spear sticking right out of its head, yet it was somehow still clinging to life. The group realized with a shock that the ants had been slaughtering each other, and this giant beast was the epicenter of all the chaos. Is that the queen? Aunt Hua Yin whispered in disbelief. It has to be, Xiaolong replied, but deep down, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong. This whole scene was a total mind-bender, like a plot twist in a dark manhwa, and everything he knew about insects was screaming at him that this was just plain wrong. A queen might eat her own eggs for survival, but she would never ever cannibalize her own young once the colony was established. He could only reach one possible conclusion. A horrifying and completely unnatural one, this queen was devouring her own children. While Xiaolong was still trying to process this nightmare, Hua Yin's sharp voice cut through his thoughts, telling him to look closely at the queen's head. Xiaolong's eyes went wide when he spotted something glittering right where the spear had struck. It was a gleaming golden needle, plunged deep into the creature's forehead, emitting a faint, mysterious energy. His curiosity getting the better of him, Xiaolong cautiously approached the dying beast, reached out, and with a firm grip, yanked the needle straight out. The giant ant let out one final agonizing shriek before collapsing, silenced for good. Xiaolong stared at the bizarre needle in astonishment, turning to ask Hua Yin if she recognized it. She examined it with a thoughtful frown, explaining that while the Tang Men were famous for their golden needles, this particular one had a very rare length and shape. Upon closer inspection, Xiaolong noticed the needle was hollow, likely used to inject some kind of drug or poison. Just as he was reeling from this discovery, a familiar voice called out Xiaolong Hua Yin. It was the clan leader running towards them with the rest of the family in tow. The two of them let out a huge sigh of relief. The elder explained that they'd run into the Beast Palace warriors, who filled them in on the whole crazy situation. Just then Meng Hu also approached the clan leader, and after confirming his identity, he did something that left everyone absolutely speechless. The palace master and his entire squad of Beast Palace warriors dropped to one knee, bowing their heads in a show of ultimate respect. "My people owe the Tangjia a massive debt," Meng Hu declared with all the gravity of a final boss as Hua Yin watched on thinking. For a guy as proud as Meng Hu to show this level of respect. Now that's a plot twist you'd only see in a top-tier manhwa. Once everyone was back on their feet, Meng Hu was dead set on rolling out the red carpet and inviting the Tangjia crew into his palace for a grand feast. But hold up, Xiaolong cut in his voice, laced with urgency, announcing he had a super-duper important question for his grandpa. Without missing a beat, he whipped out the golden needle, explained where he'd found the suspicious item, and asked the great patriarch if he'd ever seen anything like it. The second the great grandmaster laid eyes on that needle, his friendly smile froze solid, and his entire expression went through a dramatic transformation. His face went from relieved to shocked to pure unadulterated horror. He grabbed Xiaolong's hand, his voice trembling as he demanded an answer. "Where did you say you found this?" he stammered. "What's wrong, Grandpa?" Hua Yin asked, her voice filled with concern. Sensing the mood had just dropped to sub-zero, the great grandmaster looked at his two grandkids and the Beast Palace members with a grim and heavy tone. He was about to drop a bombshell. It looked like an old enemy, someone with a bone to pick with the entire Sichuan Tang Men. And the Beast Palace was still alive and kicking. This news left Meng Hu and his warriors absolutely thunderstruck. "Who in the world could possibly hate both of our clans?" Meng Hu asked, his face a mask of disbelief and gloom. The great grandmaster practically spat out the name of their common foe, his voice dripping with venom, the Wudu Jiao. That name hit them like a bolt of lightning. Meng Hu and his elders were struck dumb, their silence quickly replaced by a storm of disbelief and pure terror. "No way," they all yelled. "The cult we thought we completely annihilated 100 years ago is still around." As the elders were busy having a collective meltdown, a light bulb went off in Xiaolong's head as he recalled a story his grandpa once told him. He suddenly realized the very technique he'd mastered came from the same cult the Tang Men and the Beast Palace had teamed up to obliterate ages ago. "The Wudu Jiao," Meng Hu exclaimed as all the pieces clicked into place. It was a classic manhwa villain reveal. If it's the Wudu Jiao, they must have used the Beast Palace's forbidden art on the queen ant, Shui Piao explained, noticing Xiaolong's utterly baffled expression. "It's a seriously dark and twisted secret art that forces a beast to unleash its full potential in a berserk rage. It's basically a last-ditch all-or-nothing move because one tiny slip-up could kill the animal instantly." The great grandmaster added, highlighting just how messed up this cult was. "These guys are absolutely ruthless. They force beasts to get friendly with poisonous creatures to create spirit pills and will murder anyone who gets in their way." He concluded, "The combination of the Tang Men's golden needle and the Beast Palace's secret art, that's smoking gun evidence right there." A palpable wave of fear started to ripple through the ranks of the Beast Palace warriors. They started whispering amongst themselves, terrified that the nightmare from a century ago was about to get a sequel. Cutting through the thick, shocked silence, the great grandmaster placed a reassuring hand on Xiaolong's head, acknowledging the bullet they'd just dodged. But his voice was tinged with pride. The ant colony might be toast, but more importantly, this whole mess proved the Wudu Jiao is still lurking in the shadows. You've done something incredible, kid, Meng Hu chimed in, completely agreeing. He gave Xiaolong a gentle pat on the head. If it weren't for this young hero's help, the Wan Gong, he probably had no clue about the impending doom. Xiaolong was blushing like a schoolgirl from all the praise when the Grand Sect Master finally straightened up and declared in his most dramatic booming voice that since the Five Poisons cult wasn't completely wiped off the map yet, the pact made 100 years ago was still very much on the table. In my capacity as Sect Master, I hereby pledge that the Sichuan Tang clan will throw everything we've got, including the kitchen sink, to support the Wan Gong in the coming war. With a look of pure determination, Meng Hu clenched his fist and solemnly agreed, officially rebooting their old alliance. The Wan Gong will of course fight side by side with the Tang clan, with the big stuff settled. He turned to Xiaolong with a big warm smile. Young hero, you've done us a favor the size of a mountain, and I want to reward you and your family handsomely. Ask for anything, and I mean anything, don't be shy. Xiaolong was a bit flustered, wondering how he kept racking up these massive debts of gratitude. It was like a plot from a classic manhwa, seizing the moment the Grand Sect Master leaned in and whispered into his nephew's ear. Ask Meng Hu about the Wu Du Huanshen. After a favor this big, there's no way he'll say no. Xiaolong turned to Meng Hu. Palace Master, sir, this humble one has a small question. Meng Hu beamed, ask away. My boy, ask whatever you want. Back in the grand hall of the Wan Gong, Xiaolong's two little centipede buddies were having the time of their lives, hopping around on a luxurious tiger skin rug. He started explaining his rather unique situation. See, unlike the other members of the Tang clan, he'd somehow picked up a secret art from the Five Poisons cult that let him mentally command one of his venomous pets. Cutting right to the chase, Xiaolong dropped the million-dollar question. Does the Wu Du Huanshen technique that the Tang clan acquired happen to contain the secrets of your palace's legendary Wan Shin? He explained that his ultimate goal was to figure out how to forge that psychic link and if he could pull off the same trick with his other beloved animal companions. After a long dramatic pause, Meng Hu shook his head with a sigh. Kid, what you're asking for is, well, it's a real pickle. Xiaolong's face fell so fast it nearly hit the floor. Seeing his crestfallen look, Shui Piao gently stepped in to explain her father's awkward position. She explained that while the Wan Gong isn't stingy with its martial arts, the Wan Xin Jue is their top-secret Fort Knox-level guarded treasure. It's the inner art that lets a practitioner basically mind meld with a wild beast, but it's only ever passed down to the direct descendants of the palace master. The fact that Xiaolong, the future son-in-law of the Tang clan, had somehow already mastered a piece of this secret art had put the elders in a super awkward spot. But then a light bulb went off over Meng Hu's head, his eyes flashing with a crazy brilliant idea. He stared intently at Xiaolong and asked a question that seemed to come out of left field. So you're the son-in-law of the Tang clan. What about your own flesh and blood? A bit confused. Xiaolong answered honestly that he was a total orphan. No family, no relatives, nada. To his absolute shock, Meng Hu and Shui Piao looked absolutely thrilled by this news. The palace master even cheered an orphan that's perfect. A statement that only sent Xiaolong deeper into a state of utter confusion. He had no idea why that was a good thing. Meng Hu just laughed heartily, complimenting Xiaolong's name, and gushing about his love for animals, declaring it was more genuine than anyone in the entire Wan Gong. Then his face turned dead serious. He looked the stunned young man right in the eye, pointed a commanding finger at him, and announced something absolutely earth-shattering. Xiaolong, from this day forward, you will be my son. The entire grand hall fell dead silent. Xiaolong and his companions were completely floored by this sudden declaration. Utterly bewildered, he could only stammer out a question, to which the mighty tiger gave a firm, confirming nod. He explained that if Xiaolong became one of the family, he could officially learn all the martial arts of the Myriad Beast Palace. This included their ultimate secret art. He added that with the rise of the Five Poisons cult, it was more important than ever for their two great families to get cozy. This was a matter of utmost importance. Turning to the Grand Master, the mighty tiger respectfully asked for his opinion. He acknowledged that their attempt to unite the two houses 200 years ago had failed, but he believed that with a special child like Xiaolong, they could finally right the wrongs of the past. The Grand Master stroked his beard deep in thought. He admitted it was an incredibly tempting offer, but he wanted to leave the final decision to Xiaolong himself. With the elder's approval, the mighty tiger turned back and sweetened the deal with an even more irresistible offer. If you become my adopted son, I will personally teach you the secret art of soul bonding with all creatures. The offer was so overwhelming that the prospect of suddenly gaining a father and a sister sent him into a mild panic. Sensing Xiaolong's hesitation, the mighty tiger and Shui Piao exchanged a knowing glance. Suddenly, Shui Piao's face lit up with an idea. "Father," she suggested excitedly, "let's give Xiaolong the flying serpent. He loves animals so much that legendary serpent would be the perfect gift." The name Flying Serpent was completely foreign to him. This left Xiaolong utterly baffled. He quickly turned to Old Master Tai for help, only to see the old man's expression turn gravely serious. He explained that she was likely talking about the legendary Hundred Heavens divine serpent, the flying god snake. He described it as the greatest of all creatures, a divine beast with two horns that could soar through the heavens, straight out of a legendary manhwa. The description sent a jolt of electricity down Xiaolong's spine, and all his hesitation instantly vanished. It was replaced by pure unadulterated excitement. His eyes lit up and his fists clenched in anticipation. His mind was completely captivated by the image of such a majestic creature. Seeing that Xiaolong was hooked, Shui Piao went in for the kill. With a confident and mischievous grin, she promised that if he became her little brother, she would personally help him tame that legendary flying god serpent. This promise was the final nail in the coffin of his resistance. Every last doubt in Xiaolong's mind evaporated into thin air. Without a second's hesitation, he respectfully clasped his hands and bowed formally. He then greeted his new family, calling the mighty tiger father and Shui Piao big sister. The palace master burst into a hearty laugh. He joyfully welcomed his new son, all while Hua Yin and the other members of the Tang clan were still staring at each other in utter disbelief. The great hall filled with a joyous atmosphere, and an adoption ceremony was held right then and there, officially making Xiaolong a member of the Southern Barbarian Beast Palace. Later that night, lying in his comfy new bed, Xiaolong couldn't help but smile at the irony of his situation. In his past life, he had adopted countless animals, but he never imagined there would come a day when he himself would be the one getting adopted. He felt that the people of the Beast Palace, with their profound love for animals, were genuinely good people just like his family back at the Tang clan. But his peaceful train of thought was suddenly shattered. The moment his bedroom door swung open, Xiaolong was gobsmacked to find his new sister, Shui Piao, and a very flustered Hua Yin standing there. Both were clad in nothing but their sleepwear, and before he could even process the situation, Yue Piao cheerfully announced, "We're all family now, so we should have a sleepover and chat, right?" She added with a wink that she'd always dreamed of doing this if she ever had a little brother. As a bewildered Xiaolong turned to Hua Yin for answers, she just blushed and stammered, It's a custom in the Beast Palace. Engaged couples are supposed to sleep in the same room." Xiaolong's brain short-circuited for a hot second. He thought it was a fantastic custom, right up until the full implications hit him, and then his heart started hammering like a drum solo. Ignoring his full-blown panic mode, a mischievous Shui Piao yanked back the covers as a hesitant Hua Yin climbed in. Sandwiching him right in the middle, all Xiaolong could do was scream internally like a character in a dramatic manhwa, while Shui Piao cheerfully suggested they start by talking about his pets. On a nearby table, his tiny menagerie of pets could only stare blankly as their master was, literally getting squished by his new family. The next day, Xiaolong took a walk with his new father and sister, looking completely drained after that intense family bonding session. When Menghu asked if he'd slept well, our boy could only muster a strained smile. Menghu then announced it was time to begin his training and pass on the technique he'd been dreaming of, But first, he needed to check Xiaolong's internal energy. A warm current of internal power flowed into him for the assessment. A moment later, Meng Hu pulled his hand back with a thoughtful look, concluding that, while Xiaolong had managed to mimic the wild beast heart art, his version was both incomplete and significantly weaker. What exactly is the wild beast heart art? Xiaolong asked, completely lost. Shui Piao explained that it's an internal cultivation method that allows a martial artist to connect their mind with wild beasts growing stronger together. It also lets the user understand the hearts of all creatures and issue special commands. Deciding that showing was better than telling, Meng Hu gave his daughter a nod. Yue Piao took a deep breath and let out a piercing howl. Answering the call, a pack of massive ferocious wolves with glowing blue eyes stepped out from the forest. The alpha wolf immediately started growling at Xiaolong, but Xue Piao was quick to scold it. No disrespect, he's my little brother now. The wolf instantly shut up, letting out a confused little whine. Once the pack was calm, Xue Piao smiled encouragingly at Xiaolong. Go on, try giving them an order yourself. She then commanded the wolves to attack Meng Hu in a ferocious formation. Instantly, the entire pack obeyed and charged as one. However, the palace master didn't even flinch. With just an invisible wave of force, he effortlessly repelled the entire pack, without laying a single finger on them. The demonstration ended with Meng Hu standing calmly amidst the wolves, who were now as docile as puppies. Xiaolong was absolutely speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. He couldn't believe all 10 wolves moved in such perfect, flawless synchronization. This was a scene straight out of an epic manhwa. They were all connected through the wild beast heart art. With the heart art, Meng Hu explained proudly, describing it as a technique straight out of a legendary manhwa. It helps the user become one with all beasts, borrowing their fangs and claws as their own. Once you've mastered it, you can command thousands of ferocious beasts at once. This epic explanation, coupled with the insane power flex from earlier, completely sold Xiaolong on the idea. He clenched his fists, his eyes practically glowing with pure hype. This technique was the real deal, an absolute god-tier skill without a second's hesitation. He dropped to his knees in a formal bow, pleading with all his heart. Father, big sister, please teach me the wild beast heart art. A brilliant smile spread across Meng Hu's face. He let out a hearty laugh and told his newly minted son to get up. Of course, my boy, I'll teach it to you. Thank you, adoptive father. Xiaolong was absolutely ecstatic. Meng Hu placed a hand on Xiaolong's back again, and a massive surge of energy instantly poured into the kid's body. As he transferred the art, Meng Hu thought to himself, might as well help him tune up that 5 Venoms origin unification art while I'm at it. He'd noticed that Xiaolong's body was under some serious strain from constantly messing with all those poison techniques. As the power transfer continued, Meng Hu started explaining the wild beast heart art isn't actually for controlling poisons. Its true purpose is to connect with something far more primal, a creature's very bloodline. This revelation left Xiaolong completely stunned. All it takes is a single drop of blood or even saliva, Meng Hu added. That's the reason you were able to order that little critter to attack with just a thought. The bond started forming the second it bit you. Suddenly, the memory of that bite came flooding back. It all clicked for Xiaolong. Meng Hu then declared, the ritual is complete from this moment on. You are completely connected to your little centipede. You can feel its heart and all its emotions. Xiaolong gently held the tiny creature and felt a warm golden energy wash over him. He was floored. He could actually feel it. A wave of pure unconditional love from his tiny companion hit him so powerful and primal, it felt like the love for a newborn child. Tears started rolling down his cheeks without him even realizing it, and he hugged the little guy tight. Meng Hu nodded, pleased. Now that's the true power of the completed myriad beast heart art. Ready for the next step? Meng Hu asked, telling Xiaolong to hand over the other little critters. It was time to repeat the process. Xiaolong was worried they might bite, but Meng Hu just waved it off, insisting he'd be fine. However, the method this time around was way weirder than anything Xiaolong could have possibly imagined. Lie on the ground and open your mouth, Meng Hu commanded, before the poor kid even had a chance to process what was happening. Meng Hu dangled the 2 creatures right over his face. Your training is to use the heart art to feel their saliva as it drips into your body. Splat before a horrified Xiaolong could even protest, it was too late. The two critters above started drooling. Drop by disgusting drop. All he could do was lie there in silent abject horror, thinking that this whole situation had officially gone off the deep end. Over at the Nanman Beast Palace training grounds, Xiaolong kicked off a training session for his 3 rabbit-eared centipedes with his big sister watching on. Xu Piao and Hua Yin were also there. He gave the signal to start centipede chain formation. He yelled, ordering them to execute a brand new formation he'd cooked up himself. The 3 little critters immediately zipped towards the wooden training posts. Watching from afar, Wei Piao and Hua Yin were practically melting, gushing, "Oh my gosh, they're too cute." Xiaolong, on the other hand, was absolutely mortified. This was not the terrifying, awe-inspiring effect he was going for at all. He groaned internally. He thought of Hei Lang's majestic wolf pack and then looked at his fluffy squad. He tried to coach them, urging them to be more ferocious, more intimidating. But the moment he saw their sad, droopy little faces, Xiaolong's heart shattered into a million pieces. He immediately panicked and scooped them all into a big hug. Frantically, he showered them with praise, telling them they did an amazing job. 2 weeks had flown by since Xiaolong officially inherited the Beast Heart Sutra. Since he already had a similar skill set, he picked up the new art with lightning speed. And of course, Xiaolong did not repeat that rather gruesome method from before. Instead, he completed the bonding process by having all his pets suck on his pinky finger. A much more sanitary solution. Anyway, one day while out for a stroll, Xiaolong casually asked Xue Piao for any updates on the sky-soaring divine serpent. She informed him that the scouting party was sent to a location about 3 days' journey away, so they should be hearing back any minute now. Right on cue, Gu Fei came sprinting over, completely out of breath. "Young Master Xiaolong," he gasped before announcing a message from Patriarch Tai. "What's going on?" Xiaolong asked, surprised. Gu Fei struggled to catch his breath. "We found it. We finally found the sky-soaring divine serpent." This bombshell of a news sent both Xiaolong and Hua Yin into a frenzy of excitement. A look of fierce determination spread across Xiaolong's face. Wasting not a single second, he declared, "Let's move, we're going to see Grandpa immediately." They found Patriarch Tai personally overseeing his men as they prepared all sorts of medicinal ingredients. The moment he saw his grandson, he greeted him warmly and asked about his training. Xiaolong, however, cut right to the chase, immediately asking about the sky-soaring divine serpent. Patriarch Tai confirmed the news, explaining that he was currently supervising the creation of a special realgar concoction. It was made from a secret Tang clan formula, an absolute must-have for the capture mission. He warned that even though they'd located the beast, they couldn't just rush in. The serpent's venom, while not officially on the list of the 10 great ancient venoms, was absolutely nothing to scoff at. Before he could finish his serious lecture, Patriarch Tai's expression suddenly softened. He grinned and told Xiaolong he'd just caught something rather interesting and wanted to show it to him. He gestured towards a large ceramic jar, instantly sparking Xiaolong's curiosity. As the Patriarch lifted the lid, Xiaolong and Hua Yin eagerly peered inside. Their eyes immediately widened in astonishment. At the bottom of the jar was a very peculiar spider. Its abdomen was hard and flat, bearing a pattern that looked exactly like an exquisitely carved ancient coin. A golden coin spider. Xiaolong shouted ecstatic as if he'd just found a legendary item in a manhwa. Patriarch Tai just smiled, confirming that this was an incredibly rare species, one that Xiaolong had searched high and low for in his past life, but to no avail. After this little gift exchange, the old patriarch steered the conversation back to the main event. He said the only thing left was to find a secure location to contain the sky-soaring divine serpent once they caught it. And on that note, his expression turned grim. He was worried that conventional containment methods wouldn't cut it because the creature they were after was a high-level venomous spirit beast more than capable of shredding any normal container to pieces. "Do you have any ideas, my boy?" The old patriarch turned to him, basically saying, "You're the expert here, kid, so start experting." Just as Xiaolong was lost in thought. "Young master, we have a problem. The golden coin spider," It's gone. A dude runs in face as white as a sheet, holding up an empty jar and apologizing profusely. While everyone else was freaking out, Xiaolong was as cool as a cucumber. He just calmly told the guy to chill out. Because the spider hadn't actually escaped. He then asked for some spider silk and chopsticks tied a tasty-looking bug to the thread, and dangled it over the jar like a fishing line. Almost instantly, the golden coin spider rocketed out from beneath the soil. Snatching the bait with lightning speed, Xiaolong explained that it's just what trapdoor spiders do. They love digging little hidey holes, so there was no need to panic. As the man carried the jar away, Xiaolong watched him go, a thoughtful look on his face. He pictured the spider digging its burrow, creating a perfectly safe little nest. Snug and secure like a pouch. A safety pouch. Suddenly a light bulb went off in his head in a classic Manhwa moment. That's it. A custom-made bag shaped exactly like that burrow would be the perfect solution. His eyes lit up, and with a triumphant fist pump, he shouted, "I've got it." With this brilliant idea in mind, Xiaolong rushed off to find the only one who could possibly bring his vision to life, his trusty companion Yao Hua, who was currently snoozing on its web. He gently called its name to wake it up. Once he had the spider's full attention, Xiaolong held up a small cloth pouch, asking Yao Hua if it could whip up something similar but like way bigger. His plan was as simple as it was brilliant. He would use Yao Hua's silk, a super durable material that had already proven its worth, against the might of an entire ant army to weave a gigantic bag to trap the spirit beast. Understanding its master's command, Yao Hua got straight to work. In no time at all, a massive white bag, intricately and beautifully woven, began to take shape. Xiaolong was absolutely stunned. He held the bag and couldn't stop praising it. "This is amazing. Exactly what we needed." Yao Hua let out a happy little chirp, clearly proud of its masterpiece. The others couldn't hide their awe either. Gufei tried to slash the bag with his dagger, but the sharp blade just sparked against the ridiculously tough surface. "Just how tough is this thing?" he exclaimed in disbelief. "This is some next-level magical crafting." Even the great patriarch had to nod in approval. With this final piece of the puzzle in place, he declared that everything was ready. "We move out at dawn tomorrow." "Sir, yes, sir," Xiaolong responded with gusto, standing proudly between Yao Hua and Hua Yin. He turned to Yao Hua and gave its head an affectionate pat. "You did a great job, girl." Yao Hua absolutely beamed with delight. The great patriarch and Gufei chuckled at the adorable scene, while Hua Yin just stood there blushing and watching them. And just like that, all preparations to capture the legendary Fei Tianshen Shi were finally complete. As dawn broke, the party set out, led by the elite warriors of the Shogang. They made a beeline for the Heishui Canyon, the last known location of the Fei Tianshen Shi. "I've been waiting for this day for a very long time," the great patriarch said, his voice filled with nostalgia. "Ever since I was a young lad, I've never had the chance to witness all 24 of the great poisons. I just remember they were ranked below the 10 legendary venoms." "That's just a title, really," Xiaolong chimed in, ready to drop some knowledge. "You know how a day has 24 hours? Well, the Tang clan, in their infinite wisdom, decided to assign a ridiculously powerful venomous beast to each and every one of them. While they might not be the top 10 legendary poisons of myth, this list of 24 is basically a who's who of premium grade A beasts that are absolutely lethal." After a bit of a trek, one of the point men yelled out, "We've arrived." Xiaolong's eyes followed his point and his jaw promptly hit the floor. Floating majestically near a cliffside waterfall was a colossal dragon-like serpent. Its long, elegant body was accented with gorgeous jade-green fins, and a pair of wickedly sharp horns crowned its head, radiating pure power. The flying heavenly divine serpent. He could only breathe its name, his mind completely blown by the sight. The Tang clan head started reciting from the ancient scrolls like a seasoned narrator. It rides the chaotic winds of the canyon as if swimming through water. Its body vanishes into the azure clouds, its horns breathing out spiritual energy as sharp as any blade. It glides between the sky and the mist, blurring the line where the heavens end and the sea begins. Then he dropped the real bombshell. The Tang clan ranked this beast as number 1 among the 24 venoms. It's the beast that rules the very first hour of the day, representing the dawn of creation itself. Xuan Huang, a truly ancient and powerful being, staring at this impossible scene, a sight worthy of any top-tier manhwa, Xiaolong's mind flashed back to his previous life. He remembered that flying snakes actually existed back on Earth, where he'd once excitedly shown off a real one to his 1 million subscribers. It was a paradise tree snake, and he'd gone on a whole scientific spiel. He explained that it didn't really fly, but glided by, flaring its ribs to catch the air. His viewers had called him out for clickbait. But he'd confidently declared that everything in the universe obeys the laws of physics. A snake can't just fly like a bird. That's what he used to believe, but now staring at a giant horned serpent, literally flying through the air in defiance of all logic. All he could think was, what in the fresh hell am I looking at? The sight was so surreal, his brain threatened to shut down completely. He turned to his grandfather and stammered out the most brilliant question he could muster. Grandpa isn't a snake that can fly, kinda illogical. That's exactly why it's called the Flying Heavenly Divine Serpent Kid. Xiaolong opened his mouth to argue with science, but no words came out. Meanwhile, Hua Yin was completely starstruck by its beauty. She held up her little pet centipedes, whispering, "Look, kids, that's your goal. Grow up big and strong like that." Unfortunately, her excited pep talk was a little too loud and caught the divine serpent's attention. It swiveled its razor-sharp gaze directly toward their hiding spot on the cliff. In a flash, its massive body was engulfed in a brilliant blue aura. Then it compressed into a streak of light and zipped away at an insane speed. "It's gone!" Xiaolong yelled, panicking. Amidst Xiaolong's freak out, the great clan head was the picture of calm. "Don't worry," he said smoothly. "It sensed our presence. It won't have gone far." He then decided they should set up camp and send out a scouting party to track it down. With the divine serpent having vanished, the group stood on the cliff's edge plotting their next move. Xue Piao floated over to Xiaolong, who looked like he was trying to solve the mysteries of the universe, and asked what he was thinking so hard about. He explained he was trying to cook up a master plan to lure the beast down, which made Xue Piao burst out laughing. She playfully teased him, saying, "And here I thought a guy who can command an army of venomous critters like you would have to know the most basic rules of hunting." Seeing Xiaolong's utterly baffled face, she laid down a truth so simple it was genius. Sure, it can fly, but it's still a living creature. It's gotta eat and it's gotta sleep. Eventually, it's got to come back down to Earth, and that, my dear boy, is our opening. That simple logic was like a lightning bolt straight to Xiaolong's brain. The light bulb went on. Of course, every living thing has to eat and sleep. He'd been overcomplicating things so much he missed the obvious solution staring him in the face. His mind immediately flashed back to the video games. From his past life, where the final boss always had a critical weak spot when it was eating or regenerating health. Overflowing with gratitude, he sincerely thanked his new big sister, Xue Piao, just smiled confidently, promising she'd help him bag that flying divine serpent. They shared a happy laugh, but their good mood was about to get absolutely wrecked as night fell. The tables had turned in the most brutal way imaginable. The entire hunting party was in chaos, with warriors from the Beast Palace sprawled all over the ground. Groaning in agony, it was only then that they truly understood the nature of the prey hovering above them in the moonlight. Shrouded in an overwhelmingly powerful aura, this was a true divine serpent. The group finally got it. Why this thing was ranked number 1 among the 24 venomous beasts, Yin rushed over to Xiaolong, anxiously asking if he was all right. Despite being shaken up, he put on a brave face and told her he was fine. From high above, the serpent's glowing eyes stared down at them, an expression of absolute undisputed power. It had been 3 days since they first set up camp. Through careful scouting, they'd figured out the flying divine serpent's pattern once every 3 days. It would descend to the ground to feast on a special kind of fish, and its flight ability only lasted for a maximum of 2 hours. Using this intel, they set up a nighttime ambush, but the plan went up in smoke. This monster was way more perceptive than they'd ever imagined. The second the team made their move, it sensed them and shot straight back into the sky. What followed was a complete and utter one-sided slaughter. Its scales were as hard as steel, rendering all their weapons useless, but the truly terrifying part was its raw brute strength. The massive serpent repeatedly dive-bombed them like a living meteor, creating horrifying shockwaves that sent warriors flying like autumn leaves, kicking up a relentless storm of rocks and debris. It was impossible for anyone to even get close, while its venom might not be on par with the legendary 10 Great Poisons. Its overwhelming physical power and razor-sharp senses were more than enough to earn it the title of the strongest beast among the 24. This is some top-tier manhwa boss material. Seeing the casualties piling up, the old master made the call, "Too many are injured, everyone retreat immediately." Xiaolong didn't hesitate for a second, nodding in agreement. The group scrambled to help the wounded and beat a hasty retreat from the monstrous beast. Every single face was a mask of fear and frustration. Their first attempt to capture the flying divine serpent had ended in a spectacular, catastrophic failure. That night, the mood around the campfire was heavier than a black hole. Hua Yin was patching up a little boo-boo on her hand when a worried Xiaolong rushed over, but she just waved him off, saying it was merely a flesh wound. Nearby, the old patriarch was playing doctor, setting a broken arm for one of his warriors before taking full responsibility for their epic fail. He admitted they'd completely underestimated the monster's power level. "We got way too cocky," he confessed. The old man sighed, saying, "If a mere mook was that tough, they should have known the final boss would be on a whole other level." He turned to Xiaolong, basically asking, "So what's the plan, genius?" And just like that, Xiaolong went into full-on protagonist thinking mode. Our boy realized his past life cheat codes were totally useless against this particular creature. One look at his bandaged-up crew confirmed it. He quickly concluded that another head-on assault was just a fancy way to commit group suicide. They couldn't afford to lose any more of their valuable fighters. All for one stupid beast. Then a light bulb went off in his head. This whole mess would be a cakewalk. If that darn serpent couldn't fly, suddenly the old patriarch shouted, "I've got it," instantly grabbing everyone's attention. "I have a theory about how that divine serpent flies. Every time it takes off, I feel this bizarre surge of energy. It's like an aura surrounding it. Since it just levitates without flapping a thing, I'm guessing it's manipulating this energy to just float." A confused Xiaolong looked to Hua Yin for a translation, and she explained it was a supreme form of Qinggong. The kind you see in a top-tier manhwa, where you use pure internal energy to lift your entire body into the air, but to pull that off, you'd need an absolutely insane, off-the-charts amount of internal energy. "So you're telling me that venomous beast has a massive internal energy pool?" Xiaolong asked, completely flabbergasted. "Not its own energy," the Grandmaster chimed in, stepping forward with the confidence of a final boss. He was about to drop a major lore bomb about its true power source. A beast core. "I'm willing to bet my life that creature has one of these pure energy orbs inside it. It's the item that lets it pull off all those impossible moves." This revelation sent shockwaves through the group, with Gu Fei and Shui Fei gasping in disbelief. They grilled the elder, asking if that was even possible. Meanwhile, Xiaolong's brain immediately flashed back to the beast core he'd snagged from that blue-striped centipede. This new info suddenly lit a fire under everyone. "This gives us even more reason to capture it," Gu Fei declared. Shui Piao was all for it, and the patriarch added his 2 cents. He explained that if Hua Yin could absorb the core from a beast as legendary as the flying divine serpent, her power level would skyrocket. But there was a catch. The old man laid out the grim reality: if the beast core was their main prize, capturing it alive would be next to impossible. Heck, it might even be completely impossible. The thought of having to kill such a magnificent creature made Xiaolong's face fall. Noticing his sudden mood swing, a concerned Hua Yin asked him what was wrong. "Killing it is not an option," Xiaolong declared, his voice firm as steel. "We're going to capture it, and we're going to do it alive." Everyone else just stared, stunned by his sudden declaration. Shui Piao was the first to break the silence. "Why would you pass up a golden opportunity like this?" he sputtered. "We're talking about the core of the legendary flying divine serpent here." Xiaolong just gave a small smile and explained that while internal energy is great, you can always train to get more over time. But slaughtering a unique, one-of-a-kind creature just for a shortcut, now that's a real waste. For me, a living magical beast is worth 10,000 times more than some inner core patriarch, Tai said with a warm smile. Now that's the respect for life I'd expect from my grandson. He fully supported Xiaolong's decision. But then he got down to brass tacks. "So what's the new game plan?" he asked, glancing down at their three little companions who were sleeping soundly. Xiaolong spoke up softly. "Actually, I've got an idea." A confident smirk played on his lips, hinting at a bit of mischief. Deep down, he was already throwing down the gauntlet to the divine snake. "I am going to catch you without so much as scratching a single scale." The plan was set in motion immediately, and the team soon located the divine snake, just as it was slithering down to a tranquil river for a drink. Hiding behind a boulder, Xiaolong chucked a pebble right at it. The sudden noise made the giant serpent jump, and it let out a furious hiss, its head snapping up as it scanned the area for the pesky intruder. Watching its reaction, Xiaolong's brain went into overdrive, analyzing the situation with crystal clarity. Snakes perceive the world in three primary ways: sensing vibrations through their jawbones, analyzing scents with their forked tongues, and detecting the body heat of their prey using pit organs. From this, he reached a simple conclusion: if they could just mask their scent and body heat, they'd be practically invisible to the serpent. The execution of this plan, however, was anything but glamorous. The entire team, from the venerable patriarch Tai down to the graceful Lady Hua Yin, found themselves wrapped up, from head to toe, in thick layers of white silk, looking for all the world like a squad of mummies fresh out of the tomb. "Do I really have to wear this ridiculous getup?" The patriarch grumbled, his voice dripping with mortification. "These suits are made from the ultra-durable, heat-insulating silk of a demon flower. They're absolutely essential for the plan," Xiaolong explained. "However, they don't completely mask our presence, so everyone needs to be careful not to get too close." "I get the whole disguise thing," said the patriarch, "but how exactly are these outfits supposed to help us?" "Capture the snake alive without injuring it," Xiaolong just smiled, and began to lay out his master plan. He reiterated Shui Piao's advice: even a divine beast is still just a living creature. It needs to eat and it needs to sleep. Building on that simple truth, he revealed the next phase of his plan, a tactic that was as simple as it was ruthless. "From this moment on, we're going to tail it. Every single time it tries to stop to eat or rest, we're going to harass it with rocks. We won't give it a moment of peace, and we won't let it swallow a single morsel." This brutally simple strategy left the patriarch and Hua Yin completely stunned. Xiaolong, however, confidently explained the logic behind his Manhwa-level genius plan. Since the demon flower silk suits made them practically invisible, the snake wouldn't be able to find them to attack. By relentlessly tormenting it, denying it food and sleep, it would eventually collapse from sheer exhaustion, even if it's the strongest of the 24 beasts it can't defy. The basic biological needs for food and rest. "This is going to be exhausting for us too," he admitted, "so I'm counting on everyone's endurance." His words earned him a collective, weary sigh from the team, and so the great harassment campaign began. 6 long, grueling days crawled by, and just as the hunting party was about to drop from exhaustion themselves, they found the divine snake had also reached its absolute limit, looking utterly desperate. After touching down by a small stream for a drink, it was instantly spotted by a guard on patrol. A single shout echoed through the air, and a hailstorm of rocks flew relentlessly toward the beast. The serpent let out a roar of pure frustration and exhaustion, its body trembling violently. Its vision started to blur, its mind was in a dizzying spin, and finally its colossal body just couldn't take it anymore. It was completely knocked out by a 1-2 punch of hunger and utter exhaustion. The serpent's body went limp, free-falling from the sky, like a leaf torn from its branch before slamming into the ground below. The warriors roared in triumph. The mission was a spectacular success. They quickly swarmed the beast using a gigantic bag, made from the silk of a demon flower, to tie up the unconscious creature. They had captured the flying divine serpent without a single scratch on it, and just as importantly, not one of their warriors was injured. Xiaolong looked at his prize with a proud smirk, deciding to name this brilliant strategy the Heaven and Earth Net. Once the serpent was secured, the team loaded the massive white bag onto a large wooden cart and began their journey back. Elder Tai stood beside Shui Piao. Looking at the cart and sighing, he remarked that this miserable creature had caused an unbelievable amount of trouble. Curious about their prize, Xiaolong asked his grandfather if they had checked its inner core yet. Elder Tai confirmed they had, explaining that while the core wasn't huge, the energy inside was incredibly pure and dense. He estimated its power was equivalent to 125 years of internal energy cultivation. A truly mind-blowing treasure. Hua Yin gasped in shock. 125 years of power, the immense value of the core, immediately made her change her mind. Along with Xue Piao, she passionately urged Xiaolong, let's just take the inner core. This isn't 5 or 15 years, we're talking a full 125 years of power. You're young if you get this massive power up. You could master any martial art to its absolute peak. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity, like something straight out of a legendary manhwa. Elder Tai also chimed in, agreeing that a core of this quality could literally turn back the clock, completely transforming a person's physical body. With it, Xiaolong could even surpass the 10 legendary venomous creatures. Xiaolong was silent, seriously weighing his options. He had to admit the prospect was incredibly tempting, but his thoughts kept turning to the creature itself. The flying divine serpent was an incredibly rare and beautiful creature, and the thought of killing something so magnificent was something he just couldn't bring himself to do. Sensing his hesitation, Xue Piao and Hua Yin became even more insistent, pleading with him to make a decision. Crushed by the pressure, Xiaolong could only ask them to give him a little more time, but then their debate was cut short by a terrifying development. The wooden cart carrying the serpent suddenly began to shake violently, and to everyone's horror, the entire cart was lifted into the air. Xiaolong was floored. The creature inside had definitely woken up. The warriors strained with all their might to hold on to the violently thrashing silk bag, realizing with sheer terror that the beast's strength seemed to have not diminished one bit. A muffled, furious growl erupted from within the silken prison. Elder Tai watched the chaos with a grim expression. He realized the serpent was still full of energy, not at all like a creature that had been starved for days. Xiaolong let out a sigh, explaining that snakes are ridiculously tough creatures capable of fasting for an entire month. Patriarch Kai pointed out this put them in a real pickle because now that the snake was awake, it wouldn't stop fighting back, and its thrashing had already wrecked the carriage, making transport a total nightmare. He explained that while Xiaolong's other pets were manageable, this divine serpent was just too wild and powerful. He wasn't even sure they could find a cage strong enough to hold it back home. Finally, Patriarch Kai's patience snapped. With a stone-cold look, he laid down the law if that snake kept up its violent struggle. They'd have no choice but to end it and take its inner core, whether Xiaolong liked it or not. The second those words left his mouth, the thrashing inside the bag stopped dead. The chilling silence was broken only by a soft hiss. And then a strange mist started seeping out of the silk bag, leaving everyone to watch in stunned disbelief. What happened next was straight out of a fantasy manhwa. A glowing blue orb rolled out from a tear in the bag. The warriors were dumbfounded until one of them finally yelled, "Young master, get over here. The flying serpent has shrunk." The once mighty colossal serpent was now a tiny little thing with big round tear-filled eyes. It looked like a completely harmless plush toy. This sudden transformation hit Xiaolong like a ton of bricks. Instead of feeling relieved, he collapsed to the ground, absolutely heartbroken. He wasn't shouting for joy, but mourning for the once proud flying divine serpent that had just been reduced to this tiny creature. Patriarch Kai, however, quickly put two and two together. He explained that the creature must have willingly ejected its own inner core to save its skin, and he was completely amazed by its intelligence and its ability to just pop out its core like that. But Xiaolong wasn't listening. He was busy scolding the little snake, calling it a big dummy for giving up its power so easily. He insisted that if it had just held on a little longer, he could have talked his grandpa around. He picked up the core and tried to shove it back into the tiny creature's mouth, begging it to take back its power. And just like that, in a completely unexpected twist, they hit the jackpot. They got the legendary inner core and a newly tamed divine serpent. Since the little guy was now pocket-sized, they could easily transport it and head straight back to the Beast Palace. The next day in the Grand Hall of the Beast Palace, Meng Hu and the elders gathered around to gaze upon their prize. The inner core rested inside a fancy brocade box, practically humming with pure, potent energy. "Absolutely incredible," one of them remarked. "Now I see why the great patriarch valued this thing at 125 power levels." However, as Meng Hu took a closer look, his expression turned thoughtful. He said it was a real shame, though. The energy in the core was celestial in nature, while Xiaolong's cultivation technique was based on earthly energy. The two types of power weren't exactly a match made in heaven. He regretfully told the kid that he'd probably only be able to absorb about half of its juice. Despite this, Xiaolong wasn't fazed in the slightest. He figured that even half of a core this legendary was a massive win, a plot twist worthy of any great manhwa. Zhao Huayin congratulates Xiaolong on this incredible opportunity, and he happily accepts the brocade box containing the prize. But the very moment his hand touches the box, 3 tiny rabbit-eared centipedes suddenly burst out from his robes. Their eyes gleam with an unnatural light, shining with a primal and wild hunger. But before Xiaolong can even react, the 3 creatures shoot forward like lightning bolts, knocking the box from his hand and sending the glowing inner core rolling across the floor. They immediately swarm it, their entire bodies glowing brilliantly as they frantically fight over the precious gem. Hua Yin is shocked by their behavior and rushes to stop them. Nova Mira Ray, stop it right now. But the creatures, completely consumed by desire, just hiss back defiantly. Xiaolong is equally stunned and furious. What are you doing? How dare you be so disrespectful to your mother? He quickly snatches up Mira and Ray. He growls, scolding them and declaring that their father is getting very angry. Huayin feels that this situation is spiraling out of control. I mean, pet squabbling is normal, but this level of aggression is completely unlike the trio's usual behavior. They've always been as thick as thieves. While she's trying to intervene, a loud, dry gulping sound is heard. It abruptly cuts through all the chaos. Xiaolong's pupils shrink to pinpricks as he stares in horror at the 3rd centipede, Nova. A violent surge of blue energy begins to erupt ferociously from its tiny body, a power-up scene worthy of any manhwa. It turns out that somewhere in the chaos, Nova had swallowed the entire inner core whole. And that's all for this video. If you enjoyed it, please smash that like button to support me. Thanks for watching, and goodbye everyone.